Everybody taking a moment of silence.
Respects to the dead globe.
What'd you say?
A moment of silence in respect for the dead globe.
Ah.
I'm working out and I just don't want to be huffing and puffing. You guys might think I'm doing other stuff, but I'm here. Good day, guys. Good day.
He must be watching porn. No, I'm kidding.
It was not me. It was the one-armed man.
The mask.
Not to be confused with the True Man Show. Watch out for those falling lights in our closed system, gents.
That's like the only Jim Carrey movie I can like stomach to watch now. I can't watch anything else he's done because I despise him so much. But the Truman Show, I'll watch that because it's got a message in it. I heard that Joe Biden and Jim Carrey are the same person.
I heard that too. Craziness. Yeah. The movie that we watch, James Woods. I heard he's the one of the other alt. I
wonder what was going on with Biden the other day. His whole entire face was like, it looked like he got stung by a bunch of bees, and his eyes.
His neck was messed up. Oh, his eyes too. I thought just his neck was messed up because the neck thing. A lot of people have been talking about the bulging in the neck when they're talking.
He probably has.
Oh yeah, like it looks like he's wearing like a mask almost. Yeah, I've seen that. This just looks like he got really bad Botox.
Oh damn, they missed.
Nah, bro, that's probably the fucking robot version of Biden. The real Biden is sick in bed with monkeypox.
Monkeypox.
Imagine like an old man having to report to every congressional hearing, and every time they say he's stepping off of an airplane. Like, this guy's probably laying in bed most of the day. What the fuck?
Yeah. He ain't got any stamina.
Yeah, it's just a robot. They love playing with these animatrons and making people think that they're looking at people, but they're really looking at robots. They're just trying to change what we perceive. They don't want us to believe what we're looking at.
Well, it's gotten to the point now where, I mean, because none of us were ever there during the live meetings and stuff. So, I mean, it could all just be filmed.
Do you remember when Biden was getting elected into office? Do you remember like how that happened?
Like, what do you mean elect? Like his swearing in or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he got sworn in, and then
the swearing in was a gong show.
And then they had like the purple event. Like, everything that they did around that time was like, they didn't have an audience. It happened during COVID.
Yeah.
So there was pretty much all these rallies where Trump had like huge support. And then you had these little videos of like, you know, the Democratic Party being elected into office and like nobody's there. It's pretty much like they pretty much just made it look like they won. Like, if you ask me.
It was.
I vaguely remember.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, like okay, so you know, like remember when Trump was elected? He goes, "I had the biggest audience ever," and
Yep.
I mean, it was fairly large, but I think Obama's was a lot bigger. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Like with Biden, it was just barricades, like what you see at like wrestling events, like those metal barricades in front of like the audience.
Yeah, that's all.
Exactly what I was gonna say. They set up fences. They had fences, I think, set up at like the
wherever during COVID. I'm telling
the inauguration.
You,
it did.
Bro, the reason they got away with it is because they didn't need the support of the people to elect this man. They did it all with the fucking cameras.
Yep.
They did it with a lot of camera work and a lot of staging and a lot of scripting.
A lot of people even said that it was pre-recorded.
To do it. This was literally, they did it all during COVID.
Yeah. It is
We
what it
got
is.
They
sold a
literally
big one,
shut down
buddy.
the world, elected this man president based off of nothing, and now we're dealing with like really fucking bad,
Real
really bad
shit.
characters running the world right now.
I don't know, I'm just excited about us going to war with Taiwan. I think that needs to happen. Like, I'm hoping it happens because the shit needs to be torn down. It just needs to be deleted. You know, the Western world has gotten so effed up, so decadent. Yeah, it's time to go, I guess. And I'm ready for it personally.
Well, think about the American image, right? We talk about like the throwaway society, and you buy a TV, it doesn't work anymore. You just go buy another one, hang it on the wall, observing level, of course, because all TVs come with a level in there. And it's funny because even these Globers, when they're hanging their TVs, their random TVs, they observe level, and they still won't admit to it. But anyway, so with respects to our throwaway society, we literally like, oh, it's broke, just get another one. Well, guess what? We just can't go get another government because you broke it, man. We're stuck.
Mm. I don't know. Biden winning, he didn't win. But see, all that did was cement to me that elections are, in fact, selections. There we go. Elections, they are selections. Elections are pure theater. And the whole thing that happened in 2020 proved it.
Yep.
And I was all like, see, I didn't vote. I didn't vote on principle because I was so upset. I still wanted Trump to win, I'm not gonna lie, but I was so upset with him being the pusher of that medical device that, was all like his, right? I don't know if I can say that. Well, no. Can I say
I gotta go
vaccine
to
on
work,
here?
guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Have a good one, bro. Your name is Vaxy Waxy.
Be safe,
Right,
guys.
yeah.
Have a good day.
but see, like it made me think, and this may not have been even an original thought of mine. I may have picked it up somewhere on a video or something, but it does make sense. There's a reason why Trump won in 2016. Because if Hillary Clinton was the one peddling this crap, nobody would have taken it. But Trump, on the other hand, if he's the one saying how good it is, he got a whole bunch of people who would have been reluctant and very skeptical to go ahead and take it because they trusted him. So it kind of makes sense why he was president in 2016. Because I feel like they have everything planned out years ahead of what they're going to do, and they just try to keep their shitty train on schedule, right?
Here's the issue with
And then,
the Trump Hillary plotline that I'm still, for me, the jury's still out on that because the have you researched King Cyrus?
yeah,
Pardon me?
yeah. I always heard that Trump was supposedly
Yeah,
kickstarted.
exactly. No, just not really. I'm not going to say him, but just the
Well,
idea that his people had a problem and he was the dude that was supposed to fix the problem, which he started fixing, right? So he kind of showed up because if Hillary won, buddy, I think we would have been in a whole kin caboodle. I think those camps would have been coming through like crazy, right? But I
yeah,
think that Trump was a good move, i.e., I put that in air quotes, good move. And I think the
yeah,
Biden thing, we're just watching as a screenplay for it to fall out. But it's the Trump and the King Cyrus thing. He was a king from 650 BC. It's a good it's an interesting comparison because they also brought out the coin recently, which has Trump in the foreground and King Cyrus in the background. And on the bottom of the coin, it says, he charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which again, Trump moved the US Embassy in 2018 to Jerusalem. So
right,
there's a little bit of stuff there, but again, be open to what's happening and observe, right?
right. Like literally up until like November of 2019, excuse me, I was all about him. Like I thought he was the man. Like he was funny. He would say rude things to people, and I was all about that because I find humor in such things. But then once once he started pushing a certain medical device, I'm like, wait a second, this guy is literally just as bad. And then I started thinking, if Hillary was the one pushing it, everybody would have told her to F off and would have revolted against it. But since it was cool conspiracy daddy Trump, everyone's like, well, yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll take two of them. Maybe. I feel like that's what
Yo,
happened.
at the end of the day, Trump's father was an occultist. So you can't, like, he's part of the cabal. Like,
Oh yeah.
whatever strings are being pulled in the background, they used Trump. They do this thing where they got people going from, we want the calm peace bringer, to the aggressive, we need to fix this type guy. So we went from Bush to Clinton to Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden. We literally went from, like, we're just doing, but after 4 years we just get tired of the peace bringer, and then we want the cowboy, and then we get tired of the cowboy and we want the peace bringer. It's like I feel like they're taking advantage of a human biological circadian rhythm where we actually grow tired of a certain pattern of depending on an individual after 4 years, and we are willing to vote in anybody after this period of time. Like, I feel like they're literally taking advantage of an event that happens on a human biological scale. But that's kind of, I don't know how to prove that.
No, I think that's a fair observation because you can say we've programmed them, right? And now we can predict their programming, or sorry, predict the outcome based on the programming we fed them, i.e., predictive programming, right? It's a good observation, dude.
Oh, thanks, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm reaching. But that argument that
These
Trump
days,
is just a part of their big plan, like, he is the other side of the argument. We were comfortable with Trump, and that's how they got away with giving us Biden,
that's what
because
I'm
people
saying. And again,
were
we're in a
tired of Trump.
binary. Everything we deal with is binary, right? It's one or the other. It's ones and zeros. I think that's how the coding goes or whatever. So when you're left with a binary choice, the worst part is somebody looks at you and says, "We gave you a choice, and this is what you chose." Right? So, and you can argue it both ways. Half a dozen of one and
Voting is
six of the other.
that's a whole nother thing too. Voting is literally the illusion of choice. You're just giving people a set options and saying, "Look, you have a choice: A, B, or C." That's 3 options. That's not a true choice. Like, if I wanted to choose who I want to govern my people or whatever, me, my family, like, be in charge, it would be my family, not someone that I've never met before.
Especially when they all think the Earth is round. If you all think the Earth is round, you shouldn't be allowed to run for the leader of a country.
Yeah, I'll be so far up my own ass with my own explanations for things. Like, I've determined things about history, and I'll just, like, summarize it for people, and it's like, well, how'd you come to that conclusion? And I'll be sitting here like, well, damn. It's literally like I'm like fucking 20 years deep into, like, random topics of things. Like, how do I break down how I came to this conclusion? I don't fucking know.
I was so disillusioned with Trump. Like, dude, that was one of the things. Like, I was hardcore, like, all about it for several years, from 16 all the way up to almost all of 2019. Well, really, from 2015 to
I
2019.
entered,
Like, oh,
bro. I didn't vote ever. Like, I'm never gonna vote because I don't believe in that shit. And
yeah,
when Donald Trump got voted in, I remember I was just like, man, fuck all these people that wanted this guy to win, and just, like, literally went to the booth and just made it a clear point that voting still matters in this fucking I don't know, man. Like, I just don't like that people want to use their system to get what they think they need out of life. Like, their system is the reason why you're not getting shit out of life. So stop going and doing shit in their system. And then me being like in my family, like my grandmother was literally like hit with hoses and dogs while trying to vote. Like she told me stories of her like growing up in Alabama and first trying to vote and how like the black population around this area was trying to vote and they were attacking people outside of the voting offices and like how like they didn't want black people to vote and how like voting is like truly a right of the people and like we need to depend on the system to get what we need and this is how like we're going to get our rights back and there's like this whole narrative I feel like around my family and not just that like the black community that we need to be voting and voting like certain characters in and out of office all the time and when you depend on a system like that I think that we have fucking issue. I think we shouldn't be fucking voting and making everything into set options for the people. I think we need more sovereignty. We have
Right.
an authoritative figure that is literally based on like documents and just like a system that's all faulty and doesn't represent reality at all.
Mm. Yeah, that's shit. I live in Alabama now.
I'm too fucking like I'm too jaded, bro. Like I'm like not ever gonna fucking go back to the whole everybody should be voting characters to run your life and tell you what's happening on a global scale, quote unquote, on an earthly scale.
Yeah. It's hard to shake the vernacular. I always catch myself saying global or stuff all the
Yeah, of course,
time.
because that's not, my neuroplasticity is literally rooted to these definitions. Like I can't help but think when I'm trying to say worldwide or like all of humanity, like the word global sums it up also. That's not fair that they just made this definition. So we're just saying the word globe when I'm just trying to talk about everyone. It's not fair,
Yeah. Mm.
Anyway,
Yeah, there's a lot of Alabama's a weird state. Like I haven't seen any BLM, which I'm pretty sure the BLM movement's more or less dead now, isn't it? Like I don't hear about, I don't actively seek out news about it anymore. But that's one thing with us because we got such a high black population in the state. But I've never seen protesting. I've never seen like even on a peaceful small scale, like people just standing in front of a plaza being polite but still protesting. It seems like all the BLM stuff happens in like the whitest areas of like the most liberal places, like Oregon and Boston and junk like that.
You really start to think it's maybe just a screen act or a screen show that we're watching for the benefit of them, perhaps. But yeah, you're right. That
well,
movement is, I haven't seen it moving.
I
Stagnant.
can tell you, like, when I was living in Jersey City in 2019, 2020, 2021, and they had Juneteenth, they had all the Pride movement rallies, they had the Black Lives Matter rallies. And I remember, so my girlfriend, she works at a business and she received a letter from the police saying that there's going to be a Black Lives Matter riot on the street that her business was on, and that they were suggesting everybody board up their windows and everything like that. And I remember she was telling me, like, the only fucking news of this rally is on Facebook groups and the police contacting businesses right now. So
Mm.
that put the idea in my mind that the people that are staging these events and putting together these rallies are strictly doing it on like on, on social media and like it through the government and all these coalitions of organizations and peace movements and all these peacemaker coalitions, and you got the woman movement, the feminist movement, and the pride boys, and all these motherfuckers are in these Facebook groups and they hear about one rally, so then they just automatically think that this is their rally as well. And then the supposed leaders of these movements are now telling you, yep, that's right. when they're there, we're going there too. That's right, everybody. And when the police is like, I guess the police have to scan Facebook, or I don't know how that really works. I don't know how these movements contact the police. Who's contacting the police? How are police becoming aware of these movements? Is it strictly through Facebook? Are police scanning fucking social media, finding out when movements are going to be happening? Like, that's fucking weird. And then you have George Soros, and you have like Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. They're like fully invested in these movements as well. And when you look into the Black Lives Matter, they're actually from the '60s. The Mount Weather Underground was like a rebel Marxist, like radical Democrats basically, and they were breaking like these liberal prisoners of war out of jail. It was like some weird time of like radical political shit going on in the '60s and '70s. I don't know too much about that actually.
Yeah, I've heard of the Weather Underground. It is literally this. It's the same thing. It's just in a different era of time, right? But it's essentially doing the same thing then as they're doing now. It's just now everything's televised, everything's captioned on a phone, everything's recorded. So it's a little more in your face, I guess. You can't really hide it as much. But it's I don't know, it's not organic. And like I said, I think the main reason why, because like I said, Alabama's got such a higher, black population than probably even, New Jersey and stuff. It's got to. I mean, the city I live outside of is like 99%. It's like 70% African American population anyway. And I have never once seen anything BLM like happening here. But I think the main reason why you don't see that kind of stuff here, you don't see the violence, is because where I'm at, everybody has firearms. And I mean, you start trashing up businesses here, the owner's going to come out and shoot you in the face. Whereas, you got all these other places where everyone is disarmed and they can't really do anything about it. I think that has a lot to do with it, personally.
Yeah, it's dangerous not having people armed. Like, people think it's dangerous having people armed, but it's dangerous not having them, really.
Yeah.
Well, that brings up a whole nother thing that my mind wants to spiral into, but I honestly have to leave for work in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks. It's good that you're working now.
Let me try to summarize that real quick for you guys, and then I you don't got to talk about it. But guns, their full intention was to shoot at people. Like, the first instance of the use of gunpowder was when, they're aiming it at people. I think it was the Chinese was using it against some people. They were stuffing a mix of like metal fragments and gunpowder and some other shit. I don't remember the true combination of the supposed weapon they were using in China when they first had evidence of like, people using explosives and fiery weapons or whatever. But if you think about that and then how it transformed into guns, nobody should ever be surprised when a gun is used to kill someone. And when somebody acts like a gun's full use is like its true practical function in reality is for recreation and target practice. Okay, well then, if that's true, the real application at the end of the day would end up having to shoot a person. Yeah. And we need to get away from that. I think we really need to get away from thinking we got to kill each other. We should be able to have tons of people on Earth without anybody suffering. That should be the true goal of mankind. Lots and lots of people with no suffering.
But no, I mean, you're right. I mean, the only reason why a gun was even conceived in the first place was, they want a quick way to kill other people. That's exactly. I mean, all the other applications, hunting and stuff, that's just a happy byproduct of it.
Yeah,
but,
a hammer was designed to like hit a nail into a piece of wood, but it's just as good for a lot of other things, and I shouldn't have to mention. Right. It's weird, the real function and application of something when it's invented should always be accounted for when you think of why something happens with this invention.
Where did it come from? What was it used
confused for? When a gun is used to kill a lot of people. Oh, what should we do with these guns? Bro, it's a gun. It's gonna kill people. Like, until you don't have the gun, people are gonna die when you have guns.
Yeah.
So don't act surprised. You know, we want to talk about gun laws and regulating, and like we need self-defense, and the enemy will have the gun if we don't have it. Like they'll have the guns if we don't have the guns. Like there's tons
Yeah.
of arguments, and I think it all just boils down to sovereignty. We need to come to a place of like mental understanding of ourselves. And how do we get there? I don't know. We need to make it so people just drop their guns. Like we don't. Everybody should just want to drop their guns. You know.
See, the only problem is, like for instance, look at New Zealand is a perfect example. New Zealand had I don't know if they had a Second Amendment. I don't want to go out on a limb and say they did, but you could get you can get an SKS with extended magazines. You can get a AR-15 style firearm, all that stuff, up until Christchurch in 2018 when that happened, and then they went and took everyone's guns away, and now they got people that are literally covered in gang tattoos enforcing police tactics to keep people that don't have certain medical papers from going into grocery stores. Now they're all completely disarmed and there's nothing they can do about it. And I'm like, okay, now I see why they disarmed New Zealand. Because now New Zealand, they're being like the average people are being absolutely terrorized, and unless you can produce documentation that you've had certain medical procedures, you can't shop, you can't go to work, you can't buy food, you can't use your bank account. And I'm like, okay, this is why New
Yeah, you
Zealand got
can't take away people's guns before you give people sovereignty. So I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, you can never take away the guns. Otherwise, you end up like, these people are trying to control us. Well, it's easy to control a population that's not armed. If people are armed, you can't control them that good. I mean, you can to a certain extent, but you're never going to be able to put them on trains. You'll never be able to put them on trains and bring them to the concentration camps at times.
Absolutely.
The point of all these authoritative figures having weapons is to better control masses. Everybody thinks, well, not you guys. Clearly, you guys are thinking outside the bubble right now. A lot of people will tell you that they need a government to be in charge of them, and having an authoritative figure in your life, giving somebody superiority of you, and considering yourself less intelligent than someone else for your own well-being. Like all that stuff is suggested with the police force, and I think that truly goes against all of my understanding of myself. Like when I just try to break it down without their walls of, you know what I mean? Like if I break it down, like I don't need the police, bro. Like I don't need anybody to tell me to not do something. Like I love helping people. I like seeing people do good. Like it sucks that we have like these examples of behavior that we can point to, where it's like, okay, look, we need a police force. This person just pulled out a knife. We need a police force so this never happens. Police force doesn't truly reduce the amount of people with knives or guns or anything like that. We need to be tackling the behaviors of people and not how we punish and address it when it happens. We need to stop it from happening. I think that's the biggest fucking thing that we just fucking ignore. We want to focus on how we punish people. How do we combat what is happening? How do we stop this attacker? Someone's attacking me. I need a gun now. Like that sucks. Like, how do we stop being an attacker?
So think of attack, right? And the idea of fight or flight. And most people attack because they feel like they're being attacked, or they feel that they don't have food, or they have to, and this and that, whatever. Like an animal gets scared when you take its stuff away, right? Food, water, shelter, all these things. So if you put them in a position where they feel they have to fight for what they're trying to get for, I'm not justifying violence or anything like that. I'm justifying their mentality. So what I'm wondering is if it's a question of safety and security versus what they don't have now, which I guess would be a lack of safety and security.
This is such an important topic to me. Like I will literally drain my phone battery at work and fuck myself just to fucking hear this conversation. Discord destroys my phone battery, bro.
I love it. But think about that, right? Like if every man on this earth had food, water, shelter, no need to go outwards for anything, like they were supplied with what they needed. Do you think that the stuff that we look at nowadays would exist? The crap.
No, because people generally want to be left alone. The average person doesn't want to bother the other person. If everyone has everything they need, people will be content. And
That's what I'm saying.
There's a general sense of sovereignty in public places. Like, you go places and people aren't poking each other on the shoulder, smacking someone in the back of the head. You don't see this commonly.
No.
It's not like everybody wants to be violent and negative with each other. So why is this always being peddled in like TV shows? Anytime you watch a cartoon, one of the first things you see.
Hold on. Television.
And like all this
television, except the programming, right? So again, remove the vision, remove the programming. Every man is greeted with contentment, a house, food, water, shelter. They don't have to worry about their...
I don't think harassment is a true natural thought of mankind. I think it's one of these forbidden knowledge principles and like an axiom of abstract reality that you can create as a man, and it doesn't need to truly exist here. And we need to start accrediting man to the realities that we have. Like, we are actually responsible for realms and the realities that we created. It's crazy.
Harassment is a byproduct of lack of stuff, lack of safety, lack of security, right? So you don't have it, therefore you lash out at who does. Sorry, go ahead.
Right.
Do you know where most crimes revolve around? There's three things most crime revolves around. Do you guys know what that is?
Poverty, behavior.
Kill it.
Sex, power, and money.
Ego. All ego.
Well, that's true. So here's this thing about this, what you guys are discussing. So if you supplied everyone with food and shelter and clothing, all right, which means there's no need for any of that, how do you still resolve the sex issue or the power issue or the money issue? Because if somebody wants something that you have, or want something more than they have, and they only have a fixed income, but it costs more money to get that, they've either got one of two options. Either they're going to have to go steal to get it, or they're going to have to go out and earn more money somehow. So you haven't resolved the issue there. Go ahead.
But you've introduced the class system, CLASS system, right? Where you're classing everybody. We're in a place now, and I know it sounds crazy, but just imagine we're in a place where we didn't even have a class system. Everybody was dead ass even. Everybody got the dead ass same shit. Everybody had the even opportunity. You could go get the exact same much amount of water as the next guy. He could go get the exact same amount of food. That, you know what I mean? And again, I'm describing this like Jubilee perfect world, right? But if that's where we have to get to in order to appeal to man's cancellation of his ego, which is what I feel is like right in front of our face.
Let's make this notion, this real general notion you're making, that there is a fight for survival. Like, we don't have enough vegetation to support our own thing, like in the wild. Like if you come across like a patch of vegetation, and another man comes by and he's hungry and his family, like, who deserves it more? That creates like a competitive mind state, right? So this is like an inevitable thing in nature. We need to find a place where we're creating even distribution of wealth. Like, we need to try to achieve this.
Are you going to evenly distribute sexual partners too?
Bro, listen.
I'm just asking.
We can't answer for that part. We can't answer for that.
That's a good question. No, I like that question. I mean, it makes you think, right? You got to think about an answer.
But then I'll also say to you, right?
In society, and everybody's equal, then how are you going to satisfy?
But let's entertain the idea.
What type of sex?
Hold on. Let's entertain the idea for a quick second. What is the purpose of sex? It's to procreate, right? Remember, sex is not a leisurely activity.
I'm gonna have to say, like, dude brought forth a great argument, and I gotta go to work right now. You guys are awesome. I'll talk to you guys later. How do we evenly distribute sex? You don't want to say
it's a good question, because of the fact that what does sex do? The purpose of sex is to procreate, right? Do I think that we're supposed to here to have like willy-nilly sex and just run around crazy? No. But do I think that the purpose of sex is also to express love to the person that you literally found that matches you? Yeah. So do I think that in a situation like that we'll be matched with our perfect mate? yes. And she or he will, I mean, she or he being obviously opposed to whoever you are, will satisfy your needs? That's the question, because we're in a position where we're appealing to your needs. So we have to look for the ethical thing that fulfills your needs. Does that make
Oh
sense?
wait, that's a great. Hold on, can I just say one more thing? I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, like we are basing how we find our sexual partners based on like our human necessities. Like, will you provide protection and family and all these things? Like, what if we're supposed to have these ethical boundaries already figured out before we go into a sexual?
That's the point.
Because right now we live in a system that doesn't support any of these ideas. Actually, we have like all these families and divorce, people with multiple sexual partners. Society doesn't suggest a true nuclear family and mother, father, a bunch of kids, or maybe
Exactly.
a bunch of people living in the same household. Even everybody's
Independent woman. I don't need no man. I get this job. Oh, you want to leave? The government will pay me to support you if you decide to get up and leave because I'm not loving you enough.
To experiment and not try to create like an understanding for your relationships. Rather, just go try a bunch of random shit. If you get through, eventually you'll figure it out. It could take years. You never know.
And what are we appealing to? We're appealing to the throwaway society, are we not? Because if your wife's not doing you right, throw her away and get another one.
Relationship matters. Like we should be teaching kids how to be decent relationship partners. We should create education for this. No, sex education is this is a penis, this is the testicles. Like, what does that have to do with?
Oh, you don't like what you have? Oh, you can take medication and we can remove that. You can disassociate yourself with what God gave you.
Better sex education, better relationship education. Dude brought up a great point.
Yeah. Are you Grim?
No, I'm electric.
No, the other guy.
No, who, me? King's Crown?
You sound like Grim.
No, I'm Kiwi from 24/7 or Kilowatt.
Oh, no doubt. What's up?
Not much, man. Nice to chat with you, dude. I got invited over here from my guy Flatty. He's like, yo, check out Geo server. So I jumped over yesterday and just been kind of muddling through with the guys.
Been a little slow lately. Sometimes it gets really busy. In here, it gets really slow. It's been slow lately, but it gets really busy sometimes in here. A lot of people come in.
Nice. Hey, man, whether it's 1 or 10, conversation awareness is key. People need to open up their bloody eyes to what the hell's going on around here.
I hear that. I'm always trying to put people on shit at my work.
It can be tough when you're in a 1 in 10 type of a scenario. It's not easy to try to teach a group of people, man.
Like this guy. Well, I had this guy by himself, and he's like, somebody said told him I was a flat earther, and he's like, you think the Earth's flat? I was like, yeah, man. I'm like, and we're talking. I'm like, well, do you believe in the moon landing? He's like, hell yeah, that's the day I was born. I'm like, oh.
Uh-oh. He's real deep. He's got personal association with fate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like,
The moon landing, for me, that's the easiest thing to throw in the trash. I mean,
yeah.
If we were able to do something perfectly, with the exception of those dudes that go blowing up on the launch pad because they supposedly filled the cabin with pure oxygen and somehow ignited, with the exception of that, it was a 100% perfect track record, right? Everything worked perfectly 100% of the time, and now we can't do it, but we were able to do it 100% of the time, 50 plus years ago. Yeah, like I was just reading, NASA has to push their. We were supposed to go to the moon again in 2024. That's being pushed back again because we don't have the spacesuit. It's like, well, can't you just take them out of the museum and just rebuild them? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. How that's the only time where our technology goes backwards and gets worse over time. It's illogical, and I mean, anyone that can critically think for 2 seconds can realize it's bullshit.
Oh, come on. Don't you know that they can't go through the Van Allen radiation belt now? Then you just come on. You guys are missing it.
No.
That's why they can't come back now.
I like it how they can take photos in the Van Allen radiation belt. Yet, if you fucking open up your canister of film and turn your bathroom light on, or stand next to a bright Christmas tree and open up your film canister, all the film gets ruined. But in the middle of of the VAB, it's perfectly safe, and it doesn't get destroyed. I mean, come on, it's stupid. Any part of the moon landing only takes 2 seconds of thinking, then you realize it's all bullshit.
To me, one of the convincing points was the interview of the astronauts after the supposedly successful flight, of doing the mission. They were so excited. And my brother, he's in intelligence, and they taught him how to read people. And I said, dude, go watch that interview and just tell me what you think about that. They did the most, something nobody else has ever done, gone to the most dangerous place in the world. And look how excited they were after that. Like, come on, there's something wrong there. There's something wrong with this picture. I would think I would be jumping for joy, ecstatic, talking about everything you saw, the experience you had, just every bit of it. But they'd act like you having to pull their teeth and they're having to be forced to sit there.
Oh yeah, they didn't want to be there at all. They felt like visibly, like they looked physically uncomfortable. And then, like that one part, I can never remember their names. I know Buzz and Neil Armstrong, but I can never remember the other. Collins, something, the guy with the black hair. I can never remember his name for whatever reason. He never landed on the moon. He orbited around the moon while they were on there waiting to pick them up. But anyway, like in one part of the interview, he goes, "I never did see stars on the dark side of the moon, looking out in the deepest." Because that guy looked further into space than anybody else ever. And he's like, "Yeah, I never saw stars." And when he said that, fucking Neil Armstrong just started like looking at him like, "Dude, shut the fuck up!" Like just staring at him like, "Shh, you're not supposed to say that." It's fucking hilarious.
They're gonna dox you. You weren't supposed to say anything. The CIA's gonna wax you.
Ugh.
I'm throwing up. Am I okay to post personal stuff, like my creation stuff, in the stream chat for people? Is that okay or no?
I don't know what the rules are here.
Is that cool?
I mean,
it's all related to the moon landing. I put together, so I have a YouTube channel. I mean, I got 1,000 subscribers, no big deal. But I put together a 3-minute clip of the after interviews that took place, where they the guys went to them and said, "Hey, we'd like to interview and chat with you about your mission." And then one of the guys, as an example, he got upset, and his son said to him, "Should we call the CIA and have them waxed?" Did you ever see that?
Oh yeah, you're talking about astronauts gone crazy or whatever, or astronauts gone wild. That guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a 3-minute clip. There's like Buzz Aldrin, I think, was interviewed, and there was 2 other guys that were interviewed, and they reacted extremely aggressively when confronted, asked them to put their hand on the Bible and things like that. But yeah, I just took that quick clip up and threw it up because I found it's interesting to know that all the astronauts in the Apollo missions were all 33rd degree Masons. And they all reacted negatively to putting their hand on the Bible, swearing that they went to the moon, which is absolute bullshit.
Yeah. It's a weird way to behave. Like, the thing is, if let's say that I went to the moon, I was one of those astronauts. I did it. I know for a fact it happened. I have nothing. If someone comes up to me and says that I'm bullshit, I don't really care. I'm not going to get offended because you're just, in my mind, I'm thinking, you can think whatever the fuck you want. I already know what happened. I was there for it. I did all the missions. So, I mean, your opinion really doesn't matter. Now, if I was lying about it and someone said that I was a liar, I would get upset. And that's exactly what happened. And then there's become like this weird like misnomer that like, if you don't believe in the moon landings, you're a flat earther. But literally the dude that, got threatened by them in the house, he's not a flat earther. He thinks the earth's a ball. He just doesn't think we went to the moon.
Story completely unrelated. Who fixed my name? Thank you so much, whoever did that. I just noticed my name went from green to blue. Thanks, guys.
How does... I always think about how does the people that say the people that question the moon landing deal with the fact that NASA themselves said they can't leave low Earth orbit? NASA themselves say that. So how do you resolve that? How do they resolve that? You get my question, nature of my question? Am I coming through?
Yeah, no, yeah, 100. Sorry, dude, I'm just in my bathroom.
Oh, I didn't know if
Yeah,
anybody else heard it. No.
engaged. No.
Oh, look,
I
could you
100%
repeat
got
it?
your
I heard
question.
it, but I kind of didn't.
I said, how do people that believe in the moon landings resolve the fact that NASA themselves say that they cannot leave low Earth orbit? So
Exactly.
there's a contradiction. They went
There's
beyond
also
low Earth orbit with the moon landing, but they can't leave low Earth orbit now. So how's that possible?
Right. That all goes back to, okay, this is the only time where technology gets worse.
Yeah.
I mean, you take a NASCAR from 1969 and you put it up against a NASCAR from 2022. Which one do you think is going to perform better? Airplanes, firearms, and anything like a television. It doesn't matter what it is. Any piece of technology from today versus one then is always going to be outperformed in a million times to one, with the exception of space travel. Like I said,
Right.
they can't even manufacture a spacesuit anymore. But they did it. The ones they did have had a 100% success rate and never had any flaws. At the very least, I mean, I don't see why you can't just make an exact carbon copy of it, or just dust them off and reuse them. I don't understand the problem.
No, I agree with you. When I saw the zipper, have you seen the zipper in the Apollo's astronauts spacesuit? Have you seen the zipper in the crotch?
No, I never noticed.
Yeah, go look it up. You could probably find pictures of it. There's a zipper in the crotch, which means they had to go to the bathroom. That's why it's there. That's the only reason you put a zipper in the crotch is so someone can go to the bathroom. And where's the most unstable area thing to control for air pressure? Wouldn't it be a zipper? How would you control air pressure with a zipper?
Yeah, you would think so.
That's right. A zipper
But
is a porous element. It needs to be a completely watertight seal, and a zipper is not a watertight seal. Very good observation.
And also, here's the thing: where's most friction occur in man's pants? In the
that's a
crotch.
good point.
Well, I do go to sleep and wake up with that thing called morning, the opposite of metal, sort of, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Morning plastic. Oh wait, never mind.
Morning babies. Morning potential babies. How's that?
Well, think about this
Well,
too. Every time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh well, no, I was just gonna say the moon, the suits that they use, like they got to be put on in layers too. So if they got a zipper on the white part, that means they'd have to have a zipper on the blue part, because they got the blue pressurized part, and then you put your white part on over it. But the thing is, the blue part stops at the wrist, so like your hands aren't being pressurized. You're just literally wearing a glove. So that never really sat well with me either. But anyway, you can go ahead. I want to make that point. But there's a billion different problems with the spacesuits in general. Like, if you look at the temperature tolerances for the spacesuits that went on the moon, they don't even match what the maximum and minimum temperatures of the moon are. Which is, I always found that odd too. So, like, you're going to put on a spacesuit and go to the moon, yet the temperature's not even rated for the maximum temperature that the moon can get on any given time. I always thought that was weird. But then Glovers go, well, they just perfectly planned, for the weather and what the situations were going to be. It's like, how the fuck do you know what the situations are going to be on a place you've never been? Because the moon gets like negative 240 to 250 degrees Fahrenheit. It's got a it's got that giant swing from negative 200 all the way to positive 250.
Okay,
But
so
then
you've raised. Let's entertain that exact scenario that you've just painted there for a minute on all accounts. You're going to design stuff. I'm going to say stuff that gets used in space here on Earth. And then you're going to take it out to that environment or that place, that area, and you're going to use all that stuff and hope that everything works perfect. No malfunctions, no flying space debris. Poor James Webb Telescope just got hit by flying debris, yet the ISS is chilling in space with no issues. Like, the whole story of everything happening to go perfectly right is like this great dance that I think only the stars do this real dance that we witness, because I don't think anything that happens in space can be even replicated here on Earth. What do you guys think? Like the actual conditions.
Oh no, I mean, we can't even make a vacuum chamber that would properly simulate what the pressure on the moon is. The pressure on the moon's like 10 to the negative 12 or something torr, whereas
Okay,
space itself is like
and then
10 to the minus 17.
how do you propel a rocket? What's the rocket pushing against? Is it every time the thrusters get fired or the thrusters fire, do they create their own little environment that they can propel from? Or is the idea that the vacuum of space, there's nothing for a rocket to push off of? I'm having trouble with that aspect because you need a surface to push from, don't you?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, the claims that how a rocket works is they have that, that cone thing in the back. They like fill that up. There's some part in the rocket where they fill it up with gas real quick and then ignite that.
So it's
As
basically
far as
building its own propulsion like environment, if you will, and pushing off of that, so to speak, like its own springboard, I guess you'd say.
It pushes off itself. Yeah, apparently.
I mean,
I can get on that. That's totally cool.
I think they. I don't know. I personally think that rockets would work in space if space was like the real thing that they say. Like, you just got to throw something out, and then you go forward, right? Like they always use the analogy of a skateboard and a bowling ball.
Yeah. So the heavier, I guess, object would make your movement relative, I think.
But how hard would it be to actually demonstrate that, Jeremy? Like, I get the whole bowling ball,
The physics,
or or the bowling ball
Good day,
office chair.
Bandsaw. What's going on, dude?
Hey, how you going? Yeah, good, man. Look, I get all that. I get it all, right? But I would still like to see, say, like a pinwheel set up in a vacuum chamber, like that big one in Ohio. Not these little ones where the gas actually pushes off the side of the chamber and fills up the chamber very, very quickly. But that big one where they did the whole bowling ball feather experiment, if you dangle, right, a little pinwheel down in the middle and then ignite it and see if it rotates there, we'll see if it pushes off itself. Or make a little miniature rocket and put it in there, right? And then just dangle it and dangle it down and see if it moves. See if it has any propulsion.
I hear you, bro. They should have more like tests and shit like that.
Like there's not a thing done in mankind, Jeremy, that isn't done on a small scale before they scale it up. And all these things you can get access to. Like next year's Formula One aerodynamics, right? You can't get next year's one. You can get footage of them doing stuff in 2020 that is no longer top secret. So when they tested these things initially, we should be able to get footage of all this sort of stuff. You're not going to fucking send men, right, in outer space without testing stuff first before doing anything.
In
right?
vacuums,
Exactly. Exactly. Like why haven't they put a man in a spacesuit in that vacuum chamber, right? And see what happens. right? They
Well, if they
because they
did
know
once,
what's going to happen to them. They know what's going to happen to them. They'll die, so they already know what the outcome is.
I want to play devil's advocate because I've actually been thinking about that over the years as being a flat earther.
Yep.
Because you on the combustion in a vacuum. Now, it could be argued as the propellant is exploding. They have a bell on the bottom of the rocket, you know, that bell shape,
Yep.
that the propulsion, the accelerant is hitting that, which would be putting a force on the bell, which could propel the rocket. Now, it may not be hitting anything at the bottom, but it could be hitting the bell of the thing causing the propulsion. Because you do have an explosion occurring. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't really need to you don't really need to. All you need to do is eject sign, right? In the physics, it's F equals M. It's not that one. It's one of Newton's ones. Newton's laws of motion, right? So you throw something out, and even if it's really tiny, the big thing's gonna move a little tiny bit. And the faster you do it, and the more stuff you throw out, the more force you get. You know what I mean? So
Every action has an opposite and equal reaction. That one.
But Band, that is a statement we can make on Earth because we observe the
I
things on
agree.
Earth, right?
Yes, King.
I'm
Yes, I agree.
concerned. What I'm saying, dude, is that when you get to space, I'm almost wondering, you guys ever hold a can of compressed air in your hand
Yep.
and you spray it?
and they already hold on real quick before you move on to that. And they already know Newton's laws change in space because his law of gravity doesn't work. You know, in some places in space. So I would agree with that. Yeah.
Right. So check this observation out, right? And this doesn't take much. You guys ever hold a can of air or even hairspray, which hairspray again is compressed air, right? By no stretch of the imagination am I saying that any can of compressed air can move you, right? We all know this here on Earth. My question, though, is what happens if I take my spaceship to space and the same thing happens? I fire my thrusters and I don't move because I spray my can of hairspray and I don't move. I can explain that hair here. But what happens when I go to space after spending $20 million or however much it cost to build the damn airship, and my theory didn't work out? Is that not a plausible question to ask?
Yeah, and this whole notion of the rocket pushing off itself should be quite easily demonstrated. Like you should be able to get a can of compressed air, right, and put it on some wheels and attach to that compressed air, right, in front of it somehow. Put a barrier in front of it that when you open the valve, that compressed air is going to hit. Then you should be able to put it on the ground and then open up the barrier and see how much it moves. I guarantee it won't move anywhere. But as soon as you move that barrier, that will move because now it is pushing off the atmosphere itself. It's not pushing off itself.
Exactly, because you've given it a springboard, right? I'm going into the pool. I want to jump in. I use the springboard. If I take the springboard away, I just have to use the ledge and my legs, which is a lot more work.
Yep.
I was just thinking about this. As you're just discussing it. I mean, it would almost seem like it'd have to be a propellant, right? Which means something that ignites and releases energy at some level for it to work. Because if you have just like when you have let's say if you put a fish tank on a table or something, and it's under pressure, let's say, and when you remove the top, does the tank for a momentary thing get heavier? Because the force, as the gas is escaping, it should push more down on the table, or anything like that where gas is escaping. Should put more on the table if it's just escaping, unless it's pushing on something. Or because there's a rebound effect. You release some and some is bouncing back and hitting the thing that you're hitting. But if it's just escaping into nothing, it's just particles escaping. It's just pressure being released. So you'd have to argue somehow that pressure being released is creating an accelerant somehow. But I think the idea of something igniting would be a better argument than just pressure escaping, because I think that's all it is thrusters, just pressure escaping, isn't it? I suppose like being able to maneuver the ship in space. It's not any kind of accelerant.
So I would
Yeah,
almost
it's only pressure. Yep.
I would almost argue that the pressure escaping versus ignited pressure escaping, as you suggested, right? I believe one is just more violent than the other, right? The explosion is an ignition, which I guess would heighten the action of the molecules within the gas, if you want to go there. But in terms of the gas escaping, yeah, you're right. It's just an aspect of the gas moving from one volume to another, right? Because the gas is just going from a compressed state to released, right? Versus you lighting a fire under its ass, saying, "Get the hell out of here."
All the propellant aspect provides is the immediate access to that quick pressure release, as opposed to having a compressor or a tank of compressed air, and you pump it up, and you can release that just as quickly. That's the only difference, is having the amount and the volume instantaneously on hand to release that pressure as quickly as possible. That's all the that ignition explosive reaction creates, as compared to compressed air. It's exactly the same.
That's a really good point. And so it's a quicker
Actually,
release the kinetic energy stored then.
I just
Right?
realized I'm just rethinking this thought process. It's actually a pressure differential also will cause something to move, right? Because that's what. So you are, in a sense, when you're releasing pressure from a cylinder, whatever you are creating a pressure differential. There's more pressure on the inside of the canister than there is on the outside. So as soon as you release one side of it, you're creating a pressure differential. So yeah, there would be some kind of movement. So
Exactly right. And unless that pressure has something to press against to create a resistance, you can't apply any pressure. So if you can't apply any pressure, you can't move anything. That's the only way you can move anything in this world, is by the application of pressure. Once you apply pressure and enough amount of force behind that pressure, then something will move. Right? So you can put your hand up against a rock, and you can press up against it and it won't move. But the more pressure you press up against it, more resistance it's got compared to your force. And then once you overcome that resistance, that rock will then move, right? But you're not going to move anything unless you can apply pressure to it. Nothing at all.
Okay,
But
now
even I remember
Ben.
Chemo was making this. Chemo was making this argument. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Sorry. Ben, really quick, just to tack on to that what you just presented. I'm pushing that rock, right, to move it. Now, to take what you just said about the creating the igniting it, right? I'm gonna light a fire underneath me as well. Now I really have to move that rock so I can get out, and it again releasing the stored energy. Sorry, thank you for that space, Jeremy. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chemo used to make that print because they would argue with him in gems. Like they talk about, what about the pull? And Chemo's like, there is no pull. Everything you got to press on. You like, even if you're pulling a door open or something, like you're pressing.
Yeah.
You're actually pressing on it, because
You're only ever pushing anything.
Yeah.
Anything unless you push it.
Well, what's interesting?
Yeah.
You guys ever notice the difference between front wheel drive and rear wheel drive cars?
Yeah, front wheel drive are crap.
Yeah, front wheel drive sucks because I'm constantly pulling the car, right? But rear wheel, I'm pushing the car, and like the dynamics of the car actually work a lot better. It's not front heavy like Dumbo.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
You're still pushing the car with a front wheel drive though.
I guess I'm just differentiating between the actual
Yeah, I know.
where
I know
the actual energy is coming from, right?
Yeah.
Biases to the rear versus the front. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking about this, and back to my canister again. I keep thinking about it more we talk. Is when you pressurize a cylinder, whether it be a propane or CO2 cylinder, whatever you use for like air guns or whatever, you're actually adding energy into it, correct? So you're putting more energy in because the pressure, it's under greater pressure because there's more kinetic energy stored or potential, I guess, whatever you want to say, because the gas molecules are in there. And when you start releasing that energy, there's molecules still hitting the inside of that cylinder, right? Inside of it, like away from where it's exiting. So there's some going out, but there's still molecules of air hitting the inside. So that's probably what's causing the thing to move. So you would, I hate to say it, but there could be some truth to that. You could have a rocket in space because it's the kinetic energy stored inside the cylinder or whatever, or the potential energy inside the cylinder.
Yeah, it should work. It should work. I agree. Yeah. I do love the argument though, because the Glovers can't prove it. They don't have no tests and shit showing it. Like, it's embarrassing for them.
Yeah. Well, I think the efficiency goes down, and actually, even rocket engines, they acknowledge that. That's why in a lot of rockets, they have the nozzles get more, instead of wide open, they start getting smaller because the engines become less efficient. So I think the engines become less efficient, but it probably works, but it's less efficient when it's out in the vacuum, So anyway.
I think it's more of okay, so if I'm going to totally entertain the idea of space, I'm going to say, okay, there is the removal of this aspect of being attracted to the surface so that there's some magic leash that releases at some point in this quote unquote atmosphere that allows you just to free fly, whatever you want to call it. So I will fully agree that the input from the propulsion system would be like next to nothing, maybe 10 to 20%, because again, you're just gliding at that point, right, to a predetermined destination. I don't think there would be full force required if there's no gravity in space, right?
Well, in the heliocentric paradigm, gravity is always in a play because anytime there's a mass of object, it warps. The Earth warps space all the way to the very edge of the edge of the galaxies and beyond. It's just so minute, it's negligible, but it does do it. So all of mass would warp space-time in the heliocentric paradigm. So you're never really outside of gravitational influence anywhere. Even another object, there's gravitational influence. So I don't know what you're actually saying, but you're not really out of its influence.
And the theory may work, right? Rockets may work in space. Okay, cool. I've got no problems with the theory. Now demonstrate it. It shouldn't be a difficult thing to demonstrate at all. Why are people like Action Lab and these sorts of little YouTubers with a little 1 foot by 1 foot vacuum, like showing us these things which are totally irrelevant and obsolete and don't actually demonstrate anything whatsoever when it comes to vacuums, rockets working in vacuums? Completely, utterly pointless, these things. Why can't we get any demonstrations from the official people? They should have already done it.
You know who does the rockets don't work in a vacuum argument real good is Percentage. You ever heard him go through that with these guys?
Oh yeah.
Chemo does it good too. Chemo's good.
Just demonstrate it.
Okay, wait a minute. So just going back, I think it was Rex Richards mentioned that point with respects to gravity's always in play. So what do we say? If we're hypothetically speaking on this globe model that they're pushing, so it would take more force to move a spaceship than it would to move an airplane. Because an airplane is going to be under, I guess, the most gravitational pull because it's closer than the spaceship, but the spaceship could weigh more. I don't even know, man.
Well, that's where they get into, and Xanix argued this point. Mass has, one way to define mass is resistance to movement, which is inertia.
Right.
So even, I guess you would say in a non-gravitational field, if you had both airplane and a rocket out there, I mean, it would probably take the same amount of energy to move it if it's the same mass. But I mean, again, if it's on Earth, it's obviously to get away from Earth's gravity, it's going to take more energy to get it away from that than it would if it was just in free floating space.
Break out. Okay.
They say it gets more efficient. They say it gets more efficient in space because there's resistance that you're hitting less resistance to atmosphere and shit, you know? So they say it gets actually more efficient. Right?
Less gravitational pull on other, or heavenly bodies like the Earth and Moon or Sun or whatever.
Okay, wait. So wait, can we lily pad for a quick second, boys? Please.
What'd you say?
I'm wondering if we can lily pad because I'm still thinking about gravity and because I'm looking at how a cloud, because I mentioned cloud when I came into the chat yesterday. How would a cloud function in an open system? Suspension?
I don't even know how clouds function now. Do you know what a cloud's made of?
Gas and water.
No.
And
it's just water. It's a water vapor. Technically, water gas.
The white stuff you see.
I think of
the white.
I think of clouds like fog on the ground, or no, fog. I think of fog as cloud on the ground. Right, a cloud is just like a visual representation of a gas and water mixed up floating in the sky, like potential energy almost waiting to be released in rain. Right, because as soon as a cloud rains, it disappears. It's gone. It dissipates. So it's just a release of energy. My thing is, I'm trying to figure out on a how would the visual, if you see a floating elephant in an open system, how does that floating elephant just magically suspend itself in air in an open system with no propulsion system? Because we know an airplane has a propulsion system attached to it, but how is a cloud, which is doing the same thing as an airplane, still moving?
Well, I mean, I guess you got to define what a cloud is. A cloud is technically it's water droplets, which basically liquid also, and also water vapor. So it's kind of a combination. I mean, you could argue that an elephant is more either a liquid or a solid with its bones and mass and organs and stuff. So it's going to behave differently. And you can actually have water vapor, or actually liquid water, suspended in air if it's light enough. That's what fog technically is. It is a gas, but it's more water vapor, which is more liquid. But it's so the droplets are so small and then able to be suspended in air. And
that white stuff you see. That white. Oh, my bad, Paul. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Well, like even snow. Snow is solid water. It's ice, but can be suspended in air for a short amount of time. It's the same kind of idea. But go ahead. What was you going to say, Jeremy?
Yeah. So just none of that white stuff. When you see the white stuff, you see a puffy cloud or the steam coming out the kettle. None of that is gas. You can't see water vapor. So all that white stuff in the fluffy cloud, none of that's gas. Right? I'm not saying there's not gas there. Obviously, there's going to be water vapor around there, but all the white shit you see, is no gas. That's all liquid water.
Well, here's something else I think, and I remember this from actually like thunderstorms. I think it's not actually the temperature that causes the rain to fall. It's the polarity or something having to do with the polarity of the cloud that causes the rainstorm. It actually causes the water to form into liquid, and it's the charge of the water vapor or water or the whatever it is. You know what I mean? That's what causes a thunderstorm. That's why you can have a rain. Be looking, it's just sitting there not raining, a big huge cloud, and all of a sudden it starts to rain. I mean, the water's still been there, but something changed to cause it to fall. And I think it's the charge of the water, how the electrical charge of the water is causing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like following like relative density rules or whatever, that cloud shouldn't even be up there because it's it's solid. The clouds are like ice, water, dust particles, and shit. Like This should be fun. So even just right now, whatever. I mean, I don't believe that shit they say about anything going on. So
Well, that's my whole thing. It's like I'm observing that, and I think to myself, okay, the cloud is there, and I can't. I don't know. It's the open system concept. To me, I just go back to like the Houston Astrodome. I go back to any dome structure.
Adam, no.
The Sky Dome here in Toronto, or the Rogers Center, where the Jays play baseball. Like, if you want to make a system efficient, you put a roof on it, introduce a heating, ventilation, air conditioning system, HVAC system. Bob's your uncle, right? Now, in a system where it's closed, that's where I can see a visual, let's call it, and again, I know I'm not there. I can see a visual cloud forming, if you will, or a visual gas representation forming potentially, because it's a closed system. I think of gases in an open system just getting whisked away, taken away. The gases don't have any responsibility to a container if it's not contained. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And the rain falls because there's a lack of resistance, a lack of pressure. That's what keeps the vapor up there in the first place, to give it enough time to coagulate, right, and form into water particles, water droplets. And as soon as there is that resistance that keeps it at that particular level, right, they'll then fall out of the sky. So it's all about pressure and resistance.
But see,
in the open system, the gas would get whisked away. I mean, Paul spent hours playing with that fucking gas simulator thing, you know, and even Paul, was there a gravity setting on that?
Not any of the ones that I played with. There was one, I think Xanax came in that had a gravity setting in it, but I'm not seeing anything else. Oh, there's the one that, if you're talking about the one that's actually from what's his face, that's created a sphere, and I let it run for 35 minutes, and after the 35 minutes were over, all the gas particles were gone. Is that the one?
Yeah, I was watching you play with that on Oakley's one day. I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I just turned the thing on, and it's the Globe Earth simulator. It's not even mine. I didn't create it. I just took it, and I thought, well, what'll happen if you just let it run for whatever? And after 45 minutes, there was not one. There was very little gas particles left on the outside of it. It was so funny.
Right. Your model didn't even work for 35 minutes. Ours has been running for 6,000 years. Bucko.
Well, no, you got 6,000 years because you're a creationist, but in the heliocentric model, it's been 1,000,000 years or more.
Yeah, perfect spinning and perfect balance. I don't even think. Anyways, the creator couldn't have created such perfect 1,000,000 years. No, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Forgive me for saying that.
Well, their own paradigm. If you work with even in their own paradigm, how life and the world form, there's all kinds of problems with it. Because oxygen by itself is corrosive to just about any kind of organic anything. Actually, technically, it's good about anything. That's why you have oxidation and everything else. So if you have too much oxygen in the environment, that can kill any kind of future life. Water can also do the same thing. You can actually be detrimental. Too much of it. You could dilute the solution that you're trying to work with. There's all kinds of problems with the heliocentric fairy tale of how life began, how this world began.
Rem was in here.
You guys heard about this crap? The bones? You know about collagen?
Say that again.
You guys know about collagen? How collagen works?
It's been a long time since I took anatomy, so just remind us.
Yeah, no worries. So collagen is present in your skin, right? And it breaks down over time. We witness this. We see people with wrinkles forming and obviously skin getting loose, but we see these bodies when they get decomposed over time. Now, collagen is also present in bones. Collagen has a maximum shelf life of like 10,000 years. So there's no way that you could be showing me a dinosaur bone saying this thing walked this earth millions of years ago. No, it would be broken down left, right, and center. I'm not saying dinosaurs didn't walk with man, because there are reports in scripture of things walking and their tails and their heads move sideways and hit trees, all kinds of stuff, right? But this earth, it isn't millions of years old. No way. Heliocentric and lick mine. Never mind.
Well, here's a problem with
So
the fossil record. I've listened to, they start using the fossil record as their proof. Well, there's a problem that nobody talks about. And I actually saw a case study when I was delivering freight back in the day. I saw a dog get hit on the side of the road. If it get hit, I saw it after it got hit on the side of the road, right? And literally over the course of they didn't remove it. They didn't do anything to it. It just laid there for weeks, and of course I'm not going to mess with it. So I'm not going to get out and mess with the carcass. But within about a month, maybe 2 months, it went from being it was like a big, probably the Doberman Pinscher or something. Looked like, I can't. It was a big dog. It was literally flat all the way down to the ground, and it was just laying on the side of the road. I thought to myself, now, only way you can have fossils, if what I just visualized is true, is it has to be a rapid covering and laying down, over a short amount of time. That's the only way fossils can form. Well, is there not an event recorded in the Bible that happened over a short amount of time that would have killed a lot of animals and laid them down in layers of rock and sediment? Anybody know about that?
Yeah, no question.
But
There's
the flood
certain-
in 4500 BC.
What's that?
I'll go with the flood in 4500 BC.
There you go. Well, and see, the thing is, if you just leave a tree, like a tree falls in the forest, and you watch that tree over the course of how long, eventually the tree will be gone. It'll be completely gone. But they've got trees that are completely upright, cutting through the fossil record. How's that possible? You heard of those?
Absolutely. They'll show you the layers of Earth. Like, oh, this layer's this layer's from 500,000 BC. This layer's from 200,000 BC. This layer's from 0, 0. And then there'll be a petrified tree going the whole way through it. It's like, well, what? Is
How
a
did
half
that happen?
million-year-old tree, or yeah.
So
I'm with you on it.
with the Noah's Ark scripture, correct?
Do what? Say that again.
What does everyone here think about the Noah's Ark? Like, I'm not going to say story. It's not a story for me.
Are you talking about the exhibit or the actual biblical story?
No, I'm talking about the actual thing that they found in Ararat, Turkey, 515 feet in length.
I think that's a very compelling argument. And actually, if you look, I remember if you go even on the Google Earth, I think is it the country, is it Turkey? I can't remember. Is it in Turkey?
Yeah, Ararat, Turkey, in the hills of Ararat,
Yeah,
Turkey.
that's right. They've actually got a national park exhibit place that you can actually go there in Turkey, and actually says the Ark National Park or something like that. You can actually find it in the Google Earth.
So the
So I
site.
mean, obviously the Turkish people think it is the Noah's Ark. I think they think that. So go ahead.
Well, they just commissioned it. They built the visitor center. It was Ron Wyatt that discovered it in the late 90s, and Discovered Media has been vetting it, scanning it, and doing all the things. So I did a spot on it on my show and did the full unpack. Here are the numbers, and I just want to kind of put you guys into a space of entertainment numbers. It was 3 levels. Again, not a boat. This was a floating house. 3 levels, each level measuring 15 feet. The height of a giraffe is 14 feet. The floor plans that I pulled out, that they've been scanning and stuff, they show a main gangway going in the middle, and then the breakout of rooms on each level.
Well, I feel like you're not going to bring a fully grown elephant, right?
Pardon me?
Like
No.
you're going to bring like a couple baby elephants or something, or
Here's the thing.
maybe if they were more technologically.
Hold on, and again,
Maybe
I come
if
from
they
the
were more
background of architecture, so I was just looking to understand things on height not necessarily the size, because it was big. The thing is, again, 14 feet being the height of because a giraffe is taller than an elephant, but it worked out 515 feet, which is the 300 cubits as described in Genesis. This is the Egyptian cubit, not the Hebrew cubit, because the Hebrew cubit had them looking for a 400-foot long boat, or house, which is not the case. It's 515 feet. Moses was raised during the time of the Egyptians. It works out, gentlemen, to 128,000 square feet of floating space he had for all these animals. So it's barely
And
possible.
even at
that
that though, I don't. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted
my
to
bad.
say, like, I worked out the numbers, and I mean, 128,000 square feet. That's like a warehouse, right?
That's something I wanted to say. I
Pardon
wanted
me?
to say something to that. I never wanted to take that story literally. Like I think about how we like archive germs and diseases, and we literally have like, frozen seeds like stored. You know what I mean? Like we archive seeds and germs. So I think Noah was kind of just like a metaphor for that.
That's just
Sure,
it.
it
But
could have
That's
been
I
real
can't I
because there
can't
was
prove
an
that at
actual,
all. I can't prove that.
or it could
The
have been
only
an actual thing because,
go ahead, Jeremy. I'll say my thought when you get yours out.
or it could have been an actual thing because there's massive amount of evidence all over the world for massive floods, like no joke floods, like all across America and Scablands, up in North and South America, and Russia and Europe. There's just there's massive amounts of evidence for these floods, and not slow floods that happen over thousands of years or whatever, like quick massive floods. So, and another thing with the ark thing, you're not gonna bring a fully grown elephant, right? You get like some baby elephants or some baby giraffes and shit. So like they're trying to fit out. You're not gonna bring a fucking lion up in there. You're gonna bring a baby, some cubs and shit, right? Or if he was more
I don't
advanced,
doubt that there's floods. Sorry.
no, there was definitely floods. That's not even a question.
Yeah, there's evidence of floods today. How am I supposed to say that they didn't happen before?
No, there's
That was
massive,
never.
massive floods. The floods that happen that we can see on the landscape of Earth, you've never seen a flood like that.
Well, and there's evidence they found sea creatures like that were deep sea ocean creatures on mountaintops.
You ever hear
How
of
did they
Randall
get there?
Carlson? You ever hear of
Yeah,
Randall
I fucking
Carlson?
love Randall Carlson. Absolutely, I love Randall
Oh,
Carlson. That's what
what's
I'm saying. What's up?
Yeah, I used to think about this a lot. How there's evidence of like giant ripples in America, like evidence of like water flowing over an area for like over 1,000 years or something. They say, and that's why these gigantic ripples form. Or so Randall Carlson theorizes that this is the cause for these things he's seeing on the around Yellowstone National Park, right?
Well, he debated that geologist, and I mean, I think he, Randall Carlson was holding his own in there with him, so he kind of made the geologist look fucking silly, if you ask me. But did you see that one?
No, who
Oh, you
was the
got to
name
look
of
it up.
the?
It's
I've
Graham.
seen him with other people.
It was a Joe Rogan podcast. Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock debated Michael Schumer and a geologist from Michael
Okay,
Schumer
yeah,
from
I did
Skeptic.
in fact see that.
Oh, you
Michael
did that,
Schumer
right?
was bent on the hunter gatherer. That's so people that
Yeah,
still are bent on proving hunter gatherer and that we weren't intelligent. I just don't know why.
but Randall Carlson was ripped the guy about the flood thing. Like he held his own with the floods. There's definitely evidence for these massive floods that we've never seen anything like ever since human. In
Y'all
the
ever check
early.
into the trees? The basalt tree, the basalt flats or whatever they're called.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy, you know about that? The trees.
Mm-hmm.
So
With
again, back
with
in
the trees.
scripture, So we're just gonna go. I mean, guys, we're at the point where I'm talking about scripture, so I'm gonna go full bore with it. The way that the story goes, God gave instruction to the angels to start cutting the trees so that the Nephilim had nowhere to escape. When he flooded, he opened the windows of the firmament and let the water in and flooded the earth. The evidence of I think it's the basalt flats of these hexagon type of shapes, which would be indicative they're thinking of these trees that were, I don't even know how tall, but these were the trees that were cut by the angels that got instruction for, so that the giants had nowhere to hide. Look into it; it's super interesting because again, they're saying they say the strongest shape known to man is like a six-sided, well, not six-sided, six-sided shape, because it's completely based on the geometry of a triangle. So these hexagonal shapes.
A dome is the
I
strongest
thought a
shape.
sphere. I thought it was a sphere.
Dime?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
An actual sphere.
Okay, so maybe it's just the exposures or something, but the hexagonal shape, the six-sided shape, is important as well. And again, these basalt formations, I'll find a picture and post it. It's interesting shit. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I think isn't a sphere considered the strongest shape? I mean, a dome's there right there because it's half as.
A dome, Jeremy. It's definitely a dome.
Yeah, but
but a dome is definitely the strongest roof structure you can make. Definitely.
It made me think of something. It made me think of something about Noah's flood. I think one thing Ron White found was what he thought was Noah's wife's tomb. It wasn't the tomb 10 or 15 feet high or tall?
Yes, sir. Let's talk about it, man.
No, I thought about this for a while. So, I mean, didn't they say? I mean, there was a point where some graves were the size of men's heads. You know, I don't know if I see that somewhere in scripture. But I mean, if you think about if the human race, and Noah would have been part of the human race, has been 10 to 15 feet high. That was average, let's say, during Noah's time. And then the Bible talks about giants. I'm like, so it can't be talking about humans. So if the giants are larger than the humans, and if humans are 10 to 15 feet high, what are these giants? How big are they? You know? So,
Right.
I mean,
So
just a thought process.
And Rags, you just dropped a whole bunch of Easter eggs. So Noah's wife. There was 8 people, so Noah plus 7 that were found at that escaped the flood. Noah's wife's tomb was found, and there was like jewelry and all kinds of stuff that was found. One of the things that they found was the bones, and one of them was the thumb bones, and they were able to, based on the dimension of the thumb bone, extrapolate that they were approximately 12 to 15 feet in height. Now, the interesting thing is Noah lived to be 950 years old. And this is like, we now in 2022 are at a point where we know the least. Like, we don't know anything, including what we stand upon. And also, we don't live as long. This is the shortest that man has ever lived on this earth in the 6,000 years that we've been here. And physically, this is the smallest we've ever been as well. Some people being 4 feet tall and so on and so forth. So the evolution of us actually getting bigger, gigantism, if you will, is actually a really, really important thing to note, because these last
are we evolved?
Hold on a second.
That's a good point you made there.
What I'm saying, I think we've devolved. I think that physically and mentally we have devolved. Although our creations have evolved, I think we as a man have devolved based on what they've been feeding us for all these years, right? Destabilization of man with all of this stuff, like the spraying and the environment and the food and all that stuff, right? However, what I think is so interesting is Noah lived to be 950 years old. And this is where I'm going to sound really crazy to you guys, but I'm going to go full gore because you guys have been amazing. The scripture talks about the generation that sees Jerusalem become a nation, right? Which apparently just happened in 2018 when the U.S. Embassy was moved there. They say that generation will not see death, apparently, based on scripture, the fig tree generation. So, guys, I really wonder if our generation, this little movement that we have going on, this understanding that we've literally been holding down, we've brought, because this is the number one thing. Remember, he made the firmament on the second day, right? If we're holding down this truth, could you imagine that the veil get lifted and all of a sudden we live to be 1,000 years old? Could you imagine?
I hear what you're saying about like what they've been feeding us and all that sort of stuff, Kings, but that's only a fairly modern phenomena. All this processed food, GMO, hormone injected kind of food. Like, I grew up in an era that we were very self-sufficient. Same with my grandparents and my great-grandparents. Coming from farming backgrounds, and you don't have to go back too far where processed food was pretty much non-existent. Everything was freshly cooked. So this notion of what they've been feeding us, I don't buy that at all. To be honest with you, this
I
this
agree.
devolving.
I think there's something that maybe how the environment that God cursed the environment is what's caused it, not necessarily man. Now, man has probably not helped it; he's probably made it worse. But I think I have to agree with that.
I have a question, actually, two of them. You said this is the smallest that humans have ever been, and this is the shortest we've ever lived?
That's it. Fun's over, guys.
Yeah, no, I mean, guys, please understand these crazy ideas I throw around. No, obviously we all.
I know it's good. It's good, Kool-Aid. I mean,
what I find
good.
interesting, again, on a stature level, if you're going to tell me in recorded history, like recorded history in scripture, that men used to live to be over 700 years old, right? And now we're in a place where the average age, I think, what are we at, like 80 something, maybe 75 years old or something like that. But on an actual like scale level, I mean, myself personally, I'm 6'2", but there's people out there that are 4 feet. They have like dwarfism and all these different things. I really will wonder about if they were affected by the same stuff that we have now back then. And my first question is, what's the difference between back then versus now? Obviously, we worry more, we eat shit, right? And we don't necessarily treat ourselves mentally the way that we should be because we've browbeat ourselves quite a bit versus trying to build each other up and build our own selves up to do better. So it's just observational questions more than anything else, gentlemen.
But how much evidence is there for people living to 900 like Noah? Like that's a fable. Like that's a story written by a man. But how much evidence? Like did his cousins, did his brothers, did his children all live to these immaculate ages? Like there's one story, one antidote of one or two people living to this grand old age of 700 or 900. I don't see that a common talking point in history at all, apart from these couple of people that you mentioned.
The Egyptians
We look
actually
back
have carved in rock. Go ahead, Paul.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, what evidence would you require? I mean,
I got
to set aside. Well, right. Let me just. I want to address the aspect of evidence first. You can dismiss the Bible as religious or whatever, but the Jewish people didn't look at it as just a purely religious book. It was a history to them. So if you argue that this is a historical narrative and they're just regurgitating a historical narrative that may have been at one point been passed down through oral tradition, then either you have to say that historical narrative is either accurate or not accurate. To say it's a fable.
I'm not dismissing it at all, Rags, right? But what other evidence is there to correlate this story that's in?
We got some. We got some.
Okay, then, Jeremy. That's what I'm waiting for, Jeremy.
Yeah, we got it. We got it, Paul. We got it.
I love you guys. You're so great. Only been here.
Here's
Jeremy. Go.
Here's some of the evidence, Bandsaw. In the census that was done 100 years ago, the average American was 30 centimeters smaller and lived 30 years less time. So, we're definitely the smallest and living the shortest we've ever lived, except for, history.
Thank you
that's
so much
modern
for that
day.
second, man. Well done.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for that backup. Thank you.
that's modern day statistics, and I could say Kool-Aid from my personal experience that I am taller than my parents. My parents were taller than their than their parents, and my children are taller than me. Now I'm 6'3" myself.
No,
All my
I'm sorry,
boys.
Bandsaw. You're wrong. You
But
just
if that
think
was
you're all
hold on,
taller.
wait, let me cut him off. Let me cut you off. If that was the case, then we all came from like extremely short being, like we're little midget ass people.
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy never got
Exactly.
his point out. Jeremy
I
never
know.
got his point out. Because I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Because there could be something that's causing that change. So go ahead, Jeremy. Bring your evidence.
Yeah. Go Egypt. Go Jeremy. Egypt.
That's right. We got the stones carved in fucking Egypt with the list of kings, and they used to live to be thousands of years old. It said even older than knowing them. And also, if we were more advanced back in the day, which there is evidence for, that we had some higher advancements, maybe not cell phones and shit, but there is evidence that we're more advanced than we thought we were, at least. And
Okay.
part of that advancement could have been us just living longer. Like that could have been a huge technological, that could have been a huge bigger advancement if we knew how to live to be 900 instead of 80. You know what I mean? So
Uh-huh.
Well, I want to talk about that's true. I agree with you, Jeremy. Here's the other thing, too, about the change in, let's say, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, we were shorter and smaller and lived less. Well, what has essentially changed between then and now? A lot of our food have hormones injected into them. And obviously, yeah, and our healthcare system is so that could be a correlation there, but we could have been degenerating, and then us infusing back into the system hormones and better healthcare could have kind of reversed that slightly. So we are growing a little taller. We are living longer because of medical and hormonal things that are going on.
And
So
Jeremy,
that
you
did.
raised. That's right.
That's the
So I said
exact
that's
opposite of what they need for their narrative to be true. So obviously, every statistic we have is wrong, and the Bible is right, right?
Well, Jeremy raises an interesting point because he points to the Egyptians, right? And I still believe that these pyramids that are sitting there hanging out by, I think they're by the equator, close enough. The rumor being that they were covered in, I think, granite at one point in time, crystalline structures. But the interesting thing is the cornerstone. No, not the corner as in it sits in the corner, but the cornerstone as in the thing that sits at the top of the pyramid, the gold top, if you will, which was apparently the conductor to the crystalline structures.
called a capstone.
Exactly.
Capstone.
Now, was that? Yeah, exactly, the capstone also. But the thing is, again, in Scripture, right, they refer to Jesus as the cornerstone, and I also wonder if that capstone was actually the cornerstone that they've been referring to, the actual all-seeing eye. Again, perversion, right? But the big thing is being free electricity, right? Because that cap could have been a conductor of electricity to the village that was immediately surrounding.
Bro, that shit could have been, dude. That shit could have been doing something as not even no technology, just something like sending out good vibes or something.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying, to the whole city,
Yep.
so that the crops grow bigger,
Exactly.
people are healthier, like form this aura or like circle of like healing
I actually
power
have
or
something.
whatever.
And check it out, Jeremy. Capitalizing on the ether, AETHER, capitalizing on the ether, all the elements that are within the dome, right? And as you say, replicating the toroidal field, expanding that good vibes feeling.
Can I say something to that about that good vibes thing you were just saying? What if these minerals that we pull out of the ground are actually the nutrients for soil for things to better grow, and that's why Africa's a fucking desert now, because we've been removing all the fucking precious gems out of the ground. And this actually is kind of like a good way to like cycle maybe the right nutrients through the soil. Who knows? Maybe minerals are helping things grow. Who knows?
What did you say about those ancient Egyptians? Like, how far back are we going, Jeremy? That you said
Long time. It's a list. It's called the List of Kings, I think.
the list of kings. Yeah, because anything I can find only says between or males up to 25 years and females up to 37 years. And that's going back to 2,500 BC. So anyway, I'll look
Yeah,
up
this is
Mr.
like
King's.
before that. I think that's like even
Yeah,
before that, bro.
Yep.
I'll look for it. I forgot. I saw it a long time ago, but it had them living
Yeah,
like thousands of years. Like the
yep.
kings were living like for dumb long. So I'll look for it.
I
It's
wanted
carved
to.
in stone, so it.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to address something somebody said about how everything's been corrupted and how you don't know the Bible's been corrupted. Somebody said that. If you got to stop and think about that for a second. Okay, to corrupt the Bible, that means you got to corrupt every literal copy and translation that exists all over the world from antiquity. Okay, because if you say if I go in and change something in the Bible, all somebody has to do is come up with another copy or a couple other copies that say, look, that's wrong. Here's these two copies that contradict that copy. So to say the Bible's corrupted, you'd have to corrupt every Jewish synagogue, Torah, and every synagogue throughout the world, every Bible within every church, everywhere.
No, that's true.
It's
They
a
are
hard
all
thing to
corrupt.
do.
That's right.
How do
They
you
are all
corrupt?
corrupt.
How do you corrupt them then? Explain to me how they were corrupted. Walk me through that.
How are they not corrupt? Can I ask the same thing?
No, it's not. Okay, you're saying they are corrupt. That's a positive claim. I'm saying that there's a way that it's been shown that if it can be corrupted or not. And you're saying all of them are corrupt. I'm just now asking how do you know and what's your evidence for that all of it is corrupt? Because you'd have to know the original. Say, okay, this is the original to show how the ones after that were corrupted. So how do you go through that?
I was just gonna go ahead and listen, man. I'm not gonna try to tell you that the text that you believe in wasn't,
Okay.
a true account or like an artifact. Like they perfectly translated this artifact and didn't have to change what they thought it said over the next 500 years of translating.
I have.
And then they weren't even comfortable giving you the Bible until about, what was it, the 1700s? Like really rough. I'm not super accurate right now, but we act like their account of scriptures just to be trusted, and they are the best curators of this information and artifacts.
Well, but to say that, or just say the one that I have is corrupt and it's not accurate, you'd have to know the original, would you not?
Yeah, that's a big problem because I doubt you've ever had your hands on an original piece of scripture that has been translated into the Bible.
Well, there's a thing called manuscripts that are all over the world. That, like the New Testament has over 5,000 manuscripts that you can go back and look at. I mean, obviously the Torah itself, the Old Testament, there's a Torah in every synagogue that's been around since before Jesus' day. They actually found one, the book of Isaiah, that was within 99%
So that brings up another point.
Right?
We're
So
aligning abundance and organization with truth, and you can make that connection. You can go ahead and do that, but you can create a lie and build a lot of things around the lie. I don't see why.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes. Number one, I can't tip my hat to the idea that we're entertaining lies out of the scripture. And the only reason I can say this now is because of that boat in Ararat, Turkey. 515 feet, you can't exactly ignore that. Nor can you pick and choose out of scripture what you want to believe, what appeals to you and what doesn't appeal to you, right? If I'm going to show you a 515 foot long object with some pretty interesting facts about it, then you need to look at the scripture just to say, okay. Now, I will agree with you that there are perversions in text, i.e., when God gave instruction to Noah, he told him to build the boat out of spruce. Now, anybody with a version of Bible who wants to go look at the instructions in Genesis of what God told Noah, how to build the ark, 300 cubits in length, I think 50 or 80 abreast and 50 high or something like that. But look at what he told him to make it out of. Spruce, which is the actual wood that was available that he used to build the ark out of, versus check your version of the Bible for the type of wood. Some say gopher wood, Gopher wood. Right now, a lot of people say, well, what's the difference, so on and so forth. It doesn't matter to make a difference what the difference is. It's the fact that the words were changed. And if that's not something that you're aware of, you can take that as literal. Now, again, another one to that is, what did he create on the second day? He created the firmament on the second day after the lands and the waters. However, you look at certain versions of the Bible, and it will say he created space on the second day. He created a void on the second day. He created all kinds of stuff that doesn't point to the fact that he created a solid roof, the container for his system. So the perversions, we definitely have to be aware of. They do exist, but I don't think we can throw out the baby with the bathwater, gentlemen. No, no, no.
I'll look into that boat that they dug up in Turkey for you. Let me see what to type in now. Noah's Ark, Turkey. I don't know what I'm typing.
Yeah, Ararat, Turkey. It's ARAT. It should pop up. Ararat, Turkey.
Yeah, it popped up. Let me try to find a picture of this thing. So, how long ago do they think that this event happened with Noah and the flood?
Well, Noah would have crash landed in like 2400 BC.
2400 BC, and this was supposed to be made out of wood?
Spruce, specifically.
Spruce? So what is spruce? Is that wood or is it a metal?
Yeah, it's a type of wood. Covered in pitch.
And they think that they found something. They think they found some 4,000-year-old wood?
4,500. It's been, yeah, it's fossil. It was a fossilized structure.
All right, so if people were building wooden boats 4,000 years ago, where are all the other ones?
I love how you I can just tell in your voice how you summated that entire thing just into one instance and quickly discounted the example. That's cool, dude. It's all good.
I would not ever try to discount this. I'm asking a real genuine question. Like,
right.
Where are all the other boats? Wooden boats
remember,
from 4,000 years?
Remember, it took him 120 years to build this thing, right? And everybody that walked by him, except for his family, so 7 other people plus him, everybody else that walked by all laughed and scoffed at him. The exact same thing that the people do at us right now about the Earth being flat around, right? So you're
talking about Noah, or are you talking about the person that found this boat? Are you talking about Noah, or are you talking about the person that found this boat?
No, you said, where are all the other boats? That's what you asked, right? Where are all the other boats that were made? Because you're looking for a comparison to say, okay, well, to make it relatable. But what I'm saying,
where is the evidence that we can even preserve wood for that long?
So, do you know what a volcano will do? Or not a volcano, but do you know what lava will do to wood?
I would think it would burn it.
No,
but
so
go ahead and
lava,
give me a
no, you're wrong. Because, okay, so when you have magma is underneath the crust, and when magma comes to the Earth's surface, it gets oxygenated and it turns to lava. Now that lava flows forward, right, and it makes that crinkling, crunching sound as it's moving forward, because it's a solid crystalline structure, not so crystalline, but it's a crystalline structure, and that's why it makes that crinkling sound as it's moving forward. The lava, right? So as that thing moves forward, it envelops the wood, and it actually encases it, and it's a process called fossilization. So it actually preserves, it wraps the wood, and it protects it. It's almost like it was God's plan in a way that it happens.
Oh, so there was a volcano that preserved Noah's Ark.
100. That's why it was found in the hills of Ararat, Turkey. If you look at it, it appears as though it landed or crashed, whatever you want to call it, after the water dissipated.
So you're telling me that moving hot liquid, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're telling me that moving hot liquid magma didn't burn and incinerate the wood, but rather preserved it in the state?
You're looking, remember, you're applying, right, the premise of magma.
Understand the question I'm asking.
I know you are.
You're telling me that lava preserved wood.
Do you understand how lava works, man? Once you oxygenate, once magma comes to the surface and it becomes lava, right? And it cools, and it becomes a crystalline structure, and it starts moving forward. Again, it's no longer red. You're thinking of it, it's
Oh,
red
okay.
as
So you're
fire,
talking about
right?
when it's not hot. Okay.
When I said lava, and what did I say to you? When magma becomes oxygenated, right? It becomes lava, right? Magma becomes lava when it comes to the surface, right? And it rolls forward as a crystalline structure. Did I not say that? Did I not say
Okay.
that? Right.
Okay.
So what I'm saying to you is that as that lava interacted with the wood, it did not burn it because it was already at surface temperature. How are you going to burn something if it's already at surface temperature?
How
Right?
convenient.
I'm saying to you,
The only boat
exactly.
ever
It's
don't
when you
preserved
said,
in
understand what
this
lava
manner.
is. You
The
don't
only boat
understand
ever
how lava
preserved in
works.
this manner is Noah's Ark. Like what?
buddy, that's why it was written about in scripture. That's what I'm saying to you. It's so awesome. It was written about in the big book, right? And it's as described. So here's the thing, and
There's
this
a
is
lot
where
of
I'm
things
at.
written about in that book that there's no evidence.
Right. But I'm at a point, this is just for me. I'm not trying to project what I see onto you. No. I'm just telling you how I understand it to be and how it worked out. If you think I'm crazy, you think I'm crazy. It's all good. You can tell me I'm crazy at the pearly gates. It's all
I
good.
think
But
assuming that lava preserved wood
Yeah,
is kind of ridiculous. I don't
yeah,
believe
that
it.
is ridiculous. Look at the images in
okay,
Hawaii.
what do you think? And what do you think they showed the moon rocks to be? You know what the moon rocks were that they showed when they came back from the
Hold
apparent
on,
moon
wait. What was
missions?
the other dude about to show me? Did you post something in live stream?
Hmm?
What was he about to say about? I don't know. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, the one thing that
What?
I found interesting was one of the moon rocks apparently that was brought back was actually discovered just to be fossilized wood, right? Yet again, there's a story of fossilized wood, this time coming from the moon. So the story of fossilized wood, how it comes to be, that's all I'm saying. You check into it, man. Right? I will say to you that lava will preserve wood 100%. Check into it. That is the science. That's actually science can back you up on that one, or back me up on that one.
What are you saying? They intentionally preserved it with this type of state of lava, or it just so happened that Noah's Ark was just laying around and this lava from a volcano just happened, and everybody knew about Noah's Ark enough to record the history of it over 1,000 years. But the actual boat that brought these people to their salvation, they're just gonna let lava roll over it. If that's intentional, then how come we're just now stumbling? Like I'm just seeing a bunch of red flags in this whole story.
Again, what I see does not have to portray what you see, my friend. It's all good.
Okay, I agree with that, man. There's something you're seeing that I'm not, and it has to do with the Bible. It's because you have a preconceived notion that what happened in the Bible is true, and now you are scrambling to find things to
No. I'm
support
not
this
scrambling.
claim.
No, my friend. I'm not scrambling for
Okay.
anything.
I don't mean to do that. No, let me take that
No,
back.
dude, you don't. Please. And again, what I will say is, if we're going to engage in debate, please try not to discount my
It's
experiences and
not
what
like
I have
evidence brought forth
collected.
the Bible. It's like Bible, and now we have to scramble for evidence. What's up with that? Like that's come on. Why is one coming before the other? Why is it not evidence, and now we're making a Bible? Why is it Bible? Now we're scrambling for evidence.
Nobody's
That doesn't make
scrambling.
sense.
I don't
Sure.
know about scrambling, but okay. Anyways,
You don't
guys,
call it
good
scrambling
one.
for evidence? Okay,
No,
let
I
me use a
don't.
different.
I don't
Let
at
me call
all
it a different
because
something else.
did you look at the live stream? Did you look at the live stream text? Chat?
Let me check it out.
I posted a floor plan, which again was just that's what they believe it to be based on the scans, and then I posted 3 pictures. The
Yeah,
original
no, that's
picture that
actually
was
really interesting. See, I love stuff
found,
like
and
this.
then
This picture
the
right
picture.
here. This
Oh
is
my
like
gosh,
similar
guys!
to the stuff Randall Carlson was on.
All right,
You
dude.
know, yeah,
Guys, have an amazing morning. I'm off to the gym. Enjoy. We'll talk to you guys soon. Be well.
that's a cool picture.
Gotcha.
All right, peace.
I'm sorry, but lava will burn your shit up.
There is a state of lava where, as it's cooling, it becomes crystallized, and if this is rolling over wood, it'll preserve it. But
Yeah.
I need to look this up.
So I have created a little bit of space for you to check into stuff.
Sure.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. And listen, that's all we're doing, gentlemen, right? I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong, right, anything. We are just sitting around a coffee shop, beer, whatever you want to talk about it, having a discussion. That's it.
You're talking to somebody that would always contest
I appreciate it because the
events
only
in the
way,
Bible.
and the
Sorry,
only
but
way
that's
I
just
can,
who I am.
Electric, the only way that I can understand is with people asking intelligent questions, right? And I realize that there's a point where we're going to kind of just say we agree to disagree, right? But I appreciate the engagement more than anything else because it is intelligent
Same.
engagement
Absolutely.
versus like slamming engagement, which we're not about the browbeating or any of that bullshit. So I appreciate you guys, man.
Always appreciate you, man. Have a good day.
I'll be around, just not active. I'm still listening though, for sure. Appreciate it.
Oh.
Y'all
Well,
were talking
you're still
about
listening. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, y'all were talking about people living for 900 years in the Bible, and it's always occurred to me if you divide 900 by 12, you'll come up with a more reasonable age of like 70. Is it possible that through translation that the periods that they were accounting for back then were maybe moon cycles rather than years? And also, where do we see any documentation of where people went from living 900 years to living 70 years? Like, did they quit living 900 years and start living 600 and then 400 and like that? And then also, if they did get it wrong and it was moon cycles, what would that actually do to the young earth creationist idea of how old the earth is?
People being 900 years old. I don't know. You know, you could talk about how these people didn't even measure time the same way we do back then.
Right.
So 900 years could mean whatever they thought it meant.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
Now we do.
Okay, I was
Yeah,
listening. I was trying to say something, but I wasn't coming through. I'm going to respond to that moon cycle thing. If you just use the text itself, your argument falls apart, right? Because it shows like in one part of the text, it shows Noah lived to be Adam lived to be 900, and then Noah was 600 when the ark was built, lived to be another 300 years. But it says within the text, it says after the flood that man's days would be 120 years. So if I apply your argument to that, then that means only man would only be lived to be 10 years old. So your argument falls apart within the text itself. So you'd have to say there are inconsistencies within the text, and then you have to show how that's inconsistent. So I think right there that argument falls apart.
Does it make sense to you that a man could live 900 years old?
Within my personal experience now, it doesn't make sense. But if the environment was different back then than it is now, that's completely possible.
Nice. I'm glad you said that. Now we can. So then you could talk about what really causes our aging.
Exactly.
hold on. Can
Is
we
it environmentally?
real quick though? The moon cycle thing count? Let's just address that for a quick second. Isn't there 13 new moons in a year?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No.
12.
No.
No, it's 12. I think it's, yeah, I'm not sure how that works out. It's
So here's
28
the way.
days cycle.
Apparently, to the old book, according to scripture, they would mark the beginning of the month with the spotting of the new moon. Right? The full moon would be the end of the month, and the new moon would be the beginning of the month. Correct? They would sleep on the rooftops so they could see the moon mark the beginning of the month. Now, what I've noticed is that, like last year, the full moon was occurring around the 20th to the 22nd, 23rd of the month. This year, it's occurring around like the 15th, 16th of the month.
I don't know if you heard, I was making the argument that within the text itself, his argument falls apart. He'd have to show the inconsistency in the text, not necessarily talking about the moon cycles themselves.
I don't know enough about this.
But there would seem to be, I've heard people say there's evidence that, for example, that there might have been the Earth may have had a higher pressure and a higher oxygen content, which would have oxygenated the blood more, not just the blood, not just the red blood cells, but the plasma, which could have allowed for a longer life potentially.
I've
heard that argument.
I heard about people just steady breathing monoatomic gold. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. Like flowers used to have monoatomic gold on them. This is actually just really, really good for your body.
That's possible. I don't know. You'd have to. I mean, we know now. We can see that currently that the environment is changing. And it's not changing for the better; it's changing for the worse. So, if it's what was it like 7,000 years ago? What kind of environment was it?
Yeah, like what kind of diets were they eating? All meat. I think, bro, is it crazy to say that people weren't eating meat when they were living this long? Is that crazy?
Well, the text seems to indicate, if you use the biblical record, that man didn't eat meat till after the flood. So there could be, but the other side of that, though, is maybe you can look at it two different ways. Maybe the nature of the plants changed, and certain nutrients that man could get from plants that he needed was sufficient from plants. But then when the environment changed, that the nutrients he could not get, but he could get some of those same nutrients from animals. That's why eating meat was started after the flood. I could argue. So you can.
The meat has the same nutrients as plants. It's just in a denser, more toxic state. Where did I hear this from? I should throw that video. Somebody breaks down that plants and meat provide the same nutrients, just in different states of the matter.
I know people. I've actually heard people that are on a purely plant-based diet are less healthy than people that are on a meat diet. Like I know, what's her name? Jordan Peterson's daughter. She was eating on a purely like a vegan or non-meat diet, and she was very unhealthy. And then she went to a carnivore diet and got more healthy. So, I mean,
they intentionally make it difficult to have a vegan diet, but that's another thing too. I mean, that's just another thing.
I'm just trying to make a point. Like, I don't know if you could just argue that it's, meat is completely unhealthy or toxic, because there's some people that can eat it and live a long time.
It's kind of like the fallback of human biology. Like if there was a situation where there was no vegetation, we can depend on meat, to survive, because we are of the same nutrients as plants, right? No?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about nutrients. I'm just making an argument for that they live longer. They could have lived longer back then because of the environment. And there's something changed. Potentially could have changed the environment that caused men to live shorter lives.
The reason I even talk about this is because I heard something that kind of just, I don't even know where to start with this. Character named Bess in Egypt introducing eating animals to people, like cutting the heads off a chicken and like taking fish from the river and eating the eggs of birds and drinking the milk from the cow. All this stuff was not normal to the dynastic people. And this had to be like strongly suggested as a cure for these people's ailments. Like they weren't willing to do this until they thought that it was truly going to make them heal from whatever kind of suffering they thought they were going through. But this story is totally not verifiable. I don't know how much of it is true.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, when you say this story of Noah is not verifiable, is that what you said? Is that what you said?
I would never compare the story of Bess to the story of Noah, but
Um,
I don't know. Maybe you should actually. I mean, I never tried
Well,
to.
well, I mean, here's the thing. How
I
would you
just
go
heard
about?
about Bess. I just heard about
I,
this character named Bess, and it's not even
I don't
close to
know.
the amount of times I heard of Noah. So
I'm not sure. I guess I missed the S or whoever you're talking about. I missed that part. But I'm saying, how would
uh,
you go about validating something in the ancient past? Anything.
how I guess if you're going to verify something from the past, you can see how much it is affecting the present. Like if there's a story that they say like, oh look, this is the origin of taxation, and then here we are still dealing with taxation. It's like, well, this story is really old, and then this is supposedly the first account of this a figure making the illusion of being dependent on someone else. There's a big notion that I'm getting at here is that pre-dynastic people were intelligent and that they had to be deceived to eat eggs and drink milk. Like that's a big thing that I'm kind of just getting at there. So I understand people aren't ready to just fucking understand what it is.
Well, you're kind of imposing your current worldview onto them for one, when you're saying that they were deceived to eat meat. Like, but you'd have to
Yeah,
say they were deceived that they knew better than to do that, or the other thing could be argued that they did know that it was better to eat meat because they had some kind of understanding that it was better for them, and that was not deception. It was just actually something they knew to be better. But
I think
even more
all the
so,
ideas of things being medicinal. People used to eat food and think that their food was medicine. Now you have people coming through and saying, no, your food's not enough to cure what you're going through right now. Now you have to rub lotion on your skin and put oils in your hair and, consume things you never would have thought of consuming before. Sorry. Is it crazy to think that, like, in society, if we were outside of these parameters of thinking, would we be compelled to eat eggs in the same fashion as like reptiles in the desert? Like, are we literally swallowing eggs? Like, I don't think so. I think we're finding better ways to sustain our hunger and sustain our supplements.
I mean, but again, you're saying because lizards eat eggs, that's not a good, and then we eat eggs, that's a bad. Those are because we eat it, it's a bad thing, and it's a good thing for
Well, it's like a
lizards. I mean,
survival thing. It's like the only thing available for.
but I mean, that's the thing. You're now you see, then you're arguing about survival, but again, it's about there's assumption after assumption how you think
Yeah.
things should be, and to say that you know how things should be means you know fully how things should be. But who can do that? Who can know that? I mean, unless you were there,
Well,
like I
then
said,
you
if
would you would be
God
assuming
made man, go ahead.
that there was never a time where we were vegans. So then that's what you're saying.
I didn't actually, if you heard me earlier, I kind of alluded to the fact that maybe before the flood, there may have been a purely vegan diet because there doesn't seem to be any indication they were eating meat, and only meat eating came after the flood.
Where
So
do you
there's
think all
something
the
changed.
dinosaurs actually
That's
went?
exactly how I feel, man. Like that's really good.
We ate
That's
those
really how I
motherfuckers. We
feel.
had a big old barbecue.
I think all of this, new idea that we need meat, we need medicine, we need lotions, we need to cover our privates. That's how we go from pre-dynastic to dynastic, right? That is the evolution of Kemet into Roman Catholicism, or just whatever these nasty motherfuckers were trying to do. They were just evolving uh, heresy, in my opinion.
T-Rex turned into an emu, and then all kinds of weird shit happened.
Well, interesting. So you guys remember? You guys know the story of the first and second sons of Adam and Eve. Cain and Abel, right? And now Cain tilled the land for vegetation, and Abel tilled the land, not tilled the land, but he brought forward his sacrifice of an animal. And God took the second son's sacrifice of the animal, and he didn't accept Cain's sacrifice of tilling the land for the vegetation. So it's interesting that you guys were talking about the aspect of what we're consuming versus what was back then, because again that would have been before the flood, so 4,000, approximately maybe 4,500 BC, depending on.
Exactly. Oh wow, how funny that time aligns. It's crazy.
Yeah, it would have been. I mean, Adam and Eve, I think, would have been 4,500 BC, and then Noah's Ark would have crash landed around, I don't know, 2,500 BC.
And then in the same
Yeah,
breath,
yeah.
it's funny how like this is kind of pointing of evidence that things that happen in the Bible are real, right? And in the same breath, I could also say these atrocities came at the same time as a belief in a one God.
Okay, so
Like
the chicken or the
medicine
egg?
and disease and hunger and floods all came at the same time as God and religion and Christianity and sigil magic and worshiping deities.
What a coinky dink.
What a coinky thing.
So big giant indoctrination. Is that what you're saying?
There's evidence of it.
Absolutely. I mean,
I'm not
it's
saying that there wasn't
hold
a
on.
boat
It's like
carried
the
a bunch of
media of
animals.
that
I would never
day,
say
right?
that.
Sorry,
I
guys.
guess I'm saying that we need to. I'm sorry.
Am I coming in? Knock, knock.
I hear you.
All right.
Who's
I know
there?
probably low. But I was just think of it like, how you don't trust the news today. That's the media of today. You have to really carefully dig through that shit to understand what's actually going on, if you can at all. I think that's kind of like the same thing. That was the media of that day. Those who want to control the narrative write the narrative.
Yeah, and when you suggest this, like it brings up a whole bunch of things that you can't leave unaddressed, which sucks about the argument. There's so many layers to their game plan and their little like playbook. Right? How many pieces of
Right.
history are pointing
But
to
you'd have to
them
like change the
having
timeline
something to do with all
500
this?
years ago. Oh wait, they did. Never mind. Yeah, I agree, dude.
Nothing past how far can we trust? Like how far in the past we can't trust anything beyond this point. What's your cutoff point?
That you still can't right now.
I'm
There's no
asking.
cutoff. There's no
So
cutoff. You
okay,
still
I
can't
can't
just
trust
trust
The
what I.
cutoff, the
what's
cutoff
called
is 9/11. I don't
blindly.
trust
You
anything that happened before 9/11.
Nothing. You can't. When were you
before
born?
or after
When were you
9/11.
born?
Don't
Before
trust
or
Tell you
after
right now, I
9/11.
don't.
or after 9/11.
I don't trust anyone that was born before Tupac died,
Me
or
neither.
born after Tupac died.
Or after.
Wow, that's funny.
Tupac and
Anyone
Biggie
that was
was
born, these new kids
definitely
these days, I don't know.
the Tupac and Biggie observation is definitely a good one. That was a milestone, man. A lot of people don't know it, right? But it was a showbiz early Pizzagate type story.
Wendy Williams was a big part of all that nonsense too. What she was doing on radio, like she was creating a level of controversy when it had to do with like relationships and parties and events and fights and just like, people beefing over the phone or on the radio or at the studio. Wendy Williams was putting a spotlight on all this stuff. And that's what kind of
What a,
like snowballed the Tupac and Biggie era.
the antagonist, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have an antagonist to any situation, it will always get sensationalized. And what do we do on TV? Sensationalize everything. I think that's what's awesome about this group is that we're literally, you know, any group really associated with the structure of the earth, you're sensationalizing the truth, right? We're putting it out there and we're like, yeah, bring your globe arguments to us and let's deconstruct them.
Well, it's convenient for you,
we
right?
live
Because
in
you have
modern
a
day
model.
Babylon,
You have
bro.
a model for you to deconstruct, right? So that's very convenient for you.
No, I'm not even at a place where I'm speaking. When I say that, I'm speaking generally. I myself am not at a place of deconstructing anyone's globe. I'm at a place where I'm observing, honestly, gas. Strictly observing gas. I'm at a
I feel it.
place comfortably where I can state that we are in a closed system. Because, yeah, I'm good there.
Have you been introduced to plasma cosmology?
I don't need to be introduced to plasma cosmology. Here's the thing. I'm a layman. I don't read books. I don't read man's creations. I observe what I observe. I observe that we are stationary. I observe that everything within my relative purview is flat.
No, I'm
And
not
the
asking you
issue,
to defend your position. I was just
okay,
asking a question because a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of flat earthers really love
Okay,
plasma cosmology as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you so
Thunderbolt
much for that.
project from the electric universe stuff, right?
Tell
They
me
talk
about
about the
it. Go ahead.
dielectric planes and how the gravity isn't the controlling force of nature, and you know how neutron stars don't exist, black holes don't exist, the Big Bang isn't real, space expansion isn't real. Flat earthers like this stuff too, right? And I'm not. That's why I'm not an enemy to flat earthers, even though I'm a baller. They kind of just we leave that ball argument alone, and we deconstruct some of the the standard narrative theoretical physics ideas on
Right,
a
but even
higher
by
level.
entering, and again, I'm gonna just defend kind of
Fun.
where I'm at my mental when I hear the term flat earther or glober. I throw the term around glober because I think it's absolutely funny. I'm the first guy to say you're a blue baller because we all know what it's like to walk around blue balls. It sucks. But in terms of like what I observe, again, I'll say to you that I observe the aspect of what gas does, gas filling a container, all the types of different gases that we have present in this atmosphere, and it makes no sense to me. And that to me would be an educated question I can ask the designer to say, why would you make a system based on gas?
Well, that's why I asked you about
Hold on,
plasma
hold on. Why would you
cosmology.
make a system based on gas, not a renewable resource? To me, it would be close the system, put a roof on it, and make it a renewable system, closed system. I can understand that. I can't understand it being open. That's my that's where I'm at mentally.
Right, but I mean, in a laboratory environment, you can in a vacuum, you can introduce a gas within an electric field, and then the gas will colonize, allowing the surrounding area around the gas to remain a vacuum, while inside of that magnetic pressure, also gas pressure will exist. So it's
In a
pretty cool.
container.
In it, yeah. Well, I mean, but it might be in a container to confine the entire system, but the gas itself, right, is surrounded by a vacuum.
And you
So I mean,
understand how
that's the
that
question. Like, how can gas pressure be right up next to a vacuum? And
So
it's
how's it
just
go?
like
How's
that.
it go? Vacuum. It goes vacuum, plasma, then gas pressure.
Yes. So the plasma
Yeah.
and the electric fields and magnetic fields contain the gas and partially unionized gases as well. So it's all a plasma is considered a plasma when it only 2% of the gas is
Wait,
ionized.
hold on, Grim. It goes vacuum, plasma, then gas pressure, right? There's
Yeah,
unionized gas inside.
yeah.
Okay.
It's a magnetic. Yeah, it's called a plasmoid, and it holds its own internal pressure. And
No.
they say Earth is
Hold
wrapped.
on, bro. Hold on, man. You be playing weird fucking games. I like you, Grim, but I feel like you're playing games with this one. There's a
Well,
whole
no,
bunch
no.
of
Thank you.
gas inside a plasma field or something, right? Or is it just one little tiny
It's like this. It's like this. I introduce gas into a vacuum, and because of the gas expansion law, the thermal expansion or thermal law of gas expansion in a vacuum or whatever, the gas spreads out and fills the whole vacuum, right? So now it's not a vacuum. Then you introduce the electric field, right? The electric field then takes the gas, colonizes into a magnetic entity, and the surrounding area then is a vacuum. But inside, so you can't really call the whole container a vacuum, right? Because inside there's not a vacuum, because inside there it's the gas is constrained by the magnetic fields, but surrounding that is the vacuum again.
So you're saying that so how does the oxygen stay in place? I don't understand how I can wave my hands around, feel the gas, I can breathe it in and out. It's like always readily available. So that would tell me that it's always contained in the exact same place where I need it to be always. It's always available to be lit by the sun. It's always available to be lit by the moon. It's always present. So my thing is, I have a problem with you suggesting that it's in a vacuum, because a vacuum would illustrate the gas being either held in one place by these columns of air, which would maybe suggest I have to kind of chase the air around, which I don't observe that. It just seems to be too readily available to be colonized in this aspect you're suggesting. Good day, Gregory. Good to see you, man.
Think about the ionosphere, right, as that plasma sheet that we're talking about, and that's what's blocking the rest of the pressures. And the gradient, we don't have to call that from gravity. We can say that might have something to do with electrostatic stacking of certain ion or types.
It could be a combination of things. Yeah. Just so in this thing in the lab, it could be a whole combination: electrostatics, relative density, all kinds of shit. But this thing in the lab with the plasma and the gas pressure inside. Yeah, is it just regular like gas pressure on the inside, like just regular gas molecules are inside the thing? That's the inside of this thing, right?
Well, the regular gas molecules until we add the electric field, which then removes the electrons and ionizes the gas. Once the gas is ionized on the outside surface of the gas, see, like I said, that's why I said only 2% of the gas needs to be ionized to be considered a plasma and to behave like a plasma. So it's only partially ionized that it starts to behave like a plasma. So we have some actual gas in there as well. So it's actual gas and mostly ionized gas creating a shell around it.
So there's regular gas.
Earth's atmosphere too, and I don't think they want to tell us that. But I mean, it's clearly an induced current, and like an induced magnetic field. That's if you just apply an object that is not of the same charge into a field of a moving current like
hold on. Is all the gas inside the thing ionized when they put the electrical charge to it or whatever?
No. Well, I don't really know, but I think no. I think only a percentage of it.
That's big right there.
Yeah,
that's a big.
Yeah, I'm being
and then
behavior in a container, so that I can
in partially ionized gas
container
in our upper atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's not ionized down here, though.
Well, I mean, sometimes it is. Like when you walk in across the carpet and touch a doorknob and it shocks you. Some of the gases have been ionized at that point because of the potential difference between you and the object you touched. So the breakdown happens in the atmosphere, and then that allows for a little ionization.
I have a problem with you relating that electrical charge that the body creates. You potentially suggesting that we get that from the ether, like not the ether, but the air around us, right? When I observe my feet, I rub that on the carpet, so I'm charging myself, and then when I touch a metal object or I touch another human being, I ground myself. I can't see how I'm able to pull. I'm not saying humans and we're not able to pull, I guess, electricity or whatever from the air. I don't even want to go there. I'm saying that I have a problem extracting that idea from pulling that directly from the air around us.
No, dude, we are electrical beings, right? Like,
I know.
Every time the heart beats.
That's why 70% we're made of water. We're crystal. I understand that totally, 100%.
Well, water is an insulator. Actually, water is not a conductor of electricity. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yeah, no, it's the salt within. It's the salt within the water that makes
it's not the water. It's the ionized material in our bodies that do that. So it's the salt that allows the colloid in the water. Right. So
that's the problem is gas behavior. Substantiate the notion that gas is behaving that way outside of the container.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's a
About
problem
gases behaving.
to look at an instance of gas behavior in a container to demonstrate how a gas behaves outside of a container, supposedly.
Yeah, in your
Yeah,
example,
no,
Grim, in your
the question
example with
was
the
about being
container
up against
vacuum,
a vacuum. The question
in your
only,
example,
it doesn't fulfill all the answers that a flat earther needs, but it helps with some of them. You know, like how can there be
in your
a vacuum at all near gas pressure without a container? But there is a container. You're right about that. But the container is the plasma organizing itself into the container. So you're not wrong when you're saying you can't have this without a container, because these guys are telling you yes you can, because gravity can do it. Gravity can't do it. Gravity can't do it at all, because the solar wind would wipe all the atmosphere off the Earth if there wasn't this magnetic field in the first place.
so
All the
in your
atmosphere would be gone.
example,
It would be like Mercury. Go ahead.
yeah, so in your example in the lab with the container, vacuum, plasma, gas, that setup, the containers, the plasma is totally stopping the gas from penetrating it, or is the gas getting out of the plasma?
Okay, so what happens in a plasmoid is the unionized material gets drawn towards the center. So eventually all of the gas will be drawn towards the plasmoid, right? And the ionized gases will be then shot back out of the jets, right? So then you would have ionized gases not being gases and not acting the same, and they would complete a circuit which would create a shell around the plasmoid itself with a magnetic field and a high intensity electric field and an oppositely charged central position where it acts as a capacitor, where the magnetic field itself is like a dielectric, like a material that blocks the electric charge or the electrons.
Graham, hold on, man, hold on. This is yes or no. In your example, does the plasma field stop the gases from escaping, or is it the container?
No, it's the plasma field.
So no gases get past the plasma.
There's no gas in the container. It's a vacuum again, but except for the very center of the container, which is confined and absorbed all of the gases into that magnetic entity called a plasmoid.
So theoretically, you could get rid of you could create this have some gas, then have the plasma around it, and then you could get rid of the container, and the gas that was inside the plasma field wouldn't leave, right?
Right. There's an important part about that though. The current must continue to be added to the system for the plasmoid to remain for any duration of time. I mean, there is some like self-fueling mechanism, like ball lightning and shit like that, that is not understood. But since we can't put math on it, you can't do shit but talk about it as an anomaly or a phenomenon.
What's ball lightning?
Those guys, yeah. Ball lightning is a plasmoid, and it's like a self-fueled plasmoid that fuels on the unionized materials, drops a proton. The proton then releases an electron from another system, and then
Does that happen in all lightning, or is that like a special thing?
It's special. It's sort of I don't know if it's special, but I mean it's a mechanism.
It doesn't happen in all lightning.
It could be happening all over the place, but misinterpreted as some standard narrative bullshit.
I'm saying, does this plasma thing happen in every lightning strike, or just certain ones?
Oh yeah, everything. The ball lightning is a little different. It's when the pinch rolls around itself and then starts to feed on itself. That's called ball lightning. Have you ever seen any videos?
That's when it goes down and goes back up too, or is it when it comes from the ground? Or like, what am I looking at?
Yeah, it's crazy. Ball lightning rides along on magnetic fields. It can come in your window and shit. It could go straight to your TV. It does a lot of crazy weird shit. People think it's like spiritual or something, the way it has a mind of its own.
So we could have gas. You're saying we could have gas. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm just saying that that's in the laboratory. The Earth is a different story, but with their same narrative, though, all of those things exist, but they ignore it. They ignore that. They have this plasmoid that surrounds their whole entire, theory of Earth. You know what I mean? Whatever it is.
But does the argument of plasma not tip its hat to some form of a solid? Because I mean, I know plasma. What are we saying plasma is?
The fourth state of matter. It's not a solid, a liquid, or a gas. It's literally the fourth state of matter and the most abundant form of matter observed in the universe, and the least studied, which is interesting.
Isn't plasma ionized gas?
Partially, a 2% ionized gas is considered a plasma and behaves not like a gas anymore.
So what does it?
2%, so it doesn't take much to ionize a gas.
What does it behave like then?
Well, it behaves like plasma. It rides magnetic fields. Electric currents flow across it freely without resistance. I mean, there's a lot of interesting things that go on, and different plasmas create different lattice type structures within each other. Some are collisionless, which means they're like elastic. They don't lose energy when they rub up against each other. Some of them are collision plasmas, where they're attracted to each other and they react chemically when they hit each other. And it's amazing kind of shit. It's like recombination of elements and transmutation of elements occurs.
And
Very
this
low.
is
So
where.
you're saying.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So you're saying that you could get a zero resistance environment out of this plasma thing.
In the right, not here. I mean, in a pressure, but outside of this gas pressure is like an insulator, so you're not going to have all the electrical stuff you want in a gas pressure. But out there, when they say there's just no pressure, there's a lot of voltage, and everything is ionized, and the whole thing just behaves completely different than you would expect. You're not going to get
So
these,
how does this non-solid plasma contain gas?
because it's electrical. The electric force, it's physical. It's just not a solid. Like you know how a liquid is physical, but it's not a solid. It has.
This is where, like, the things that you were talking about earlier about how plasma behaves when different things interact with it. I will lily pad to the stuff we've seen with the rockets hitting that apparent ceiling, right, and making that wake-like pattern, almost like a rocket skipping across the ceiling. When we've seen those rockets launched into space, so I can see the idea of the plasma theory coming through. I would also maybe say the potentiality for a plasma type roof. So it's a roof still containing some form of plasma, like Star Trek or put up the shields and choo,
exactly.
and it hits the right.
Shields up, Scotty.
Same effect.
Exactly.
I could definitely see that 100%. There are many theories that I have with relation to the plasma roof, if you will. So it's definitely a valid observation. I appreciate that.
And it's fun to think about too, because it just opens so many doors of thought.
But there's still a roof.
Supposedly it's happening on a ball.
Exactly. This is all about helping the flat earther realize that there is a container, and to help the baller realize that his argument is wrong with telling you that gravity is what's doing it.
So all this supposedly is happening on a ball in a vacuum. How do you know that?
Because they use a ball and a vacuum in the experiment, and it happens there, but we don't know that this is a ball in a vacuum. Like, I'm not arguing for the ball here, dude. I'm actually trying to pull the pants down of the ballers and give them a little red ass for trying to tell you guys.
Bro, I gotta say, bro, I think this sucking balls argument sucks balls.
Shut up.
Yeah, you definitely appreciate the evidence you provided in a Gregory. What's the term when somebody does that?
Word salad?
No, Greg. There's a term for that. I know you can pull me out on this one, dude. When somebody jokingly points out all the holes.
I guess sarcasm.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah. I guess sarcasm, dry humor, but yeah, no. There are. Thank you for that little lesson on plasma.
Yeah, that was interesting. I listened to all of that. I'm gonna have to look up, how they explain what plasma is eventually. Maybe right now.
Just Wikipedia the term plasmoid.
Well, you guys have
They
heard
keep
them
trying to
talk
change
about
the
the
definition.
plasma moon, haven't you? That crazy
I
theory.
have heard of that, and I'm just not. You know how sometimes you'll have a flat earther that comes out and says something that's so ridiculous that it almost makes you, as flat earthers, look bad, and you don't want his argument. That's how I feel about this plasma moon thing.
Okay, but here's the
Makes
thing:
us feel bad.
do you agree that the moon does not present as a solid object all the time?
But I have to say this.
Well,
I have
yeah,
to
it
say that
changes and moves. Yeah,
gave his answers to our
go ahead.
questions in contrast to us saying that there is a solid container that is above the earth, and then says that he's not defending the globe in a vacuum. But that would imply that he is defending the globe in the vacuum. He's trying to.
No, this can happen on a flat Earth, dude. You can have we're not talking about the shape of the Earth at all. We're just talking about gas pressure, like the men wanted to talk about.
Right. The reason we're talking about gas pressure is because supposedly there's gas being contained by some force around a ball in a vacuum, as opposed to
Or
the
a flat
gas
Earth in a vacuum.
container.
Wrong, man. Why do you have to make a dichotomy out of this conversation?
It's not a it's
Oh,
not
wait, it's
neat.
in your nature. I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude. Do what you need to do.
We're talking about
Yeah.
gas pressure. And the reason we're talking about gas pressure is because there either is a solid container containing the gas or there isn't. And so you were giving your arguments against the solid container containing the gas, which would
No.
imply that you're trying to defend the globe in a vacuum.
No, see, you put the word solid in there, not me. We just said container. So I'm pointing out a container for you.
Did you hear what I said?
What are
I
you
said
not getting?
you are
I know, but
arguing
you're
against solid
assuming, and
container.
you're kind of like hoping that I'm going to argue with you about the shape of the Earth, and I'm kind of like trying to avoid that argument altogether, since that's not what I'm trying to do here.
You're
I'm trying to point
obfuscating
out
what
that
I'm saying.
the Boller's argument that they give you is incorrect. You can take that any
You're
way you want. A
obfuscating.
flat Earth, you can have a shell of plasma around the flat Earth if you want to. I'm not going to argue with you about it. It can be around a tetrahedron for all you want. I don't care, right? But the fact remains, you can contain a plasma within a vacuum with electrical force. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you're obfuscating what I'm saying.
Am I?
I said you are giving your argument against the solid container. So that implies that you are arguing that
you keep putting the word solid in
gas.
there. I'm not even talking about solid. I'm just talking about a container, which I've already addressed with you, which you
Why are you
ignored
resisting?
and just repeated your statement.
That's what you were just doing. You were arguing against a solid. You were arguing against a solid container. What is
No,
wrong
I
with
wasn't.
that?
I wasn't.
Are
No
you
one even presented that as an argument. We were arguing for a container.
right? You're arguing against a solid one in the favor of this non-solid plasma, whatever you were talking about.
I wasn't, because no one argued me. No one said that. That's why we weren't arguing against
Can
any
water?
of that. We were
Hold on,
just
man. Can
proposing
water?
a
Hold on,
theory
Greg.
for containers.
Oh,
Hold on a
exactly
second, Greg. Hold on,
I'm
Greg.
talking
Hey,
about.
yo, hello. Can you have a liquid container?
Well, plasmas have fluid dynamics.
Well, hold on. I don't know why the solid thing's coming into play. Why can you not have a liquid container?
I don't see why not. We're not talking about that right now.
He's obfuscated what I'm saying. What I'm saying is directly
Why does it
relevant
have to be solid?
and
That's
reflective
what I'm
of the
wondering.
conversation he's having.
Me too.
Why does the container have to be solid? Can it just be physical? A physical thing?
In this case, it could also just be two separate, massively different density layers, pretending to be a container, or not pretending, but like just acting as a different layer of something.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it would just be a force applied, right? That would contain something. So the electric force, magnetic force, can behave in the right environments, like with a plasma involved, as a container, and it can be very solid to you, being of a gas. You can't get through it.
Okay, well, what I
Can I
was
just
saying
say,
was unnecessarily. What I was saying was being unnecessarily resistant. I said was directly reflective of the conversation that just took place. So you're arguing against a solid container in favor of this non-solid
I don't
plasma.
have time for this morning. This is like he needs an argument.
No, I
and it's
understand
not.
what he's saying. Like, I try to put it like what I got from that whole thing. You're saying that an electromagnetic field doesn't need a container to trap gases. That's what I got from that. That's what you're
Right,
saying.
yeah.
That
Well,
these plasmoids
the
aren't a
electromagnetic field
container, that they're
is the
not solid
container.
mass, they're creating a force to bring these fucking gas particles together.
No
And so it
reason to-
is the container, is what I'm saying. It does the
Okay,
job
so
of
that's what I got.
containing the thing. And not only does it contain things, but it draws things in that are unionized. So it'll take unionized material and draw it into itself, into the system, and then eject it as ionized material out of the jets.
All right.
And so supposedly this is happening on a ball in a vacuum, yes?
That's right.
Okay, so I was right from the beginning, so you unnecessarily resisted me.
No, you're saying on a ball again. I didn't hear that part because I got multiple shit going on in my house, but it doesn't have to be on a ball. You see how you keep trying to put me on the other side?
Well, what makes it on a ball?
I see Judd Grimm was just talking about a
noticing-
possibility, not necessarily arguing for anything.
Exactly.
I don't see how this
give you an
argues
idea
for this happening
of
on a
something
ball.
that could be
I don't see
happening
it.
for you, not for me in any way. I don't want to win anything with you guys. The fuck are you doing, man? You keep
So
trying
you're
to
gonna
hit me
pretend
against the
that
fucking.
not being presupposed in the discussion. I'm
I don't
obviously
even
People wanna-
you anymore, dude. You're great on my nerves. I'll be
Yeah,
back.
and we know people want to.
Somebody
People
DM
want
me
to
and this
argue, bro.
motherfucker
Come
just
on.
left.
You know how it is.
All right. Sorry about that, man. We're not trying to like come at you. Seriously, don't take this the wrong way.
I'll be like, we're not new to this discussion, so you're sitting here pretending like it's ridiculous for me to refer back to the presupposition of this discussion that we're talking about a vacuum or no.
Like, I don't know why you went at him like that. Grimm's not the enemy, dude. He's like the enemy of our enemy. They don't like Grimm just as much as you know. They don't like the Grimm's arguments just as much as they don't like ours. Like, he wasn't trying to
I
like
didn't come after him. He
argue
just
and shit. He was trying to like help us. If anything, I
Is he
think
still
it
here?
felt like.
Is he still
No, he
here?
left.
I
You don't
didn't
want to argue.
come
No,
after
he
him.
left.
So then,
Doesn't
Greg,
argue.
wait.
Doesn't
Can I
wanna
ask
argue.
Greg something then? I just wanted to ask Greg. Like, we both kind of got the gist of his thing that like he was proposing that this plasmoid is proof that this can happen on a sphere or a station, right? That was his argument.
So that's just what I asked him. I'm asking about what
Yeah.
he's saying. He's sitting here playing as though I'm just unnecessarily pressing him. I'm simply asking about what he was talking about on and on.
I caught it. I caught all that. Okay. I don't know. This whole plasmoid thing, you know. I don't know.
It's like he's sitting here talking about what he's talking about. Now he's getting offended that I'm asking him about what he was talking
Let me
about.
look this up. Here, let's see if I could make his points better for him. If I look up plasmoids. Or not better for him, but rather keep beating up his point for him.
There you going, Rumpus. I see you snuck in down the
A
bottom.
plasmoid is a coherent structure of plasma
Yeah,
and
I wanted
magnetic
in.
fields.
Oh, here you go. You wanted someone to argue with? The Rumpus
There
is
we
your
go.
man.
Yeah,
Rumpus is
exactly.
the guy.
Rumpus is in the house. All right, Rumpus, you've got
Hello,
the
Rumpus.
floor. Hey.
Yeah, I heard Grim
All right.
V spouting a load of crap just now.
Oh, Rumpus, you're coming hot. Come on.
What
Ease
is
into it. Ease into
Are
it.
you saying plasma can't contain gas pressure?
The plasmas can contain things. You can, with suitably constructed magnetic fields, you can contain plasmas, and then they can do some things themselves in a sort of speculative manner. They've been suggested they can contain things slightly, but it's all irrelevant to the Earth and containers and things of the atmosphere, because obviously we know there's no container of the atmosphere. We can been there, done it. No, it's not there. We know it's. We know that
Yeah.
gravity holds the atmosphere down because we know that.
Talk that shit, Rumpus.
We know
Talk
that
that
gas has
shit.
mass. We know that gas has mass and weight. We know it's pulled down. That's why you can weigh gas. So we know it's pulled down to the center of the Earth. Therefore, you don't need any container.
So why do
Easy.
clouds stop
Pulled down
getting
by.
pulled down? Like what causes the gases? What causes the different heights in clouds?
Yeah, what is it pulled down by?
Density.
I mean, I'd like to see it in a diagram. Can you do a diagram?
Like you're
for
talking
us,
about
Rumpus?
gas being pulled
It's
from
been a
the earth.
while.
Me personally, I've never
Stop
seen
it,
gas
Jeremy.
get sucked
Density.
into the
I don't
earth
need
in
to,
my
this
life.
is so simple. It doesn't
I've
need a
never. I've
required
only seen
diagram.
gas come from the earth. I've only seen it rise from the surface, not suck into it. You're telling me that the mass of the earth sucks gas into it, but
I'm
I see
telling you,
clouds
it'll
floating above it.
Yeah,
he'll
it
make
doesn't
this.
suck it. It attracts it, just like it attracts one mass attracts another. We know that gas is attracted downwards because gas has weight. If you go into a vacuum and you fill a balloon full of gas and stick it on some scales, it'll weigh more than with the balloon without any gas in it. And therefore, there's a force downwards. You therefore know that the gas molecules are pulled downwards. They weigh something. So there you are.
What'd you say?
That's what holds atmosphere to the Earth. They've got weight.
What?
They're
Easy,
pulled down.
isn't it?
They're pulled down
That's
just like
easy,
you
isn't it,
are.
Rumpus?
It is
We
very
need a
easy.
diagram. We
No,
need a
I'm not even
diagram.
sure
I
what
can't
you
even
just said,
visualize. I
honestly.
can't visualize this.
This is so simple. You just as you're attracted to the ground. If you jump out of a window, which direction you go? You go down. Same with gas molecules. They do exactly the same thing. And then they bounce off the ground or bounce off one another and they go up again, just like a bouncy ball. So just as you drop a bouncy ball, it goes to the ground, bounces off the ground, then goes up again. And if it's totally, there's no loss of energy, it'll go up to the same height that it came from. So you can think of
Just share your
gas
screen.
I thought
you
that's
can
not
think
the
of
property
you
of
can think of gas
gas.
molecules
That is,
just like very bouncy balls.
that's not
But
the
it's
property
medium
of
dependent,
gas.
right?
Gas, yeah, it depends on the medium.
So there are about
Surface
3
of-
people speaking, so I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, it's all of what you just said is medium dependent.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. Not at all.
What?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, you
No,
drop
it
a
isn't.
beach
You just
ball
made it up.
and it goes down. And if I put the beach ball underwater, which way does it go?
Oh, right. You have buoyancy effects, if that's what you mean.
Well, so
But
it's
everything
medium
is attracted
dependent.
down.
If you put that object in a different medium or environment, it does different things. So it's medium dependent, like I said.
The attraction is not, but the thing you get displacement by other things that are trying to go down. So in the case of
No,
putting
your
something
observation, the observation that you're basing your entire premise on is medium dependent.
well, you can eliminate the medium by doing this all in a vacuum chamber, and then you can see that
No,
everything's
all
attracted
you've done
downwards.
is you've just changed the medium. You've just changed the
Yes,
medium.
I've eliminated the buoyancy effects. Yes, I've eliminated the buoyancy effects, so you then
But
know
if
that
you have-
everything is
how did
attracted
you-
downwards.
Did you eliminate density? How did you eliminate
How would you
density?
suggest to do it without a container? How would you create a vacuum without a container? Goodness.
That's quite
Isn't that an
simple.
excellent question?
You eliminate
Look at
the,
the-
if you have two things. If you have two things that are trying to get down to the ground as best as possible, the denser object will get down further and displace the other one. Hence, you have buoyancy. But if you want to eliminate the effects of buoyancy and competing things, then you do it in a vacuum chamber, and then you just take the one thing you're interested in, and that can be a gas, say helium, stick it in the vacuum chamber. Oh my God! Can I just finish the
I
sentence?
said
I
density.
know exactly what diagram.
So if I have a helium balloon and I stick it in a chamber and put it on some scales, it'll weigh more with the helium inside it than not, and therefore I've eliminated the buoyancy issues. Now, the whole point about science to explain things is you simplify things to their things. If you try and complicate things and try and just look at the complicated thing, you're going to get confused.
Rumpus,
Hold on, real
Rumpus,
quick,
Rumpus.
guys.
Density,
Fuzzy,
not
hold on,
not
1 second,
density.
Fuzzy, 1 second. Left lane, is your argument that you can't have a vacuum without a container? Did you just make that argument a second ago?
Here on the surface, without a container, you can't have a vacuum. It's just like you can't weigh a bucket of water without the bucket.
So vacuums, you can't have a vacuum without a container. That's your argument.
On the Earth, because it's full of all this
within the
dense
atmosphere.
gas. If you want to
Yeah.
create an area without dense gas, you have to remove the dense gas. How do you do that? You create a container and you remove the gas, and then you end up with a vacuum. If you don't have a container, all this gas which is being pulled down will then occupy that space.
Go ahead, Fuzzy.
It's very
Wow,
simple.
who would have thought? So you
Again.
so you need a container to have a vacuum too, let
On the
alone have
surface
gas.
of the Earth, you
Wow.
do, yeah.
Rumpus,
On the
Rumpus.
surface of the Earth,
Wow.
if you don't have a
5
vacuum,
minutes.
then gas
Rumpus.
will, just like flowing water, will flow into it. It's really simple.
Oh.
Don't
You
understand what you're
Is that
getting
right?
at.
address the density. You've talked about buoyancy. What we're talking about is density. Where did you
Yes, buoyancy is a
negate
function of density.
according to you?
Well, I can give you the equations. I could show you a diagram now. I'm getting to the stage where I
but
might
again,
give you a
that- but
diagram to
that's-
demonstrate
that's
buoyancy to you.
Thing under, yeah, but that's the thing under contention. You can't use the thing under contention as proof of the thing in contention.
No, you can eliminate all those buoyancy things by putting in a vacuum chamber. Then you can just see that even things like helium and everything are pulled down and have weight. then you've eliminated the medium issue, and then you can demonstrate, well, if I start introducing different mediums like water or liquid mercury, then you're going to get buoyancy effects, because as I said, you've got two things trying to go down, and the denser thing has a greater force, and therefore will displace the thing that's underneath it.
No, you're
Bro,
So we get
trying
we
I don't
fill
know
a vacuum.
why. I don't know why I'm not catching anything.
hold on. You're actually
I ain't
trying to
catching
prove
nothing he's
one
saying,
of the
bro, I
things.
swear.
No,
I
I'm
ain't
not.
catching
I'm
it.
eliminating the
One of
bonus
the
variables.
things.
What you do in science is you eliminate all the confounding variables. You just try and get to the minimal situation that explains what's going on. You don't have multiple things going on and try and explain that. That's why in an experiment you only have one independent variable which you're varying, and then you see what happens to the dependent. Well, you don't have three independent variables saying the same thing.
Respectfully,
Isn't it obvious? Like, I look at this instance of a container,
Please,
of a
pause.
gas, of a vacuum in a container to demonstrate that we can have a vacuum without a container.
Hold on.
Like, duh.
So you do
Somebody should
understand.
just. Oh,
You do
Ruckus.
understand that if you've got something like this gas, it's all being around us. If you want to remove it, then you've got to put some barrier to stop this gas getting into the thing you're trying to sort out. So,
Yeah.
why is that difficult?
All
Why
right.
is that difficult to understand?
Can somebody just pull up
Okay, so-
like the laws of density real quick and explain to him how objects move through mediums based on their density?
We're gonna try to do this right now with him.
Yeah, we got to do this for real for you because he
Hold
doesn't
on.
understand
All
density.
right, I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. So Rumpus, we got a container, whatever. You're saying all this shit fall. We get rid of the buoyancy effect and everything falls 9.8 meters per second, right?
Yep.
So we get a vacuum. Yep. So we get a vacuum, and we put some gas molecules. How fast do they fall?
They will go down by 9.81 meters per second accelerated. If in other words, you have them in the container in the middle of the chamber, you held them up, and then you just removed the container. Let's say you destroyed it somehow. Then all the gas molecules, which are, of course, moving around if they've got temperature, they're moving around 800 meters per second or 300 meters per second, depending on which gas you've got.
Down or
hold
so
on. They will then all fall. They will then all, depending on which, because they've got a speed of 800 meters per second. Some of them might be going up very quickly, so they won't all fall
so
down.
They're not falling. So not fall. So they're
well, they're accelerating down.
Things don't fall at 9.8 meters per second in the vacuum.
Right,
sometimes they go up.
Right? Do you understand?
You just told me they were going up.
Well, listen. They're going in all directions. So just like QE doesn't understand, because he's a moron, he doesn't understand that you can be going up and accelerating downwards. Do you understand?
Okay, so the gas molecule, we understand that. So the gas molecules aren't falling at 9.8.
Jeremy, you need to understand this concept. Do you understand that you can be going upwards but accelerating downwards? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand the physics definition. Yes, I understand that. It's called, hold on, guys. I understand the physics definition, yes. But I also understand that you said we get rid of the medium and everything falls. However, we make a vacuum. Hold on, Rumpus. We got a vacuum. We put gas in it. Shit's not falling. Sometimes it's going up. So not falling, going up.
Because
not everything falls.
Listen, well, no, it's all accelerates downwards. We were talking about accelerating, weren't we? So the acceleration of everything
falling at 9.8 meters per second.
Let me finish my sentence, Jeremy. We were talking about acceleration.
Jeremy,
so it's everything. Can you stop interrupting whoever that is? I mean, everything accelerates downwards at 9.81 meters per second. That's not the same as velocity. So when you have a gas inside a balloon, say helium inside a balloon, they're all going around in different directions. Some of it's going up, some of it's going down, all random, and it's moving incredibly quickly, 300 meters per second, typically for air, but for helium or hydrogen, it's much more. So if you then burst that balloon, there's still some atoms and molecules in there that are going upwards. Now, accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second is not going to have much impact on something that's traveling at 300 meters per second upwards at that particular time. So what you need to talk about is acceleration. So you need to understand, just like if I throw a ball up in the air, a bouncy ball, if I throw it up vertically in the air very quickly, it can be accelerating downwards, and it will be accelerating downwards throughout its entire trajectory, but it's still going upwards. The velocity is still going up, but it's accelerating. Eventually, hold on, nearly there. Hold on, very nearly there. So when very nearly there, really nearly there. 5 more seconds. So when it gets to the top of its trajectory, the acceleration has finally taken off the edge of the velocity, and then it will turn around and come down and accelerate. But it can still be going up, but accelerating down.
So we were talking about gas pressure without a. Hold on.
Wow.
We're talking about gas pressure without a container. So you're saying that. That's what we were talking about, having gas pressure without a container just now. Yeah. So you're saying that Rumpus. So you're saying that.
How long?
It's quite simple. We had a helium balloon inside a vacuum chamber, and then we burst the helium balloon, and then we don't know what happens. That's what we were talking about.
This dude really is like the Tasmanian devil.
No,
So listen,
That's the question. The gas never settles.
No, it doesn't. It's like bouncy balls. They hit the ground, they go up again, so they will occupy the whole space.
Just wondering,
just
like,
like bouncy
where are you
balls.
detecting?
They
Where are you
accelerated
detecting the
downwards. Then
bro?
when they hit
Slow
the
down.
ground, just like
We
a
heard
bouncy
you,
ball.
bro.
So
We all
just
comprehended
hit
what
the
you said.
ground,
Stop
just
repeating
like
yourself.
a bouncy ball, and
This
just
dude
like
is
a bouncy ball,
disrespecting us because he
they'll
thinks
then
we
go
need to
up
just
again.
repeat it to him.
So you can
All
be
right, bro. So you want to
accelerated
shadow the feedback?
downwards.
Shadow
You
over
can
you.
be
You're fucking
accelerated
repeating
downwards.
yourself. I don't need
And
to
when
hear
you
you
hit the
repeat anymore.
ground, you
I
then
understand
go
what the
back
fuck you
up.
were saying.
Just like
Not
a
repeating you.
bouncy ball doesn't just go to the ground and
It's
stop,
disrespectful
it goes
bullshit.
back up again. It's really simple.
Understood. I get it. Okay, so you're
Well, you're
saying
not. You
that
may,
you're.
but if you
Stop
get that, then
talking.
there's some other people here who would do that.
Rumpus.
Stop talking. Let people respond to the shit you're saying, dude.
You
Like, can you
interrupting me.
relax? Use your
Don't
ears
interrupt me
for
while
once.
I'm in mid-sentence, and I won't.
Bro, give yourself a chance to breathe. How about that? Okay,
Yeah,
so
one at a time, guys. Let's be
Yeah,
concise
then
too,
it'd be
though.
fine.
so let me respond to the thing that he said. Like, all right, so you're saying that you're detecting things pulling things to the ground. 9 point, what'd you say? What was
I
the thing?
didn't.
9.87 something
You were a
per
bit
second?
distorted.
What
I
was
didn't
it?
hear what you said. Can you say it again?
What was the speed that things are being pulled to the ground? Can you say it
It's
again?
not speed. It's an acceleration. If you do know the difference
What
between
is the
speed and
acceleration of
acceleration,
things being pulled to the ground? Can you say it again?
9.8 meters per second per second.
Difference between speed and acceleration is
Do you know the difference?
9.8 seconds. What was it again?
9.8 meters per second per second. Do you know the difference between velocity and acceleration?
9.8 meters per second. Okay,
Per
where
second.
is this
You
being
can't
detected
remember things.
when a
I said, oh,
balloon is
say it
rising
again.
up?
No,
How
you
do you
didn't quote
detect
me
this while a
correctly. You
balloon
didn't
is
quote me
rising?
correctly. 9.8 meters per second per second. You
Can I
don't know the
please
difference between
counter
velocity
that?
and
9.8
acceleration,
meters
do you?
per
Rumpus,
second.
Rumpus.
Wait.
How
No,
do
it's per
you
second per
detect it
Rumpus,
second.
while
Rumpus
a
would like to
balloon is
counter that
rising?
argument.
You don't know the difference between acceleration and
Rumpus,
velocity, do you?
Rumpus,
This dude's getting way
This
too
guy
angry
doesn't
for
know.
such a simple question.
Rumpus. I'd like
Guys,
Rumpus to be muted for a minute.
hold on,
I have an
guys.
option.
Come on, guys.
One at a time, guys. It's getting to be audio chaos.
If you get muted, it's just temporary too, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Respectfully as
Hold on.
possible to
Can't hear
Rumpus,
you. He
how are
definitely
we
said.
detecting this 9.8
Okay,
meters per second? How do you
sorry.
detect that while a balloon is rising?
I would like to speak on that for a minute, please, if I may. That 9.8 that he's reporting to us to observe is an average. So you're going to tell me that two objects falling to the Earth are being applied an average speed, which is not okay. We need to come up with a specific observed speed for the specific item
Yeah.
that we're going to observe falling, but an average. That is an average that is reported. That 9.8
Yeah,
for your gravity that you talk about.
Thank you.
Well, some of these
Yeah,
guys
we
think
can
an
use a
average.
base
Power day
number.
robot.
It doesn't matter.
Some of these guys think an average is a measurement. Actually, you'll come to find out if you get into this deep enough here.
What is an average then, if it's not a measurement?
It's an average.
Really?
No one.
Yeah,
There you
but
go.
how do you
There you
obtain
go.
an average if
Particular
not by
object.
measurement?
All right.
How do you
Deafened
obtain
him.
an average if not by measurement?
So
You're missing the point. The
You guys
I mean,
felt how
answer my
great that
question,
just
dude.
was, but I feel like that
We're
was great.
not
Like
listening
that
to
was
each other.
great.
It doesn't make sense. The
Yeah,
average
I mean,
is a measurement of a
I would like
particular.
Jeremy to answer my
Oh
question.
my God.
Really
Wow.
asking Jeremy.
Then
So, Jeremy, how do you get an average if
Wait,
not through measurement and calculations?
it's like,
You
are we
can
going
get
to
an
listen to
average.
one another?
Jeremy?
What's
Yeah.
up? You can get an average by making a lot of measurements, right? So first you do the measurements,
Okay.
and then you do an average, which is not a measurement, because if an average was a measurement, it would have been the first thing you did, right? We did the measurements first, then you do an average. So the average isn't the measurement. That comes after the measurements. That's the next
But the
thing.
average is just like the middle point of all of your measurements, right? It's
It's a
not
good
that
number, representative.
Sure, it's a great number, but not a measurement.
Gentlemen, with all
Definitely
your
not a
schools,
measurement. Great averages
Okay,
are fucking
so
great. I love averages. I'm gonna get a T-shirt
so
printed that
it,
says "I heart averages,"
all right.
but it's
So
not a
if an
measurement.
average isn't a measurement, what is the significance of that? Is there
Do you
flat
not
now?
understand that an average? Hold on, Nate. Do you not understand that an average is not a measurement, or are you still
This is
confused?
I'm giving
amazing,
it to
bro.
you, Jeremy. I'm literally giving
Oh,
it
all
to
right.
you.
So
If
we
an
know now that
average
an
is
average.
not, oh, come on, bro. Listen to my
Okay.
question. That's why your response didn't answer the question that I asked. If an average is not a measurement, what is the significance of that, Jeremy?
Exactly.
Significance
That
There's
of it
no
is when
significance
people try
to the
to.
9.8 meters per second. There is no significance to it. He's just throwing it in there just because.
I didn't hear the answer. What, Jeremy?
Well, we want to be
Jeremy,
clear on what
please.
we're talking about. If you say
Jeremy,
you got
go
a
ahead.
measurement, if you say you got a measurement, we're going to want a measurement, right? If you don't have a measurement and you just have an average, then that's significant.
And that was this question to Rumpus before Rumpus triggered, because the question was, how do you measure that downward acceleration in a balloon that's floating upwards?
This is amazing to me. I don't know
Where is
why.
that measurement of 9.8 meters
Is
per
he
second
this
or
fuzzy
anything
robot?
close to it?
This fuzzy robot in was just
If I am.
I mean, we heard
Yeah,
you in
yeah,
slow motion, but
Yeah,
fixing up.
that was awesome, dude. You guys are.
yeah. It's in the buoyancy formula. You have to look at the buoyancy formula, and you'll see it.
Now, he makes really interesting observations and points, and why I actually was aligning with what he began speaking about, which was the observation of buoyancy. I have trouble saying that word. What I will say is the observation of buoyancy, which is again the amount of gas, or not the amount of gas, but the fact that an item has gas within that container, where we are observing the fact that it is floating on top of whatever it is being measured against or held against, which is buoyancy. So a basketball player, he goes to the rim, he uses his muscles to define their gravity, our buoyancy. He dunks the ball, and then we observe his buoyancy bringing, or his muscles canceling the work being done, and him coming back down to earth in a resting manner. I do not observe a force being applied to his body of him being pulled down, because he observes rest when he comes down. It's a place of rest.
Yeah,
It's his breath, and he
that's
continues.
gibberish.
King
Excuse me?
Clown. Is that bad?
Not negate what he just said by just blurting out it's gibberish.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is, because you do observe an acceleration downward when he comes down.
Downward? Are
Okay,
you
so it's
serious?
not
You're gonna
gibberish.
tell me that after he dunks that ball, he's gonna come back down to the earth at a fast rate? No, my friend. He comes down to the earth much like a piece of paper coming down to rest on the surface that's beneath it. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, tell his ankles that.
King's Clown. Like you do know how we define forces in our world, right? With our
100%.
model.
We do work
So
with our muscles.
if that basketball player made of matter moves, whether he's falling or jumping, you are seeing a force in action.
Okay,
so
so
you believe.
how do you explain
German
So simple.
training, German weightlifting, where they observe the negative contraction more favorably than the positive contraction?
I mean, it's like just
Whether
imagine swimming in a
I
pool.
don't even know what
That's all you have to do.
I'm
All you
saying
have
to
to
you
do
that
is
it's
imagine
negative,
both
being
positive
in a
we
pool.
both had
contraction. I don't even
observation
know.
that if you want to talk me down on my point, it's another observation that is worthy of taking in, because it's further stonewalling my argument of the fact that we observe rest occurring on a surface versus work being done of an item being pulled to the ground. You're not going to get
Yeah, but if you put
9.8.
We observe what is that?
You're
Could
not
you
going to give
repeat
me
yeah,
that
if you
part?
put
a
a
9.
scale,
Yeah,
Pardon
I
me?
mean, I just want him to clarify what he said. Could you say that last part? We observe rest on the
We
surface of the earth.
observe. That's
Yes.
right. When a basketball player dunks the ball and he comes back down to the earth, we observe his 10-pound, 20-pound figure coming to the rest at the ground. Right? There's no 9.8 meters per second average speed being applied to him weighing 200 pounds versus his 300-pound foot center teammate that just dunked the ball earlier, and the 9.8 meters per second force is being applied to the same as him as well. The two observations, we don't observe the same force being applied. It's different. That 9.8, that's what I'm saying to you. The basis of using a 9.8 meter per second discussion or item to observe, it doesn't work, because you cannot apply the same force to different items.
yeah, you put a scale. You put a scale underneath it, and you can put a scale underneath it, and you can register the acceleration based on the individual's mass.
Yeah, but
If
what
car is
laws does it
accelerating
say
on the road,
that you
if
can't
the car is
accelerate?
okay, let's
Well,
literally be ignorant. Let's be ignorant about that point that you just made. This again, the observation coming down to the earth. If we observe a car accelerating, which we know is an actual defined term as per the dictionary, and a cop can say that car was accelerating and it was speeding and so on and so forth, right? There's gas in the tank of the car. That gas is allowing the car to pump the pistons, to do the work, to travel the speed. What is the work that's being done to that item that's coming back down to earth? What is the actual functional work that's being done to that item that's pulling it down? You're telling me that that's that magic 9.8 leash that's always constantly in play?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's what he was trying to
The
say.
cell
He
phone that I
said,
put down on my dining room table at the end of the day, and I decide, hey, I want to pick it up to use it. I
Can I
observe
bring
the
up something?
cancellation of force with me picking it up. There's a cancellation of force there. Really?
Yeah. Can I bring
Yeah,
up
I don't
something about all
observe.
this,
I don't
please?
observe.
you
I
exerted a
don't
force
observe
on
me
on that
picking
phone
up
when you
the
picked it up.
phone. I don't
You're
observe
exerting
me.
a force that overcomes the acceleration when you pick something up, and the
I
fact that
agree.
that item
Yes.
has weight, that
Okay.
that you can feel the weight of a rock in your hand. That's
There
a
you
downward
go.
acceleration you feel.
Okay. So you're saying that, case in point, you're saying that in me picking it up, I observe the weight of the item. In picking up the rock, I observe the weight of the item. But yet,
Mm-hmm.
in the same argument, you're stating that there's a constant pull on that item,
Yeah,
which is not
that's the
just the
weight.
weight of, hold on, which is not just the weight of the item, but is also this 9.8 magic meters per second force that's being applied. That's what you're saying. So there's this force is a double action force. Is that right?
No, the weight is a result of the force.
Okay, so the weight is a result of the combined. So you're saying that the weight of the
No,
item,
not
whether it's
combined. I
10
didn't say
ounces,
combined. There's no combination.
Yeah, you straw manning
okay.
like crazy, King Kong.
Do you
Stop
mind
it.
I add something to this, please?
Which one?
Okay, so can we just go back to the example of the dude dunking the basketball?
Yes.
I think that was a great example. That was better than the car because, okay, like a dude jumping in the air, he's accelerating into the medium that he's in, right? And he comes back down. And if there's a lot of space, let's say that there's a cliff in front of him, right? He's going to continue to accelerate downwards. That doesn't mean that the medium changed or there's any other force being applied to him. He's still moving through the same medium until he hits the ground, which is a different density, a different medium.
You said a cliff, right?
I'm just talking about the fact that like there is nothing.
No, but you said a
Like, you're
cliff.
talking about there's something under the ground pulling things downward.
You said a cliff, right?
Yeah, I was talking about a cliff for a second there.
Okay, so we've changed the containment device then, right?
Right, yeah, I was giving an example of a reason why someone
So
would
then
accelerate downward.
the observation of buoyancy becomes completely different because the elevation, in fact, let's lily pad that and call it the above sea level, if you will. The above sea level has actually changed then because the container's changed. The bottom's fallen out. Okay, so it was different.
Yeah, I understand that. No problem.
Right.
So
No,
I
I'm
guess
saying.
the point I'm trying to make. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's cool. Yeah, all I'm getting at is we're at practice, right? One guy on the side, on one rim on the left-hand side, he weighs 200 pounds and he's dunking the ball. And then the other guy on the other rim is 300 pounds dunking the ball. And in my headspace, I cannot, again, I've observed numbers for my 42 years on this planet. I cannot ascertain the fact that there's going to be this magical force that's on these two guys based on their weight. When we go into the gym, go into the locker room after practice, they step on the scale, and the scale, which is like, well, really it's at the floor level that it's being used upon, is measuring their relative weight, right? And now, like, where does the 9.8 meters per second come into play when they step onto the scale? The scale is accounting for their weight as well. Is that right?
Yeah, because weight
for that 9.8.
basically looks at the force of gravity upon mass, and on Earth the force of gravity upon mass on average is 9.8 meters per second square. So I don't see what you're failing to ascertain.
So
Yeah, that's
my 200
result.
pounds is a result of that 9.8 meters per second per second.
You're 200 pounds, yes, because if you changed your elevation, you would get a different reading. You wouldn't be 200 pounds. You might be something else.
Or if you were
Unless
on
you're
a
using
smaller planet.
unless you're using a mass scale. If you're using a mass scale, then yeah, it won't change because you're recording your mass, not your weight. But if you're recording weight, that figure will change depending on your elevation, on your
Oh, okay, so
location,
interesting. So I'm
in relation to gravity.
I'm the Boston Celtics, right? I'm in Boston, their arena, and I'm
Who are
weighing
you,
in the change
Jason
room,
Tatum?
and then I'm gonna go to Denver
Yeah, but who are you,
to the
Jason Tatum or
Denver
Mark?
Mile High Stadium, and I'm gonna weigh those players again. You're telling me that they're gonna weigh different?
Yeah, they're
Based
way
on their
different. Even
elevation?
gold. That's why with gold, the special rules around how gold is weighed. With fighters, boxers and athletes, when they fight in different locations, there's rules on how they're going to be weighed because their weight could be different depending on where they are. I mean, this is a known thing, bro. You are questioning something that doesn't even change the shape of the earth. This is something that everyone just
So
knows
you're
to
saying
be
that the density of
fact.
the air changes based on elevation, right?
I never said that. Density and air
That's where we
never
entered
left.
this whole thing. Like we were observing
Yeah,
buoyancy.
but don't straw man, bro. Those words
What
never
is
left my
changing
mouth.
the weight of the person
Don't say
depending on their
that's what
elevation?
I said.
What's changing their weight? Is it the air around them, or is it the mass of their body?
What's changing their weight is their position in relation to a gravity field. The closer or further they
Oh
are
boy.
from a gravity field will have an effect
The
on
reason
how
is
much they
gravity.
weigh.
I love it. I love it.
Of course,
That
it's
doesn't
gravity.
explain it.
I mean,
I'm
we're
sorry.
talking about 9.8 meters per second square. Like, what is the significance
Gravity
of that number
field,
if not
though?
gravity?
The field of gravity, caloric. I thought gravity was the effect of the curvature of space and time by the mass.
Yeah, and that effect is stronger the closer you are to a gravity field. If you're further
But
away
that's a
from it, there's going to
field.
be less
When
curvature
did that become a
because there's
field?
less mass.
When did that become a field?
Do you know
I
what a
think
field
it's
is
just
in physics?
because
Do you
gravity.
know what we
Because
mean
gravity.
when we say
Because
field in physics, Gregory?
I don't. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I'm
Caloric
asking you,
is
do you know
only.
what we mean when we say field in physics? Do you?
Hang on. Gravity is supposedly the downward acceleration effect of the curvature of space and time by a mass simply existing in space. So, how does that effect become a field?
That's what I'm asking you. Before I go into answering that, do you know what a field is in physics? When
I
we
mean,
talk about field,
I thought I did, but you just said
all
what you
right,
said, so I might learn
what do
something new.
what do you think a field was?
this
It's
must
this,
be the plasmoid field that I got pulled up right now.
like
Gregory?
it's this
Yeah, I
thing
got
that
pulled up right
doesn't
now.
really
I'm
have
like,
any
okay,
gaps
the field
between
that you're
it
talking
and
about, it
this
must be this.
particular.
Yo, guys, Gregory's talking. Come on, man. Don't over talk.
All right, bro. My bad.
It it has this thing. It's this thing that, I mean, I'm not very technical, you can obviously tell, but like in the movies, like it's this thing that has no space between it, or maybe it does, and it's not necessarily solid. Sometimes it be solid, sometimes it can't be, or whatever, but like that.
That's not a field. Like, I don't even know what you just said, man. But that would explain why what I said didn't make sense to you, man. A field is just basically, like you can imagine it as a grid, and at each point where the x and y axes meet on that grid, a certain property is assigned to those points. The higher the property,
But
the
that's similar to
stronger
what I
the
described.
effect.
Yeah,
Come again? What?
yeah, that's similar to what I described.
I don't
I
know, bro.
just
You
didn't.
said something about in movies it can be solid, or sometimes it's
Right,
not solid. I don't know.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, basically a field is just you have the area, you draw a grid. The higher the number where the x and y axis meet, the stronger the effect of that force field there. That's why fields are associated with forces, and they show how a force or energy transfers through space time. Right. So you have gravity fields, electromagnetic fields, weak nuclear fields, strong nuclear field, residual nuclear fields. All types of force fields.
But it doesn't make sense to call, like, given what you say about gravity, it doesn't make sense to call it a field. I,
Why not?
I don't understand. Is it an effect, right? Is it something does, right? Is it something that something does, or is it a thing that exists, like my cup on the table, or my table, or me? Like, is it a thing that just extends in space, as opposed to it being a thing that's
What you
something
asking
done?
about? Field or gravity?
Say again?
Gravity? Are you
Yeah.
asking is gravity something that does, or is it like a thing that exists? Or are you asking is a field?
Right, because
What does the question?
you tell me one thing about gravity, and then the next breath you tell me that there's this field of gravity. It doesn't make sense. I thought gravity was an act. Excuse me. It was an action, right? That's an effect of the curvature of space and time because of the mass. So how does that action become a field all of a sudden?
Okay, so basically, gravity is what you said. It's an action, or the word most people like to use, an interaction. You know, that's what forces are. Interactions between mass, or mass and energy. And all the field does is it shows where that specific type of interaction will be most observable, you know, most pertinent, where you're going to see this interaction have the most observable effect. So the stronger the field, the more pronounced this observation would be. The weaker the field, the less pronounced this observation is going to be. So that's all the field does. It tells us where we expect to see this force act stronger or weaker. So if you have an electromagnetic field, which is the interaction between, which explains the electromagnetic force, which is the interaction or the action between charged particles. With your electromagnetic field, where you have a higher number, it tells you that that's where you're going to have a stronger interaction between these charged particles. So whatever electric or magnetic field is created there is stronger, the higher the number in that region of the electromagnetic field. Same applies to gravity.
But in your worldview, gravity isn't a force; it's an effect of a force.
In our worldview, fundamentally, gravity is geometry. But you can look at it as a force in certain situations. You could see it as a force. But what you would see it is, you would see it as a pseudo force. Because gravity doesn't, really satisfy Newton's third law of motion, which is every action has an equal and opposite reaction, because gravity is a non-contact force.
So how are we detecting this when a balloon is rising? Like, where's gravity coming to play here?
Within Howard said it earlier, within the formula for buoyancy. Have you seen the formula for buoyancy, or have you ever tried to calculate buoyancy before?
But back up, because the only way that answer can be intelligible is if you untangle this incoherency. Gravity in your paradigm, in your worldview, isn't a force. It's an effect of a force. Gravity is the effect, supposedly, of the curvature of space and time because of mass existing in space. And secondly, to call gravity geometry is to concede that it's not concrete at all. It's an abstract that dwells within the mind.
So just
All right.
real
So sorry. Go ahead.
So, Caloric, did you say that gravity is a charge?
No. What?
Okay.
The fuck?
No, he didn't say that.
That's. I thought I heard you say it a couple of minutes ago, and I just was trying to play it back in my head, but that's why I'm asking you.
Oh no, I did not say that, Travis. No, I would never say something like that. You know me.
That's why I'm asking, because that's what it sounded like. You said gravity is a charge.
Oh no, I was explaining fields and their relations to force using the electromagnetic force and the electric and magnetic fields, which are interactions or actions between charged particles, as an example. And then I related that back to gravity.
Yeah, so
You related it back to gravity, but are you saying that's happening because of gravity? Or are you saying this is what's causing gravity? Or I don't understand why you're saying this.
Well, I'm saying what exactly?
Well, the reason we talked about this is because I heard him say gravity field, and so that did not make sense to me. And so knowing what he describes gravity to be, I know that gravity is an action. It's what something does consequentially to the curvature of space and time because of mass existing in space. So it doesn't make sense to say that this action, which is an effect of a force, supposedly has a field. That doesn't make sense. And then he explained further what a field is, and so that make it clear that this action cannot have a field. And then he described gravity as being geometry, and if he does do that, then that concedes that gravity is not concrete at all, and so isn't a cause or an effect, but it's an abstract that dwells within the mind.
So do you
You strawman me a bit there, Gregory. I mean, like 80% of what you said was true, but it was a bit of strawman.
do you call magnetism a pseudo force as well?
You asking me?
Yeah.
No. Magnetism is a real force because there's actual interaction there. You know, it's a contact force.
Well, how is it a contact force? If I get a
Because
magnet
there's
and
interaction between charged particles.
well, there's got to be some sort of interaction for gravity to work as well. There's got to be some sort of interaction.
That's why gravity is a weird one, Ben. So that's why gravity fundamentally is about geometry. But if you want to, you could see gravity as a force. But if you want to see gravity as a force in certain situations, you have to see it as a pseudo force because it doesn't satisfy Newton's third law because there's no actual contact between these objects.
So why not just say that it's not real? That this is the problem. Like these kind of rhetorical sentences, these rhetorical retorts that I get in response to these questions to really tell me that it's this pseudo force, which is to say it's not a force. Okay, and it's not even an effect in what you say, because secondly, you say that gravity is geometry. Like geometry is not a concrete entity with causal power. It's an abstract that dwells within the mind that corresponds to reality. But not even gravity does that, because supposedly gravity is the curvature, the effect of the curvature of space and time, because mass is real. So this concept has no causal power. This abstract has no causal power, and neither is an effect. If you call it geometry, then it's not a concrete entity. It's not a cause nor an effect.
So I'll try my best to respond to you, Gregory. When we talk about forces in science and all of these things, what we are trying to do is understand as best we can observable effects and phenomena we see in nature. If we see something fall down, that is real. That thing really fell in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
How did it fall? Why did it fall? That is where we come up with an abstract idea to help us try and understand and rationalize why that happened. And then from that abstract idea, we try to turn that idea into a tool of predictability. So, Phil, please let me finish. So now that we have this idea, and this idea properly explains the observation we've seen, we can use this idea to make predictions. And that's what gives these ideas utility. It doesn't make the ideas real, it doesn't make them concreta, but it gives them utility because these ideas help us explain actual concrete events we see around us.
Does it give the idea credibility, or is it just the mathematical equation behind it that gives
it gives the idea utility, Dan.
Well,
it gives it utility.
The utility is the mathematical equation that you use
No,
and apply.
the utility is the predictive power.
The predictive power is in the mathematical equation itself. It doesn't lie anywhere else. It only lays within the mathematical equation. Without the mathematical,
not necessarily. There are a lot of predictive ideas which don't rely on mathematics. If you go to fields of psychology and things like that, for example.
Okay, but we're talking about things over our head and orbiting and things like this. We're not talking about things in
but human emotions are real responses we see. If I say something you don't like, I really see you get angry, don't I?
Yes, but
your anger, your feelings are real.
Yes, but this utility that you speak of isn't about psychology. This utility that you speak of is about a mathematical equation that gives
No, it's for all ideas. I was responding specifically to what Gregory said about these abstract ideas not being concrete. And I mean, no one ever says they are. You know, I mean, he made a statement I think most people would agree with. You know,
So
forces, time, space. These are all abstract ideas that help us understand concrete, real things.
no,
So we're
but
not
what is
so we
concrete
don't
and
lose my
real
point
about
earlier, so that we remember where we are. So that we remember where we are. My point was, if you tell me that gravity is geometry, then you are conceding that gravity is not concrete at all. It's not a cause. It's not a force. Neither is it an effect of a force.
What?
He's
Gravity
right
is
though, dude.
is an idea we have that helps us explain the geometry of space-time. Now, within space-time, we see
Say
real
that.
events. We see things fall. We see time dilation. We see, length contraction. We see these things really happen. And the abstract idea that helps us explain these concrete observations most of the time tends to be gravity. More
You see,
specifically,
people
Einstein's general
just
relativity.
speaking very slowly and concisely and calculated. Please understand. I mean, I cannot express myself any better than what I'm doing right now. I always try to express myself optimally. If you tell me that gravity is geometry, you are conceding it is an abstracta, not a concreta, not a force, not a cause, and not an effect.
So
And that you
I
that
will
read.
talk even slower than you, and I will repeat myself in saying that I agree with you. The idea of gravity, the concept of gravity being a pseudo force or just the geometry of space-time is an abstract idea. I agree with you. But this abstract idea helps us explain real concrete
You know, you
events
still
we
don't.
observe in
Yeah,
reality.
you still don't get it. I'm not just referring to the abstract idea that corresponds to supposedly a concrete thing. You are telling me that gravity is geometry. Do you appreciate what
Yeah,
you said to me?
yeah, it's geometry.
Okay, so then it's not a concrete entity. Neither
I
is it
agree with you.
a
It's not
cause nor an
concrete.
effect.
I agree with you. It's not concrete. It's an abstract idea that helps us explain real world observed cause and
No,
effects.
it's not an abstract thing that helps us explain things in real
It
life.
is. It
It's
is.
not.
That's
That's not what
exactly what gravity is.
you told me.
What do you mean? What did I tell you?
You told
What
me
did I
that
tell you?
gravity is geometry.
Yeah,
If gravity
and
is geometry,
yeah.
it
We
isn't.
use fundamentally general relativity is a geometry of space-time, and using that geometry, solving for certain equations, we can
Dude.
come up with predictive values that help us make predictions based on real world concrete observations.
But it's not an abstractor that corresponds to anything. Because the
That's not
gravity supposedly is the downward acceleration of objects because space and time is supposedly curving reification fallacy because of mass existing in space. That is not real. So if you tell me that gravity is geometry and that it's an abstractor that corresponds to reality, all of that is false. It's an abstractor that has no causal power, neither is an effect. And, excuse me, hold on. And you see, it's not an abstract that corresponds to reality because it's a reification fallacy. It's supposedly the effect of a reification fallacy. It doesn't correspond to reality either.
Yeah, Gregory, all you're doing is saying it doesn't correspond to reality. You're not telling us how.
It
So
doesn't
I'll say for
correspond
the
to
last,
reality because
I did not
it's
interrupt you.
supposedly
Please, I
the
didn't
effect
interrupt
of
you,
a
Gregory.
reification
Let's
fallacy.
be respectful here. You spoke. I didn't interrupt you. Let me
Just
speak, man.
hear everything I just said like that and
Yeah,
reduce it
but
like.
Gregory, you ain't got to show your ass, bro. If you talk, I'd let you speak. Give me the same courtesy, please, bro.
But give
So,
me the same courtesy and repeat actually what you heard me
come
clearly
on,
say.
Gregory, please, bro. Please.
Caloric, please
Please,
repeat what
bro.
I actually said. Don't just
Yeah, but
chop off
you
80% of
strawman me as well. But when you strawman me, I wait till you're done to let you know you strawman me there. I don't cut you off in the middle of what you were saying. That's what I mean. Please show me the same courtesy, Gregory. Even if I feel you aren't properly representing my argument, I let you finish, man.
I'm gonna be 100% real with you guys. I've been waiting to smoke. I've been waiting for this smoke to die down so I could get some weed smoke.
That's what's up. What are you smoking?
But I appreciate both of you guys. I've been listening very intently on what's being said. You guys are both. Gregory, I gotta say, I kind of agree with you, man. I
Thank
see
you.
what you're saying, bro. I gotta be real.
So the point that we're at now is, I mean, someone is just refusing to say it is not real and we are wrong. Because if you tell me gravity is geometry, you're conceding it's not a concreted, it's abstracted, so it has no causal power, neither is it an effect. And supposedly gravity is the effect of the reification fallacy of space and time, which doesn't correspond to reality.
All right, but how do abstract ideas not have predictive qualities? That's what you are not explaining. You're just making the statement, that gravity has no relation to the real world, but you're not explaining how or why. So when we see things fall, our best abstract idea we have to explain how those
Density.
things fall and to correctly predict how such things would fall again in the future is general relativity, which looks at the geometry of space-time. And
Why
within that
not
idea,
density and buoyancy?
I'm not done. Come on, guys. Come on. I don't interrupt any of you. Please, man. And within this abstract idea of general relativity, we have, abstract ideas like mass, energy, space-time, which help us explain and understand real-world events.
But that's not the point. My point is not about, it's not relevant to predictions. It's my critique of the other position. That's my critique of supposed gravity. So I keep having to repeat myself because I can tell that you don't understand what I'm saying because you think this is relevant to predictions somehow. The point is I am being told something about gravity and I detect something worthy of critique. So gravity supposedly is geometry and it supposedly is the effect of the curvature of space and time because mass exists. Both are nonsense. Both demonstrate that gravity is not a concrete entity at all. It's neither a causal entity, it's not an entity with causal power or an effect. And in principle, in the abstract principle, it is not real because it supposedly is the effect of a reification fallacy.
Why are you
So
not floating?
supposed effects of
Why are you?
How Gregory?
have
Explain how gravity is a reification fallacy. Explain how mass isn't a real thing. Explain how the idea of mass doesn't explain or equate to real world events. Like
I'm only
go
talking
deep.
about gravity. So
Yeah, but
that's-
gravity has to do with mass, right?
the mass is not the issue. Gravity is the
What is
issue. So the issue is that gravity is supposedly an effect. It's an action. I mean, we moved from calling through the centuries. Supposedly, we moved from calling gravity a force that causes motion. Now we're calling gravity an effect, which is the motion consequential to some
So
causal
so
entity.
so
So,
can you explain to me why you're not floating, Gregory? Can you
but
explain
you get
that
in the middle of the
mathematically?
sentence. And
It's your
so
density in the medium, bro.
Yeah,
and
that
so
doesn't say anything.
I mean, hello. As it concerns gravity, it's supposedly like this is what you people tell me. Like, can you remember what you tell me? You're telling me that gravity is the effect of the curvature of space and time. The
Yeah.
part where you say the curvature of space and time, space-time curvature, that's a reification of space and time. That's nonsense. It's a reification fallacy. It's misplaced concreteness upon space and time. And so, given that that is what you're doing in the assertion, the supposed effect of this supposed cause is not real.
Yep, exactly. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
This is my problem with the gravity argument. It is really based on nothing. You guys are trying to explain something that supposedly has been calculated using, like what are these
Using what?
calculations really based
Using
on?
what? Yeah,
Yeah.
using
Yeah.
what? To calculate why you are not floating for me.
Yeah, and also what Gregory said about gravity isn't true. That isn't what we say gravity is. We don't say gravity is the. What did you say, Gregory? The effect of what?
Supposedly,
you got it, Greg.
that's what people have been telling me the whole time. Gravity supposedly is the effect of the curvature of space and time because mass exists.
Let me try to put it in my
Yeah, but
words,
what do you
because you
mean
guys are
like
asking
gravity
Gregory. Like,
is the
let me try
effect?
to explain it.
If mass bends space time, what is the resulting effect of that?
This
Can I explain
downward
it?
acceleration, to which you referred to as gravity, which is the effect of space and time curving
I'll
because
just post the video actually.
that's been told multiple times.
Yeah. So I mean that's so when we say that space time is bent by mass, we're just talking about geometry, Gregory. You know, we observe this bending and warping of space time by mass as mass falling down, right? One mass accelerating towards another mass. That's how we observe it.
Say
But
that first sentence
what
again. I'm
we
sorry.
observe see what?
Say that first sentence again. I'm sorry.
All right. So the warping of space time by mass, the effect of that is the observation we see of things falling down. But things falling down is, you know, that observation we see, we just call it mass attracting mass because we see one piece of mass accelerate towards another piece of mass. And based on that now, you know, that is concrete, right? You saw something fall. You saw mass being attracted towards, you know, some other piece of mass. We don't know how that happened, what caused that to happen. We didn't see any contact between them, but there seems to be some force of attraction between them. That is what we're observing.
Yeah,
What's
that's the
causing this
medium.
observation?
That's the medium that it's in.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you
I'm
think
sorry.
it's
I
if
know I
you
keep
think
jumping in and
it's the
saying random
medium,
shit, but like, I just threw
yeah,
up
no,
the
no.
video.
I mean, I hear you. I've heard people say it's because of the medium we're in, and I mean, we can get into that in a bit, you know. But at the end of the day, Gregory, all gravity is fundamentally is geometry, and this geometry
It's
is best
not a
explained
concrete
by
entity.
the.
Okay, wait a minute. That's why I came in before. You just said it again.
What did I say?
That gravity's a charge.
I did not just say that, Travis.
No, he didn't
I
say
said
that.
gravity is geometry. What?
Okay, when you say the word geometry, you just said okay, did you just say gravity is geometry?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay, because I could swear to God, the way you say geometry sounds like charge because I just found the clip where you said it. Listen, hold on. Listen, just go up to 1212. Okay, I just posted it. Just listen. It totally sounds like you said, in our worldview, fundamentally, gravity is a charge. Does not say like you
Yeah,
said,
but
gravity is geometry.
Yeah, he said
Geometry.
He's
whether
saying
whether
geometry.
I did
We
or
know what
didn't
he's
say
saying.
that, Travis. Travis,
Geometry.
whether I didn't or didn't say that, literally everyone in this VC except for you heard me say geometry. So like it doesn't really matter, Travis. You're bringing up a point that's taken nobody nowhere.
Look,
Everyone knows I'm saying
I'm just telling
geometry.
you what it sounds like.
I hear you. But you could have just tagged me with that. You know, you didn't have to interrupt the whole conversation.
Yeah, I did because it sounded like you just said it fucking again.
Yeah, but no one else heard me say that. So if no one, if I say something and no one else acts weird about it, and then you hear Gregory repeat what I said and say, "Okay, so you just said gravity's geometry," like, I
Yeah,
mean, if
right.
Gregory's repeating what I said, I don't understand, Travis.
Okay, so back to where we were. Again,
Yeah.
if you tell me that gravity is geometry, then you are conceding it's not a concreta, which means it's not a cause nor an effect. So it can't. If it's geometry, then it can't be the effect of the supposed curvature of space and time.
Can I say something, please?
I don't know.
Without interruption for a second. My bad.
Go ahead.
Saying that gravity is geometry. Okay, let's like break this down real quick. You're saying that if I take something that is spherical and the side, and like if I say that this sphere is this fucking big, and then okay, geometry is going to explain that this tiny object that is also a sphere being next to this really big sphere, how does geometry explain why this big sphere is making this little sphere circle around it? I'm just wondering, like, how is
So
this? represented in show.
So wouldn't it be
Yeah.
fair to say, Nate, that the mathematics allows you to plot these geodesics, which
Yes.
we call geometry? It's the math that allows you to make it geometry.
Yeah, but we
But
use
we
geometry
gotta
is
remember the
the
central
branch
point.
of math. So
Like what
that
electric
is
is trying to
the
get at, because I want to advocate for electric so that we understand that the point is clear out of electric
he was
now.
asking
How does
a direct question.
geometry relate to the causal question at question? So
Because
you tell me
geometry,
gravity is geometry. We're asking you to elaborate further to make this have a sequitur relation with the event that we're trying to explain. So you tell me gravity is geometry. Elaborate. What about geometry explains the event that was caused?
so in geometry, there is a mathematical object called a geodesic. Do you know what a geodesic is, Gregory?
I would not be able to define it right now.
Okay, I'm gonna type it in right now. Geodesic. Let's go.
Yeah, type in geodesic.
Yeah, this is a dome. What about
You see,
this?
this is a problem. You guys are asking me questions about things you don't understand, and then when I give you the answers, I'm wrong. Like,
Wait, that's what you do, though. Wait,
Yeah,
Clark.
that
That's
is
what
it.
you
That
do.
is exactly
You ask
correct.
questions about what
That's
you don't
exactly what's
understand.
happening. You didn't know what fields
Dome
were
or a
when I
sphere?
explained it to you, I was wrong. You know, you don't know what a geodesic is, and I bet when I explain it to you, I'm gonna still be wrong.
But I was
Like,
right about a field, though. But I was right about a field, though.
bro, you told us a field is something you saw in movies that I don't even remember what you said.
You
Right?
gave your geometric technical description, and it corresponded. It was synonymous with what I described.
So
A
how
field
does
is
a
simply an
geodesic?
area
But
of effect.
How does a
That's all
geodesic
a
make
field
gravity?
is.
Okay, so as you were the geodesic,
How does this make gravity?
yeah, but all right. So if I explain this to you guys, will you guys then go and verify what I said and look into it deep instead of just telling me I'm wrong? Please, all right. So I'm going to explain how a geodesic relates to gravity. The idea is that a geodesic is just the shortest point between two. It's the shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface. So an example of a geodesic would be our equator. It's a straight line, but because it's on a curved surface, we call it a geodesic. Anything traveling along a geodesic is in perfect free fall. So, for example, the ISS is in a geodesic around Earth. The moon is in the geodesic around Earth as well. Earth is following a geodesic around the sun. You know, it's in constant free fall due to the curvature of space-time. So, when things travel in a straight line, right? But then there's a piece of mass which curves the path they travel on. That path is still a straight line, but because the surface on which that path is drawn is curved, we then call that a geodesic, and that will now be the shortest distance between 2 points on that curved surface, or on the curvature of space-time.
so the object is moving along this geodesic to the center of mass. Yes.
Moving along a geodesic in free fall. The problem is when an apple falls from a tree and tries to fall along its geodesic, it's too close to the surface of the Earth. In order to be in a perfect geodesic around the surface of the Earth, you got to be high up, like where the ISS is. If you're at the surface, you're never going to reach a geodesic. You'll always fall
You're saying
into
no matter where you are on the Earth, and I drop something and it falls to the ground, it's following a geodesic
Pattern.
Yes, sir.
line.
It's trying to fall along its geodesic.
It's trying to.
Yeah, but because it's too close to the surface of the Earth, it falls into the Earth. If it was further away, like where the ISS is, it would keep falling, but always miss the Earth.
Okay, I think I understand so far now. So is the geodesic causing the object to move along the geodesic?
No, the geodesic
Hold
is
on. Are
just
geodesic straight lines? Are geodesic straight lines?
But wait.
Oh no,
Yeah,
hold on. Just hold on 1 second because I don't know what Nate is even saying right here. Are geodesic straight lines?
They're not straight lines.
A A geodesic is
Nate,
a locally
are
laid
geodesic straight
landmass
lines?
curve.
Nate, are geodesic straight lines?
Why are they not straight lines?
I'm asking you, are they straight lines or geodesic straight lines?
Why are they not straight lines?
I don't know. I'm asking you, are they straight lines?
Yeah,
Oh, hang on.
they can.
Oh,
On
is
a
it?
on a sphere, a geodesic would be a straight circle. But if you're looking at something on a level plane, a geodesic would be a straight line.
Did you say a straight circle?
I said on a sphere, a geodesic would be a great circle, but on a
Oh,
level
great
plane
circle. All right.
surface, a geodesic would be a straight line.
Okay, so geodesics can only be straight if Earth's flat.
No. If
That's what I
you
heard.
have a straight line on a curved surface, you call that geodesic a great circle. But if you have a straight line on a plane and level surface, you call that straight line a geodesic. That's why you find things called geodesic lines.
Okay, so with that being said, as it relates to gravity, right? You told me the geodesic is not causing the object to move along the geodesic pattern, correct?
No, geodesic is just the path this object takes as it travels through space-time.
Okay,
If
so it,
space-time
so
is
it
being warped
doesn't.
by mass, it will take a circular path, a curved path, a bent path. If not, it'll just
So
carry on straight.
so it's irrelevant to the question of what caused the object to do what it did.
But that wasn't the question. Your guys' question was, how does
But
geometry relate to gravity? That was the question I'm answering.
but you mentioned geometry
It doesn't
in
matter what I
relation.
mentioned. I answered your question, right? Didn't I?
Oh my goodness. You mentioned geometry in relation to this causal question.
No. I told you that fundamentally gravity is just
No, you
geometry.
did
You in
geometry.
electric then asked, how does gravity relate to geometry?
Right, we
And I
got
asked
down
you guys
that
to
line of
tell you what a
question.
geodesic was, and then I explained that to you. That's
Caloric,
what I was asking.
I'm not lost in this dialogue. You just explained all that in the first place, because in the first place we asked you how does geometry relate to gravity, because this is a causal question. And then you go on about the abstracta, geometry and geodesics and curved lines and all this stuff here, all of which are abstract entities not causing the effect in question. So it doesn't answer the causal question.
And I'd like to add something to that.
Okay, I was never
Like
asked the
what
causal
I'm getting.
question.
Can I answer
Ask me
everything you
your
were just
question.
saying? Can I answer everything you just said, Caloric, please? So I'm looking at this geodesic. You said that gravity is causing objects to move along these curved lines, being represented by straight lines that are showing the fastest path that this curved line took from point A to point B. Tell me I'm wrong, or just tell me
So sorry.
that I got that right.
Could you repeat that? Could you say that again?
So this geodesic is supposed to represent the path that an object will take as it falls and accelerates towards the ground. But because it's curving towards the ground, this geodesic is representing the fastest path, like with a line, rather than the curved path that gravity is causing. That's what you mean with this geodesic,
The
right?
first part, yes. The second part, no.
Okay, so
Objects
correct
falling
me
try to
what you're.
fall on a geodesic. That I agree with.
All right.
Because they try to take the
And
shortest path.
geodesics can be straight lines, you're saying?
A geodesic line? Yeah, there are different types of geodesic lines, Drew.
Yeah, this is supposed to represent
Okay,
a
which type?
sphere,
Which type are
and the
you talking about
quickest
so we can
path
Google it and
around the
figure it out?
sphere
Because
is
I can
straight.
only find it. Hold on a second. Which type of geodesic line are you talking about? Because I want to look it up.
So I gave you the types. A straight line can be a geodesic on a plane, and on an arc of or like a sphere, your geodesic would be a great circle.
So
Those
on a
are the different
plane,
types of
so
geodesic
you can
lines you
only
get.
have a geodesic. So you can only have a geodesic straight line if Earth is flat.
No, a geodesic straight line, Jeremy, is the shortest line, the shortest distance between any 2 points on a defined surface. That surface you define mathematically. You know, is it 2D? Is it 3D? Is it flat? Is it curved?
So what I want to
If you draw a line on that surface, the shortest line you draw, or the shortest distance between, if you have 2 points on that surface, the shortest line you can draw between those 2 points would be a geodesic.
I got it.
So what does things falling have to do with? What do things falling have to do with geodesic? They fall. Things
Because
fall in
things
straight lines,
fall
right?
along a
In straight
geodesic.
lines, right? Things fall in
No,
straight
things
lines,
fall
right?
along a no. Things fall along a geodesic, Jeremy. A
So when I
geodesic is the shortest line between 2 points on a defined surface. It's just the
right,
shortest
so
line. And it's
when I drop
dependent
something, it
on the
doesn't fall
surface.
in a straight line. So when I drop something,
It
it doesn't
falls
fall in a
along
straight line. It falls in a curved path.
Can I
That's
say
not what I
Plumb lines are. You're saying plumb lines are curved.
I have
That's
a
not
real
what I said,
question. I have a real
You're
question.
saying things fall. I have a real question too. Things fall. You're telling us
so
things fall in curved lines.
right. Jeremy's on the right
What
path.
No,
So
thank
what
you.
I'm saying is things fall along a geodesic.
What is that? Okay,
is
hold
the
on. Wait. How do you know that, right? How do you know? How can you demonstrate this?
You would have to drop objects at the
Because
same time in China and Australia, and from very far away detect what direction they're falling in, or something like this. This is ridiculous.
I don't know what Electric just said.
Because
But anywho,
no,
I will say it again.
Like,
Come on, bro. Can you guys let me talk?
Chloe,
Yeah,
go ahead.
please. It was like 3 of you interrupted me. This is the definition of a geodesic line. The shortest line between 2 points on a defined surface. That surface is defined in a mathematical way. It could be a two-dimensional surface or a three-dimensional surface, right? Or 4D, 5D, 6D, whatever. So based on your surface, it's the surface that matters. If this surface is the level plane surface, and I draw 2 dots, and I wanted, I can draw any line connecting those dots. I can draw a long, squiggly, meandering line, or I could just draw a short, straight line between those 2 points. The shortest line I can draw between those 2 points is my geodesic. But depending on the surface I'm drawing this line on, if it's a 2D surface, my geodesic I'll just call it a straight line. But it's
okay,
a
and you said
geodesic.
things fall. And you
I'm
said
not done.
things fall.
I'm not done. If it's a 3D surface, we call it a great circle. It's still the shortest point. It's still the shortest line between 2 points. But because the surface is curved, we just give this geodesic a different name.
Okay, and what do things falling have to do with geodesics?
Because things fall along a geodesic. When something falls, Jeremy,
Which is
it tries to fall. And when something falls, it tries to fall along the shortest path.
Okay,
Now
what's
that
is a
shortest
straight
path,
line. Which is a
what's
straight
the
line,
vector?
right?
What's the vector?
Which is a straight line, right?
It depends, Jeremy. If it's a if it's
Do
a
things
2D,
fall in straight lines?
if it's things fall along geodesics, and those geodesics depend on the surface along which those things are falling. In space time,
and
those
things
things
fall
are
in
falling
straight lines,
along.
right?
No, Jeremy, I'm telling you,
Things fall in
things don't
curved
fall
lines.
in straight lines. Things fall
Things fall
along
in curved lines.
geodesics. Things fall along geodesics.
Yo, this
Right.
cannot
When I
be
drop
real.
something,
There's a
hold on,
huge
guys.
Come
Hold
on,
on,
man.
guys. Yo. So when
Question.
things
You tell us that things fall along a geodesic. Jeremy is asking you if things fall in curved lines.
I'm telling you that things fall along geodesic
What's
lines.
the vector
And I've
of a
explained
geodesic?
to you. I've explained to you what geodesic lines are. I don't see what the issue is.
Are they vertical? Are they vertical? What's the vector of a geodesic? That's what Jeremy's getting at.
The vector of a geodesic? Well, within space-time, that vector is dependent on the rate and direction in which space-time is curved.
Is it vertical?
And that's
is it a
normally
slope?
downwards. It's normally a downwards vector.
Is it vertical? Is it a slope?
What? It depends on the surface through which this object is falling. If it's a 2D surface, it'll be a straight line.
I don't
If
know
it's a
when you
3D
guys.
surface, it'll be a great circle. Like I don't get it, guys.
Caloric, we can
I mean, the
detect
reason
you avoiding the question. We're
Yeah, you
asking
are.
you.
Absolutely.
No. We're asking you yes or no. Do things fall in curved lines?
I can't answer that question because within my understanding of what a geodesic is, that question has no meaning because a geodesic line is it's just the shortest line you can draw between 2 points. But
Okay.
now it also depends along what kind of surface you are drawing that line. So to ask me, do geodesics fall in curved lines or straight lines? A geodesic something can fall along a geodesic in both. It can be a straight line or a curved line. It can be both, depending on the
Okay,
surface.
but
So, Nate, if
follow
things
but
are
follow
falling,
your premises where they logically follow. I'm looking at the definition now. In geometry, a geodesic is a curve representing, in some senses, the shortest path between 2 points on the surface. So if that is
Yeah.
what the object is doing, they are falling in a curved path by implication by your premises you told us.
All
so
right. Could you repeat what you just read, but just the first part?
A geodesic is commonly a curve representing, in some senses, the shortest path between the 2 points on a surface.
I hate to say I'm getting frustrated.
Commonly, exactly.
This got to
Commonly,
move
that's
forward,
that's
bro.
that's the key point there. Commonly, when we refer to geodesics, we are speaking about curved space-time and gravity. That is the link between geometry and gravity.
That
Geodesics,
doesn't make
but
sense.
geodesic are lines, and a geodesic line. So I'll find you a definition of what a geodesic line really is, and I'm gonna tag you right now.
All right, find the definition now. Let me fucking say something, please, bro.
so
Yeah.
Nate, when you
You
say
never.
things are falling, when
Wait,
you
wait,
say things
wait, let him let you say what
Go
he's about
ahead.
to say, Brandy. Come on now.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. You can say what you want.
I was going to say, Nate, when you say things are falling in this geodesic line in space and time, which way is down in space and time? Where's the direction
In
of
space
down?
and
Do
time, down
these
is
things
the
fall?
direction. In space and time, down is the direction in which time flows the slowest.
Yeah, he's right. No, it's fast. It's
Now, this
slowest.
whole
Yeah,
time I'm
we're
really
time.
frustrated. Can I just say this, please? Like this geodesic model, you're saying that we could just fit this to where we are on Earth. Okay, so we're just gonna put everything into this model and say that these things fall in these directions. Now, it doesn't actually prove any of this. Like that's why I'm frustrated. I don't even know how to put
Yeah,
this into
science
not proving
science
anything.
doesn't prove anything. We're not trying to prove anything.
This
Basically,
doesn't.
we
The
could.
geodesic thing
So
doesn't prove
the point of the
gravity. This
dialogue.
doesn't prove things actually fall in these directions. It's just you're just saying this is what's happening. I'm sorry, but that's all I'm hearing, dude.
You could throw a rock.
Yeah, cool. Cool. But I remember I asked you guys nicely that, instead of me explaining something to you that you don't know and you just telling me I'm wrong, why don't you go and look into what I'm saying? Try and, falsify it. I did ask you guys
I got the article about
to really
geodesic
do that
right
because right
here.
now what
I
you
got
guys are
it all
doing is
on
just
my
telling
page.
me I'm wrong about something you didn't know.
But you're telling me that objects fall in these directions because of where we're standing on the earth, but there's literally no way to prove that things are actually falling in these directions according to these geodesic lines.
Yeah,
There's no
proof
way
is
to
the
prove
wrong
that.
word to
You're
use.
just
What
saying
we
this
can
is what's
do is
happening.
provide evidence for that.
No,
Right
no,
now,
no,
I
no, no, no,
invested.
no. You have the burden of proof to demonstrate
The burden of
that
proof
these
would be you would have to
first
get in the
path.
same frame somebody in Australia dropping an object and somebody on the other side of theirs dropping an object and see which direction both these objects fall in the same frame. Like, what other experiment can you do to determine this? Like, give
Yeah,
me
but I'm sure an experiment like that has been performed, and gravity wasn't falsified by that experiment. It was validated. An experiment like that would add to the body of evidence supporting gravity.
Nate, I got the first part of the definition you read. You said on a plane, geodesics are straight line. On a sphere, it's great circles. But the beginning, the first part of that, I don't know if you left this out or didn't see it or whatever. Maybe your definition didn't have it. But the first part says a geodesic is a locally length minimizing curve. All right.
I don't know. I don't know what you're reading, Jeremy, because
The first
I
part of your
literally
definition.
posted. All right,
That's the
are you
first thing
talking
I
about
asked.
what I posted
It's
in
representing the
Livestream text
shortest
one?
distance between a curve. That's what a
Where,
geodesic line is.
yeah, but hang on. I just want to clarify something, Jeremy. Are you referring to the definition I posted in Livestream text one?
I didn't. I'll go look at it right now.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. Whatever you're reading isn't what I'm talking about. I
All right,
posted.
what time was it? I see it.
Yeah, you see it? I tagged Gregory in. There
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
only about three posts.
Yeah. So from this definition, it looks like we can only have straight lines if Earth's flat.
Whatever, bro.
I don't know, bro. It's a plane. We get straight lines, and they're curved on a great circle.
Yeah, like why are you even making geodesic shapes to represent like the shortest distance between an object falling to the ground and how it curves? Why are you representing it with a geodesic, object if we're
Should we
actually
not?
on a curved surface? Why don't we just represent the dropping of the object according to the curvature? Why do we need a geodesic? I don't get it.
I don't understand your question.
I know. It's like why do you understand my questions? I don't get it.
Anyone else understand the question? Maybe someone else could do the best.
I'm sorry. It's all good, bro. You're good.
To really not lose the point, because I didn't get lost in this dialogue. The only reason we had you go on about geodesics and curved lines and things and such is because that was your retort. That was your retort, and that's asking you about the relation of gravity to the causal question. Right? Things fall, and so we're asking about your explanation of things falling. And so you say that it's because it's gravity. That's gravity at work. You see the thing falling? That's gravity at work. Gravity is the effect of the curvature of space and time because mass exists. Okay, and then you tell us that gravity is geometry, and so that means it's an abstracta. It's not a concreta. It's not a cause, and it's not an effect. It's not an event that happens. And so that's just another red herring from the question, or that's self-defeating to answer the question that way. Because if it is geometry, then it has no causal power. It's not a concreta. It's not a cause. It's not an effect. It's not an event.
Yeah, if you feel that way, Gregory, it's cool, man. Like I don't see what the big deal is.
I feel the same way. I feel like there's nothing in reality
that's
that
the stuff.
represents
What I'm saying obvious. Like, is it not? If you say it's geometry, it's an abstracta, then it's not an event that's
I
happening.
guess
Right? So
if you
gravity is
If you
not an
feel
event
that
that's
way,
happening.
that's fine, Gregory.
Yeah, what
Like, I mean, we don't have to
was
agree,
made,
right?
what observation was made for us to like create a geodesic and say this is what is representing
Like,
objects falling? Like,
do I have to agree with you, Gregory? Do I have to?
That's not the point. That's not the point. The point isn't you must agree with me. The point is
No.
you are telling me what you're telling me in order to argue in defense of this supposed real concrete event. But if you call it geometry and abstracta, then it's not a real event.
What's not a real event? Something falling, an apple falling down from an apple tree isn't a real event?
If gravity is geometry and abstracta, it is not a real event.
It's
No one says gravity is
just a
a real event.
description. It's just a
Like,
description of the effect.
yeah, like you being silly. I gave it to you long ago. Gravity is an abstract idea. It's not concrete.
Like, you
But that
understand what I'm
abstract
saying to you. You're
idea,
not that
Gregory,
dull.
stop it, bro. Please. So I gave it to you that gravity is an abstract idea, but that abstract idea helps us understand and explain and predict real world concrete events, like an apple falling from a tree.
but how do you know what direction that apple is falling?
Your
If you
argument
don't know
reduces.
what direction the apple's falling in a
Understand
different
what I'm
country.
saying. You're playing dumb.
over talking.
Given what you told me about gravity, listen. Given what you told me about gravity, if you call gravity geometry, if gravity is geometry, if gravity is geometry, if gravity is an abstracta, it's not a concrete event.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
just going to
telling me
repeat
that
it over
gravity
again.
is an abstracta in defense of this supposed concrete event that is supposedly the effect of a concrete cause, you fail to defend your notion of gravity.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, and usually
not to
when,
me.
like, please, we got to move on from that because I feel like you should have caught it by now, bro. Like, that makes perfect sense, man.
No, it makes perfect sense. Anywho, I gotta go, but this was fun, guys. I'll see you guys
All
later.
right, Nate. Oh, congratulations, buddy. Congratulations.
Like, I
See
hope
you
he
later.
doesn't
Nate,
have to
stop.
say that again, because he's really making his point very nicely. Like, don't make him repeat himself, man.
Thank you, Electric.
To
So,
piggyback what
in conclusion,
he's saying, like, you can't point to a real geodesic represented unless you have like it actually, like, how are you tracking the motion of objects and saying that it is following these geodesic lines? Where is the data saying, okay, here's an object moving along a geodesic line, here's another object moving along a geodesic line, and it's represented in this spherical shape? Where's the data?
If you use like a self-propelled howitzer,
You believe in this
predicting
moving
where
defending this
predicting
for a
listen
minute
to
now,
me
bro.
listen to me
You gotta
listen to
put
me
some
answer I'm
data,
going to answer your fucking
geodesic in
question.
reality.
I'm going to answer your question. You can calculate based on the mass of the projectile how much load you have to put on it to push that projectile over a given distance and hit your target, and that
Okay,
projectile
that means it's
follows
getting
that
pulled down. That
geodesic.
doesn't mean that it's getting pulled towards the center of a sphere.
Why did it go down and not just keep going out into space?
See, Howard, in your mind, you think we need to substitute your theory in order to substantiate and justify our critique, but that's not how argumentation works.
No, you're criticizing the description of an effect that's real.
No, we're criticizing your a priori theory that you believe corresponds to the a posteriori data. In other words, we're criticizing your theory, which you think corresponds to reality. It doesn't.
It does too, because
It
it's used every
doesn't.
day in
A
engineering.
geodesic
So
is a
is why it doesn't.
geometric representation of the direction that an object will fall towards the ground based on if we lived on a sphere.
No,
Right?
just based
Oh,
on
that's
the
No,
not
it's
forces
not
correct.
even,
acting upon it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Me listening to what he's been saying, and I still don't got
well,
it.
Electric,
Appreciate
it's not even about the sphere of the Earth. It's about the supposed path of the object as it's falling, supposedly because gravity, quote unquote, is the
Yeah,
curvature of space and time.
in a predictable manner.
Okay, that is nonsense. That's ontological nonsense, which you refuse to
Non-nonsense. It's
believe.
not nonsense. It means that I can calculate how much load to put on a projectile and hit a target in the distance.
No, things falling, deification, the supposed effect thereof.
I don't know.
Why
You're
don't you
breaking up, or I am.
actually look at
I have
the
looked at it.
actual accelerations and these rotations that you're saying are causing the downward pull or the downward acceleration of objects? And let's like together look at all these things and just like really just stop acting like we understand the textbook definition of this right now.
No, I
Because
do understand it,
we're
though. I
both
mean, it's on a
totally different.
fundamental
We're talking about
on a
the same thing.
fundamental level. I do understand it.
It's not even like I'm trying to argue my perspective. I'm literally just trying to understand yours. It's like what I'm doing. So I'm gonna go ahead and look up, all these supposed calculations of, objects being pulled downward. Right. Oh,
Go ahead.
I just typed in how fast does an object fall? 9.8 meters a second. All right. So
Per second.
Yeah, per second squared.
two objects fall 9.8 meters per second. Due to gravity, regardless of size. If air resistance is minimal. So there's three things due to gravity, regardless of size, if air resistance is minimal. That's interesting. So let's look into this a little further because this is what we've been trying to get to this whole time.
Well, if you drop a sheet of paper, just a leaf of paper, it kind of floats to the ground, right? You can wad that same piece of paper up in a ball, and it will fall faster.
1 kilogram of mass. What?
just so you understand this, electric, in their paradigm, they very often fail to get this coherently straight. But what they call gravity is things falling. Like you see something falling, that is gravity. It's not because of
Yeah.
gravity, it is gravity. What they don't understand is that they've labeled things falling gravity. And the gravity is
No.
supposedly the effect of the curvature of space and time.
Yeah, it is an effect. And we don't call things
not
falling
that.
gravity. We call things fall because of gravity. Exactly.
That's nonsense double speak. You won't you
No, it
refuse to
isn't.
concede the critique, but if you call gravity an effect of the curvature of space and time, that implies that gravity is things falling. It's not causing things to fall, it is things falling.
No, that's a straw man.
It's not a straw
It
man.
is a
It's
straw man.
pointing
It
out
is
the
a straw man.
implications of your premises.
Things fall because there is an attraction between two masses.
Howard, please stop being on robotic apologist mode. Can you listen to what's being said if you're going to be in a forum where you're conversing? Your
If you can do it in
premises.
such a way that it brings utility to everyday life, then I will
Can I
follow
just say
that.
something?
Listen
Wait,
to what is
can
being
I say
said to
something, please? Let's just
say this
presume
after
that we're
Electric. Say
not
what
on
you
a
say
full
after I say
person.
this.
That there is a true up and there is a true down, and that maybe we're just dealing with density and mediums. Like that makes more sense than all this bullshit to me.
Yeah, they refuse to concede that there is a viable alternative. But my point right now is just so you understand, so you know critique their position as best as possible. How it is refusing to do so, it doesn't make any sense. Why? Just refusing to concede to any critique, even when even when what I'm saying doesn't really necessarily debunk him. But when they say gravity is the effect of the curvature of space and time, that implies that gravity is things falling, not causing things to fall.
But I feel like you said that backwards. That gravity is due to the curvature of space time. It's backwards. The curvature of space time is due to gravity.
Bro, so you just gonna reverse what Einstein says?
No, that's the way I understand it. Is the curvature of space time is due to gravity,
No,
or
it's the
is
other way
gravity? I
around.
guess.
When you read an article like in the Encyclopedia Britannica, it's the other way around. You got it backwards.
So what gives things its vector of the way things are of down?
That's what
If
I'm
it ain't
saying.
if it ain't gravity, that gives things a vector of down, what is it?
What's below us is what's down.
I know where down is, right? But what gives things a vector of down? Why do things tend to go down?
When the
Are you
density,
asking that question to left lane?
you'll move quicker through
Well,
air than you will through earth.
I know what left lane's answer is going to be, so I'm probably
Uh-huh.
asking it to the. Well, no, left lane's going to say gravity, right? So I know what his answer is going to be. So I don't think left lane needs to answer the question personally, because I already know what his answer is going to be. So, what do you guys think gives things a vector of down and not up?
I mean, according to my knowledge, I mean, I don't know a whole bunch about this electromagnetism. It has yet to make sense to me. I just don't understand it, but I do understand that, you know, things try to find rest in the medium that they're in. So it's just the natural behavior that the Lord designed the world to behave in, and so things try to find rest in the medium that they're in.
So the answer is God, really, or the Creator.
Yeah, I mean I mean what causes things to fall. It's the natural behavior of objects, and the natural behavior of objects in the uniformity of nature is caused by the God. Yes.
Yeah, but don't you think the Creator or God would have would to would have applied a mechanism so these things do order themselves in a very particular way, so then he can then walk away and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, that mechanism is.
Well,
I feel like that's all. It says
that's
massive.
kind of a deistic. That's kind of a deistic notion to account for the uniformity of nature, but I don't subscribe to that. And so, with my position, according to my knowledge, we're talking about things falling. Like I jump up, I fall back down. There's nothing that pulled me back down or pushed me back down. My body is just finding rest in the medium that it's in, and with that's how it behaves. That's how it's been designed to behave. That's how things have been designed to behave by the God.
Yeah, but it's been designed in a very specific way, and
Correct.
mankind by nature is a very curious being, and they try to discover why is that ordering taking place. Some say it's gravity, others say it's RDD, others says it's magnetism, electrostatics, these sorts of things. You guys
Based
subscribe?
on gravity, I should be able to take a telescope, look at my phone right now, and see moons orbiting it.
Well, remember we're asking about why things fall, and so I know what your question is trying to get at. Like it's some entity distinct from the God which He made to behave the way it does. But again, the question is about what causes things to fall. So again, for instance, the common example is I jump up, I fall back down. Now, when that occurred, nothing pushed me down and nothing pulled me down. I simply found rest. That's simply the way things behave because the God made it behave that way.
Two conscious mediums.
Yes, but things do align themselves in a very distinct manner, and they
But
seem to find
Bandit, you don't need to extrapolate to
balance.
another. You don't need to expand the scope of the question. I'm answering the question that was asked to me.
Only if you need to build a structure that is dependent on that downward acceleration, or if you want to predict a projectile's trajectory, or you need to figure out how to design how much lift an airplane wing needs to lift the body. All these things you have to compensate for. You have to accommodate gravity in all these designs.
Actually, no. I can send you a
With the
video.
chanting that there are refutation and critique of the notion of gravity. Like you don't actually argue against what's being said. You say what you say, and we give the critique, and you just chant back what's being critiqued.
Okay, so design an airplane and based on what God said.
Well, I think you and I, Howard.
You see, you just whistle past what I just said. You don't actually ever dialogue. That's what I noticed with you, Left Lane. Like I'm trying what you're talking about, and then you zip over to another point after I try to respond to you about what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying that what you said has no utility in everyday life.
You see, it did it again. Like there's no point in talking to you, Bandit. Go ahead.
I think you and I, Howard, without having the notion of gravity and things getting attracted to each other. If you and I were stranded on a desert island, for argument's sake, okay, then, and we've set up campsite and we've got everything in place, and now you and I think to ourselves, you know what? We've got our little plot of paradise now, so now we want to defend it, and we know nothing about gravity, right? But you and I can throw rocks at each other, and we can throw them X far, and then we see a willow tree that's really really bendy, and we go, oh, if we bend that willow tree down and let it go, it flicks up at a certain rate, and we can observe that. And then if we put a rock on that, okay, we can then fling it. So then we can then stand up on top of a tree, okay, and then just keep on dropping those same similar sized rocks down and kind of time it and work these things out ourselves just through pure observation that if we bend that willow tree down and X far and attach it and put this size rock on it and let it go, it is going to now propel those rocks X distance. And we don't have to know anything at all about gravity, right?
No,
We know, we
yeah.
know on a windy day or something like that, if we're hurling it into the wind, it won't go quite as far. Maybe if the wind's behind us, it'll go a little bit far. So we don't have to know anything about gravity whatsoever, because we already know that things are gonna, if we throw them up, they're gonna come down. So I don't think even gravity even comes into those sorts of things of having to know about gravity if we're shooting a rocket or designing a plane or any of these things, because we know that things that of a certain density, if we throw them up, are going to come down, and we can time these things and we can work out drag and lift and whatnot. We can observe all these things and make our calculations without even having to know that anything is attracted to anything whatsoever.
That's true. That is true. But knowing all these things, and I'm pretty intuitive. I'm following exactly what you're saying, and yeah, we could figure that shit out. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
But if we know take advantage of the technologies that have developed over the years, and we know what these numbers mean, and we know what the rate of acceleration is, how things fall, and we can apply all those things. I might be able to cut a prototype out, and that one worked the first time. If I was just guessing at it, I might have to make 10 of them before I
Okay,
got it
but
right.
Howard, all you're doing right now is just simply recapitulating what Bandsaw just said. That is, it was trial and error. All you're describing is trial and error. So if Bandsaw and you are trying to knock down each other's fortress, and he's got a catapult and you've got a catapult, you're going to have to try to figure out what size boulder and how close you're supposed to be. Okay, all you did was concede his point, which I appreciate your
No,
honesty.
I could see. I do concede this point.
Right, but then you then said, but because you have to incorporate this idea that you think
Gravity
exists, right? So
Well,
this is the same thing that.
But the reality of it is, we're not on a desert island, and technology exists.
No. Now all you're doing now is trying to shift the goalpost, because we're still talking about launching a projectile in a certain direction for a certain duration. We want to make it this far, and we want to do this much damage. So simply because you're going to increase altitude and distance, all you're doing now is changing the force at which you need to project that object, and all the. So again, this is what I've said from the beginning. You get somebody who believes in gravity, build a bridge. Somebody who doesn't, build the same bridge. Somebody who believes in gravity, build a skyscraper, because you guys say, oh, you have to incorporate G, blah, 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 and all this stuff. No, you don't. All this stuff can be done at the same time. You can put in G if you want. I'm not going to do it. We're both going to be able to figure this shit out.
Yeah, what I would do if I didn't have the knowledge would be to overbuild it. I would build it twice as big as or twice as thick as what I thought it should be. But in the end, I would have spent twice as much money to build the same structure.
All you're
if I had
doing,
incorporated technology.
All you're doing is describing how you don't want to have to build the wheel again. But again,
No, I don't want to save some money.
Look, the first person who tried to figure this stuff out figured it out, but you weren't anywhere near him. So you're in a different location and you're figuring this. You guys are both figuring the wheel out. So simply because someone in your location comes across your information, they're going to go, oh, he's already done this work. I don't have to figure this shit out. So that's how you save money, right? So at some point, whoever did it first had to trial and error, build it this big, build it this small, build it this big, build it this small.
That's right. That's right. And over time, that technology spreads, and everybody kind of knows who to reference, and everybody kind of figures it out, and then they actually become a reference to the next guy, and before you know it, we all know how to do it efficiently.
Right.
See, this is how I know these people don't know how to debate, because you keep whistling past the point that Bandit and Copernicus is making. The point is, the irony is that the fact of the matter is that we don't need to take into account gravity, and which is in refutation to your retort that, well, if you don't take into account gravity, then you're not being practical because gravity is relevant to reality, but it's not.
Yeah, why would you not take advantage of the people that have already done this and figured it out? Why wouldn't you do it the way they did it?
Once again, we're critiquing what you're saying. You just keep whistling past the critique.
No, I'm rebutting. I'm not whistling past shit. I don't know where you're getting that.
We are talking about your statement. You sit here and talk like gravity is just so crucial to everyday life that we have to take it into account with the vast majority of our endeavors in our everyday life, but we don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
Some
gonna ask
don't.
the same
Some
question
do.
from before, man. Where is the geodesic represent? What made these people make this model? Why are they trying to represent the direction things fall in with the geodesic? How is this observed in reality? Like, what the
Well,
fuck is that?
well, that all came out with Einstein. Before Einstein, it was pure Newtonian, and there were no geodesics. There was just, things fall at a given rate, and for the most part, we don't need to
What did
know about
Einstein observe?
geodesics and
What did
things.
Einstein observe?
We could just use Newtonian physics to do about anything we need to do.
Like if I'm building a skyscraper, Howard,
That doesn't explain
and
anything.
then you build a skyscraper next to me, right across the road. We build two humongous skyscrapers, right? Do we have to take into consideration gravity? Like yours and my skyscraper is going to get attracted to one another over time, and the tops of those skyscrapers are then going to meet over a period of time.
No.
No. So all it is down at the end of the day.
Yes.
There's
Yes.
9.8 meters per second down, which you and I, so with all practical applications, right, we don't need to know that anything is attracted to the center of anything. We just need to know that 9.81 per meters per second squared that you and I can establish quite easily, sitting on top of a willow tree, and then maybe one day create a vacuum and work out the averages of all these things and then apply it practically to everyday life. The only thing that gravity seems to ever really come into account, which I will grant you, is with the things over our head, with things that are orbiting and satellites and planets and these sorts of things. That's the only um, kind of practical application that I can actually see for this thing, gravity. Apart from that, in everyday reality, I can't see that it is really useful for anything whatsoever that we can kind of do without. And just knowing that things do these things at this average speed.
It's one of the components of this fallacious physical theory. So it's not as though it really corresponds to the concreta, the a posteriori data, the empirical concrete things in reality. The only reason the notion was made, so it was because it was a post hoc solution to this glaring problem in this ridiculous cosmic paradigm that we're walking upon the surface of a ball flying around in a vacuum. That's why gravity was made. So stop pretending like it's just so crucial to everyday life when it was simply a post hoc solution to a fallacious cosmic theory.
Well, if you're calling figuring things out and putting numbers to it so that we can have utility with respect to figuring it out, you're calling that post hoc.
See, that's not even remotely close to what I said, which demonstrates you don't want to listen well, because I know you can listen better than that. Like, I know you're smarter than the intelligence that you're displaying right now. You don't want to listen.
Oh, you called something
debate.
post hoc. I'm trying to figure out what you're calling post hoc.
The
see an
gravity
effect.
theory. No, like you're still stuck in this premise. In your mind, you think
we
that
do
there's
see an
this thing
effect.
that really
Do
is
we not
real.
see an effect, Gregory? Do we not
you
see an
hear
effect?
me in the middle of the sentence. You can hear me. You can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think, and you are devoted to this notion that when you see things fall, that means you are seeing the effect of the curvature of space and time or mass attracting mass. We're critiquing those interpretations. You people do this all the time. That's why I keep repeating this critique. You univocally identify your theory with reality. You don't accept that your theory is distinct from reality and it may or may not correspond to reality. And every time we critique it, you think that we're just denying the actual event. No, we're critiquing your theory that interprets the event. Appreciate that already.
Well, the only thing about it is, Gregory, that it works. That's your problem. It works.
No, it's not a matter of working, especially
It
when
is
the
a
theory
matter of working.
not a matter of it working, especially when the supposed gravity is the effect of a reification fallacy, which cannot correspond to reality. So it's not a matter of it working.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can deny that it works.
It's not a matter
It's
of it
unreal.
working.
Your supposed
It is
effect of the curvature
it
of
is a
space.
matter of where if it had no
Oh,
utility,
you
we
can
wouldn't
hear me.
use it.
You can hear me. You can hear me in the
Yeah,
middle of
you
a
can hear
sentence.
me too. Yeah, you can hear me.
Okay. So it's not a matter of it working. Your theory of gravity being the effect of the curvature of space and time is not working. You don't need to
Did it?
believe that to do. You don't need to believe that to do anything in reality.
No, that's not true. That's just demonstrably not true.
So tell me, in what endeavor anywhere in the area of human experience do we need to take into account the supposed effect, which is things falling because space and time is curving because things exist?
Building things with precision rather than guesswork.
Ridiculous.
You mean
Like,
building things
do
according
you
to
hear
a
that?
stationary level plane?
Shooting
Listen, Howard.
projectiles and actually hitting the target
Oh my
instead of
God,
having to guess at it a few
Howard.
times.
Howard. Okay, look. You, all of us are on the other side of history. Okay, so basically, we have already had this work done for us. You haven't done any of this work. I haven't done it. Rumpus has not done any of this work. All you're
Oh,
doing,
I've done quite a bit of work in the machine shop.
nothing. Okay. Now again, that is a non sequitur and
Okay.
a red herring and a straw man because I didn't say you didn't do anything in a machine shop. So right now, what you're doing, Howard, is demonstrating what a troll does, because what you just did was interrupt a conversation to say something that had absolutely no value whatsoever. I'm not talking about the fact that you've never done anything in a machine shop. You've never mowed your own lawn. Okay, don't be a troll. Now, again, what we've made this point. If I can build the same thing you can build and not take into account that which you think has utility, and we both can build the same thing, then we're both at ground zero. We have a zero-sum game because we haven't well, I would say that my accomplishment falsifies your claim. Your claim is that you have to take into account this thing called gravity. If I can do the same thing you can do without taking that into account, that's a falsification of your claim. All you're doing right now is saying, yeah, but it has utility. And you're like Gregory's trying to point out to you, Howard, you are ignoring the point that's being made, and you're simply waving your flag over and over and over again with geometry.
I'm admitting and going along with and concurring with the fact that we can just go out and throw up a structure without any knowledge of anything and guesswork. We can guess it that this should work, or we could take advantage of standing on the shoulders of the giants
Okay.
that come before us,
Yeah.
so to speak,
Right.
and
Okay.
use
So
that
look.
technology and build it with precision.
Right.
And
Okay,
save
Howard.
money, make it more effective, more
Right.
efficient.
Right.
Yeah.
Howard, all of the aqueducts that the Romans built, all of the structures, please show me how they took gravity into account. They didn't. Okay. They did not take your concept into the account of, Agamemnon and all of these fuckers from the past who had wars with each other with their bows and arrows, with their slingshots, with their catapults. Okay, now hold on. Let me hold on.
That's a good point. I want to be sure and go back to the aqueduct, but please go ahead.
Okay, so the thing that your science has done now has taken what was done before and then added this other figure in, so that you think that they figured out that they needed this figure now, and now you and I on this side have to take that figure into account. But the reality is the figure was never taken into account prior to that. It is a conceptual idea that can be removed, and it's not going to lose any of its utility.
On the aqueduct, the fact that they still stand thousands of years later, do you think that they could have put a little bit less into it and still gotten a lifetime of service out of it without building it as strong as they did?
Are you asking me if I think that they should have used wood instead of granite?
I'm saying they could have saved a lot of money and time in building a less strong structure and still got a lifetime of use out of it.
Are you telling
So
me
they
that? Are you telling me
they put a whole lot of work and effort into a structure that lasts
Okay.
5,000 years.
Okay, yeah, right, exactly. And I would very much rather have that structure than a fucking PVC pipe that leaks at its joints.
I would too, as long as I had the money to spend on it.
Okay, all you're doing right now is special pleading and making an argument. No, honestly, man, it's like, yeah. So yeah, Travis. So they didn't take gravity into account, but they could have saved money. I'm like, what the fuck, man? This is not an
Yeah.
argument of any substance.
Well, I'm just saying they guessed we're going to build this very strong so that it lasts us a long time. And you know, there's no way that they could know this now, but wouldn't it be cool if the guy that engineered that knew that it still stood today?
Okay, Howard, how does what you're saying have any relevance in incorporating G?
I'm not catching his argument at all.
Yeah,
there is no argument.
neither am
The
I.
only reason he keeps talking about it works is because he's trying to defend himself against the critique against this gravity notion. So he thinks that if he keeps blurting and chanting "it works," utility, it works, then that protects his gravity notion. It doesn't. It's a red herring.
Well, I mean, what do you argue against the fact that it works? How do you argue against
It's not
that?
a matter of working. You think
it's
it's a matter
not?
of working. You in your mind, when you hear us talking about what we're talking about, you're stuck in this notion where you think, but it works because you're stuck in univocally identifying your theory with reality. You think they're one and the same. They're not. We're critiquing your theory, your notion, which doesn't correspond to reality because it's the supposed effect of a reification fallacy. Your gravity notion is dead.
Okay, that's according to you.
It's been a pleasure. Catch us next time.
You going to bed, Mandy?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's about that time. It's bloody 3
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning now, and I've got to get
Yeah,
to
you
bed.
better get to bed. We'll see you later, though.
Well, the wife's away, so the cat's been playing.
Oh, she's gonna play. So what about a
Yeah.
construction plumb bob? You guys talk about construction. Like how do you think they illustrated the observance of parallel or within respects to the construction plumb bob?
Who are you asking?
Just openly, specifically our fellow with gravity in mind. So I mean, you mentioned
I think
the tunnel, right? So I was thinking, if they're going to construct this tunnel, they would have to have some observance of down, and I would imagine the ethics of, or I would employ the ethics of construction plumb bob. Obviously, the observance of down, right? And then they would have been able to extract the essence of perpendicular to down being level, right? We hang a TV on the wall, we observe level. So
yeah, I don't think that the plumb bob argument is a very good one because in close proximity you can't really discern any deviance. And
okay,
also,
so
if you use the plumb bob over a long distance, making multiple observations as you go, you're simply going to follow the surface, whether it's flat or curved.
okay,
So
so I
you won't
give
ever
you
know the
the
difference.
observance of high steel construction, condominiums, the Burj constructed
Khalifa.
the Burj Khalifa. Any high-rise construction is midpoint construction with high-rise, so you, in essence, construct the crane as it's going up, so it can construct the superstructure. So how do you observe high construction with respects to the ethics of a construction plumb bob? Because it's the same thing. It's a hanging weight, is it not?
It's just going straight up, so I don't see what the problem is with that.
Well, you can construct that without any sort of gravity. It's kind of equivocal to say that they need gravity to construct it when all you do is hang a plumb bob and build straight. Now, if you talk about the numerical calculation, 8, whatever, I mean, you can have that math without having per se. It's not like you have a cup of gravity that you need to pour into your construction to make it work. So it's equivocal to say gravity per se is necessary.
Well, I mean, you just want your foundation strong enough to support the structure which
Again, which
equates to the weight of the structure, which is your
Why
gravity.
are you using it?
How do you state that the construction plumb bob, you said it was too close to the surface, and then I say to you, okay, let's just go with high-rise construction, steel frame
No,
construction, same observance.
I didn't say close. I didn't say
Didn't
close
you
to the
say that the
surface.
construction? Didn't you say at the beginning of your argument that the construction plumb bob is not a fair observance because it's too close to the surface?
No, where you got two plumb bobs that are close together, you can't discern any deviation because they're so close together. That's
Okay,
what I meant.
so going vertically in high-rise construction, we have the extension of the ethics of the plumb bob, the construction plumb bob, and then going horizontally in the observance of the construction of a pier bridge, we have the same implored ethics, i.e. the observance of the construction plumb bob. So I have you going up, and I also have you going left and right. What say you?
Yeah, that's just not making any sense to me.
It's making sense to me. I would like him to continue.
Hold on.
If you go up, you're going up. You're going up, straight up. I mean, so what does that got to do with a plumb bob other than going straight up?
Hold
So
on.
what does gravity have to do with building anything?
Let's just hold on.
Wait.
Let's park it for a second here. Okay. For the observance of the audience, let's not lose sight. Okay. Again, we are using the observance of a construction plumb bob, which is close to the surface. You said at the beginning of this, right? Did you not say that at the beginning of your argument? Okay. And then going.
We were talking. Usually, the plumb bob conversation speaks to plumb bobs diverging rather than being parallel. So you're going to a high rise, and that goes away from what I'm talking about.
I'm so sorry, but I'm observing construction because I work in the field, and I'm looking at a construction plumb bob of, again, the ethics. Again, I'm painting the ethics of a construction plumb bob, building a deck in my backyard. It's 20 by 20. I lay the piers based on the construction plumb bob, the observance of down. And then I observe the construction, high-rise construction that's happening down the street from me, and they have a crane that is holding a long line with a weight at the end, which again is just a larger construction plumb bob. And then I look at high-rise construction occurring. It's the same extension of the same idea. And then I look at the... Hold on one second. And then we look at the construction of a bridge, and it's the same construction principle that's implored, which is a construction plumb bob, the observance of down, because in order to extract a level, you have to observe down because it's perpendicular, default. Like cavemen knew this if they existed, but do you agree with that? A pier bridge is not the observance of down. Seriously.
Okay, are you going to like make a point?
I did. Observance of down the entire time.
You know, there's one bridge. You know, there's one bridge that documents in their in the prints, the documentation, that the tops of the towers are further away than the base of the towers. You know that, right?
Is it a tension bridge or is it a pier bridge?
It's a suspension bridge, but suspension bridges are designed such that the force on the tower is vertical, not lateral.
Slow down. We have
not slow down. Let me finish what I'm saying. You want me to let you finish, but I'm not allowed to finish what I'm saying.
It's
right?
not that, because you illustrated a great example. However, it's not the same. Because
go ahead. You go ahead and have your conversation with yourself.
Because it is a tension bridge, my friend. A tension bridge, they have to splay the upper support line so that the tension is maintained on the cable. But a pier bridge,
if you read about it, you'll find you're wrong.
I'm sorry, my friend.
Yeah, you're wrong.
I work in the field and work in construction. I understand the construction.
I happen to know this for a fact that suspension bridges are designed such that the force on the piers are vertical, not lateral.
Well, I hear what you're saying, sir, about the bridge being wider at the top, but it's such a negligible amount. It could be coincidence.
You're right.
You could be building it with some slack on the top for structure, you were saying?
Yeah, you're right, Lemon. To me, that it's not a good argument, but it just goes to the point that he was trying to make, that bridges don't reflect curvature,
No,
but
listen. No, no,
that
no,
bridge
no, 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 no. You're not going to
reflect
skateboard
curvature.
that. No, listen to me very carefully. I stated a pier bridge, right? A pier bridge is laid vertically and horizontally with the observance of down. Okay, understand that. That's one. Then we look at this, the Golden Gate Bridge, which is your observance of a tension bridge, right? We see two support towers, which are a girder type of steel girder construction with cables. That is a tension bridge. Okay, listen to me very carefully and understand. And again, this is for the purpose of the audience, people who are listening to this, not you, because you don't understand the two concepts. A tension bridge is different.
Don't tell me
than
what I
a
don't fucking
pier bridge.
understand.
Have a good day, guy.
Yeah, you have a good fucking day.
Well, the thing is, it's such a small amount. I mean, I don't even know if you could machine for this supposed curvature. You take, I don't know, 1 foot, if it's like a distance of 1 foot between the two edges of your structure, and then divide that by 5,280 feet in a mile, and then divide that by the circumference of the Earth, 24901, and multiply that times 360. That's like 10 billionths of a degree. There's no way to machine that, at least within 1 foot. And a building that takes up a block would be little better. I don't think that this is anything else other than coincidence or experimental error.
Yeah, it could fall in with those numbers. It sure could.
Left Line, what was the original point that we were talking about? Because we'd started talking about bridges and all this other architectural talk and constructional talk. Why were we talking about that?
I don't know. We were talking about the utility of understanding gravity in construction and utilizing it in building buildings and building bridges and shooting projectiles and taking advantage of this known information in engineering things.
Yeah. So in principle, even if the construction workers and architects think they're taking into account this supposed effect of a reification fallacy, it's a ridiculous account. It's a ridiculous, unjustified thing to take account of. You don't need to take account for non-events that are the supposed effect of reification fallacies. They don't correspond to reality.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but they do.
They don't.
I don't even understand how you can say that. I mean,
of course, you have to funding
you ask any engineer.
Of course,
you ask any engineer anywhere in the world. Of course, I'm trying to speak, and you're speaking over me, and you say I'm funding muting you. You can ask any engineer anywhere in the world, do they need to consider gravity in building their structures? And they will answer absolutely. We have to consider
and they would
gravity.
be just as erroneous as you. You don't need to take into account fallacy. That's why they're called fallacy. Just deal with it.
So
the reification,
deal with it.
of a reification fallacy.
Unreal.
Well, let's try to reason together. Left Lane, like you're saying, they say they take into account gravity, but in what way? Are they pouring jars of gravity? No. Are they doing calculations? Yes. Is gravity necessary for that calculation? Could it be 9.8 meters per second of something else other than something pulling to the center of a ball? Maybe.
I would say primarily in the foundation of a large structure, that foundation such that it would support the weight of the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do have to make calculations for the support of the building, yes. And if they use 9.8 meters per second for that, I would love to see how germane that, number is and whether it can be reinterpreted toward something flat and planar.
Just heads up, that term gravity, the 9.8, all that stuff, none of that is written into the Ontario Building Code. And that's the legislative document that we built from here in Ontario. There's no observance for curve, 23 point, none of that stuff in the legislative document for the building code.
So where is the gravity number used? He says it's used for like building materials, and I'm going to assume,
There's no
you calculate 9.8 meters per second of concrete or something like that is what he's trying to say. But where specifically do we see any of that?
No, even in the calculations of floor joists, as an example, for the living room, we calculate those at 40 pounds per square foot. We'll factor in live load, dead load, furniture, things of that nature, but there's no observance
40
for
pounds per square foot. So pounds per square foot, so weight per square foot. I would say that's gravity, Bubba.
Okay, you're going to pack in.
I'm sure you would say that, and it would be wrong.
To weight.
I could say that's God causing things to have, heft. It doesn't change the saying what causes it doesn't make it it.
Yeah.
Just because you say so, just because you believe so, doesn't mean it's true. So you would say that? Great. You'd be wrong.
Yeah, that's how they use it. Goodness,
Well, we
you're
couldn't
just
know
disagreeing. You just disagreeing with
weight.
the way that it's done.
But that's
Well,
weight,
let's
not
compare.
gravity. Right? Like if I was 180 pounds, that's 180 pounds. That's a set weight. That's not a gravitational constant or whatever you think it is. So they're using the weight, not
Let alone
gravity.
the effect of the curvature of space and time.
Yeah, the weight being the mass times the acceleration.
No,
So
you don't drop stuff to find its weight.
Wrong.
So you're saying that there's weight and therefore gravity. That's the conclusion.
That's how weight is determined by multiplying the mass times the acceleration.
Lemon, you're roboting. You're roboting too, that's fine.
That's not how they find weight, bro. Acceleration is not used in weight. You don't. Acceleration is when something's moving. When you get a weight of something, it's not moving, right? So to say that you got to accelerate something to get its weight is kind of like counterintuitive.
You don't know the definition of weight. It's mass times acceleration due to gravity.
The definitions don't make reality, though, right? Like I can define God, right? It doesn't make it what it is.
Y'all are just disagreeing with reality.
No, we're not disagreeing with reality. We're disagreeing with your a priori theory.
We know what the acceleration due to gravity is. You can measure that yourself personally, and you can see that things accelerate down to the ground 9.81 meters per second. And if you
you don't observe things accelerating down because of the curvature of space and time.
You can determine the mass by other means that is independent of weight. So, for instance, you can see how much force you have to do to say, if you want to slide something along a ice rink, for instance, or there are other ways. I mean, on the space station, for instance, you can't use weight.
So one of the ways in which we find mass, right, is we go to an ice rink and then we put an object on the ice rink and then we push it and then we have to somehow quantify that push. Well, how hard did you push it, Mike? I pushed it kind of hard. Okay, its mass is kind of big.
Obviously, if you did it, you wouldn't do it properly. But we in science, we can do things, measure things, and we can set particular forces to something. Like in the space station, for instance, because they can't use scales. Can I just finish my sentence? In the space station, you can't use scales. So if they want to measure the mass of an astronaut, what they do is they push them on a spring and see how quickly they accelerate, and then you end up with the mass of the astronaut, so they know, how much they've eaten or whatever for medical purposes. And so when you're in a situation, and then you can do the same thing by pushing. You can eliminate the weight part of things. If you have a very slippery surface and you push something horizontally with a particular force, using mass is equal to force is equal to mass times acceleration, you can work out what the mass of an object is simply by giving it a shove with a particular force and seeing what acceleration it gives it.
Hold on, I got a big problem with that. Is how do you quantify? Like I pushed a hockey puck. How are you quantifying how hard that was? Right? Like that's not.
There's a thing called force.
Wait, I'm not done yet. So when you measure, hang on, let me just get this out. When you measure something, right, you have to have the thing to measure, right? Like when you take a scale, you put an object on the scale. Me just pushing a statue over is not a measurement. That's just
no one said you something. Pushing a statue doing something wasn't scientific as in a scientific experiment. But science,
you're saying that's a measurement.
Yeah, no, you can if you want to. If you set up a carefully designed observational system, they have things called ballistic, for instance. You can measure the momentum of something. I mean, you just don't understand how to do basic measurements. There are ways of applying particular forces.
Observations aren't measurements.
Listen, stop interrupting and try listening. If you set a particular spring, for instance, you do a particular compression, you know it's going to apply a particular force. And so you can measure what force you're applying, and then you can see what acceleration develops. Obviously, just doing on any old skate.
In order to compress
I was using a skating rink as an illustration of the principle. Obviously, if you want to do that in a lab, you have to do something that's a bit more clever than that.
Let me say this. Let me say this. You have not observed things falling because space and time is curving, and you can't.
Yes, I have. Yes, I
You
have.
haven't.
Yes, that's what causes that things to fall.
Yeah, show it me.
That's the cause that's invoked, but as far as we can tell, we can't see space grabbing the object and pulling it down in that sense. And so we need to see
That's
if
like
there's
saying you
another
can't see
viable
wind, therefore it doesn't
explanation.
exist. Yeah, so if you saying you can't see wind, therefore it doesn't exist, I mean that's an absolutely stupid
No,
argument.
stop
I
falsely
can feel
equating
wind
things.
against
You
my
have not
hand. I can
seen
see
things
wind blowing
fall.
against something, and I can see much more consistent indicators than the explanation that
And you
you
can see
give
things
of
falling
space-time
down.
curving.
And you can measure the orbit of Mercury, and you can see that the only thing that explains it is the bending of space-time. And there are other things like the fact that time
Just
changes.
repeatedly
If you go,
beg the
let me
question when
finish.
we
For instance, if you
your
go to the top
ears.
of the Eiffel Tower, time goes more quickly than it does at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. There are other things that when we accelerate things to high speeds, they're also time changes. So there are lots of ways of us measuring things that are not easy to do in your bedroom, but nonetheless, science, because it's rather more developed than than things you can do personally, can measure these things very carefully.
A
So
better
repeatedly
explanation
beg
is
the
that
question when
ether
we
is
could think
swirling a
your
little
ears.
faster up top at the top of the building, making the atomic clock run a little differently because the ether is butting up against the cesium atoms, squeezing them and pinching them or whatever, and making them have a different rate of vibration per unit time, registering a different mechanical working of the clock.
You're just making
That is
it all
much
up.
less wooey and much
No
less
one
mystical
you've
than
just
this
made a load of
gravity,
crap up.
curvature, space-time
No one
stuff
has done an
that you guys
experiment
dreamed up. It's
that
just a
supports
better
what you just said.
explanation.
You have
It's just
just
a
made
better
that all up.
explanation.
There is no experiments being done to support anything you've just said.
But
You've
neither
just
The
has there
made
been
experimental
any
stuff
framework
experiment
is
done
the
to
way
out
that
of
you
support
your
interpret
Einsteinian
head.
the
general
We're
experiment.
relativity
not
with this
interested in things
either.
that you've just made up. Go and speak. Go and tell stories to someone else. We're not
Other
interested in
people
what you've made
explain it
up of
in
You
your
go ahead
similar
head.
and tell
ways. It's not just
stories.
me. It's other people explaining it similar ways too. There's different
No, other
experimental
people have done
frameworks. There's never
experiments and
the same
verified it with
data.
experiments and science, and multiple institutions around the world have verified these things. You have just made
Not
a
at
load
all.
of
Not in
crap
the
up.
slightest.
What do you mean
Not
not?
in the slightest. They have not done a single experiment to substantiate the fallacious reification of space and time.
Yes, they
You have
have.
you've done no
It's kind of
observations. You've done no.
The change we can
how
measure.
would you
We can
verify?
measure how time changes is dependent on altitude. We can measure the orbit of Mercury, and all those
Don't.
things agree with general relativity.
You don't.
Yes, we do.
Okay, clock is
It's
not
like
time.
you're trying to
There are,
talk
there are,
sense into a
there are
crazy
lots
person. Like this Rumpus is
gravitational
crazy.
lensing.
You're going to try
Gravitational
and talk to him
lensing
like
of
a normal
light is
person.
also only possible due to general relativity. So
Not in the
Gravitational
slightest.
lensing of light.
we have got
Velocity of
about
light
10
waves
different,
is not
10
time.
different effects of general relativity that you can measure, either observe or do something in the laboratory to check them. So we've got experimental, empirical evidence that general relativity is correct.
They're not at all. The clocks are not time.
They measure time, and
Yes,
we
they measure.
know that they change when you go up higher, further away from Earth.
They have a mechanical operation.
No, clock is
Clocks
not
have a
time.
mechanical operation, right?
You're
So
just-
once you understand that a clock, so once you hang on, let me just a clock mechanical operation. Something goes back and forth mechanically. So when you start moving it, or if you swing it around and there's inconsistencies, that's because you've affected the mechanical operation of the device, not because you've created
No,
a
you don't
portal
understand.
in time.
No, if what you said,
through the
what you
ether.
said was true, then you could get on a train, and then as the train got up at higher speed than stationary, it will affect the mechanism. And if you had any understanding of the way relativity works, you should know that there's no experiment that you can do inside a moving object that's different from when it's stationary. So just like you can pour a cup of tea, or you can knock a golf ball on a train, it will behave exactly the same way as it did as if the train was stationary, as if it's doing 1,000 miles an hour. There is no experiment you can do to differentiate between going along at 1,000,000 miles an hour or being stationary. And if you understood that, then you'd realize what you just said was complete bollocks.
Well,
Yeah,
it
so
makes
his
a lot
point
of
still
sense.
stands because the clock is not time.
And also,
measures time.
a clock
It measures
does have a
time.
mechanical
Perfectly.
function, Rumpus, because the cesium atoms register 1 second or whatever every 1,000 vibrations of the cesium atom or whatever explanation they give. So if space is some sort of substance like an ether impinging on the cesium atoms as it moves, well, then the cesium atoms will vibrate at a different rate and register another time. That is a much less wooey explanation than space-time bending and curving and relativity.
I've just explained that by any experiment you could do on a fast-moving train, for instance, you cannot determine that you're on a fast-moving train if it was perfectly smooth and going in a straight line. Similarly, there'd be no reason why something that was moving, going through a medium would oscillate in the way that you're claiming. And there's no experiment, there's no bit of science that supports what you've just made up.
It is intuitive and it is natural for the mind. And just like going through water, if I go through water
you don't
at a
understand
nice
basic
smooth
science,
clip
you're just spouting a load of crap.
a foot a second, I'm hardly going to feel the water. But if I torpedo through the water at 100 miles per hour, you're down right. I'm going to feel the friction, and something different is going to be registered on my body, or the cesium clock in this experiment when you go at higher and higher speeds.
Yes,
so what you're saying, it's still not a good reputation or a good rebuttal. It can still work at an intuitive level.
Nobody in science has ever done an experiment to support what you've just claimed. No one, nowhere.
Nobody's ever shown that space-time curvature is the thing. They just took the ether and just renamed it.
Demonstrated you don't understand very basic physics principles. I mean, you
we
think
understand
that
enough.
You think the top of the eye and the bottom of the eye work in different ways. You just make stuff up all the time.
We understand enough. Through the bloviation, we understand more than enough.
Stuff up, and we're not interested in stuff.
We don't even need to make anything up. We need to just expose how bad your framework is, where space-time, the vacuum of space, or whatever the hell you want to call it, is curving. Tesla himself said vacuums don't curve. You need a substance to curve. And that substance was known as the ether before you guys stole it and renamed it as space-time.
No, there is no experiment that exists that says the ether exists. It's been invalidated by science. You're just making stuff up. And just because Tesla was mentally ill for
there's no ether, there's no space-time.
Hey, Rumpus, clocks aren't time. Deal with it, pal.
Yeah, they measure time, so that's all you need.
Right. So they're not time. So a clock is a particular.
Hold on. If time changes, they change. And we know that if you take a clock up to the top of the Eiffel Tower, it goes more quickly than at the bottom. That's all you need to know.
When you say quickly, you're talking about motion.
Hey,
motion. That's not time.
I'm talking about time. I'm talking about quickly.
Hold on.
Time goes
the mutes
more
are just
quickly.
temporary. I'm just temporarily muting.
So
time, guys. One at a time, please.
Please.
Well, someone's trying to equate velocity with a passage of time, which is just a. I mean, either they're an idiot in equating those two. It doesn't understand. When I talk about time going more quickly,
exactly, absolutely idiotic to equate clocks with time. They're not time.
Go more quickly at the top of the Eiffel Tower than the bottom. And we've done experiments. For instance, GPS has to allow for this.
Come on, dude. You shut up, Rumpus. Keep your shit under 10 seconds.
5 more seconds. GPS, which has satellites up in orbiting the Earth, they have to allow for the time dilation that occurs up there to give you the actual results you get.
How's time?
Let me show you how. Let me show you how a clock is faster. Picture two clocks, right? Both hands on both clocks are pointing at the 12. Now the hour hand. One clock, the hour hand goes to 3. The other hand, the hour clock goes more distance to 4. Went more distance. Went further. You're going to say that's faster. No, it's just more distance.
If we take the same clock and have it at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower and at the top, and we leave them there, when we bring them back together, you'll see that they will not be registering the same time.
Yeah, because of mechanical differences.
No, that's no mechanical difference. No, because we do it with atomic clocks.
Work on
right, and the clocks aren't time.
I mean, you can't I don't understand how you can not understand this. If you have two identical perfect clocks, effectively atomic clocks are perfect clocks.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, let me finish the point. And I take the atomic clock, one to the top of the Eiffel Tower, and then I bring it back. They no longer
right. And the clocks aren't time.
If I took them to the same altitude, then they would show the same time. They show change due to the gravitational force that's in place. This has been tested numerous times, and it's an established scientific fact.
Yeah, no.
So what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism that's making the? So I got two grandfather clocks, one on the top of the Eiffel Tower, one on the bottom. The one on the bottom's one of them swinging faster than the other. What's the mechanism that's making this swing faster?
Because time goes more quickly.
What makes them swing? What is the mechanism? Stop! Don't tell me about how time goes faster. What's the mechanism that makes one of the grandfather clocks move faster?
General relativity.
Wait, what makes the grandfather?
Can I answer the
What
question?
makes the clock
can't
move?
just say
What makes
GR.
the clock move?
Can I answer Jeremy's question first? General
You would, but you
relativity.
can't.
General relativity gives you equations. The bending of space-time is a space-time is a fabric of space and time is affected by the presence of mass. And when it's curved, its behavior changes, and that is described by general relativity equations, which show you exactly how much time should be going more quickly or less quickly depending on the presence of mass. And guess what? The equations we've got exactly agree with what we observe in the real world.
Utterly imbecilic.
You dodged what I said. You totally dodged what I said.
Well, what do you?
There has to be a mechanism. Hold on, man.
The mechanism is the time changes speed.
Come on, Rumpus.
But I mean, I am answering. I don't know how you can think I'm not answering. The time actually changes speed. The rate of passage of time changes dependent on the presence of mass.
Yeah, this is why you need to understand how a clock works. You have two grandfather clocks. Now, there is a mechanical thing, some motor or some kind of operation going click, clock, click, right? Now, if you are comparing them, right, and there's differences, that means the only cause in the difference could be that physical operation going on. It's not like some ethereal ghost sped up. And
I'll describe it again. If you take two atomic clocks at the base of the Eiffel Tower,
we don't need to. We heard it. We understand it.
You take one away. Hold on. You take one away to say London at the same altitude, and then you bring it back again. You will see there's no time difference. But if you take can I just finish the sentence? But if you take that atomic clock to the top of the Eiffel Tower, you change its altitude, it will show a difference. And there are and we also know that things with GPS.
We're not arguing, Rumpus. I'm not arguing there's a difference. I agree there's a difference. I'm just saying that difference is because the clock, right? You have this physical thing that makes the clock work. Now, when you do something to the clock like you're doing, it's going to affect that physical thing. It's not like you've gone through a wormhole. You fucked with the clock.
Yeah, it's incredible. No, what happens if you move the clock, if you move an atomic clock and keep the same altitude, it does not change the time. It's only when you move it closer or further away from a massive body like the Earth, and for instance, and with the GPS satellites, there's an equation saying there'll be a factor so much more by being the distance they are at, and that all agrees with the Einstein general relativity equations. There's nothing mechanical.
Clocks aren't time, pal.
They measure time. You keep on saying that, but we use clocks to measure time, and they do that perfectly well.
That's right.
You repeating a statement doesn't make it any more true.
You've done enough talking. Be quiet and listen. You've done enough talking. Be quiet and listen.
You've repeated the same thing 10 times for any basis, and I've explained to you that clocks do measure time. And if you dispute that, then I'm afraid you're a complete moron. I mean, you're disputing that clocks measure time. I mean, you're an idiot. I don't know what delusion you've got here.
Relax, Rumpus.
You're not contributing to this conversation at all if you think that clocks don't measure time.
You're still rambling like a Tasmanian devil.
Thing to say.
Okay, so are you done rambling? Here's an ontology lesson. There's concrete entities, there's abstract entities. Clocks are concrete entities. Time is an abstract entity. Clocks measure time. Clocks are not time. A clock is not a particular instance of time.
When did I say they were? I said they measure time. That's all they need to do.
Stop pretending that a clock being different in the sky and different in the sky as opposed to the clock on the ground is an instance of time dilation.
Yes, it is. Or clocks measure. It's not an instrument that measures time, and that shows that time proceeds at a different speed at different altitudes. And you're continually repeating that clocks
it shows that your instruments are affected by
a measuring device. It's like saying a ruler. It doesn't measure distance. It's not distance. No, it measures distance, and clocks measure time. You're an idiot.
Rumpus, listen. If you have two grandfather clocks, one's on the top of the Eiffel Tower, one's on the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. Yeah. One of them swinging faster. You need an actual physical process, a mechanism by which it's making this.
Well, the passage of time is a physical process. And
dude, are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not.
I mean, this is kidding me. The passage of time is a physical thing.
Yes, it's a It's a thing that happens.
Dumbest thing I've heard all week.
You can measure it. We have
it's like a rock. Time is like a rock.
I don't.
So you're saying time is physical, like a rock is physical? Like I hold a physical rock. That's time is as physical as that rock.
It's a it is a entity. It's like, I mean, it's like saying that electric fields are not
I'm an
physical.
entity. What are you talking about, bro?
Right,
Like,
do you believe that electric fields are physical?
You're lost, man. Oh, so time is an electric field now?
What do you think of electric fields are a part of the physical world?
Look, I'm asking you what time is, and you're asking
And
me
I'm
what
trying
electric
to,
field is.
find out where your problem is by asking you if electric
I think
fields
your
are
problem-
physical.
I think your problem relies on your
You do
inability.
realize that you never touch anything, and you have just interactions between electric fields. When you touch something,
you said the word physical. Physical has a meaning, right? Physical means it's a material, tangible object.
Yeah, you're bugging. Rumpus, I got you dead to rights.
You don't think electric fields affect you physically, or magnetic fields affect you physically?
I'm just
right, hold on a
repeating what
second.
you said.
Do you
got
think
you,
electric fields? Do you think electric fields affect you? Because that's how you touch things. The electric fields of your atoms go near the atoms of the thing, and they press upon one another. In effect, they apply a force. So you never physically
Hold on, guys. Hold on one second,
You
guys.
never
Please, let me
physically
just finish.
interact with anything else.
Is
just
my mic
electric
fucked up?
fields interact.
Hold on. I don't know if you won't stop talking or if my mic fucked up.
No, will you stop talking, Jeremy? I thought you were going to say something you didn't.
This dude talks a lot.
You need a physical process, a mechanism to make this pendulum swing faster. You know this.
No, you don't.
Say, and you know. Don't be. A second ago, passage of time was a physical process. Now your argument is you don't need one.
I mean, you're going to define what physical is. I mean,
why are you talking?
Well, you can define.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You guys got this. You guys got this. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, Jeremy's
one at a time, please. One at a time.
Do you regard electric fields as physical? Because that's how you touch things, in effect. You don't actually press upon them with your atoms touching the atoms of the thing you're touching. What you do is it has an interaction between the electric fields of your atoms with the electric fields of the thing you touch. So you would regard that as a touching, a tangible. Well, that's actually an electrical field interaction. So it's you can answer. That's physical, then you can say, well, time it affects physical things, and the fact that you're I mean, the mechanism. I mean, what you want me to say, Jeremy, is something like, well, how does the cogs, the gears inside a or the pendulum inside a grandfather clock? What is pressing upon extra force? Hold on, what extra force is making it go faster or slower? But what you need to understand that time is a fundamental feature of the universe, and space-time is the fabric that surrounds us, and that is changed the way it behaves. And so it's nothing physical. There's no force changes that are occurring differently inside that grandfather clock, going more quickly. The time itself is going more quickly at the top of the
Don't address me. We're not having a conversation anymore because A, you go on forever, and B, there's a lot of people that want to get in. So.
Well, you asked me a question about.
If you want to jump down to Livestream 2 with me, if you want to jump down to Livestream 2 with me, I'll do that. But we can't have a conversation here. So
why is this so hard for bro to make us?
Well, you made a specific question
You're going
about
on and on and on. You can't stop talking.
Grandfather clock changes.
You realize you haven't made your point.
There is no. All he does is monologue.
Is there a physical mechanism affecting these clocks or not? Right? Is what's the physical difference, if there is one, between the top clock and the bottom clock that causes one to go faster? Can this be articulated, or are we just supposed to believe that
is going more quickly at the top of the than the bottom?
But how does so time goes quicker. Now, how does the clock, which is purely physical, know that time is going quicker so that the clock then speeds up? Right? Because the clock
measures time. Clock. It's a measuring device of time. So if time goes more quickly, then the clock will reflect that.
Well, okay, but the clock is working with a mechanical thing, right? So you have this grandfather clock that has a mechanical gear that goes around and around that makes the clock go back and forth. Now you have two of them. They're working on the same gear, the same back and forth. You move one to the top of the mountain. How does it know to speed up? What makes it speed up?
Because time, the thing that it's measuring, I mean, things, for instance, the way that the pendulum moves, that's time dependent. The forces acting on the gravitational forces, for instance, cause things to accelerate, and that are time dependent. They cause a difference in time. If you actually change the speed with which time is flowing, in effect, time is in effect flowing, then there's nothing extra forces involved, but just the world is going more slowly, and
so the pendulum swings faster. There's no force in order to have an F equals ma, right?
Correct. The force
has a mass and it has an acceleration, and you need a force.
Acceleration, Jeremy, is defined in terms of.
Well, in other words, time is literally pushing the clock. That's his assertion.
F equals ma.
Yeah,
absolutely
that's
destroys F equals MA.
That doesn't, Jeremy. Listen to what I'm saying. You just said, I mean, you're making a sort of interesting point. Force is equal to mass times acceleration, but that acceleration is equal to, as you know, is defined in terms of meters per second per second. But that unit of seconds is changing.
Yeah,
So
you're telling us that time is pushing the clock. That's why the clock moves faster up in the air as opposed to down on the ground. Yeah, that's misplaced concreteness of time,
It's
pal.
not pushing. These things, acceleration is a function of time. As I just mentioned, it's defined as meters per second per second. There's seconds in
So
there.
then how is it affecting
Hold
the
on,
clock?
can I just tell you? So if the force is involved, dependent on mass is equal to force times acceleration, and time is changing, then there will be a change in all the whole system. It is time dependent. And if you change what a second is, you will change what's going on.
Yeah, so you say, how is time moving the clock faster?
You need a force to make this pendulum on the grandfather clock. You need a force to make this shit swing faster. You understand that? You need an actual force to make it swing faster.
But these things are
Do you agree with that?
Do you agree with what? Say again.
Do you agree that you need a force to make the pendulum swing faster?
No.
You don't. So F equals MA. That's not even.
Nothing needs to act upon the clock to make it move faster.
But no, the force is there. But
what
Jeremy,
are you doing?
But Jeremy, listen. That acceleration, there is a unit thing called seconds, and if that changes, that's going to change what happens. The second.
So the abstract entity, which
is
the
going
unit of measurement of time, is going to make the clock move faster. It's going to push the clock faster.
There's no pushing involved. Time is actually changing the speed.
This is crazy.
It's like slowing down a film. If I took a film of the clock and then I slowed down the film, then it's going to move at a different speed, isn't it? And that's effectively what being closer to the mass of the
Earth
Earth
is.
is.
But that's the film. You actually took film and did something to the film, right? Now, when we're asking you what is the film,
giving us an analogy.
Thing, it's just time. It's just there's no thing that does that. It's just time, whatever that is.
And time changes. And this is the reason that 1905 that people did not accept Einstein's theories initially. It took them 10 years.
Because it was 1906 actually, because they didn't know how to keep time.
The special theory of relativity was 1905, and so it took him 10. And it didn't take a Nobel Prize until 15 years later, and that's because this thing is a difficult concept.
This got a prize. This insanity got a Nobel Prize. Imagine getting a Nobel Prize for being a crazy, insane retard, bro. You're just sitting there muddling.
You're going to make stupid comments. There's no point talking to you if you're going to make comments like that. People,
in order for something to move faster, for something to move faster, you need an actual. Relax. Be quiet. In order for something to move faster, you need to put more of a force into it. We know this. This is This is physics 101.
It's like changing the film.
This is physics 101. You need more.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Faster.
It's got units of a second. If I change units of a second, no, it's not.
This is literally physics 101.
No, it's not. You don't understand that if you changed what the unit of second is, then things will behave differently.
What? So if I
don't need a bigger force to make something.
Wait a minute. If I am in a car and I'm going at a certain speed and I change the amount of time that I traveled over distance, I move faster or slower?
Again, I didn't quite catch all of that.
If I'm in a car, okay, given what you just said, if I'm in a car and I'm moving at a certain speed and I change the amount of time that I traveled or the unit of time that I'm measuring, to measure my speed, I move faster or slower?
When you say different time, you've talked about a different number of seconds. We're not talking about changing the number of seconds. What we're saying is that a second will be a different length.
A second will be a different length?
Exactly.
Okay, so
that's what changing time is. So when you said, I'll change the amount of time, you're talking about a different number of seconds.
Can you go fast enough to make a second last as long as a year?
Yes.
Oh boy.
That's not even what the theory of
So you're saying a second is the year.
A second is the
year. Inside CERN, in effect, those things that happen inside there at those incredibly high speeds, they are experiencing something similar to this change from a second becoming a year.
That's amazing.
It is amazing.
Just to unpack your theory a little bit further, you're saying that the time in Denver is different than the time in Ontario, obviously relative with time zones intact and whatnot, but the actual sheer essence of the measurement
they're different heights.
And hold on,
they got different
in Denver than in Ontario.
Because they've got different altitudes.
Pardon me?
The time will be different. In other words, time will progress differently if they are at different altitudes. And I think you're saying,
Okay, so I'm saying to you,
I'm presuming you picked
relative,
Denver because that's higher up.
Relative time measurement, Denver, Mile High Stadium as an example, where the Denver Broncos play the timed event of football. You're saying to me that their measure of time within the aspect of football is different than the measurement of time in San Francisco, where they play the 49ers would play. Also, the football players should train for different lengths of football games relative to
Well, the difference between the time occurring is so small that you wouldn't be able to measure it. In fact, we can't measure it unless you're using something like an atomic clock. It's not detectable by normal conventional means. You couldn't measure it with a stopwatch.
Of course not.
You couldn't even measure it with a. You have to use. Let me finish a goddamn sentence. You have to measure it with an atomic clock. Stop interrupting me.
Hey, Rumpus, may I ask you this question? Since seconds can be at different lengths, how do you detect the length between second and eight? Like, how do you measure how long they are?
So this whole time I've been reading about this, guys. It always has to state this is not a mechanical error. Not a mechanical error. It's not because of the clock, guys. Gotta let you know. It's not the clock. It's definitely space time.
It doesn't matter what clock. I mean, for instance, Jeremy's going on about the extra force that was being applied or something. No, if you have an atomic clock where there aren't forces or any other mechanism that you've got,
you're not willing to accept the proposition that something.
Well, they won't
else
let me
could be
finish the
affecting
point with that, so I.
They won't let me finish.
That's it.
No,
we don't
these
have
guys
to
won't
let you
let.
finish.
These guys
You're
won't let me
rambling for
finish.
like a half hour, not making your point. I'm gonna make a point for you.
Hey,
you won't accept the fact
listen.
that a dilation can happen because of things
Jeremy.
other than gravity. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
Jeremy.
it. That's all you're saying.
Jeremy has been trying to have a conversation with Rumpus for like an hour now, and y'all won't let him because you won't be quiet and let Jeremy speak. I would like to hear Jeremy and Rumpus for a minute.
I mean, don't take what Rumpus is saying to heart, Howard. It ain't been that long.
Yeah, but Jeremy is the one
Just
trying
for like
to
a half
speak.
hour. Are you fucking serious?
So, in other words, if you start your question with what extra force or something is in a grandfather clock, that's not going to be useful because there are no extra forces. The effect occurs with all timing devices, whether it's an atomic clock with an oscillating atom or whether it's a grandfather clock with a swinging pendulum. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is irrelevant. There are no extra forces involved. Time itself is going at a different rate.
We're on the ground. They won't let me. Well, maybe later, another time, Rob.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a difficult concept, and I mean, for people who don't understand any science at all, I can understand why you think this is very magical, and indeed, it is an amazing concept. The idea of time stretching, and it depends on how close you are to a massive body. It also depends on how fast you are. So, for instance, the GPS satellites, they have to account for two sorts of time dilation. They get one due to the fact they're further away from the Earth, and secondly, because they're going at 18,000 miles an hour, the special relativity that means that time goes more slowly the faster you go. So there are actually two effects that are affecting time on GPS satellites, and they have to correct for both to make GPS work accurately.
What's the substance of time, Rumpus?
It doesn't have a substance.
Oh, it doesn't have a substance, huh?
No.
When you're done, Greg, when you're done, I want to go. I'm going to clear the way for you and whoever else wants to go. And then I want like 5 minutes with Rumpus at the end of all this, all right?
I yield my time. Go right ahead.
Over to you, Jeremy.
Okay, so we're on the ground. Eiffel Tower. There's the grandfather clock at the bottom, grandfather clock at the top. We can see both the clocks. All right.
Mm-hmm.
One of them's accelerating.
Accelerating.
And another one.
So where did this acceleration come from? I thought they were just the top and bottom of the Eiffel Tower.
Grandfather clock at the top and a grandfather clock at the bottom, and one of the pendulums is accelerating faster than the other one. It's moving faster, right?
Well, I think that would probably not be the case. Well, it depends on from your point of view. Yes. Okay. Sorry. From your point of view, if you were measuring it at the Eiffel Tower, it would have exactly the same velocity. But you looking at, say, if you're looking from the bottom at the clock at the top, it will seem to be going more quickly. So it will seem to be moving very slightly more quickly. But obviously, the difference is only fractions of a nanosecond, so you couldn't see anything visual. But if you were using an atomic clock to measure it, and then you then came back and then saw how long. So, for instance, you said how many strokes, how many times it'd gone backwards and forwards. As I say, you have to use something that's got higher accuracy. But in principle, if you were there for a billion years and you left it there, you might get an extra.
Scrambling, Rumpus. Listen to me. You're on the ground. You're looking at the Eiffel Tower. You can see a clock on the bottom. You can see a clock on the top. One of the clocks, the pendulum that's swinging, is accelerating faster than the other one, right?
Well, acceleration is a bit of a peculiar way, but just say it's moving. It will appear to be moving more quickly. At the one that you could see at the Eiffel Tower would, in principle, if you could detect it. But obviously, the effect is very tiny. But if you could detect, you could detect it. Yes, the top of the one at the top. If you were looking from the bottom, the grandfather clock at the top would be appearing to the pendulum would be appearing to swing to and fro more quickly, but it's so tiny
you would need okay, yes, it's very tiny. We know. Shut the fuck up with that. You don't need to repeat that every 10 seconds. We know, very tiny.
Well, I just know you're going to say to me, I just know you're going to come back to me and say, I've looked at, I could look at top of Eiffel Tower and I wouldn't see a difference, and then I'm going to have to say yes because the effect is so tiny. Don't try to predict me.
That's not where I'm going.
Well, other people, flatties always use that sort of argument. They say, well, there was some guy earlier who was saying, oh, well, if I go and do this, then I would Denver and what's its face? They have to make different measurements, and I then have to point out as I always have to do. You have to quantify these things and how big is the effect. So the football players in Denver and 49ers, no, they don't have to do anything different.
Okay, so we're looking at these clocks we're standing away from the Eiffel Tower on the ground.
Yep.
A mile away from the Eiffel Tower, we can see both the clocks.
Yep.
One of them is moving faster. You need a force for that, right?
No, you don't.
Force to make something move faster.
Quickly.
You don't need a force to make something.
But the time is changing.
You don't need a force. So F equals ma is just bullshit.
We went through this earlier. The unit of time in that force is equal to ma. The second is changing in size.
The unit of time is going to make the clock move fast.
I'm watching it from the ground. Go ahead. I can't get anywhere with him anyways.
Because you're not understanding. You keep on talking. You think forces are increasing. But you don't seem to understand. It's like looking. It's like using a film and measuring and changing the speed of the film. That's all it is.
If I want to make a pendulum, If I want to make a pendulum move faster than another pendulum, I need to put more of a force into it.
No, you don't.
That's not
time
even
is changing.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it from the ground a mile away. I can see both the clocks. Time's not changing.
We got that. Yeah, we got that.
Time's not changing. Time's not changing for me.
Yeah, but time is different for the thing you're looking at. The grandfather clock at the top of the Eiffel Tower has time going more quickly than at the bottom. And so if you're able to look at both of them, I mean, if you had a video camera or something on the two things, well, you'll say again, it's because it's a very tiny effect. You wouldn't see any difference. But in principle, if you had a super mega resolution video camera on the both, you would see that the one at the top was going backwards and forwards more quickly than the one at the bottom. And that does not
listen to me. I'm on the ground a mile away watching the clock. I'm on the ground a mile away watching both these clocks. Time's going. There's one time for me. I have one time.
Yes, for you. Yes.
These clocks.
Where you are, you've got one time. Yeah.
Shut up! I'm not done. Shut up. Time for me on the ground when I'm watching the clocks. I have one time. So I'm watching this one thing. Except with this one pendulum on the grandfather clock is moving faster than another one. We would need a greater force to make something move faster, would we not?
No, you wouldn't. Not if
that's
time.
Dumb. You're going against everything we know about physics. You're going against saying that.
No, I'm not. This is completely
compatible. Yes, you are. F equals ma.
But the unit of time has changed, Jeremy.
I have one time.
No, you have. Yes, but the time for the thing that's at the top of the after has got a different unit of time in effect.
Force. Listen. Force to make something move faster. You're saying time change is a force.
No, but the unit, the length
goes
of
against everything we know about physics.
No, it doesn't. It goes entirely compatible. And the fact that you think there's a problem, I'm afraid all physicists do not agree with you. You're just you and other people who don't know anything about physics. If you were to read a textbook on this subject, and if you studied this subject, you would realize there is no contradiction. It's just in your head, and anybody else is not familiar with the subject.
All physicists agree that if you want to make something move faster, you need to put a greater force into it. That's not even a question about physicists.
Everything is done in
That's
context.
physics 101. Physics
No, it's
101.
not. Yeah, but the context there is that you're not changing the unit of time. Whenever we talk about anything,
Anyways,
so
go
for
ahead,
instance,
Greg.
the law,
Greg, go
for
ahead.
instance, Newton's
I'm done
laws.
with this
Newton's
fucking guy.
laws don't work near a black
Wasting
hole.
time.
Newton's laws don't work when you're going very, very quickly near the speed of light. But the textbook, if you read a textbook on Newton's laws, they're not going to say that unless it's a thing at the back of that thing, and they're going to say, well, actually, you've got to allow for these relativistic effects. But we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to educate you about Newton's laws. But if you go to a relativistic textbook, they talk about this. They'll say, obviously, all these Newton's laws are changed. So if you just want to study Newton's laws, they'll just give you the straightforward thing. They're not going to consider all the possible ways that it can go wrong. They'll just consider the simple case of being on the Earth where the rules work. But if you want to start considering more complicated scenarios, and you go to another textbook and say, yeah, well, actually, this is just what you've just been about Newton is just an approximation. So it's not against 101. All physical laws, unfortunately, do break. So, for instance, the center of black hole, we think almost all physical laws just go out the window. So it's you can't so the laws that work on this Earth don't work at the center of a black hole. And
Bro,
when the
you
start
are
of the Big
lost
Bang,
in the
and at the Big
motherfucking
Bang,
sauce.
for instance, we think that laws were changed as well. So there's nothing fixed in concrete like you seem to be saying.
Do you
It's
know?
not
Do you know why
101.
he's doing this? Why he's doing this? Because I got him on this. You
haven't got me at
absolutely
all.
would need. You would absolutely need a
I
physical
would
process and
respectfully.
mechanism
Hey,
to
If
make.
you
Jared.
Hello,
understood,
hello. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Definitely.
okay, go ahead.
You
Right,
would
okay,
absolutely need.
so there's a lag here. There was a lag there. You seem to stop for 2
My
seconds.
mic might be fucked up. But you would absolutely need a physical process to make something
If-
move faster than another thing, because
if
we
you
know
un-
that's how physics work.
But it's not fast. All that's happened is the unit of seconds has changed. And if you understood that, then
Watching
you
it,
wouldn't
I'm
be
watching
making
it
such
from
silly
a
comments.
distance. It's faster. I'm watching it from a distance. The one pendulum swinging faster.
Yeah, and that's due to the fact that time is flowing more
Yeah,
quickly
say it in your high
above
voice.
than below.
Say it in a higher.
Is flowing more quickly somewhere else.
Down
So
here
it's
is
just like
longer.
so it's just like you looking through a film camera at that thing and that being
Listen to
speeded
someone
up
for what?
by other relativistic effects. That's all it
Can you hear
is.
my voice?
Not really. You gotta fix your mics.
It's not like that at all. Again, imagine I'm trying to talk about something that is immaterial, and I keep referring to a material object so that you can understand it. And I'm going, it's not that I can't equate it. I just can't understand it without the material object, and you can't explain it without the material object. So where do we go from here?
I've no idea what you just said.
Please let me say this. Can you hear me, mic check?
Yeah, we're gonna hear you.
Yeah.
Rumpus, the clock is moving faster, right? Up there, up on the
Relative
top.
to you, yeah, relative to you, in its own time, it's moving exactly the same speed in its own world. It's not changed at all. As far as it's concerned, the pendulum goes as many seconds, but the thing is, the second has changed. But obviously, from your point of view, as we described with Jeremy, you would see it going more quickly. But obviously, it's so tiny. But let's pretend it's a big effect for the moment that you would see it going more quickly. Yes.
Okay, so the seconds up there is smaller than the seconds down here.
Correct. I know it's a difficult subject, and particularly for someone like yourself who doesn't understand basic physics. Obviously, it's
I don't understand basic physics.
We don't
I'm a
understand.
teacher when we're talking about an abstract entity.
It's quite
Okay.
complicated. It's complicated. We only worked this out 100 years ago. It took us until 100 years ago to work all this stuff out.
It would be like somebody explaining God to you and you going, no, that just can't be because God couldn't be a material thing. And them going, well, you just don't understand it. And you're going, no, it's not that I don't understand. It's just not physically possible. And they go, no, you don't understand. That's what you're doing. You're saying something that is not
Again,
physically possible.
Again, you're just spouting words that make no sense. We can test this. It's not like we're making this up and it's theory that someone worked out on a piece of paper one night on their bed. This is something that you can do experiments on and measure and verify that this is what is happening. And it's what
Rumpus, let me ask you this question.
This is what GPS has to do to give you the accuracy that you experience.
Rumpus, let me ask you this question. What is causing time to stretch?
The mass bending of space-time.
No, that's not even what Einstein's theory of relativity says.
And we can measure. There are lots of ways this affects it. It causes gravitational lenses. It changes the
I'm
orbit
sorry,
of
dude.
Mercury. It causes
Okay,
the change in the
you gotta
frequency of
relax.
light. So, for instance, as
You
light
heard your
leaves
point.
as that light leaves the surface of the Earth and goes upwards, because of the change in time and change in energy, it actually changes
Just do
its
that other
color.
people.
And it changes
Yeah.
its color. And we can do all sorts of experiments that verify all these equations are correct. So we can do real-world tests, empirical tests that test this, and they show that this is what happens. And if you
All right,
deny
can
it,
you
you're
listen?
just denying observations.
Can you listen to what I'm trying to tell you for a second?
Go ahead.
No, Rumpus doesn't listen.
No, a second is too much for this guy. Wait, can you listen for like 5 minutes or just
No
like
matter how long
maybe
it is.
just 2
You got to
minutes?
go the speed of light. You got to go the speed of light to
I'm
get a
not going to.
second.
I don't think you need to have 5
Like
minutes slot
respectfully
to
as
say your
possible,
point.
Rumpus. I really want to talk to you, but I really don't
Go
think
ahead.
you'll even give me the respect to not
I
talk.
do.
I'm trying to say something.
Yeah, I don't mind you. Yeah, you go. Give you 30. Have 30 seconds. How about that?
That's all you're gonna give me? Like this guy
And how
talks
long are those 30 seconds?
Well, okay. Well, how about we try 30 seconds? See how you get on with 30 seconds, and then we'll take it from there, perhaps.
See, this is the point I was making.
And if you haven't finished after 30
is that you're
seconds,
not
perhaps
willing
we'll
to
make it
listen
up to
at all.
5 minutes.
That's a problem. If you're not willing
Well,
to listen
go
to
on. Have
anything,
30 seconds.
then what am I even
Go
trying
ahead,
to say?
Well, go and have 30 seconds. That's quite a long time to say.
Let's go. Yeah, just go.
All right, so I think you're constantly referring. I wanted to ask you a line of questions. That's why I needed more than 30 seconds.
Well, okay, you
But,
can have 30
are you-
seconds per question then. How about 30 seconds per question? If you want to ask me lots of questions, then make one that's 30 seconds long, and then we'll do the next one.
Dude,
Okay.
how about you just give me some fucking respect? How about that? All right, so just let me ask you a line of questions. You are referring to the Michelson experiment, right?
Well, that's to do with ether. Mix and Morley, the one, if that's what you're referring to, that's to do with ether. That's nothing to do with general relativity.
Does anybody else know what I'm referring to right now?
Yes.
Okay, so the experiment detected 1/6 of the motion of the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's the Mix and Morley. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with general relativity.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with general
That's the
or
reason why
special
he made
relativity.
the theory. He made the theory because it's literally said in his papers. He made the theory because of this experiment.
Yeah, that theory just dismissed the ether, and it showed. Well, I mean, you then had to have an explanation for it. He didn't do
When
that.
you say it dismissed the ether, like, are
Yeah.
you sure when you say that? Is that honestly what you? So you're gonna honestly peddle this
What the
idea
paper
that
says.
it just
Like
because that's
what
not my
science-
understanding of it.
That's what
That's
science
not.
says, that Michelson-Morley dismissed
science
the ether
says,
as a
man.
possibility because they did not find any they did not find any effect in changing the orientation which they would have expected if there was this thing, and there is due to a relativity effect. There is a special relativity effect in the Michelson-Morley experiment. So perhaps there is an element of that which caused the length dilation
Why don't
in the
you give yourself
arms
a
depending on
second
which
to
direction it was
listen to what's
going.
being talked about, bro? So you don't like stutter through your words. Articulate, so give yourself time to think and then articulate it.
Well, I'm having to
But
be.
anyway,
I'm being interrupted all the time, and therefore I'm having to rush through it to get the point across.
That's great.
So,
Okay, I
so the
understand
point
that.
is,
That's
the
great.
Michelson-Morley, there
They're being
is a
interrupted.
relativistic effect that occurs on the length of the arm. So, if that's what you mean by, I was dismissing general relativity. That's what we were talking about. General relativity. There is a special relativity effect because remember, general relativity is about gravity, and special relativity is all to do with going fast or slow. Both of those things change the length of time, the rate
Did
of
anybody
time.
else? Was anybody else trying to say something right now? Go ahead.
Well, go ahead. I mean, finish
I'm
your
telling
point.
you, the pendulum on the top of the Eiffel Tower and the bottom of the Eiffel Tower, and the guy watching them both from a distance, that ruins all this bullshit he's saying about the clock swinging faster at the fucking top or the bottom or whatever. It's nonsense.
Well, you don't understand what I said then. I mean, it's very simple. It's like having a
said the
film that's
clock-
going at different speed.
It's very
And it
simple.
does
I
not
thought it was
involve.
complicated.
It does not involve a change in forces at all. Its time is going more quickly at the top of the Eiffel Tower. But anyway, Electric has
Let
hadn't
other
quite
people
finished.
talk, man.
Yeah. Anyway, Electric was trying to finish off a point about Michelson-Morley.
No, the reason, you're saying I'm trying to, it's because of you. I didn't finish anything. All right.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Rumpus, let me ask you.
I thought Electric.
You want to say? Go ahead, anybody. What's
So
up?
I thought Electric. I thought you were in the middle of your point.
Anybody besides Rumpus? God damn, bro. What the fuck?
I was saying, carry on with your question. You said you had a line of questions or something, and I didn't want to stop
Somebody
you
wanted to-
giving them.
I think Gregory was trying to say something.
Yes, I want
So
to.
now you no longer want to ask your questions. Okay.
Just relax and listen to other people, man. Just that's all I'm
Well,
asking.
you said you were demanding 5 minutes, and now you've given up on that. Okay.
This sounds. I don't know what else is directing your line of fucking words except for emotions. Just relax.
Well, I mean, you said you wanted 5 minutes to ask me a series of questions. Then we got into half of the first one, and then you stopped,
up,
and then now you
Gregory?
no longer want to carry on.
Gregory asked
Okay,
this question.
that's fine.
like
I'm
Rumpus,
just pointing
like,
out
do
that
you
you've
behave like this
chosen
in real life, though, bro? Like,
to do that.
bro,
I'm just pointing out that you chose to stop. Not
like, do
I
you
didn't
live in a
stop
cave
you.
somewhere?
Because I'm patient. There's no reason for me to ramble on when I want to ask Gregory what he wants to say. So go on, Gregory.
So you've chosen to
Yeah.
not ask him a question. Fine.
Literally gonna like press this like so you don't want to ask me a question? Like really?
Well, he said he had 5 minutes worth of questions,
are you?
and he got through halfway through the first one, and then he stopped, and now no longer wishes to finish. I just want to make sure we all realise that he has chosen. I just want to make sure that you all realise that he has chosen to do that, and it's nothing to do with me. That
This
he
is a
stopped.
waste of time. You're really wasting our time right now.
He has his mic open. This is absurd.
Right. We're trying to move it forward. What's up, Gregory?
I wanted to ask Rumpus this question. You said time is stretching, so you said, and so I'm asking you, what is the substance of time?
I don't think it's got a substance. I think I'll be going. No, I don't think there's a.
It's a
People do
reification
occasionally try and
fallacy.
talk
Like
about
they
the
say,
flow
space
of.
time is. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
But I don't think I'm not sure. I think some people have likened it to some. I don't think that's the way to look at. I don't think that's the way that the orthodoxy thinks of
So I
time.
don't know. I mean, that's amazing. All he has to say is "I don't know" because obviously what he
Okay,
means. But
so
Well, I'm trying to represent science. I'm not sure
here's
about
the
that
matter.
one.
That's great.
I don't think so. I don't know for a fact. That's why I was being
That's great.
equivocating.
Okay, so let
So
me ask you this.
let's talk about this. You know Einstein theory of relativity and the Lorenzo contraction. You understand all this stuff?
Yep.
Okay, so can you summarize to me what happened with this Michelson experiment and how the Lorenzo contraction was pretty much refuting what was discovered? Like, you understand this, right? So you can say what happened. Okay,
Yeah, so
so,
when something-
tell me in your words what you see this as. That's what I
Right. So
wanna know.
when things move quickly, there is a thing called a Lorentz factor, which affects not only time but also the distance of something. So, for instance, a rod, a 1 meter rod, if it moves very quickly, say half the speed of light, it will, from our perspective, from the perspective of another observer, if you were moving along with the rod, you would not see any change. But if you were an observer seeing this thing go by, it would appear to be, say, if you went to 50% the speed of light, it would be something like, I think, 20% shorter. So that's what the Lorentz contraction is. And that's what the Michelson-Morley thing did. Because the Earth is going around the Sun at 64,000 miles an hour, which is quite a substantial fraction, there is a tiny change in the length of one of the arms that's going in the direction of the orbit. And that then causes the change in the length that you have to account for. Okay.
All right. Thank you, man, for telling me that you understand that. That's great. I understand that too, man.
Rumpus, let me ask you this question. When you say seconds are stretching, does that not imply that time has a substance?
I don't think that necessarily follows, no.
No.
No,
How do
I
you
don't think
stretch
so.
something that has no concreteness?
Sorry, I missed the first word there. You broke up slightly.
How do you stretch something that has no concreteness, no extension in space?
Well, time occurs across intervals, and if you change the intervals, it doesn't necessarily have to be a piece of elastic. It's just because you like to think of it in terms of elastic or stretching something physical. It doesn't have to be something physical to change the interval. That's just.
Well, it's not just my preference. That's what we're told. It's a fabric.
No, we're not. No. Well, yeah, we talk about the fabric of space-time. Indeed, we are. Whether I think they can justify that, I'm not sure. Whether or not that is not just one of the
They
ways
talk about
of
that just
explaining
for
it.
the sake of conception.
Yeah. I think so.
Yes. Okay. So if you say that time is stretching, right, essentially dilating, that implies that it has a substance that is extending in space that can be stretched.
Well, we certainly talk about the stretching of space-time. We certainly talk about that, and we talk about mass doing that, and therefore the distance in space-time. So, for instance, you put a lump of mass there and it stretches it. It means that something going from A to B that was going previously, if you had something that would if something was going from A to B in a bit of space-time that was not being affected, and then you go and stick something in the way, then I think that means that it has actually stretched the distance that it's got to go from A to that was previously A to B. So that's why I think that we talk about the fabric of space-time. Like that example they show you of an elasticated thing, which you put weights, you actually do stretch the distances between things. So that's why I think they sort of say it's like a fabric, but I don't think they're claiming it is actually a fabric. It's just a way of an analogy, as Left Lane said, of explaining it, that if you do put a ball, for instance, in one of those elasticated things, it does increase the distance between 2 points because you've made it go in a bulge underneath it. So there is an increased distance, and you then do that in the same, and then that affects the. Does that increase the time that you then want to go A to B? I'd have to think about that really hard as to what that's actually stretched.
So can I put this in my own understanding, if you don't mind? Because I understand that you are just trying to make sense of the Lorentz contraction, right?
Well, that's one thing. Lorentz contraction occurs as a result of special relativity. That we were talking about. We must remember that special relativity is all about motion, and general relativity is all about mass. So those are two completely separate things. So if you want to talk about Lorentz contraction, that's all about special relativity and the speed of motion causing things to contract. It also affects time as well. So the bending of fabrics and things we were talking about, that's just to do with general relativity. So I wasn't just using, so that wasn't just explaining Lorentz contraction when I was talking about that.
Rumpus, fabric of space-time, quote unquote, that's just an analogy, right? So what is that analogous to?
Well, it's analogous to the real thing. When you talk about an analogy of something, you've got the real thing. In other words, the space between 2 points when you've got in space-time do increase if you put mass in there and it bends, and then it causes the motion to change. And then we try to explain it with a model by talking about a fabric and a stretchy fabric on an elasticated fabric that you may have seen demonstrations of flinging balls around and sticking balls in this elasticated fabric across like a drum with a very floppy elasticated fabric in it, and then putting a mass in there, and then seeing how things then go around orbit. So if you then if you put one ball in the middle, it stretches the fabric, and then you fling another ball in there, and then it goes round in a circle, and that acts like gravity. So that's what the analogy is. You create these analogies in something physical that you might understand of the real thing. That's what an analogy is.
Mm-hmm. So time is stretching, and that's supposed to be similar to a rubber band?
Yeah, an elasticated sheet. I mean, that's the way they suggest it. It's not a terribly effective analogy, but it works for. But it does have some properties of it are correct, and it means that the distance between 2 points then suddenly becomes bigger, rather than you stretch the fabric, and then what was one distance now becomes in effect a longer distance in space time.
A rubber band is a concrete physical entity, correct?
Yes.
Is time a concrete physical entity?
Well, it's not concrete in the sense you just touch it. You can't touch time, obviously, so it's not in that sense. It's not a concrete entity. If you want to talk about concrete, it's something that's tangible you can touch. But it's a thing that has physical ramifications.
Oh, how is the clock touching it?
No, it doesn't touch it. It's of influence. The passage of time, the flow of time, obviously affects everything. It's not doesn't create extra forces. It means that your pendulums go more slowly, your atomic clock goes more slowly. You would go more slowly. If someone was watching you, then you would appear to be moving more slowly.
So again, time has a substance at all, any concreteness in the ontological sense, or no?
As in time existing. As I said, I don't think you would call it concrete, but it is a thing, an abstract thing.
Abstract.
I wouldn't. But it is a. I mean, you could argue that electric fields are abstract things. Well, I don't know. It depends whether you want to. How would you feel about describing electric field as an abstract or a? No, it's probably not. No, it's not an abstract. I think you probably wouldn't call that an abstract thing, actually.
I wouldn't either.
No, I would. You could. Yes, whether it is time is concrete or not. It's obviously not tangible in the sense you can touch it, but I think, in terms of what you're trying to talk about, is it a real thing? Is it a real entity?
Can I answer Gregory's
rather than just an
question?
idea?
Do you mind?
And I think you probably. I would have to ask a philosopher to be absolutely sure. I don't know the exact answer to that, but I suspect.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it.
Go ahead.
Time is just a way to measure, and it's actually not. Yeah, it's not a substance. It's not present in reality. It's just a unit of measurement.
No,
changes.
a unit of time and time are not one of the same thing. We have got to get this. We got to. A second is not time itself. It's a unit of time. Okay. So with that being said, you seem pretty undecided, Rumpus. So time, but I think you're leaning towards the fact that time is an abstract entity, not a concrete entity, correct?
Oh, here we go. I'm just looking at some stuff on the internet, and they seem to saying it can be regarded as concrete or abstract. So that's just hence my problem. Let me just. I'm not absolutely sure. I do not have an absolute answer I can be completely happy with to give you whether it's concrete or not.
The theory of relativity was created. Yo, you got to know why this shit was even created, man.
With that being said, Rumpus, that is the foundational premise in order for special relativity and general relativity to be true. You have to substantiate that time is a concrete entity.
Well, we know it affects physical things, so from that point of
Do you
view,
now?
it is concrete. Yes, time changes. It causes the pendulum, from our point of view, to go more quickly or less quickly. If we're looking at it from the bottom of the Eiffel Tower to the top, we see the pendulum going due to the fact that time is changing more quickly. So there is a physical effect of time. So therefore, you can argue. It's a concrete. Yes, I don't know for an absolute fact, but we do know that we can measure the effect of these time changes. We can actually do experiments and observations which shows time changing.
So you don't know whether or not time is concrete or abstract, but you do know that it can cause a concrete event, which would imply that it's a concrete entity, which would imply that time is pushing the clock, would it not?
It doesn't push the clock. I mean, you keep on thinking it's like a force. It is a complicated concept, and I would have to say whether it was to say whether time itself was it has effects on the concrete on our physical world. So therefore, you could argue it as a concrete thing. It's
Dude,
not like
in order
an idea.
Rumpus. In order to make something move, you have two of the same objects. In order to make something move faster, you need to have a bigger force than the other one.
No, you don't.
Yes,
Not
you
if
do.
the
That's
time.
how physics works, bro. Why are you a
it
physics
doesn't.
denier?
Why are you a relativity denier? You keep on your lack of understanding of physics. You're just exposing your lack of understanding of physics.
You're a science denier.
No, you just say that, but it's quite obvious I know much more about physics than you do, and you know nothing about relativistic
Things can move faster without a bigger force.
No, it's the unit of time. If you change the time, then they're not moving faster.
The unit of
It's just
time,
the
you
time
said.
the time that they are operating in is different. But what's more, if you were in that, if you were at the top of the Eiffel Tower, if you were the top of the Eiffel Tower, you would not see things measuring any differently at all. And the atomic clock that you were seeing would go at exactly the same rate with respect to other physical phenomena. It would not change. It's just the difference. It's like, as I say, having a film camera on one and then just simply slowing it down or speeding it up. That's what it amounts to.
We're not on the top of the Eiffel Tower. We're on the side of it watching both the clocks. And we can see one's going faster than the other one. So clearly, for the one going faster, if something's going to move faster than another thing, and it's the same object, you need a bigger force.
No, you don't. Not if time is changing.
Crazy.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
You don't understand basic physics, Jeremy. So what the hell chance have you got of understanding relativistic physics?
Okay.
No.
So Rumpus, you said the clock is moving faster because unit of time. Okay, and then you say that the unit of time is stretching, dilating, and which implies that time is concrete, but you don't know whether it's concrete or not. And so your entire notion, your position is based on ignorance, because all these assertions are based on the foundational premise that time is a concrete entity which can cause.
That's something you've just made up. That's a stupid. I mean, you've demonstrated you don't understand the subject at all, and just because I don't understand it perfectly, no, you don't understand it. So we see these effects, we measure these things, we can observe the effects that I'm talking about. They happen. So you trying to come in some philosophical point of view by trying to claim they don't happen because you've got some sort of stupid philosophical argument, I'm afraid, does not deny what we observe in the real world. And people like Einstein, who did understand this fully, then came up with a mathematical description of it. And agrees with reality, but just because you don't understand that and you've got some stupid argument that you've made up, I'm afraid that's your problem and not science's.
Because I don't agree. I don't.
All right.
So you need to
You don't
substantiate
understand
that time. So you need to substantiate that time as a concrete entity.
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, I am. So you do.
Well, okay, you're saying that, but I mean, you're wrong. You're wrong about most things you say.
So
So
you
this is
don't
just
need
another
to
thing you're wrong about.
substantiate your empirical assertion.
We can substantiate the empirical observation. We can observe these effects. These are established, measured, verified effects that I'm talking about.
Right, your interpretation.
They're not
of the
theoretical. They're not just made up from mathematical equations. Einstein didn't just make them up and then they've just been stayed on pieces of paper. People have done experiments that verify this is what happens.
So your interpretation of the event is, a priori, and so this a priori theory is based on the foundational premise that time is a concrete entity that
It's
can
not a
dial.
priori. It is based on science, which is a posteriori.
Okay, so you're a posteriori theory that interprets.
We have
your a priori
a
theory
theory
is
that
interpreting the
explains it,
posteriori
and
data.
we have a
Please
theory,
listen
and we
once.
have real world things that match it.
Please listen for once. Your a priori theory is interpreting the a posteriori data. Okay.
And they agree. Yeah, they agree. Well, that's how science works. We observe things. We observe things in the real world, and then we say, how do we explain that? Then we come up with a mathematical explanation, and then we use that, and then we use that mathematical explanation of what we've observed, and we test it over and over and over again to see if that mathematical explanation is correct. And when we find that it's always correct, we say, yeah, that's the mathematical explanation. That's the physical explanation of what we observe. That's how
so you need to
nobody
substantiate
actually
the foundational
observed the
premise of your a priori theory that time is a concrete entity.
Yes, we do observe the contraction. We do observe it. If you in
No,
CERN, for
it's
instance,
no.
Yes, we do. In CERN, when they set off those proton beams that go around CERN, they're a certain width, and as they get faster and faster, we can see that the width of these entities, these neutrons, becomes protons and antiprotons.
The whole point of
become narrower and narrower until eventually they become a thin line.
No, stop talking, please. The point of this experiment is because they didn't observe the contraction.
They did.
Like, the point of him saying that this experiment shouldn't be used to say
you're talking about
that
Michelson Morley now.
didn't
You said
detect
this
emotion.
which experiment are you talking about? You're talking about Michelson Morley again?
Bro, this is why your argument...
Which experiment are you talking about?
What I'm trying to say is why your argument is literally like...
Which experiment were you just referring to?
You're saying that...
Which experiment were you just referring to when you said they didn't observe this in experiments?
I haven't tried to interject this whole time because
you said the experiment. You have not stated what experiment you were referring to. We need to understand what experiment you were referring to.
But you can't give me the respect to listen.
Why won't you answer that simple question? We can't understand what you're talking about unless you tell us what the experiment is you're referring to.
You can't understand what I'm talking about until you stop talking and listen.
But you said the experiment. We don't know what experiment you're referring to.
Because you're not listening.
Well, tell us. What experiment were you referring to when you said that it isn't verified, or they were trying to do something with it? We've no idea what you're referring to. Okay, you're not going to explain. Okay, so forget it and sod off. You can't be bothered to explain your own argument, then we're not interested. So, if you're going to talk about Michelson Morley, they did show there's a contraction, and we've got other situations, as I say, in CERN, where we can see this contraction taking place. And we've done other experiments at high velocity, and we can demonstrate experimentally that this contraction occurs. It's observed. It's a fact. And so therefore, it's not just like something's making something up in mathematical equations. These are things that are observed in the real world. And we get contraction due to going a substantial fraction of the speed of light. And that is what happened in the Michelson-Morley experiment as well, because the Earth goes round the Sun at 64,000 miles an hour, which is just enough to cause the contraction that was required for Michelson-Morley to get the results that they did.
Yeah, you're not seeing your fallacious a priori theory in real life.
You do understand that science works by you coming up with an explanation of how
pseudoscience doesn't work, but science works. You're not pseudoscience, and what you just spilled out there was pseudoscience, sir.
No, it's not.
You have it confirmed. You're carrying a belief.
Yes,
you need to go up there and see it with your own eyes.
It has been done. Has been observed.
It hasn't been done.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Just because you're saying it doesn't mean
Not
People
to my
who are
satisfactory. It hasn't
well, that's
been
because
done.
you're a
Not
moron.
to my standards.
You're a
It hasn't been
science-denying
done.
moron who thinks that you can't be on the bottom of an earth. You're a
Hasn't
flat
been
earther
fucking
moron.
done.
I mean,
You're a
you are one of the
moron.
most. You are possibly
Why the
one of the
insults?
most.
Why the
I think
insults?
you're
Why
possibly
the
the
insults,
most
you cunt?
stupid person in
Oi,
this panel.
cunt.
In fact, I think.
Why
Who
fucking hell the
Rumpus, what the
insults?
Yeah, I
fuck,
don't have
dude?
the
I
patience
just
to
gotta
really like let this guy
temporarily. I'm
speak
gonna have
over
to
me
just
the whole time. He
temporarily
really
mute
doesn't
anyone
let anybody
who's
talk
talk.
like the whole
Hey,
time.
yo, people talking.
I go,
Oh,
what?
going. I hear that. I hear the echo. Is that Jin? Listen, Rumpus, don't call names, bro. Call names,
Yeah, but
dude.
this guy, when he says that this hasn't been observed,
Fuck,
and
buddy. I don't give a
lots and lots
fuck.
of
Don't
literature
call
that
names.
has, I mean, he's just denying the existence of basic scientific literature. I mean, he's one of the worst. I mean, he is possibly the most stupid flat earther I think there is. Actually, I can't think of anybody off the top of
Dude,
my
I'm
head.
gonna have to mute you. Do you want to just get muted, or I mean, what are you
Right,
doing?
but he was shouting
You
more
know
than
you
I
can't
was.
do that here.
Do it already.
Oh, I'm offended. He said I was the stupidest flat earther ever. Now
No, I
feel
don't
like
think.
he's
No, I don't think you. No, I don't think you are. What? I think you're Witted, aren't you? I
He's
don't think you're the
literally
most stupid.
doing genuine
No.
critique
Yeah,
about the
this
level of
dude has
stupidity
no
of
filter.
people.
You're
He
not the
literally
most stupid.
cannot stop. He's like a freaking machine.
But Jin
Like I
has got a
said,
special say.
Basically, you're acting like a buffoon, a pompous ass, really. Because,
Oh, there
like
we
I
go,
said,
Jeremy.
to my
Is he allowed
standards,
to do that?
it hasn't been proven
Rumpus is
to
telling
my
Jin to relax.
standards. Yeah,
So there we
remember
go,
that
Jeremy.
my standards, not their standards, not
Yeah,
their
yeah.
literature.
You don't have
My
any standards.
Yo,
Yeah, your standard is
stop with the personal,
not
guys.
satisfactory.
Hey, yo,
Work
hey,
harder.
hey,
Sorry.
hey, stop with the personal attacks, please. Pretty please with a cherry on top.
Yes, I mean,
So,
I think
Rumpus, you don't know
Hold
whether or
on,
not
hold on.
time
Yo,
is a
Rumpus, let
system.
someone else talk.
You don't know whether it is concrete or not, so your argument does not stand.
it does.
Your
I
offer,
mean,
your theory is not observed in reality.
it is observed. It is observed. Its
It's
experiments
not.
are observing it. Yeah, you're just
It
denying
is
reality.
observed.
Then you're denying
Is
scientific
observed.
experiments that observe this
You're
effect.
denying that you don't see it.
We do see it.
You don't.
We do. You're just denying
You don't.
scientific literature. Then you're
That's not what happened with this experiment. They didn't actually observe the contraption contracting.
Which experiment are you talking about? Michelson-Morley?
Yes.
Right.
The
Thank you very
Lorenzo
much.
contraction. That's
It's
what
not
I'm talking
Lorenzo, it's Lorentz. I mean, you don't understand any of this, do you? It's the
about. The
Lorentz
Lorenzo
contraction. It's not
You know exactly what
Lorenzo.
I'm talking
It's not Lorenzo. It's the
I don't give a fuck
Lorentz
if it was called
contraction.
I don't
I
care.
wondered when you were going to correct him on the pronunciation of that. I mean, he's been saying it
Well,
like
there's
that
so
for like
much I've got
5
to correct him on. It's just ridiculous. I've been spending
But
all my time
go
correcting.
on, Rumpus.
You get the point.
Yeah, it's called
Harp
Lorentz.
on what
Yes.
I said, or actually get to the point.
Right, it's the Lorentz contraction, and it is observed. We have many examples in experiments, in observations, which observe the Lorentz contraction, and that is what occurred in the
All right,
Michelson-Morley
and
experiment.
Einsteino made the theory of relativio because this fucking contraction, they didn't actually observe it contracting. They're just saying
Well, they
that
didn't
because
measure
of
it.
space-time, you can't observe it contracting.
But that's why it's called the Lorentz contraction, not the Einstein one, because they observed. Lorentz came up with a theory to explain the Michelson-Morley failure, and he said that the arms were going to be contracting by this amount. And then Einstein then explained why this contraction was happening. So effectively, we did observe it. That's what Michelson-Morley effectively observed by doing the very careful measurement of the length. In effect, by looking at the interference pattern, they observed a contraction in the length of the arms, depending on which way they went, and that was effectively a measurement of the contraction of the arms.
And so the contraction of the arms demonstrates what?
The existence of Lorentz contraction, only in the direction of motion around the sun.
So just help me understand. What is contracting?
Right. The length of the arm. So this Michelson-Morley experiment consists of, if you can think of it as effective as a cross, so it's much a bit more complicated than that. But you can think of it as a cross. And when in the motion of the maximum speed, i.e., going around the sun, the length of something, as I expected you to, not only does time affected by of special relativity, but also length. So the length of something is reduced in proportion to how close you are to the speed of light, it actually reduces the length of things from the perspective of someone who's not traveling that speed. If you were with the thing that's traveling at that speed, you wouldn't see any contraction. But if you were outside that reference frame, you would see a contraction. So the Lorentz contraction is the reduction in the size of something as it's moving along very quickly in the direction of...
Absolute rubbish, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you're just the start. Yeah, you're just the start.
No, it's true. It's true. I was having sex with my girl, and I was going so fast. I was like, "Baby, that's why it's small." It's just,
I mean, Frank, again, this is the level you were reduced to because you don't understand that this is a very small effect.
You're a desperate man, sir. You're a desperate man.
This is science. Yeah, I appreciate you don't understand the most simple bits. No, you don't understand anything about science.
Fully well to tell
I mean,
you,
if you understand science, then tell me how you would work out how long it would take something to fall 10 meters. Go on. Tell me how could you work out a simple calculation? Can you go on? Tell me a simple.
We can't hear anything because both you guys are talking.
Show that you can. Show that you understand some simple physics.
Just temporarily, Rumpus. Don't run away. I'm just gonna temporarily.
That this man
has temporarily.
Wonderful. If Rumpus is muted, can I please respond to what he said to my question?
No, hold on. Let's. I mean, both these guys were trying to talk. But just one. I don't know who was talking first there, so I don't know. Jen, I'll let Jen go first.
That's like the chicken or the egg.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, the man is desperate to get you to believe in the heliocentric model. Remember, when you can't measure 1 degree of curvature on your flat Earth on the ground, what does that really mean to you?
We can.
That's what you've
I'm
got
going
to think.
to. That's what my experiment's going to do. My observation of RECT is going to observe the drop.
You do not look for the stars.
So you're interrupting me again.
You're interrupting the ground.
So you interrupt. You can't let me finish the sentence, can you?
We cannot have dialogue.
So again, you interrupted me again. Sorry, left lane. I'm just saying. I am going to measure. I'll only set a few seconds. I will be measuring the drop of water level, the curvature of the Earth in a month's time or something, against horizontal, and that will be demonstrating the shape of the Earth.
But hang on, before you start talking about bendy water, I wanted to ask you about the previous thing you were talking about.
Well, hold on, left lane. I interrupted left lane. Please let him make.
No, that's all it was. I was just saying that the curvature of the Earth has been measured many ways.
And so, with this Lorentz contraction, with everything you said? So is the Earth contracting?
Yes, I mean it is contracting very, very slightly along its motion. It will be slightly contracted in the direction of motion, but it's a very small effect because it's only doing 64,000 miles an hour in this direction of motion. But yes, it would actually be contracted with respect, from our point of view on the Earth, it wouldn't. But if someone was outside the reference frame of the Earth and looking at the Earth, assuming they could measure the tiny change that would occur, I mean it's many fractions of a millionth of a percent, but you
there
would
you go, ladies. A millionth of a millionth, ladies and gentlemen.
Of a millionth
numbers.
Still doesn't
exist. Of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth
still
of
exists,
a second,
Jin. I mean, yeah, that's right. Is it trouble with some flatters like Jin? Stupid people like Jin. Unfortunately, when you talk about small numbers and small effects, he doesn't understand that a small effect times a big number gives you a big effect. He doesn't understand that.
So let me get this straight. So we're like, several hundred miles away from the Earth, right? In order to see all the Earth, right? So that we can see this contraction of the Earth. So we're gonna see a million.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I may have not described it properly. We on the Earth will not see this contraction because we are moving at 64,000 miles an hour as well. I said, if you remember what I said, if something was outside that reference frame and not moving at that speed, then it would see the Earth contract. But we, measuring thing on the Earth, would not.
Okay, so my question is, we have to be hundreds of miles from the Earth at least to see all the Earth.
And not moving at that speed. That's the key thing. If you must be stationary in space and then looking at the Earth moving past you at 64,000 miles an hour. If you are moving alongside the Earth, hold on, let me finish. If you're moving alongside the Earth and you were constant there in speed, moving along the same way, then you would not see the contraction.
64,000 miles an hour. You got that correct. That doesn't seem to be right.
I mean, this is like my fifth time attempting the question. So we are a considerable distance away. We are not moving. Excellent. So we have to be at least.
So, who's this we? When you say we're not moving, I didn't understand that statement.
We're on the Earth. The Earth is moving at 64,000 miles an hour.
Human race.
The Earth is moving at 64,000 miles an hour. We're moving with it at 64,000 miles an hour. Therefore, there is no difference in our velocity. Therefore, we would not see any contraction. You would have to be outside the Earth, and you would have to not be moving with respect to the Earth. So even if you were in space and you were moving along parallel to the Earth, you wouldn't see it either.
Like this.
But you got the speed wrong. 64,000 miles per hour is wrong. You got it wrong again.
No, that's the orbital speed of the Earth. That's the orbital speed of the Earth.
I'm going to try this question again. If you could please exercise some self-control and let me finish the question. We are a considerable distance away from the Earth, several hundred miles at the least. We are moving with the Earth as it goes around its revolution.
Away from the Earth. I don't understand that statement.
What the fuck?
You said we are 100 miles away from the Earth. We're not. We're on the surface. I'm on the surface of the Earth. I'm not hundreds of miles from it. Are you talking about from the center? Is that what you're talking about?
It's about hypothetical. Hypothetically, we're in a reference frame outside the Earth.
Oh, well, you're saying if we were, not we are, but if we were. Why don't you start the statement with an if, a condition?
Because
that's
what you mean. You said you needed to be observing this amount of space, dude. What the fuck? Oh my
I know Americans do this. They say we are when they mean if we were. So it's a problem. So if you say if we were hovering above the Earth, that's what you're trying to say.
What just happened? Dude literally used being in outer space as a way to
but then I said if we were, and then I say if we were. So you say that when you start that sentence off, you say if we were in space, hundreds of miles above the Earth. If that's what you're trying to say, now I understand.
You can't hear anything when there's two people talking. You know this, right?
Right. So is that what you're saying, Gregory? You're suggesting a scenario in which we are hovering above the Earth, several hundred miles above the surface of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
For behaving this way. Be ashamed.
I'm asking because I don't understand what you're saying. Are you suggesting a scenario in which we are 100 miles above the surface of the Earth? Is that what the scenario you're describing? Because I didn't understand that's what you meant.
How about the Mets?
How about the what?
If Rumpus would not talk for like 10 minutes, this conversation would go very far.
But I didn't understand what he said. I did not literally understand what he meant when he said we are 100 miles.
I wish you
if you used the conditional, you said if we were 100 meters, then I would understand what he said. But I didn't understand what he said, so I was just getting a clarification.
If you don't understand what people are saying, mute yourself, listen for like 10 minutes.
Well, no, I'm going to do a quick question to clarify so we can move the discussion on. It was
no
a very quick question.
It
was a very quick clarification. I just wanted to know if he was describing a scenario in which him, was above the surface of the Earth, and it was not clear from what he said. That's what he meant. Is that what he means? We still haven't got an answer from him yet. Is that the scenario you're describing? Yes or no?
What the fuck is in your coffee, bro?
My God, I've spent 5 minutes now just trying to get you to say, are you describing a scenario in which you're hovering 500 miles or something above there? Is that what you want to talk about? Oh, you twat.
Wouldn't you like to know what people want to talk about?
I try and clarify things, and you're deliberately being a wanker. You're deliberately being a wanker by not answering that simple question because you don't want to. You do not want clarification.
Relax.
Yeah, but
it is a simple question. It is a
simple question, and he refused to answer because he wanted to keep the confusion going. And I try and remove confusion. He wants to add to it, and that makes him a wanker.
Okay, relax with the name calling, please. And it is a simple clarification. Hold on a second. First of all, stop the name calling, Rumpus. Come on. And it is a simple clarification question on the thing you posed.
I know. Every time I try to answer, they won't let me. So, are we going to let the Tasmanian devil lose?
So what did you mean by we're 100 miles above the...
Why don't we let him clarify?
But he won't do it. I've asked him about 5 times to clarify, and he won't do it because he's a wanker.
He just tried to do it, and you interrupt and stop.
No, all he said is I tried to, and he doesn't want to clarify because he's a wanker.
Stop with the name calling. As funny as that sounds, when you call somebody a wanker, please don't name call. And he tried to clarify just now. You won't let him talk. Gregory, go ahead, please clarify.
So, given what you were saying, Rumpus, if we were hundreds of miles away from the surface of the Earth, looking at the Earth, and we are in lockstep with its rotation around the sun, we would be able to observe this very, very, very small change of
And
the Earth?
I said about 5 times that if you were going along in parallel with the Earth at the same speed, I said you would not observe this effect. And I said that 5 times. And yet you see, I said it 5 times, and you didn't listen or whatever, or you didn't understand, even though I expressly described this 5 times, that if you were moving alongside the Earth in parallel with its motion, with the same motion, you wouldn't see this effect, and you just ignored that, and you've just caused 10 minutes of wasted time because you didn't listen and you didn't clarify.
Well, I've got a bone of contention with the 64,000 miles, which you've got wrong. It's 66,600 miles an hour orbiting the sun, is it not?
Yeah, it's actually, so it's close enough. It was close enough. It was close enough for the discussion.
Enough. Shut up. You're
it was
putting
close
people
enough.
up on pronunciation. Get your numbers right. You wanker.
It was close enough.
You Barclays.
So with that being said, Rumpus.
Jen, please, Jen, come on.
So with that being said, Rumpus, you can't observe it when you're on the Earth. And you can't observe it even at the minimum distance needed to observe this phenomenon. So you can't observe it here, you can't observe it there. How are we supposed to observe this?
Right, because what you can do is you can do what Michelson-Morley did. They had an arm that was going along with the motion of the Earth, and then they rotated it so that then the arm that is going, say, north to south and east to west, just for the sake of describing something, the arm, let's suppose the motion is in the east to west thing, the length of the arm in the north to south direction is not affected, but the arm in the east to west, which is going along with the 64,000 miles an hour, 67,000 miles an hour, is affected. So by rotating something, but you can't rotate the Earth, but if you rotate that arm that the Michelson-Morley did, and then you see that the arms are changing in length, and that's the effect that they were getting.
So when the arm is contracting,
along the length of the motion.
When the arm is contracting, that indicates that the Earth is contracting because it's moving around the sun?
Everything contracts in the direction it's moving, if it's moving at a substantial fraction of speed of light. And if it's a very small effect, like so the Earth will be, but we can't turn the Earth around. And from our point of view, we're moving along with it. But with an arm in the Michelson-Morley experiment, you can actually rotate it and therefore see there is a difference.
No, you can't, ladies and gentlemen. He's asking you to believe that they're going to notice a thousandth of a what did you call it? The increment.
Well, it's an incredibly small thing, and that's why you need.
Ridiculous,
this is why,
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, this is why it took until 100 years ago for them to measure this effect.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't measure the Earth with today's technology today.
Yes, we can.
Who says we can't? What are they measuring, Rumpus? 1/10,000th the width of a proton?
No, it's not. No, it was a wavelength. So I mean, a wavelength.
There we go,
light
ladies and gentlemen. A wavelength of light.
I'm trying to finish a sentence. A wavelength of light is something like 150 times the size of an atom. So it's quite a bit bigger than a
Ladies
proton.
and gentlemen, it is absolutely absurd that this man would put this much effort into try to convince you you're on a spinning ball hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds. We are not moving, ladies and gents.
We can measure this movement.
Today's technology will not allow us to find this curvature anywhere. We have a team of Brazilians. They spent 7 years trying to find the curvature, and these are staunch heliocentrists. Their arrogance as being
you've just made that up.
Definitely displayed. I'm not.
You're just making shit up.
I'm not making that up at all. It's
you just made that up.
A documentary called Convex Earth.
It's an argument.
They spent 7 years trying to find the curvature.
We have had geodetic surveyors. Geodetic surveyors are paid.
Geodetic surveying.
Geodetic surveyors are paid to come up with maps of the Earth, and they found the curvature. And we've even got pictures of it from satellites. So the fact that you've got some, you're just making something up, and we are just going to ignore what you've just said because all the geodetic literature, all the geodetic literature, surveying literature, says that this curvature exists.
There is a person who is a geodetic surveyor used the equipment and they couldn't find the curvature anywhere.
I don't believe you. You're making that up because all the geodetic literature. You are because all of the geodetic.
I'm not making it up. The documentary is
therefore you're misrepresenting, or someone's claimed to be a geodetic surveyor and they're not, and they're lying. They're either lying to you or you're lying to us. One of the two.
Hold on, man, because I muted Jen. Rumpus, when you're done, I'm going to unmute Jen so we can respond. Are you done?
Okay, quickly. So the summary is either the guys who Jin has spotted are lying to him, or made a video and they're not geodetic surveyors, or he's lying to us, or or quite likely he's misunderstood something. So there's one of three options there. Finished.
Right, absolutely not, ladies and gentlemen. The documentary is clear and concise. The individuals give you their names and the organizations they are affiliated with in Brazil and Peru, and they also went to France.
Link.
Yeah, don't interrupt me.
Link.
You're interrupting. Shut your mouth. Mute the cunt. I got muted.
Did you show some evidence, Jen?
7 years in the making, ladies and gentlemen. 7 years.
Link.
Okay, culminated in the fact that all became flat earth. Single one of them.
Did they document this? Jen?
Yes,
Is it documented?
Yes, they did. Let me
Hold on,
finish.
guys. Hold on.
They
Just
said
let him
two
finish.
things.
Just
I
please
haven't
let
finished.
Jen finish, and you can ask him for a link right after he's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
30 seconds, I'll be left. Now, 30 seconds. They ended up saying two things. One, they're going to redo their education program regarding the Earth, and gravity doesn't exist. That was the culmination of this video at the end. Beautiful. They
Right.
flat.
Well, okay. You've had your spot. We know that gravity exists. I can drop something in here now, and I can see something falling ground. So the fact that they claim that gravity doesn't exist, and I can invalidate here and now. So what you need to provide us with a link to these people who claim to be geodetic surveyors, and I guarantee that either you're lying or they are.
So happy to supply you. I am
Excellent.
so happy to supply you that. It's a shame I
We're
can't
all
ram
happy.
it down
How
your
good is
throat.
that?
That's the only thing.
Okay, and I guarantee they'll be lying to you, or okay, if this exists, they'll be lying to you.
You got the link for him, Jen?
I've got the link.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
posted
curious for this link. Go ahead, Jen. I'm waiting on it too.
He's provided the link. He's given us a link to a
Where?
YouTube video.
Where?
He's posted it in the chat. Oh, Electric House.
I
Sorry.
posted the documentary Convex Earth. Can I
Sorry,
get 2
Electric
minutes?
Electric has posted it. I don't think actually Jin did.
Can I get 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
Like, without you saying anything at all, please? I really don't even want to talk unless I could actually talk. You feel me?
You've got the floor. Go ahead.
My understanding of Mickelson's experiment is that there was a device shooting light beams that was reflecting, and they were measuring a dilation of the light traveling from the device. Now, anybody could tell me if I'm wrong. Right? Am I right?
You said you didn't want to be interrupted.
Clearly, he wants to be.
It's just a simple question, and then I can keep going.
What's the question?
I know how to do this.
Okay, what's the question?
Dude just wants to ramble again. I'm asking.
I honestly want. If you want, I always answer a question. I was just looking at the video that's been posted. What was the question?
The Michelson Experimento.
Well, it was Michelson-Morley was the name of the experiment.
Who cares? So this experiment is somebody was trying to detect the motion of anything. They're trying to see if there is a motion of an ether, or we're rotating around the sun, or the Earth is spinning.
They knew that the Earth was rotating. What they were trying to find out is whether the ether was existing. That was what they were doing. They knew that the Earth went around the sun.
Okay, so when they did this experiment, why wasn't the rotation of the Earth detected?
They were looking for the existence of ether. They found no ether.
Who cares what they were looking for? This device.
You just described what they were looking for. You just said what they were looking for, and now you say it doesn't matter. They were looking for.
You didn't give him 2 minutes, Rumpus.
Well, he then asked me a question. The point that the object of the exercise was to find the ether. They found no
listening.
ether.
This is why I don't want to talk to you, bro, because you don't listen.
But you asked me a question and you insisted I answer, so I did. Okay, carry on.
I don't know how much I've listened to you, like respectfully, for you to not listen at all. It's crazy.
You misrepresented what they did. The Michelson-Morley was to detect the presence of the ether. It was not to detect the Earth was moving.
Great. Even if it was going to detect. It should have detected the motion of the Earth.
No, it shouldn't. It wasn't trying to do that.
Why wouldn't it detect the motion of the Earth?
Because it wasn't an experiment designed to do that. It was an experiment designed to detect whether there was this absolute reference frame called the ether.
1/6 of the motion of the. You know
the
this,
experiment.
Right?
If you look at the experiment, it was not designed to detect.
They say that the Earth is moving at 1,000
motion of this thing called ether, and they then could not find
6,000 miles.
ether.
I don't like this shit.
What?
I don't
Okay,
have patience for this. I'm sorry, guys.
Here's an example. Okay, I designed an experiment to measure the average size of the dog food in my dog's dish. How comes it didn't detect my dog?
Yeah, that's analogous to what you've just said. Yeah. It was not designed to detect the motion of the sun. Flat earthers try and represent it as that, but it was not. They knew that the earth went around the sun. They were trying to find the existence of this ether thing and whether it was an absolute frame of reference. And if it was there, then they would be flowing through it. And then they found that that they could not detect it. And they tried again and again and again with Michelson Morley.
What could they not detect?
The ether.
No, they couldn't detect the motion of the earth.
No, you're misrepresenting what they did. They were trying to find the existence of ether. They
Really?
were not trying to find the
I could
motion of
say
the earth.
you're misrepresenting what they did, man. I can.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go and look at it then. Let's go and look at if we go to look at the internet, then we'll go and I'll see. Let's have Michelson.
And it's not just Michelson; it's also Morley and Gale. And then also Albert Maxwell. You can look up all these experiments. These
guys. So if you do a Google search on the Michelson-Morley experiment, it says here the Michelson-Morley experiment. Hold on, let me finish my sentence. It was an attempt to detect the existence of luminiferous ether. It was not. It was not designed to detect the motion of the Earth.
Just real quick, how many tabs you got open right now? I'm just curious.
It's probably at somewhere 250 or something.
That's it? All right.
Anybody wanted to say something?
I thought that was a good analogy.
Yeah, I want to say something. Rumpus claimed that the Earth's spinning around the sun, right? But not in a exactly circular orbit, in more like an ellipsoid orbit, meaning at 64,000 miles, it would have to slow down and speed up around the top and bottom of this ellipsoid.
Yeah, it does.
Wouldn't we feel that change in speed?
No, the fraction is too small.
Yeah, it's too small of a difference.
Well, since you know that we're going 64,000 miles an hour, how many miles an hour are we going around the tops and bottoms? Maybe 63,000 or 62,000? You want to give me a number on that?
I don't know the difference. It would only be a few percent.
Conveniently, you don't know.
It's not as though it changes instantly from 63,000 or 65,000 to 66,000. It does that obviously over a period of over a year or 6 months.
Well, if you're going to make that claim, you should know the speed. You should find that out and come back, please.
No, I don't need to do that. I just know that I know that the elliptical issue is not an issue. I don't need to know the exact speed.
I mean, it's an easy model in your brain. I mean, you can make it work in your head. Just use your brain a second.
Make it work in your head, right? Exactly.
I mean, put it like this.
Yeah, model it out in your head. You can realize why you wouldn't why it's not a big deal.
So, for instance, at the equator, you're going at 1,000 miles an hour east to west. The polar.
Find out. Come back. Let us know. Does NASA know?
Well, let's take another.
What difference does it make?
Wow.
What difference does it make?
I'm checking your facts.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm also calling your bullshit. So find out.
Yeah.
The Earth's orbit is elliptical. It changes a few percent in speed. So what? What's your point?
We would be able to detect that on Earth, like this rock pile that I'm
Yes, if you design an experiment or if you're trying to find it, yes, you could detect it.
The results of the Michelson-Morley experiment were entirely consistent with Einstein's view of the universe, and this served as the turning point in modern physics.
The Michelson-Morley experiment was an experimental advance in technology that transformed science. Not only physics, but science.
Don't you think you should have asked to do this before you did this, Gregory, if you're deliberately piping in a video to us? Is this what you're trying to do? God, I'm getting a sore throat now.
Yeah, don't further your understanding of what you're talking about.
I mean, I can't believe we breezed past the fact. I can't believe we breezed past the point of Rumpus got 250 tabs open right now. That was the most amazing thing about all this.
Well, the person that doesn't want to know anything. He's got 250 tabs open trying to look up shit because you freaking weirdos won't accept anything ever. So, like, to accuse somebody of like not wanting to know something or not learn something, when that's exactly what they're doing right now in front
Hey,
of
you just suggest that people
It's
can't
silly.
comprehend things in here, and that's just really disingenuous. Oh, you guys just don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. That's all you guys. That's what you always end up
Just
falling
breeze
back
right
on.
past
So
all
it's
those
such a weak argument.
and every time we
You don't
express a critique,
understand. You don't
we say
understand.
you don't understand.
Why
Breeze
don't you
right past
just
that.
say dumb dumb? You're dumb dumb. Is that
Give
what
me
you want
gum
to
gum.
say?
Well, no,
Well,
you're the one
anyway, I can
presenting
explain how
an
much
experiment
how much I understand the Mickelson experiment. Is
as
that these light beams that were shooting in different directions detected supposedly 1/6 of the motion of the Earth. So if you're going to say that this experiment was not intended to detect the motion of the Earth, but they did in fact detect 1/6 of it, then
Read
why are you
the
saying there's a
conclusion.
better?
I've got the
better
answers. I've
technology?
got the
read it.
answers. I've got the
Because it
answers for
didn't
the
detect.
variation in speed. I've got the answers for the variation in the orbital speed of the Earth.
The
It goes
funding
from.
meeting has got to be moderated.
Can I give
Like
the answers?
he didn't,
I
Lester
barely say
didn't
anything
finish the
here,
sentence.
guys. Whatever.
I've just got the answers to the questions you're asking.
Yeah, but
He's
you
still hell
jumped
bent
in
on
when
talking.
someone else was
Okay, I'm
talking,
sorry.
didn't you,
Sorry if I
Rumpus?
jumped in. Sorry if I
Yeah, so
jumped in on
button up
someone.
and wait for 2 minutes at least. Do
Okay,
yourself a
I'll wait.
favor.
I'll wait. Okay.
Yeah, if you read the Michelson-Morley experiment, you'll find that it exploited the fact that the Earth was rotating to do their experiment. They didn't say anything about finding out whether the Earth was rotating or not.
They were trying to find out the
I
detection of
just
ether, and they needed Earth's motion to detect it. Earth wasn't moving, so they couldn't detect the ether. That's that.
Right.
Finished. End
Can
of
I-
Yeah,
story.
that's not what it says, though.
That's
Okay, I've
what
got
it was,
this.
though. That's the documentary I just posted just now. 15 minutes.
Right, I've got the speeds that are being requested. The maximum speed is 30.3 kilometers per second, and it goes down to 29.3 kilometers per second. So it varies by about 3%.
he's losing
There
his
you go.
voice.
Yeah, I'm losing my voice now. I'll have to stop it.
But ladies and gentlemen, we don't notice any of these speeds, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
we
and you
do
wouldn't
not
expect to notice a 3% variation in
whatsoever.
speed. Yeah, if you
Over
go to the
6 month
equator and the
period.
pole.
And the reason is, ladies and gentlemen, we're not moving, period. That's all it is. It's nothing, it's as simple as that. Okay? God, the creator of the flat earth, didn't create a ball earth to be hurtling through the universe. God doesn't make that kind of lunatic mistake. God doesn't make those mistakes
Amen.
at all. Yes. So
Can you
let's
put
get
that in
that
miles
correct.
per hour?
Yeah, I've
Hold
been
on.
trying to make a simple
Why couldn't
question.
Yeah.
have
Ding
God?
dong, ding
Why
ding.
couldn't have God? Why couldn't God have God made the heliocentric model?
That's not what we're saying.
I thought
Because
that's
it's
what Jen just
blasphemy
said.
against his creation.
So
It's
you are
blasphemous
saying that. All right.
against his creation. Yes, it's blasphemous
Yeah.
against his creation. He doesn't make mistakes. That would be a mistake and an abomination. God doesn't do that.
What's the mistake?
God could have made a spherical Earth,
Well,
but with the
Yeah.
flat Earth, you lose gravity.
Perfect.
They lose
Yeah.
evolution. They lose a Big Bang expansion, and
They
lose
don't
the
even
whole
have it when they
model.
do
The
have the.
simplicity
They
is
don't
its
have that
beauty,
even when they
ladies and
do have the ACP.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why God couldn't have made the spherical Earth with the gravity and all that shit. Why? What's you
That
said?
would be
Because
a
God
that
don't
would
make
be a
mistakes.
That's not my
gross
Why?
position.
What?
a
You
gross
said because God.
mistake.
I know that's Jin. I'm talking to Jin.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
because God
why?
doesn't make mistakes. God doesn't make a
What's the
mistake like
mistake?
that.
What is the mistake?
What is the mistake? As a spinning ball on its tilt in a vacuum with no
that
protection,
works.
no
Jen,
balance.
let me
It
help you.
doesn't
You
work.
shouldn't go down
God
this
have
line
done
of
that?
questioning
Why couldn't God have done that?
Of course
Why
not.
couldn't God have
this
done
is
that, Jen? Why couldn't God have
Jen.
done
Don't
that?
go
He's
down this line
God.
of dialogue.
Of course not. Of
Why?
course not.
Why?
Not
What do
gonna
you
go.
mean? Don't go down his dialogue. Why are you trying to control the conversation?
'Cause I'm trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
tell
It's
him
a
not to
very good
embarrass
question.
himself.
I'm not going to embarrass myself. I don't do embarrassments.
You're
Look,
about to.
God.
He's right.
No,
He's
I'm not.
actually right.
The
God could
creator,
have done
listen,
it.
the
God could have done
creator
it.
created a flat earth. Okay, that's why he created a flat earth. He would not create a ball earth because that's man's fantasy. Okay, that's man's
So
fantasy.
I understand what he's trying to say. Like Jin's point is that he did not that he can't, but he did not. So yes, he did not. And so
There's
look
just no
at
proof of it.
12 p.m. or whatever time it is for
They
you,
saved you, Jen.
the hour. It's a Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining this. in a documentary called Undaunted. It's a little 4-minute clip. Out of all persons, right? Of course, Dr. Tyson. And so I just don't see. Number one, I don't see how the conclusion follows. The light waves were synchronized, therefore the Earth is moving in a vacuum. I don't. Where's the sequitur connection in that between that result and the interpretation? And secondly, they say that Einstein came along to give his a priori theory to interpret the results so as to save the supposed motion of the Earth. And his a priori theory is an unsubstantiated, immutable constant speed of light and a reification of space and time.
Finally, someone said it.
I'm telling you, you seen how Rumpus was scrambling earlier with the guy. There's a guy watching the clocks on the top, on the top of the tower and bottom. That's a wrap right there on that. That's physics 101, man. If something's moving fast, you got two objects. One of them's moving faster. You got to have some kind of physical mechanism. There's got to be a mechanism.
You need a concrete entity with causal power to cause the effect. Like that's just ontology 101. That's just metaphysics 101.
That's your idea of it. And that's fine.
And you think retorting it's your opinion undermines my argument. That's how I know
it wasn't. I didn't present an opposition. I said that's okay for you to think that. I didn't present an opposition.
You're saying that in response to me to undermine my argument, and it doesn't. You fail. Big F in red.
No, my main point of that is other people see things differently.
Therefore, what I'm saying is false doesn't follow.
It could be false to me. What I say it might be false to you. But that's okay.
So now we can appeal to possibilities when we're talking about facts of the matter. So when we go into a courtroom and it's proven that the defendant is that the defendant is guilty, okay, we can just appeal to the possibility that he could be innocent, and therefore the entire case against him, it just falls on its face, right?
No, you seem to miss my point in that we have different opinions.
Miss your point. You said it could be wrong. I said my critique of what is the case, and you said it could be wrong. So you think appealing to possibility debunks things?
See, you continue. My point is that we see things differently, and that's okay.
Okay, what is the point in saying that in response to what I'm saying? When I'm saying an argument, so when I'm saying an argument, and you say that in response to me, that doesn't refute what I said.
I'm not.
So you failed to refute it.
I'm not arguing with you, Gregory.
So then it's a waste of time.
I posted a video that makes great sense of the Lorenzo contraction and all that stuff. So if anybody really wants to watch that, they should. Got any questions that aren't getting answered here? Should watch that video.
Rumpus talked himself out, man. He couldn't even. He went to get a cough drop.
He really did.
He went to get a cough drop or something.
He didn't spend any time listening to anybody.
Well, he's losing his voice. How you lose your voice in an hour conversation?
But if somebody wants to correct me while I try to make sense of this Lorenz contraction and the Michelson experiment, because the object shooting the beam of light detected 1/6 of the motion of the Earth, Einstein made a theory that it didn't detect the motion of the Earth. It's that the device contracted in a way where we wouldn't be able to observe.
Or the beam of light contracted, I think.
Something. Thanks for
the light wave contracted, I believe, supposedly. Yeah, the interpretation doesn't follow. The concluding premise is not substantiated by the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. I just heard Neil deGrasse Tyson explain it. I had to replay. I had to replay the section of this clip
let me watch
like
the Neil
4
deGrasse.
times to see if I was missing something, because they, the video is well made and they speak, succinctly and slowly and coherently. And I was trying to see where is the sequitur connection between the concluding premise and the results. Like there is none. It's just a leap. It's just a false interpretation.
I mean, if they did detect 1/6 of the Earth's motion when they did that, I don't know about this experiment or whatever, but if they did detect 1/6 of the Earth's motion, then Damon's analogy of, well, I'm trying to do an experiment on this dog food in my dog bowl, I don't detect a dog. That's true, but you wouldn't detect 1/6 of the dog when you're doing that experiment either.
Not just 1/6 of the dog, the whole dog. 6/6 of the dog. Just because people with university graduate degrees and have a prestige in academia or industry, just because they say something does not mean that you have to take what they say for granted. It just doesn't. They're not above scrutiny. They're not above reproach. And they themselves say that science is wrong all the time. We're always constantly learning. So if that's the case, then you should be utterly willing to accept critique that is irrefutable. But you don't, because you're not just these objective, unbiased beacons of reason and bastions of logic and seekers, sentinels of truth. You have a religion, and you want to protect it against any and all critique, just like everyone.
Yes, exactly. My sentiment, exactly. That is why I said to Rumpus that it wasn't proven to my standards. You may have some low standards that you're willing to accept rubbish. But for me, my standards are that what you're explaining doesn't meet my standards at all. I'm not going to accept what you said. Sorry. That's how.
And I'm not anti-academic. I'm not anti-university. I'm not anti-education. But I'm just against treating those whom are not the God as God. I'm not going to treat the words of those whom are not the God as though it is the word of God that is above reproach and above scrutiny. If you know so much, show it me. Explain.
Yes, in the background. Here. From the background. Here. I agree.
Here.
People should understand that the theory of relativity was a response to the
I was trying to get to the
experiment.
mute button.
Yeah.
Here, Gregory. Well stated indeed, my friend. Always.
Amen. Praise the Lord.
There.
I love you all. Y'all bless you.
Love you too, bud.
Love you too, bro.
I love you guys too, but man, you guys be pissing me off sometimes.
That's all right.
I thought we dispatched Rumpus very well. He left with a sore throat, losing the voice, and he was corralled into his box of pseudoscience nonsense and sent packing. Brilliant. That's how it should be all the time. Fantastic. Well done, men. Well done.
I still, and gentlemen, for the life of me, I don't understand the appeal to gravity. I really don't. I know we beat that horse to death today, and the mere average of the observance of the number 9.8 meters per second. I think to myself, why are we applying an average measurement unit to illustrate independent movement? I still don't understand that, and that's just a rhetorical question at this point in time. I truly appreciate the engagement, gentlemen, as always.
Yeah, and that rate it accelerates, so it doesn't even stay the same. Oh, my headphones probably stuck.
Yeah, dude was really trying to tell me that I don't understand the Michelson experiment.
Yeah, you were very patient with him because I was blowing my top here because he was totally skipping past the whole meaning of the experiment. They didn't detect motion. That's what they didn't detect. That was the final result on that experiment, Michelson and Morley experiment, right? And he didn't want to. He totally obfuscated from that.
Gene, they weren't trying to detect the motion of the Earth in the Michelson-Morley experiment.
The thing is, the motion of the Earth wasn't detected. That's why they couldn't work the ether. Okay, so that proves.
Well, if you read their conclusion, that's not what it says, though.
But the thing is, we can see that the Earth isn't moving from that experiment. It proved that the Earth wasn't moving. That is the conclusion. To think anything else would be lying. Anything else would be a blatant lie. Now stay in your lane.
I got it, Gene. I'm in my lane.
We don't really like the term lying. We like to be, soft about it. We'll appeal to your intellect, and if you respond with anything dishonest, we'll call you intellectually dishonest and further discredit you.
He's driving in the wrong lane.
Stay in your lane, boy.
$250 tabs. How many tabs you said he had open that one day left, Lane?
1,600.
1,600. So he's slacking today. He's slacking.
Yeah, he's slacking today. He crashed. I think he said he crashed his computer. He had so many open.
Dude, my shit would crash at 250. I don't even think I had that many open. Must have a good fucking computer over there.
Just need more. That's all you need.
I mean, this guy Rumpus knows how many molecules there were at the Big Bang and shit. What was he telling us that one day? He knew how much something there was at the Big Bang. What came out of the Big Bang? Particles? What? Nothing? What was it? Anyone know?
Rumpus, a noisy disturbance or commotion. He caused a rumpus with his flair for troublemaking. Yeah, that's his whole MO. He'll interrupt you, and oftentimes he'll name call. That's what he's all about.
He's been doing actually pretty good lately. I muted him earlier, and he didn't run away. He normally runs away right after that. He's been doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's been briefed that he's got to be a bit more patient. Don't rage quit all the time, because we want to get that message out there, that pseudoscience, So he's obviously having to bite his tongue for a while. But the man's a lunatic anyway, from Britain. What we call a pompous ass.
Well,
they go on like they're Lord and Mighty, and they know everything. That's the ear he projects. He knows it all. You have no right to question him. That's how he carries himself. But in Britain, if I was there with my mates, he'd be brought down a peg or two pretty quick.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, in Britain, if I was there.
What are you going to do? All right, if you and the Rumpus are in Britain, then what?
I said if I was in Britain and he was there like that, he'd be shut down. We'd shut him down. Because body language also speaks a lot. Body language speaks a lot.
What are you going to do?
Tell
Elbows
the truth
off
or you
the
get a
top rope?
kicking. You tell the truth or you'll get a kicking. The old British standard. If you don't tell the truth, you're in for a beating, boy.
That's the British standard right there.
Yeah, that is what it's like, man. When back in the day of the debates, if you're not fucking telling the truth, fisticuffs are flying. Yeah.
Well, back in the day, like Town Square and stuff, man, if you walked on
man.
stage, they start throwing tomatoes and stuff at you, right?
That's right.
People, they didn't like this stuff. You walk up there and start lying, buddy. And it's true. When you're behind, like, off the keyboard and actually engaging people within perspective, it's way different, man.
Yeah, they put you in that kind of. Do you know the thing where they clamp your arms and put your hands in this wooden device and your head, and then they're stockade, and they just pepper you with tomatoes.
When
everything.
When they ask you, are you willing to die on the stake for this? When they ask that question, like, are you going to go the length on it? That's where you start to really see the test of the witness come out, man.
Right. That's it. That's when you get the character of that person, man. What he's made of. That's why Brumpers, I'll always rough him up, because he's coming in there like he knows it all, high and mighty with his Oxford, Cambridge, Southampton University education, which is like serious indoctrination is what he's got there going for him.
Well, that was
science dogma.
Education. My observation to him when I was asking him about the observation of the plumb bob, and then how you just further keep extracting the essence of just the observation of a hanging weight, whether it's a crane, high-rise construction, or building, again, a pier bridge, not a tension bridge. There's a difference, right? We always observe level. And the last time I hung a TV on the wall, I observed level. And my buddy in Australia, Timbo, that hung a TV on his wall, he observed level too, because he saw gas within a container and ensured that the meniscus was operating within those two little black lines inside the level container.
Exactly. Come on, man. I mean, who's silly the way they speak? Silly.
And at that point where I say to you, he says no, and I say to him, are you willing to die on the stake on this? Will you take the stake on this? And he's like, yeah. And then I'm like, let me call in Timbo and get a second on that. And Tim backs me up. Like, that's where I think when you appeal to somebody's intellect and they're like, no, spit in your face and call it honey, buddy, I get so angry at that point, but I need to control.
I totally agree with what you're saying there. Yeah, of course you do. You explode.
Thank you for that.
Exasperation sets in. Yeah.
If I'm attempting to appeal to your intellect, right, and you're still sitting there saying no, then I'm like, then ignorance must run your mind. And if I'm trying to rationalize with ignorance, for my sanctity, I need to check out of dealing with you. This is just it's idiotic.
Well, yeah. Well, this is where you see. This is where if you were in Britain now, and like we said, the town square fisticuffs, because that's where it's at now. It's gone beyond, rationale, intellectual honesty. You're being dishonest. You're lying to the public here. Take a beating. Take a beating. Mash.
Hang him up, boys. Hang the punching bag. Let's go.
And then put his legs up. Hang him up to dry, boys. And tomato him up to Smith. Give him some oranges and apples for good measure. Oranges and apples. Bit of pain. Yeah, So Rumpus comes from those angles, as far as I'm concerned. He comes in like you can't talk. He'll talk right through you, even though you're making a point. They'll try and destroy you, and that's not good. So we got to... Today you reeled him in good. You had him on the line. You netted him nicely. Yeah. Backed him up.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it, my friend. And I'm again the aspect of just engagement and debate. I'm really coming in like rookie wise, and again, this is just observation based on what I do for my employment. But in terms of what I get excited about is just engaging with my fellow man and the opportunity to engage with perspective and observation versus like the constructs that we've been told. Napoleon and Copernicus, not Napoleon, sorry, he was more, but Copernicus and all those guys did stuff with their names and all those famous scientific guys.
I think it's Gregory as well. He did very well, Gregory, because he questioned the validity of what Rumpus was saying, with the Lorentz contraction and everything, Let's get it out. Lorenzo, I loved it. And then someone said Galileo or something, and that was pretty good as well.
I think it's called the Lorentz contraction, not the Lorenzo or whatever.
My bad. I was calling.
But I thought it was good. I thought it was good to actually question that validity of that necessary.
The validity.
Well, again, and I'll always just to try to keep the conversation on track. I'll always say for the view of the audience, and I'll take it back to the point of what you said, so that we can paint the picture that you're trying to paint, so everybody's on the same level, so I can hold you accountable. Because, Guy, if I lose you at any point during this conversation, I already said Guy, but if I lose you at any point during the conversation, that means I'm not discrediting you as a witness. Because that's what we're trying to look for. We're looking for witnesses that see this curve.
Yeah. And you're appealing to the audience. So for the interest of the audience, you want to keep them on the same page, keep them interested. So yeah, you address them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're saying. This is what's being explained. And now we leave it to you to discern this. But this is where we are at the moment, ladies and gentlemen.
And then what I've done to engage, again, the folks that are here, that are listening, that have their mics open, right? I'll actually ask. I'll say, appeal to the court. Because there'll be times when I try to take you into the weeds and try to pull you down and stuff and be like, look. And
objection, Your Honor.
In the formalities as such, if you catch my drift.
Objection, Your Honor. The right dishonourable gentleman is going into the weeds, wasting court's time, Your Honor. And as the man breaks his gavel, bang, 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 yes, contempt of court, smash, $3,000 fine there. Yeah, I enjoy the debates when they're like that. I do enjoy it. Yeah, well, sometimes La La Land brings in some real facts. Yeah? Not the pseudoscience La La Land, no. Flat Earth La La Land, yeah. Because we're still adhering to the scientific method, you see, even with our imaginary, using our imagination, yeah? La La Land, as you put it. We still have standards in our La La Land, all right? Not like your Fantasia Disney, pseudoscience dogma land. Newtonian madness sprinkled with a bit of Einstein weirdo. Let me mute.
Yep. I got a question. Why bother arguing with those kind of people?
Oh, they love it, bro. They fucking love it, dude. The arguments why some of these people are even here. I used to love it. I used to think I was getting somewhere with these guys.
I like to hear other people's way they disprove these theories.
What's that?
I like to hear the way people disprove theories.
I mean, ideas that they have, yeah, not like scientific theories, right?
Sure. I don't know. I hope I'm not getting any I hope I don't misunderstand I hope I don't misunderstand anything about the Mickelson shit. I feel like that video lays it out so well. I watched it like 4 times.
So what were they trying to detect when they did this Michelson Morley thing? Like, what was the goal? Was this an experiment, like a science?
I'm pretty sure they were trying to detect whether it was the Earth moving or whether it was the sky moving. I think is what they were trying, but I don't remember exactly.
Well, they already said they weren't trying to look for the movement of Earth. The Globers were saying that earlier, right?
Right.
No.
Well, yeah, they say that, but I mean,
they say this is what
if I didn't want
They said
something
they
to be
already knew
introduced
them.
in an argument, I would do the same thing, right?
Well, they said they already
even
knew the Earth was moving, so why would they wouldn't be checking for that?
even if they didn't want to detect the motion of the Earth, this contraption was supposed to be able to anyway. Not just the motion of the Earth, but how we're rotating around the sun as well. And it's funny because they say, oh, it wasn't supposed to detect the motion of the Earth, but it actually detected 1/6 of the motion of the Earth. So then there's this hand wave notion that because it didn't measure 6/6 rather than 1/6, then there's something wrong with the device you're using to measure, and not the fact that this is the actual motion. So then people went ahead and did more experiments, and this is my
Well,
understanding.
if you start with the Earth being a ball, then you're going to run into that problem every time.
Yeah, where does it say about they measured 1/6 the Earth's rotation? I'd like to read that.
When does it say this?
I haven't heard
Oh
that.
yeah, let's look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the Michelson-Gale Pearson experiment wiki article in front of me. It was a very large ring interferometer, perimeter of 1.9 kilometers, large enough to detect the angular velocity of the Earth. This was the aim proposed by Albert A. Michelson in 1904 and then executed in 1925. So when they want to hand wave this idea that, oh, this experiment was never meant to detect the motion of the Earth and that's why it didn't do it. That's kind of silly.
Michelson Gale, though.
It says that this.
That's not. That's not Michelson Morley, though. That's Michelson Gale.
Yeah, you're getting it mixed up.
Here's the rest of it goes on and talks about Michelson Morley right here. I just got the wiki in front of me, man.
Not that the wiki is proof, but
Oh, so these people aren't coming through and fixing the wiki?
do you know how the wiki works?
Oh, jeez. Well, let's talk about that. Go ahead.
There is some guy who has like a zillion fucking wiki entries. Like I forgot what his name is, but there's like just some random dude out there who's got mad fucking entries.
Okay.
Cool story.
Yeah, I don't know what that really means. I don't even like referring to Wikipedia, but if we're gonna do some textbook studying of what these people are saying is going on,
I don't even think you can cite wiki in like if you're doing like a college paper or something. I don't think you're even allowed to cite wiki.
I would assume you wouldn't. I don't know why you would
Yeah,
want to do that.
I don't
either.
think so.
Come up with your own ideas. Let them figure it out.
Well, no, I mean if you're citing something, then you know.
if I can't get a general understanding of what's being said here, then someone should fucking change the wiki, bro. Like what?
That's a good idea.
So what am I misunderstanding from the Wikipedia? And the stuff that I've been talking about isn't even from this. I just pulled this up.
What's new though? Anything new? NASA do anything crazy? I heard did the James Webb telescope break or something? Thought I heard that recently.
Pictures they take don't look any different than the rest of the stuff they had.
It's
Yeah, it got injured by space debris, which is
Space debris got it. Yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting because the middle initial of that is E. But anyways, yeah, it got injured by space debris, and I find it interesting because the ISS is chilling up there. Like, you know, I might get hit, but I'll just stay in space and play suicide. I guess maybe suicide. So again, how much do you think it costs to build a space-bound device or vehicle?
I mean, like a rocket to get in space with the gas and everything.
Yeah,
like a rocket to get in space with the gas and everything.
Yeah,
probably. I don't know. I would guess tens of millions, probably more.
So
I mean, the fuel alone's got to be fucking millions, right?
And the off chance that it might get hit by space debris, because now we see that it is entirely a possibility based on what happened to the
It's
telescope.
always been a possibility.
I'd say look for the insurance
prior to
premium.
putting James Webb up.
Because if you were going to do
how
something
many
like
meteorites,
send a rocket up, you would have to get insurance, right?
Do you know how many meteorites, and meteoroids enter Earth's atmosphere every day? It's in like it's over like 10 million or so. It's like a insane amount.
Most of the time, you don't see it because it's over water.
What?
If you verify that anything that you see falling supposedly from the sky ever hits the ground and pick it up and actually verify it.
I'm sure actually people are doing that right now in Texas.
And if so, can you show me an
Just
example?
went and landed there. I'm sure people are doing it right now.
I'd just like to say with that whole comment about it being over the ocean, 30% of the Earth's surface is still land, not ocean. 30% is a big chunk.
Uh-huh.
That's a third. That's a third.
Yeah, and
If there's tens of thousands, of these
hold on.
meteors coming down,
How
and
much
people
of
only
it is
live over a
actually
third of the
populated?
surface of the Earth,
And how
then
much of it is
it's only
actually
then
populated?
you're still gonna see thousands and thousands and thousands.
Okay.
First of all, it's millions. It's
Make that
millions every day.
assumption.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. I clear this up.
Yeah.
It's millions. First of all, it's millions every day. Second of all, they only enter Earth's atmosphere. They don't actually touch the ground because they burn up. Most of those burn up in the atmosphere. However, if you have something that's above Earth's atmosphere, right, like a satellite or the ISS, whatever, that those are gonna see those things because they're not getting burnt up before they enter Earth's atmosphere, obviously. All right.
You mean burnt up coming through Earth's atmosphere? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I say. So are we still getting pictures from the James Webb telescope or no?
Yes. The micrometeorite impact on the James Webb did not do enough damage to cause it to be a terminal. It is perfectly
Thank
fine.
God, man. Thank God I was worried.
They actually expected it to be hit and continue to be hit, actually, before it actually gets shut down.
That
They
is
don't
absolutely
expect, I
amazing.
think they only expect to be able to use it for like 10 years.
Massively insane waste of money. How much they spent on that thing? Just curious how much money we spent on that. Does anyone know?
Not entirely sure. I think it was like
Probably
$1
in the
billion.
billions.
I think it was $1 billion.
Just $1 billion.
No, $10 billion. $10 billion.
10 billion.
Yeah.
We could have done a lot of shit with that. You could have almost ended. I think the price tag on world hunger for a year is like 12 billion or 14 billion or something.
Well, then we could easily get that back out of the 40 billion we just handed Ukraine, right?
Yeah, could have done it with that. Obviously, we're wasting money all over the place. I agree. Massive waste of money going around
They
all
just
over.
print that stuff. Man. Where'd everybody go?
We're right here. What's up? Rumpus went to get a cough drop. Right, his throat got sore. He's probably gonna throw a lozenge right now. So we're all waiting.
It's coming up for 9 o'clock in the evening in the UK as we speak. It's 8:46 p.m. somewhere around about that time. So he might be getting ready to go out to the pub, maybe, and associate with his other nerd friends, probably.
He probably got bitches to bang.
Rumpus is not that kind of guy. You can tell. You can tell by the way he carries himself with his nerdy.
I was going to say, I
nerdy
think he
knowledge.
spends most of his time at home.
Nah, yeah, he's not that kind of guy. Not what we call, a woman magnet. That's not him.
Chicks are listen. The tides have shifted, Jin. Chicks are into these nerds now. They want gamer nerds, kind of guys.
Well,
the tables are turning on us cool guys. The
guarantee
nerds are
if
the
there's any
cool.
women around, if I'm there and there's any woman around, they're not going to be attracted to bloody what's his name anyway.
The nerds are the cool guys these days. I'm telling you, Jin.
Nah, not in the world I live in, mate.
The tides have shifted. Tables have turned. Whatever the fucking saying is.
Sorry. Yeah. Now the tsunami's coming in. Jin is just going to trash all that. Give him a good clean out there. Tornado, wild wind, and tsunami, with a little bit of earthquake to shake the foundations. Don't get too comfortable, you nerds. Do not get that comfortable. Your days have been numbered. This generation of flat earthers are now putting you under some serious scrutiny, and you're just falling down like grains of sand in that hourglass. You're running out of time.
Holy crap, wait a second. Sorry, this is a rookie thing. It's not a mistake, just a rookie thing. Jin, this has been you the entire time talking to my guy?
Sorry, yeah.
I apologize profusely because I didn't realize it was you. And I just looked through the attendance list as to who's in the room, and I'm like, wait a second. Jin's here. And then I went to the full list on the icons because I'm on my phone. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this has been Jin the entire. So I'm having a huge bing moment right now. So that's
Yeah, we're having a good time of it,
that's
man. We're having a good
fantastic,
time of
man.
it.
It's such a pleasure to speak with you, for my very first time. So
you signing autographs, Jen?
Right?
Thanks. I appreciate
it.
Exactly. I couldn't come across more. Well,
Yeah.
I'm
We
gonna shut
need
up.
an autograph.
See, my brand of Flat Earth is entertaining. That's what it is. We're on point, but we entertain as well. Yeah, love it. That's what it's all about. It is now coming up at 10 to 5 in the morning here in Japan, early morning, and I'm getting ready to go out for my exercise routine, as I usually do. I've just done the laundry, so my kids and everybody's clothes are washed. The boy's baseball gear came in brown, is now white again. So he'll be getting ready at 6 o'clock. He'll be getting up to go. I'll be out though by then. I'll still be exercising. So I won't get to see him go off. I get the shit when he gets back. Yeah, man. Such is life. But I appreciate all comments and all encouragement. Really appreciate that. So thanks. We all have to stick together after all. We're all on the flat earth together. Okay, so I'll catch you guys up, yeah? Catch you up later. Thanks a lot.
All right, then.
All right, dude.
This goofy motherfucker. Listen, if you got two of the same object and one of them is moving faster than the other one, you got to have a greater force on the one that's moving faster. That's physics 101. That shit is not even like a question. Like, that's how physics works. That's how stuff moves. There's formulas and shit. Newton's fucking laws of motion. You're going against everything, saying that that's not true. Rumpus is wilding, bro. I'd be backing these dudes in the corners. That's like, you can't talk your way out of it.
So, Jeremy, this is again a rookie question. What's your deal, dude? And I'm asking that from a standpoint of don't be offended by that question. What's your deal, dude? Like, what's your background? What's your understanding of VR and all this stuff? I'm asking from a rookie not knowing you.
Dude, I know just enough to know that these guys are full of shit.
Okay.
I never heard about none of this shit. 3-4 years ago, I didn't even know if you said GR to me, I would have thought. I don't even know. I wouldn't even have known.
Okay, that is such a. That's awesome.
I have recently. I had the earth science teacher. I'm a janitor at a school, bro. Like, I barely graduated high school. And recently, I had the earth science teacher at the school I work at taking notes.
Wow.
Well, he told me he said he teaches the Coriolis effect to his kids all the time. So I'm like, all right, you know how you got the inertial and the non-inertial reference frames, right? He's like, wait, what? He's like, I'm gonna write this down and look this up. I was like, okay, I guess there's nothing else to talk about then, because I wanted to go in on like the reference frames or something with him, but he didn't even know about them. So
Yeah, aspect of Coriolis effect is huge. I was just watching a plane in the sky fly by me, and I thought to myself, well, I know based on my radar itself that that plane is moving. And from my understanding of a stable plateau, not moving, but they tell me that the Coriolis effect frames it that I'm ultimately assuming, basically, that I'm moving. And again, I look at a second point of reference being a car that drove by. I can tell that that car is moving. And then I see a guy walking by me. I can tell that guy's moving. But again, there's no point of a frame of reference where I ever see that interrupted, if that makes sense.
yeah, I'm gonna tell you right. I'll tell you right now. The way to prove the Coriolis effect, there's one single way to prove that the Coriolis effect is actually happening, right? Not by math or numbers or anything. What you do is you get in. You got to view a moving object from both the frames, and if it looks like it's going straight in one and curved in the other, then you'll know you got the Coriolis effect. Because obviously that can't happen, right? If you look, depending on where you look at something from, it ain't going to change the path it's taken, unless you have this fucking insane thing happening with the Coriolis effect. Which is not insane. I mean, it does happen, but not Earth based. Like if you were to go to a merry-go-round and you were just you're standing on the merry-go-round, you throw the ball, right? If you didn't know the merry-go-round was spinning or not, you wouldn't know if there was a Coriolis effect just from the ball curving. There could be something else at play, right? But if you view it from the other, from the ground, be like, "Ooh, look, it's actually going straight." This guy viewed it curving at the same time, right? That's when you know, okay, there actually is the Coriolis effect. I don't want to bore people with it though, but that is the one way to prove it.
But yeah, I mean, you could even take it even a stretch further and talk about the teacup ride at Disneyland or World or wherever, Disney, whatever. The whole aspect of like, however you say the scent word. I don't want to sound dumb, but centrifugal force, and how the whole aspect of spinning works and why it works in the aspect of the magic teacup, and your explanation of the merry-go-round, right? Or even at the playground of the, what do you call that disc with the poles coming out of it? You know what I'm talking about?
Roundabout. The thing
Yeah,
that
I guess
spins.
it would. You jump on it, yeah, and it just keeps spinning. Like all these things, right? We observe spinning, but I don't observe me spinning. I guess to explain that further.
Yeah, I mean the thing that would prove this is have an object going in a straight line on Earth, and then view that shit from the other reference frame, right? We're viewing it from the non-inertial frame, the rotating frame here on Earth. You need somebody to get out of that frame and show it going straight or curving or doing the opposite of what it's doing here. You know what I mean? If it's going straight here, it needs to be curving there. If it's going curving here, it needs to be going straight there. That's the one way. That was the only way at this point you would even prove to me that there's an Earth-based Coriolis effect. There's no way I would believe any other bullshit story you got
Kind of
after
like
all this.
a paper towel roll. Would it be curved
What's
in
up?
one way? I was thinking a paper towel roll, curved in one way, going straight in the other.
No. Like you throw a ball. Like you're on a
Right.
merry-go-round, you throw a ball. You see the guys on the merry-go-round,
Yeah.
To them, it looks like the ball's curving, right?
Yep.
But if the guy on the ground was watching it, or a guy from up above that wasn't rotating with the merry-go-round, they would see it just go straight in a straight line. And that's when you know for sure, you can be certain at that point that you're like, okay, yes, this is the Coriolis effect. We know how it works. This is it right here. Because you couldn't have something going in a curved and a straight line at the same time unless that's happening. Like, that's the only way you're going to see that. There's no other way you can possibly see that.
Okay, so my original question to you was, you've known this, or sorry, since you started entertaining any of this stuff, you knew it was all crap. What are your top 3 reinforcers that were on an observed plane?
I mean, the top 3 reasons why I think it's a flat Earth would be like, water being flat on top. You can't measure curvature. Just the outlandish, ridiculous amount of bullshit these guys spew. NASA fakery. I like the gas pressure without a container one, or you got the black swan or something. We're seeing too far for the geometry to be active. Then they bring up refraction. They got a rebuttal for everything. Like,
Refraction is interesting because the only thing that I can really unpack with respects to refraction occurring is the horizon, and that's where I'll say that the sunlight interacts with the medium of water and the horizon line being air, right, or gas. Sorry.
I mean, they have some good ideas on how refraction's working, but
hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying is what I actually observe in terms of like one breakdown of refraction is like when sunlight gets removed from the water line and the horizon line. Kind of get where I'm going. So as you remove that light, you start to get the bleeding where the line of the water and the line of the horizon start to blend. Does that make sense? Would that be an aspect to you that you would see as refraction? What do you think?
I just think as refraction is like, objects appearing in positions where they actually aren't. So like I look at something in a distance, that thing's not where you actually see it because of refraction. If you want to call it bending of light or whatever, so be it. And the Globers do have a good idea on how light bends. However, you're going to have to prove that, if you want to say, oh, refraction is working like this, therefore the object is lower or higher than its actual position, you need to show us where the actual position is. You can't just be like, yeah, it's bending down. We know. Because then I've had these guys admit that they don't know its actual position. They don't even know. But they know it's bending down from its actual position. So it's like double speak or something. Or I don't even know what you would call that, but that's just fucking nonsense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man.
If anyone ever tried to tell me something's bending down from its actual position, I'm like, all right, where's its actual position? They were like, I don't know. I would be like, dude, why are you trying to like scam me? Why are you trying to play games with me? Like anybody buying that their whole refraction shit is gullible. You're gullible if you're buying a refraction story. And I have no doubt that refraction is happening. No question. But which way? Where's the actual position of the object? They don't have it. They don't. The honest ones will tell you they don't know the actual position. From a viewing, you're looking at something. You're looking at the oil rig. You don't know the oil rig's actual position. You can get an average of its apparent position. That's still not the actual position of it. Spherical excess, dude. I've been over all these arguments with these motherfuckers. All their shit is shaky at best. Shaky.
You know, Rumpus was in here earlier. I don't know how long you've been in here for, but this guy's in here trying to tell me that we can have two of the same objects and one of them moving faster, but there doesn't have to be a bigger force than the one that's moving faster. Like, I swear, I feel like they're making shit up half the time.
I've actually been here all day, man. I dropped in here around like 8 a.m. Eastern, and yeah, I've been engaged solid. So yeah, I took it in with you, and that's the thing about it is when I'm not to again toot my own horn. I'm an empath, so I feel people's energy, and I can hear the aspects of engagement when they speak. And the thing that I appreciate about you is that you kept him honest throughout your aspects of engagement, which truly, you literally grabbed his hand and you walked him to the stake, and we put his hands out in front, and we're like, what do you think about gravity? And then he literally said, well, I mean, as soon as he brought up gravity, I had to jump in with the 9.8 observation, just because the thing about it at right then and there is he's going into his bag, right? And he's pulling out kind of what I would almost say is irrefutable evidence because he's presenting a number, the 9.8 observation. But the thing is, a lot of people don't realize is that is an average number that they apply to all objects. And I have a problem with and again, this is where I break it down to a rationalization aspect. How can you apply, sorry about the background, and sorry if there's like laundry in the background, I'm doing laundry right now. How can you possibly rationalize an object falling with a blanket average 9.8?
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you about the 9.8. Hold.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now, man. Sorry, dude started his car outside. Crazy noisy. Go ahead.
All right, my AirPod died. So let me tell you about this 9.8 meters per second. They're not measuring it for long enough, right? Imagine if they were like, yo, water's curving. And I was like, dude, I filled my bathtub up and I was like, boom, flat, water's not curving, right? They'd be like, oh, you got to measure it for longer. You got to go a mile or a half a mile or 500 meters, right? Mm-hmm. They're doing the same thing. They're doing the same exact thing with this 9.8 meters per second. They're just not measuring it long enough. You know what I mean? If you were to measure it longer, you would find out that shit doesn't fall at the same rate. It can't. According to physics, it absolutely can't.
So what you're saying is, to package it nicely, you would say that their observed sample set is not big enough. Just
well, it's not because...
Hold on one second, check this out. Just like they will say to us that our observed sample set is not big enough to tell us that we're on a plane.
Yes, exactly. Because if you were to take it higher, like let's say you were to measure you pulled a vacuum and you got it a mile long, right? And you drop a sheet of paper and you drop a ball or something. But you're gonna have drag. You can't get a perfect vacuum, so there's always gonna be drag. You can't get
coefficient of drag. 100%.
Yeah, you cannot get rid of drag. Percentages of this argument really good, but I taught him everything he knows. But you can't get rid of drag. So like the higher you drop something from, the more off it's gonna be. Just like the farther you, according to these guys, the farther you measure water for, the more off of horizontal you're going to be. Same thing with this dropping thing.
Okay, so to ask you this question then, this guy being Rumpus, which again we beat that butt like crazy Rumpus for, so let's go cook me some tonight to season it up, baby. Now, if he presents the 9.8 argument, he goes into his bag, pulls that out, and he gives the crap about 9.8 meters per second. So that he's suggesting we divide a distance by a time and then divide that yet again by another version of time. Or no, the same version of time, sorry, but it's time divided by time, which further divides the meter, which is a distance, which is confusing on its own. But anyways,
how do we discredit that? We just say the sample set is not large enough.
Yeah, you're not dropping it from high enough. It's too small of a measurement. I'd also like to say that it's literally impossible in his mind, because remember the clocks on the top and the bottom of the Eiffel Tower? Well, if you're standing there watching something drop, then the time when it was higher is going faster for that object. See, that's where his whole shit fell apart. Anyways, yeah, the length they're measuring it, they're not measuring it for a great enough length. Otherwise, you can just sit there and say, well, I filled my bathtub up, it's not curving.
Right.
Water doesn't curve, it's flat on top. Because if you could have a perfect vacuum, maybe what they're saying is true, and it does logically follow that things would fall at the same rate if you were to get rid of all the drag, but you can't. So it doesn't fall at the same. Like not all. Yeah,
I can't take
it's impossible. It's impossible for things to fall at the same rate unless they're.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's the aspect of well, if we were to introduce a vacuum and blah blah blah. I'm like, no, listen, we're not doing any what ifs right now, right? We're just going to observe what we see, and we see stuff that everything acts independently. I drop a car out of the back of a plane, and the car will reach an accelerated rate, depending on distance, right? But again, I think to myself, okay, is it ultimately we're observing buoyancy within a gas-filled environment. We take this thing up to a certain height, we let go of it, and it drops, obviously.
Yeah.
What happens when it impacts the surface? It observes, it'll create obviously some kind of impact or whatever. But it's like the cancellation of whatever's happening to it. Right? And again, as I say, that, and then I look at a rock up 1,000 feet, and we drop that, and we understand that the profile of the rock is way different. And as you mentioned, like the coefficient of drag and all these things, the coefficient of drag on a car is way different than it is on a rock. And obviously the profile of the rock would heavily constitute the drag coefficient as well. But again, without getting too tied up in the weeds, we can say that the rock would probably... No, I don't want to get into all that bullcrap. No, that's going to be too much. I wonder what would happen, what would reach a quicker velocity? A car drop from 1,000 feet or a rock drop from 1,000 feet?
I don't know.
We'd have to work that out. And then, okay, so if we were to work that out, what would we use? We would use the weight. I need to look into this. I'll be back.
I would assume a rock would drop faster because we're talking about like a rock you can have in your hand, because that's going to have way less drag on it than the car. The car,
But then we also have to engage with the weight thing. That's why I'm going to look into this. I'm curious about what I'm curious about right now is there a calculation that exists for that doesn't use the 9.8 stuff? Because if it doesn't, that's a problem. I'll be back.
I don't think weight's an issue with dropping stuff. It's all about the drag. Don't let the cats in here. Oh. All right. You're going outside.
So I found one calculator. I'll share the link in the live stream chat. But sure enough, the locked multiplier is 9.8. So there's one place where your magic average speed is observed and applied. I don't think we can calculate it without it. Okay, that's going to be a huge concession. Because I just did a quick little look around, and everything, in order to calculate the observed this velocity of what an object would reach if you were to drop the object, you use the 9.8 factor, which is the observation of the average. So my knee jerk to that is, how can we establish the work being done to the object, i.e. we lifting it up or taking it up to 1,000 feet as an example to earlier's point, and then the observation of that work, the cancellation of that work and it coming down. But it's like you have to be able to calculate the weight of the object, and I don't even know what forces would be acting on it. Get what I'm saying? Bueller?
My bad, bro. I'm super busy right now. I'll be back in a minute.
No stress, man. I appreciate you.
guess everybody left or what?
I'm here. Just in and out.
Oh, you're in and out? Okay.
What's poppin'?
Hello.
What up, Bob?
Not a whole lot.
I've been so fucking busy this summer, man. Crazy.
Yeah? I haven't seen you on as much. You getting stuff done or something, maybe?
Just my work schedule changes, so like I'm just busy all day. Like when school goes back, I work evenings, like second shift.
Oh,
like,
okay.
So I got all the kids and everyone, my wife's at work, so it's like I have a lot of time before that to fuck around, and then while I'm at work, I can also fuck around at work during the school year. But during the summer, I'm working with a lot of people, so like I can't just be screaming at you guys when I'm trying to like. And she got me leading the group, all the guys and shit. Like I'm the one in charge, so people are like constantly coming at me with shit.
Nice.
Everyone's fucking new, of course. Fucking
Can't be
5 brand new people.
screaming into the air.
I tell them a million fucking times the same thing. Simple instructions, bro. I'm on some Sun Tzu shit. You got to give simple instructions. Otherwise, it's your fault. So I keep it simple. And people just don't fucking listen. I don't know what they're doing. Some of these dudes aren't even looking at what they're cleaning. It's like they're just going through the motions. You know, like, look, my hand's moving, and I have a scrubby in it and a rag. Like,
yeah. Well, they might be.
Sure, I really think they are. I don't know. There's no way.
Like, I
see them looking at shit, though. I don't know if they're zoned out or something, because I'd be looking at shit sometimes, and I don't even know what I'm looking at, because I'd be, like, zoned out. You know what I'm talking about?
Like, where you're, like, just staring?
Yeah, you're just staring at something, and, like, something will happen, you won't even see it, because you just be, like, zoned out or something. I don't know. I can't explain it. So, yeah. Super busy this summer. Next summer should be easier if these guys stay, but we go through so many fucking people, dude. I don't know what's up, man. You got to pay, you got to pay them to make them stay. Like, you got to have competitive wages if you're a workplace. I really want to start super couponing, bro. Like, I tell people when I spend $250 a week, they can't believe I spend that little. I'm like, are you serious? That's a lot of fucking money. $1,000 a month on your Walmart bill. How much you spend on your grocery bill and shit? If you don't mind me asking, I mean, it's like, yeah.
Well, so we qualify for a program that allows, like, we don't usually spend real money on groceries at all. We get this card, and like we get a certain amount each month, and if we use that card, we don't have to use like regular money. So as long as we keep it within whatever that card is, like for the month, or like whatever that monthly amount is, we don't have to spend any real money on it if we don't want to.
It's not
necessarily always, like, a lot. Like, it's not necessarily always enough. We got like 7 people in our family, so like sometimes it gets kind of tight. We do buy like fast food and stuff, but as far as groceries, we can usually keep it pretty close to that, and drinks and stuff like that or whatever, maybe.
Oh, all right, nice. Yeah, we don't qualify for none of that shit. We're just over the line. We used to qualify for all that stuff. See what there's this like invisible line, and once you cross it, you're fucked. If you just cross it, if you do a fucking giant leap over that line, you'd probably be up. But you need to get way over that line, bro, before you're like good.
I don't have a way to prove this. I don't know this for sure. I think it might be designed to basically encourage people to not go over the line. That way,
because you don't really make a leap. When you do go over the line, it happens slow, incrementally. Like you generally, most people won't. Some will, but most won't take a giant leap over that line. But yeah, I think so too. It could be designed to keep you there.
It's like,
well, it's not even worth it, so I'm not even gonna. Yeah.
Right, but then and it also so I think it basically can be like this circular thing or this trap kind of thing. So we'll take rent for example. So the government decides to quote unquote help poor people by helping to pay for the rent. But then the people who own the properties know that they're going to do that. And so they get their rent higher because the government's going to subsidize it anyway. And then the people who would like to get out from the program, well, they would have to make even more now to try and pay their rent. And if they if they get off of the program, then it's not about just making enough for rent. They have to make enough for rent and all the stuff they were already paying for while receiving that help. And so they would have to be this huge jump over because they would have to be able to pay for all the rent. But then if the people who are getting the rent, the landlords and stuff, they understand that it's going to be paid by the government as long as they get these people in there or whatever, well, they can raise their prices because the government's going to cover the bill anyway. And so it's it's set up in a way that seems to keep people in that situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of systems that were set up like that. Like they started making a thing where all right, if you're a mom and a kid and you live in an apartment somewhere, you'll get this much benefits. But if the dad's there, you'll only get this much.
Yeah.
So the dads we're like, yo, all right, I'm gonna be gone for a couple weeks when the lady comes around, and then they just stayed gone. So it incentivized them to not even be there. Yeah, there's a lot of shit like that, dude.
And it's I understand why some people, they'll argue, oh, we should get rid of all those programs and nobody should have anything paid for by the government. It's just well, yeah, that's fine. Except first you need to go ahead and take away all the rules that are causing problems for people and pushing them into that. I'm not allowed to just go out to the woods and build a house and grow a garden. They won't let the land is basically taken up. They'll say, get off my property. So you need to remove the laws that allow people to have 100 acres while they're only using 10 of it and nobody else is able to access it. You need to remove the laws that allow the government to have these large swaths of land that people aren't allowed to use. You need to remove this. And then if you don't build a house that is up to their code, then they might come and take your kids away. So you need to remove those laws too, where you're coming and taking their kids because their shower isn't good enough. There's so much more stuff in the way of just saying, okay, no one gets any help anymore. Well, that's fine. I'm okay with that. You can say no one gets any money at all. I'm totally okay with that. But first, you're going to take away all of the laws that are going to stop me from taking my family out in the woods and raising them in a cabin. You're going to get rid of every.
How many? Are you at a computer right now? I'm wondering how many.
iPad.
I'm wondering how many acres of land there are in the United States. Right? We got 400 million people. Yeah, we got 400 million people. Let's see how many acres there are, and let's all get our own fucking acre of land or something.
Total acres in the U.S. 2.43 billion acres.
Okay, so we can easily all get an acre, and you can still have places like New York City and
that
shit.
That might not even be counting Alaska and Hawaii and stuff. The two maps I'm seeing are just the United States
continental
land. Yeah, so I don't even know if that includes Alaska and other places.
Yeah. So okay, well, whatever. We'll say 2 billion, right? 2 billion acres. That's everyone could get 5 acres, dude. What the fuck? And with the skills we know about growing food and shit, you really wouldn't even need to feed a family of 5, and that would be 5 acres, by the way. But to feed a family of 5, you only need like a half an acre or an acre. Like you don't need much land. It don't take a lot of land these days to grow a lot of food with the way the agriculture has come along.
The way I see it is, if the government's going to basically dump money into something and they say, hey, fill this out and you get some, I'm going to be like, yeah, sure. Like, if that's all it takes, like people say, well, don't have them take the money. Yeah, don't have them take the money. But if they're going to offer me money and say all I have to do is fill out some paperwork and I get the money, I'm not going to say no to that because you're whining about it.
Yeah, no, those things that you got going on, that's a good thing. You know, my mom was on that. My wife was on that for a while. Like,
yeah,
you need them shits. You got 7 people in your house. You know how much your Walmart bill would be?
Oh yeah, it could get high. If we didn't have that, it would be kind of ridiculous, actually.
Like, it'd be hard for you to function with that amount of money being taken out of your pocket.
But I legitimately want to like get enough money that I can go have a house out, like have some land and grow a garden. I want to actually take away or lower the amount of food we get from the store by growing our own. I would like to do that, but I'm not in a situation where that's going to happen right now. You know?
Yeah, I feel like every time somebody's born, they should just get an acre. Like, obviously, if you're, or just give every adult like 3 or 4 acres, something. You got to do something, man, because
instead of
if there's that much land, if there's that much land, some people shouldn't be sitting on 1,000, 10,000, whatever acres they got. I bet you there's dudes that got over 100,000 acres.
Maybe.
I would almost guarantee it. That's what these people do. They'll be like, I'm gonna start my own city and shit or something crazy. I remember one guy that was.
It's not like other things where people would be like, oh, well, that's their land, so you're stealing. It's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. Land doesn't work like that. The land is here regardless of what humans do. So the land can't really be anyone's, like, absolutely. It can only be tentatively somebody's until someone else decides to come and take it. So now what we can do is we can work on it and say, okay, we're going to not fight over it, and instead we're going to divide it up. Or you can decide you're going to have it, and then someone's going to get angry enough at some point and come take it from you. Which one do you prefer?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. No, we need to chop it up, bro. I mean, it's only fair. Like, everyone should have enough land. There's enough land on Earth. Everyone should be able to have enough land to live comfortably, spaciously, and do what they want on it. And that's what I was thinking before that. Like, it reminds me of the guy that started the Earthship. Those renewable houses. They had food, solar, all kinds of shit. Geothermal, thermal mass, all kinds of shit going on.
Okay.
And he went out and bought 100 acres in like Arizona or New Mexico or somewhere, like hundreds of acres or something, right, to build these renewable homes with. And they fucking shut him down. They gave him the hardest time, man. They're like, yo, it's not up to code. They played the code building permit game because everything has to get inspected and shit.
Right. And then, like, if you
don't
have, this running water here, oh, well, you better get it. Otherwise, we're going to come send, child services to your door to make sure that your children are taken care of properly or whatever. It's like,
well, they won't even let you build it. They'll tear it down. They won't even, they'll be like, this is an unsafe structure. Even if there's nothing even near it. Like, the guy bought his own 100 acres. There's nothing even near it. That's why I love places like, I think, Costa Rica, France. There's a bunch of countries where you can just, like, buy land and then they don't give a fuck what you do on it. Like, you can do almost anything.
Yeah, that's what it should be. The government should not be bothering you about anything unless you are literally violating someone else's God-given right. That's it. That's the only time the federal government should be involved in your life, is if you are violating somebody else's inherent rights. Otherwise, the government should just leave you alone.
Well, I would say in places like a city, though, you do need someone to make sure that your shit's not a fire hazard, because there's places where, like, buildings are touching. So, like, I don't want you
to be handled at the community level. That doesn't need to be federal. The federal doesn't need to be poking their head into each individual community and saying, do this or do that. That should be the community saying, okay, we all want to have this type of building so it doesn't start on fire and kill everyone. And then that's the rules of that community, you know?
But if I'm not near another structure and shit, and like say I build a skyscraper, but there's an acre on each side of the skyscraper, so it's in the middle of like 4 acres or something.
Yeah,
like I should be able to build that, because even if that shit falls and topples over, whatever, like I'm not gonna fucking hurt nobody, you know, just whoever's on my property. But I mean. Or like a log hat, even just simple like a log. Like I should be able to just go build like a log cabin out of wood or pallets or whatever the fuck I want to do out there to live in. Drive an RV on it, whatever.
Yeah.
That's the wave right there. That's the wave. People are actually doing that in places. They're just buying those tiny. Instead of kids getting out of school and going and paying rent and shit, nowadays they're getting RVs, they're getting tiny homes, they're buying land, they're setting up shop. And good for them, because that, 2 years of paying rent, that's 20 G's. Or something, you know?
That's an amount of money, but okay, so hold on, my boy is.
Go ahead.
Bud, what is wrong? You want to go by mama? You're okay. Preacher, maybe. I eat some dinner, maybe? You cute boy? I think you're all right, maybe. Being dramatic, is that what it is? Maybe.
You good, Bob?
Hello?
What up?
There we go.
You good over there? You good?
So I think we're okay. It seems like maybe he was being a little bit dramatic. Not necessarily as big of a deal as he might make it.
Yeah, I know how that goes. Yeah, I was just talking to people the other day about like homes and shit, and somebody was saying like people live near house caverns. It's like a cavern system in New York, and they just drill into the cavern and blow the air in, and you got heating and cooling all year round. We get really hot and really cold fucking climates there. You might still need a heater, maybe, I don't know, but I'd love to actually go in somebody's house and see how good that works in the winter and summertime around here, because it gets really cold and really fucking hot. But I mean, yeah, if you had geothermal and you could just blow a fan into your house and that was your heating and cooling, that would save so much like that's the most efficient thing you could possibly do, short of living underground. That would be the ultimate thing, but like short of living underground, like that's the best. That's probably the best way to do it, honestly, is just living underground. They found an ancient city that held 20,000 people underground. It had its own natural venting system and shit. Like you could have fires and cook in there, all kinds of shit. I think it was in Turkey, maybe. 20,000 people underground, some fucking Matrix shit. But that's the move right there, though. We want to be super efficient, right? It's not like you think
you think that's the future is underground?
I don't know, man. That would be the most efficient way possibly that I can see that we could possibly live. You know what I mean? As far as like, there's so many things involved with the efficiency of that. You don't have to build homes. Like building homes is wildly inefficient. The way we do it now, especially. If we were making them like the Great Pyramid, the Great Pyramid, I'd be like, all right, we're good. But we're not. We're building them out of the second little piggy shit from the Big Bad Wolf, or the,
Three Little Pigs.
blow your house down. Yeah, where they burn down, they blow down, all kinds of shit's wrong with that. But we're always gonna need homes. We're never gonna not need homes. So like it's just smart to. I mean, you want to be
how have we not developed something that we can just like strap on top of a volcano to use that energy? How is that not a thing we've developed by now?
Oh my God, I know there's so much heat. Well, there is the thing called the Stirling engine, right? There's a Stirling engine, and it works off of the. If you have a heat source, you can make a fucking motor run. So like, yeah, I mean, there's all this lava pouring out all over the place. There's places where islands are being built right now. Like, you should have unlimited fucking energy off of that. I don't know. I don't know why they're not. Yeah, why are you not utilizing like lava flows and volcanoes and shit? That's a good question right there. Even just for the heat, I mean, you could just pipe the heat in. I feel like, I don't know. Or at least use it for electricity or something. I mean, the best way to do it is just straight up, like I said, underground. It's a constant temperature. It also solves building the house if you just live underground. Now you don't have to build a house. All you have to do is like, remove dirt. You might have to put some walls up or floors to make it look nice if you wanted to. But
what about flooding though? It seems like if you build your house underground, then you have a flooding issue maybe.
Well, yeah, you don't live. Well, see, we're fucking idiots right now, right? We're building cities under water tables. Like that shit don't even make sense. You would never live, right? Like, the amount of electricity we use and energy we use to pump water out of cities is insane. Look up Tokyo's. I think Tokyo is like the #1 city in the world. They have this massive. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember. But there's a lot of cities that have massive infrastructures that are dedicated just to pumping water out of their city because they're below.
Really?
They're below water tables. Yeah, like massive infrastructures, dude. They use megawatts of electricity, tons of maintenance. Like, it's crazy, bro. Okay, so you would never do that. That's fucking just dumb, right? You'd always be above the water table, obviously, like well above it. Like mountains should be like that most densely populated place at this point. You just fucking start digging into mountains, bro. You have so many homes in a mountain or something, or like high terrain, like Denver. There's so many places you could build that are just above sea level, above the water table. Like, there's tons of places you could just start digging into the ground and be good. That city I just told you about, that's fucking, I don't know. They didn't have no problem with flooding there.
Of course, in Japan, I don't know that they have a whole lot of options as far as, space.
Yeah, no, they got mad mountains. Their whole thing's mostly mountains. Perfect.
Oh, is it?
That's fucking perfect. Yeah. They're all set. Go start drilling into mountains and shit. Get some shovels, whatever you guys do over there. Yeah, man, that's the best way to live. It's called thermal mass, right? The more thermal mass you have, the more your shit keeps. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you open a door to your house, all the fucking air could be gone in 5 minutes. But if you have 2,000 gallons of water in the center of the room that was already at the temperature the room was, like, it's going to keep the temperature of the room more. I don't know how to explain it.
Is there any like, what's static? I don't even know if the word static is the right word, but I'll just use it. Like, is there any static energy or static heat generated from weight? Because like,
there's nothing
how you like, if you take like a snowball or whatever, you can keep pushing on it, right? And there's like, whenever you push on something, that's energy. Whenever you try to, like a spring, you push a spring together, there's energy there and it can generate heat, right? At least I think so. Like the more you push on
Yeah,
it,
what?
like it'll make heat. And I'm wondering, is there any type of like static energy made from just like the fact that we understand objects go down, and the reason they stop going down is because they hit something that they can't go down through. So like, is there some sort of a static energy being generated at ground level because things are being like pushed down or pulled down, but they're like they can't go anywhere?
That's possible. I'm not gonna say it's not there, but nothing that we know of. Nothing that I know of. I don't think that would generate any.
Well, I guess maybe that's
heat or
maybe
energy
that's
or
actually
anything.
not a. That might be only relying on something like their math of like 9.82 meters per second or whatever. It might not. That might not actually be happening. It could be if objects just go down because that's them like tending towards the equilibrium. Then there wouldn't be anything pushing or pulling them. It's just they are reverting. So that might actually be that there wouldn't be any energy in them stopping or being
Bob,
stopped.
listen, we're going underground, bro. We're going underground. It's fine. Okay, that's where our village is going to be underground. It's the most efficient thing, bro. It's the most efficient thing you can do. You know what I'm saying? The home will last forever. That ancient city's fine right now. The 20,000 people underground. That shit's fine. It looks like it's moving ready. I wouldn't even put like, dude, I wouldn't even put any like. You could put a bed in it and shit, but other than that, like, it really didn't need anything. Maybe you could draw on the walls or hang some pictures or paintings or something, but other than that, like, it really didn't need nothing. It had its own thing for waste, I think. I don't know. It's the most efficient way to be. Like, you want to have your shit be as efficient as possible. You don't want to have to waste resources to put new roofs on, and the siding's falling off and the floor's fucked up. Like,
but Jeremy, then what are they going to sell us then?
I know, yeah, no, I know.
It's efficient and takes care of itself, and it's all provided and works good and everything. Then what are they going to sell us?
I know. They're enemies. They are literally. I've told these guys at Gems for years. I've told them, like, you guys are enemies of efficiency. You don't want anything. They don't want anything efficient. Maybe not those people in particular, but the people that are running the show, they don't want anything efficient. They need your car to break. They need your house to burn down. They might not tell you that, and they can get away with saying, "Oh, well, you want to pay $1 million for a house or whatever." It's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. We're not doing shit efficient at all. Like, we're wildly inefficient. It's designed to be inefficient at that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's designed for the ultimate well-being of the human race or anything like that.
They used to design. They used to design like washing machines and vacuums and shit. They used to design that shit to use as much electricity as possible. Who do you think the guys that were making that shit? What do you think they were doing? They were the ones selling you the electricity too. You sell someone the electricity, and then you sell someone the appliance that uses the electricity. You obviously want the appliance to use as much electricity as possible because you're selling them the fucking electricity. Yeah. How can we make this thing use as much electricity as right? Can you picture the meeting for this? Listen, we need to make this shit make as much. And the guy's like, "Why would you do that?" He's like, "We're selling them the electricity, dummy."
Yeah, make money on both ends.
Fucking
Come on.
stupid. Yeah, use your head, kid. Use your fucking head.
You don't think that they're working together to make sure that the cars don't get too good a gas mileage, or that people aren't buying other people out to make sure that cars don't get too good a gas mileage?
Yeah. Oh, don't get me going with big oil, bro. They probably been fucking racking it up, over the years with suppressed technology. Because they're in a lot of shit. They're in a gas, they'd be in the gas technology, battery technology, which is huge. They'd probably even be stifling solar technology, I'm guessing, because you don't want solar getting too good either. Like, you don't want no renewable resource getting too good because you want people buying your electricity, obviously. So, you
want people to be, under the impression that giant lizards died millions of years ago and they'll never have any more. So there's only a limited amount of this energy.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Definitely. And when you're making that as much money as them guys are, big oil, when you're making as much money as big oil, you got money to play with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's nothing you can't buy with that money.
It's way
like 10
easier.
trillion a year.
Somebody designed something to get everybody, an extra 100 miles per gallon. Way easier to pay that guy $500 million for the idea than it is it's way less expensive. Pay him $500 million for the idea, and then they just make sure no one ever gets it, and now they get to keep making their massive amounts of money.
Yeah, well, even if they had to pay $1 trillion, if some guy comes along, he's like, "Yo, I got something. It's gonna cut fucking oil usage in half." They're like, "All right, we'll give you $5 trillion for it." You know what I mean? That's half their fucking thing for 1 year. Whatever. At least next year, at least every year after that, you'll still be making 10 trillion. So,
yeah.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Oh, the amount of suppressed technology, I can't even imagine. One time I heard a story that Julius Caesar, I don't know if this is true or not. I mean, this is just a story. But Julius Caesar had a lot of money in the glass trade, right? That was a big thing back then. People wanted glass shit, So some guy invented like this plastic thing and brought it to him, right? Like, yo, look at this shit. Caesar, I just had him killed on the spot. Like, yo, what are you, nuts? I got 10 million rupees or whatever fucking gold coins into this fucking glass trade shit. You can't let that get out. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Money's kept us back probably more than it's done good, We might be way better off had we not
if we were Amish. I keep saying it, Amish, bro, is the way to go.
I think that no matter which system, whether it's money or some other system, I think that the bad people will still find ways to be bad. It's just kind of like it's not guns that kill people; it's people that use guns. I don't think it's the money that's the bad thing. I think it's the people that decide to do bad things using that system. And I think that no matter what system you have, as long as you have bad people, bad things are going to be done.
Yeah, but I don't know, but because like if they didn't have the money, they wouldn't be able to do this shit. Like if you have 2 rooms with 2 kids in it, and you just put a gun, aka money, in one of the rooms, you know what I mean? Like if they don't have the money, what are you gonna do? Like let's pretend you got rid of money right now.
That's a bigger idea than I think you're considering. Is if they didn't have the money, what you're talking about is none of the systems that are in place today that have to do with money are actually in place. So you got to go all the way back to before money existed and think about, okay, how would that have advanced, and never allow money to be introduced into your simulation to see how it would have advanced to get an idea. It's not just as simple as if you take away all the money right now, things will be better or things will be worse. It's not really fair,
Yeah. I think it's suppressed. I mean, it has made it easier for us to. I don't know. It has.
I think it can be used for pretty bad things, but I think that there are benefits that people should be able to look at and identify and say, okay, yes, it did help with this. I mean, if you look at where we're at, the idea that pretty much anybody that wants to can own like a device that they can contact just about any of their family members at a moment's notice, or at least try to have a chance to. Like that's kind of a big deal, and that's not a negative thing just because it's associated with a price or with capitalism directly or whatever. Like I think that's a thing that could be a positive. It could be a negative, but it could be a positive. So it's like yeah, there's bad things that happen with it, but it's not like no one has ever benefited from capitalism. I think that we pretty much all have benefited somewhere. We have refrigerators that keep our stuff cold without us having to go out to, Lake Michigan during the winter to cut ice out of the lake or whatever,
Yeah, no, I hear you. There is pros and cons to money. There's pros and cons to it. I think that at this point, though, at some point, you're gonna have to be like, enough's enough, because I don't know. Especially the money system we have now, that there's no way that can keep up. But yeah, but you're eventually gonna have to get rid of the barter system and the money system, because it would just be holding us back. Like, I don't know. Would people still invent new things and shit with it? If all of a sudden we're like, all right, no money, everything you need is free. Like, are people still gonna? Is there still gonna be innovation? Are we gonna have some new futuristic shit in 10 years, or like what?
Well, see, that's the
I
thing.
think there would be more shit.
I don't know that, so that might actually be one of the bad things that capitalism has brought about, is the idea that there should be, or it's automatically a positive thing for there to be a progression. Like, if there's nothing wrong if a family decides that they're going to go have a little house and have a little garden and have some goats, and that's just going to be their life. Like, where did the idea come in that they need to have this other thing, and then they need the money to spend on it? Well, I mean, like, capitalism kind of creates that momentum, right? Because it's like, oh, well, you need something to spend the money on. I'm going to create this thing to see if I can get you to spend some of your dollars in my shop. And then the next person's like, oh, but I have this. Maybe you want to come spend your dollars in my shop. And it's like, so I think capitalism, in a way, it creates that momentum, but it doesn't necessarily justify that momentum, other than saying it's capitalism, and so it's justified under capitalism.
Well, I mean, I hear you. If somebody wants to go live on a little farm and do their little thing, that's great. That people should be able to do that. But I also want to have, like, crazy technology stuff in the future. I want to have, crazy good nano robots that make us live to be 500 years old, and the holodeck from Star Trek, and all kinds of crazy shit, right? So, but I feel like as humanity, we need to keep that going. You know what I'm saying? The technology advancing with the materialistic world, like, we definitely need to keep that going. I feel like. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for 3D printers, iRobot, fucking servants and shit.
I personally don't see any inherent value to it, but I do see that it could be, like, I don't see it as an automatic negative either. Like, I think that we could either advance and make 3D printers for everybody, and everybody can do that, or we could not do that. And I think it's fine either way. Like, I think humanity as a whole can be good or bad, or well off or not well off, independent of whether or not we introduce more technology down the road.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to be able to, because before all this technology came about, it seems like humanity was fine enough for us to, spread out all over the world and have, billions of people alive today, or whatever. It just.
Yeah, I hear you. I personally like the the idea of us. No, I hear you. I mean, we were doing good. I like the idea of, like, flying cars and shit like that. So
yeah, no, I get that. I absolutely I hear you on that, and I think that would be cool.
Yeah,
but I don't think there's a real problem that is solved by, like, a television or a flying vehicle. I don't think it's a real problem. I think it's a self-manifested problem by humanity, or a manifested desire. I don't think there's an actual real world problem that's solved by that advancement. I think it's the desire to advance that, like, makes it a problem that we don't have it.
I mean, it would be nice though. Like, let's say we get so technologically advanced, they could put medical nanobots in you, and you can live till you're, for 500 years or something. Like, that'd be dope as fuck, right? No, well, if you could live in your 30s, or in your early 30s or so, it'd be like in your early 30s for, like, hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't.
That'd be dope, bro.
I don't think that would be good for humans. And that comes from my perspective as a Christian, and my perspective is God tried that, he tried letting humans live for hundreds of years, and he saw that it wasn't working out well for humanity in general, and so he shortened the lifespan. And like when I think about like, it's not just normal people trying to live their lives and do the best they can that would have that extension. It would also be all of the horrible, awful people doing horrible, awful things every day that would also have that extension.
They would get better at doing like we get better at our stuff, and they'd get better at doing horrible things and shit.
Right. That's way more years for the psychopath to come up with and devise evil workings, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know. I think. Well, I mean, if we could solve that issue and have everyone mentally, stable and shit, we knew,
Oh yeah.
I feel like if we had parenting good, like you wouldn't have that many psychopathic people, and we'd be able to weed them out and shit, whatever. But yeah, you'd be able to weed them out over time. Like, oh, this kid's is, I don't know.
Yeah, if we could ensure that people were good instead of bad, there's a lot of things that would work out very well, I think.
Well, okay. Here's what I'm for. I used to think this was a really good idea. Until I got into how everything works and shit. But I used to think it was a good idea to GPS track people. Like, remember Demolition Man? How they knew where everyone was?
I don't know if I ever seen that.
Well, they had everyone GPS tracked, basically, right? So they knew where you were instantly. So if a murder happened, they would know. They'd be like, "Oh, this heartbeat stopped, and who's next to him?" All kinds of shit. Like,
yeah.
And I used to think, I'm like, yo, that's a really good idea. You almost get rid of murder. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be like, yeah, you could still poison someone and you could still set a trap or something, but for the most part,
I would argue you wouldn't actually almost get rid of murder. You would put the ability to murder into other people's hands. Whoever's in control of that system gets to decide who gets blamed for murder. That's all.
What do you mean?
They get to murder anybody they want, and then say, "Oh, look, this other person was there. They did it." I mean, that's really what all you'd be doing is transferring the power of murder from the general public to the special interests, essentially.
As our system is now, yes, that's not a good idea. But if everyone was raised right and we knew to do the right thing and everything, then I mean, there wouldn't even be murder if that was the case. So I don't know.
Right. There you go. You don't even need to solve the problem if that's the case.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. You ever see the movie K-Pack?
I don't think that's a solvable problem. I don't think that there will ever be a time on this physical earth that humanity will be wholly 100% good instead of there being some evil. I think there will always be some evil.
I think we could get there. We could get there. I don't know. I have hope that's possible.
I have hope,
someday.
but it's not for this physical world. I think
it doesn't
that's
seem
that
likely,
takes place
but
elsewhere.
It doesn't seem likely, but I feel like, I don't know. Hopefully one day we can get to that point where, you get rid of evil. People doing bad things, and because inside what's right and what's wrong. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's something you learned over the years. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know.
I don't think it's in you to start. Again, that's from my Christian perspective, where God tells us that it's literally not in there to start with. It has to be learned, and there's only one place to learn it.
Which is what? The Bible?
Yeah, His Word. Yeah.
I don't know. If we lived 400, 500 years ago or whatever, we would think it'd be okay to, we would know inside of us that it's okay to own slaves or something. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, but what's the problem with what happened back then? Was it the fact that people worked for other people, or was there something else that was being violated when that took place? We still have people working for other people today. We still have slavery. It's just on different terms.
It's a nicer form of it. The best way to have The best way to have slaves is to make them know that they're not even, to make them think that they're not even slaves. Because with slaves, you have to have guards and fucking shit, and you have uprisings, right? If the people don't even know they're slaves, that's perfect. You don't have to have no guards. You know, you don't have to, there's not going to be any uprisings. They don't even know they're fucking slaves.
Right. The best way to have a slave is to treat them like what they are, a human being. Care about them. Love them as another human like you're supposed to. Love your neighbor as yourself. Even if you're the boss, they're still a human, and you should still treat them as such. And if people were doing that, the discussion of master and slave wouldn't even be an issue, because everybody would be receiving what they deserve as far as care and love, and you know what I mean, like, and support. Like, that would be there. And so the issue of master and slave wouldn't even really be an issue. It's whenever somebody removes that part where they are loving their neighbor as their self, and they determine that they have the right to no longer treat that person as human, or treat them as much of a human, or love them as themselves. They don't actually have that right as far as morally right and wrong. They're wrong for not treating them like a human being, like they're supposed to be treated. But that's actually where the problem lies. The problem doesn't lie in the label of master or slave, or one person working for another person. That's not where the problem is.
I'm telling you, man, we got to get rid of money and all move under.
Get rid of money and move underground. We should be hobbits.
Fuck yeah, bro. Dude, those Hobbit homes were dope. Hell yeah, no.
Those
homes,
were those are cool looking. Like, you look at those movies, those are cool looking houses. I would not mind having a house like Frodo. Like, that would be.
There's a lot of thermal mass. Yeah, bro, that was a cool. It looked cool too. Yeah, and there's a lot of thermal mass around that those houses, right? So you're like, it like keeps it cool and hot. You don't have to have much heating and cooling going with that. Bro, I know how to heat a space up by just having a fire without even having a fire inside. Like, if I had it my way, I would have built a fire pit closer to the house. And then all you got to do is drape like a piece of plastic and have a piece of that space blanket behind it. And that shit will get dumb hot. Really? Like, if it was up to, if my wife won't let me do any crazy shit around the house though, but you could heat your house up for dumb cheap, dude. Yeah, man, Hobbit homes. Them shits are awesome. They're for midgets, but I mean, you could build a taller one. I love those movies. I'm not going front. Big fan of that. I got weird ideas. You know, and if everyone was self-sufficient like that, that's how you could shut down some kind of like pandemic thing or something, right? If any kind of catastrophe happens, like, we'll all still be good. As it stands right now, our infrastructure is so fragile. One fucking thing and we're toast. You know what I'm saying? But if every house or every little community is producing their own water, food, electricity and shit, you know what I'm saying? If we keep the infrastructure on, you keep the infrastructure on. Like, if one community's infrastructure goes down, okay, whatever. Maybe the community next to them helps or whatever. But you don't have a worldwide like failure of shit that could happen as it stands now.
But then how would they sell us fear, Jeremy? Come on.
They got to keep you in fear. Yeah. I mean, dude, our shit's real fragile right now. Like, if one thing happens, we'd be fucked. The electrical grid went out for too long.
That's okay. They can just change the definition of electrical grid. Fine.
If the food ever stopped coming into the cities, if that ever stopped, forget about that.
Change the definition of famine. Problem solved.
Keep
it coming.
Well, most people have like 3 days worth of food in their house. I think it was. All right. So on the 4th day of food not coming in, and I don't know if you know this, but the amount of food in the supermarket, there's not a lot of food in the supermarket. That shit could get wiped out in like 5 minutes. So I think we all probably learned that after COVID.
It wouldn't last super long, even though it seems like maybe it would, because it seems like a lot, like for one family, maybe, or for one person or one family. But like, if you consider how many people are actually in just like a 1 mile radius of you, we have like, I think like 3 or 4 grocery stores here in Anago where I live. And like, I think our population is somewhere around 9,000, 8 to 9,000 or whatever. It's like, those grocery stores are not going to last very long if there's a really, like a real problem.
And there's not a lot of food in the back of the grocery store either. Like, pretty much what you see out there, like, yeah, there's a few like little carts worth of shit in the back usually, maybe a few boxes and pallets, but nothing. There's not anything crazy back there. Like, that's
right. Like,
you know
I mean,
what I mean?
why would there be? Their goal is to like not have it sit back there and get past the date, right? They want to try and keep the flow going. So get it out, right?
The only thing back there is if shit just came in, or if it wouldn't fit on the shelf, right? They're not really fucking around with like trying to store shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, because I mean, so basically, a lot of that food stuff is probably on a timer, and like as soon as if not when it gets canned or gets on the road, then when it gets to the store, it's probably on a timer of some sort. A lot of it, if not all of it, and so like I'm guessing their goal is probably try to have enough on hand to meet demand, but don't have so much on hand that you're sitting there with stuff that you're not selling through it, or you're not going to be able to sell it in just a little bit because of the date or whatever. Or well,
yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so okay, your city, let's say in your area, whatever, the food stops coming in, and it's been like 5. You're on your 5th, 6th, 7th day of the food not coming in. Shit's gonna get fucking real quick, bro. Like, how much food? How long could you go without having to go to the grocery market and none of your people die from starvation?
Well, okay, so I think that there's possibly been a trick pulled on us. Last year, I think it was sometime, I went, I think it was like 5 days without eating any food. And I didn't really feel bad. Like, at first, it was uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable, but then like after a while, like it wasn't even necessarily that big of a deal. And in the Bible, they talk about like fasting for like 30 or 40 days or whatever. I think we actually can last way longer on a little bit of food or no food than they make it seem like we can. I think if I didn't eat anything for a week, I would still have a pretty good chunk of my fat left on my body. I wouldn't feel like great. I wouldn't feel as like super energetic and awesome, but I also don't think that I would be like even necessarily right at death's door either.
So if you think you had like a jar of peanut butter, I don't know, whatever, a bag of rice, a jar of peanut butter or something.
Yeah.
What, like you'd be good for like a couple months off like a jar of peanut butter? You think you could survive?
I think probably for like a month or two, we could probably make like a bag of rice and some peanut butter work. As long as we had some water somewhere that was not dangerous for us to drink and stuff.
Yeah.
I think we could probably make it work. It wouldn't be comfortable. It wouldn't be fun or convenient, but I think that we could probably make that work.
Like your whole family, like a bag of rice and a jar of peanut butter lasts you a month?
Yeah. Like I would maybe be eating like a little bit of peanut butter and some rice like once a week. The kids would probably get theirs like either every other day or maybe like a little bit once a day. And then like the littlest one, we would probably just have him like breastfeed or something off his mom. His mom would probably get the most. And I think we could probably make it work. And like, I guess maybe that's not even. I wouldn't just sit around doing that. I would be going out and looking for berries. I would be going out looking for flowers and anything that seems like it would be capable of like being safe and edible and provide something. I would be doing that. I wouldn't just be sitting around the house hoping something happens.
Absolutely, you're digging for worms. Yeah, you're digging for worms, trying to fish something. Absolutely. I actually bought BB guns just for that. Like, you know, I got a little 22, but I'm like, 22 is fucking 22 shells are cheap, but a BB gun obviously is way cheaper. And you know,
the 22 shell would have some lead, so that might not even be a good idea. If you're gonna shoot fish to like possibly have that lead in there, I don't know.
We'll shoot like a squirrel. I'm thinking like birds, squirrels, rabbits. I'd actually try to catch the rabbits. I'd actually try to catch the rabbits and then just get a male and a female rabbit, and now you just have like this little rabbit farm going.
Oh man, trap some rabbit. Now you're basically you are the supermarket now. You got the rabbits. You're good to go.
What I mean, yeah. My front yard is full of dandelions, so
get a rooster and some chickens, and oh boy.
Yeah, like that's. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of land to make a family survive. You have a little aquaponics thing going. You could have some rabbits, some chickens. You know, everyone loves eggs.
The whole idea that like this food shortage concept that people are talking about, it's like if everyone relies on the system, then yes, there could be a food shortage based on the system. If you're talking about the earth overall in general, we're not even close. It's like I don't know that we can have a food shortage if we literally tried to have one as far as the earth is concerned.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of food for everyone on the earth, yeah. But the food shortage would be like you know, if something happened with our infrastructure, I think they actually got shook recently because of what the truckers did in Canada. I think that the elite or whoever saw that could be an issue. So I think they're gonna get pushing with these self-driving trucks, like left lane.
Maybe
Travis.
maybe.
Yeah, left lane Travis. They're gonna be out of a job soon. They ain't gonna leave that power into the people's hands. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, yo, if we're gonna shut shit down, it's gonna be us that does it, not fucking you guys.
Right. We'll make that decision, not you plebs.
Yeah. Yeah, they ain't gonna let us decide if shit gets shut down. They'll definitely be the ones to do that. So
I was thinking about mirrors some more, and based on how they say light works, I'm not sure that mirrors should work at all. Because
all right,
they say that the light has to bounce off of the object and get to your eye for you to see it, right?
Yeah.
And for the mirror to reflect it to your eye, it has to the light has to hit the object, bounce, hit the mirror, bounce, and come back to your eye to have you see it. So for the mirror to work, it shouldn't work, because for the mirror to like see an object, like the light has to be coming off of the object, and because you can move around objects, the light has to be coming off of every direction of the object, right? Because it doesn't matter what direction you look at the object, you can see it, which means light's coming off of it from literally every direction, right? Other than maybe under it, because under it you can't see. And so if there's no light there, then obviously that's fine. But every other direction, you can look at it from any angle and see it. So that must mean
Bob,
the light would be coming off every direction. What's that?
Bob, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this like light bouncing thing as well. It's just a crock of shit. Like for light to be picking up an image and dragging it from the horizon to your eyeball is ridiculous. That's what they say. They say that you're not just viewing an image. What it is the image is actually moving with the light at the speed of light to your eyeball.
Yeah.
That light is dragging the information to your eyeball, right? And if that's the case, if you looked any other direction besides one direction, you're going to have crisscross lines of images, just like such a messy tangle web of blur. It's just going to be a blur, and that's why I think that light is not traveling at all.
I don't think so either. I don't think that light travels. I don't think that the proton or photon or whatever it is, I don't think that's a thing at all. I don't think that light is a beam or a ball of energy or anything like that. I don't think that's anything even remotely close to what light is. I think that our vision and I think sight and light work in the form of like almost like signals or something, where it's like objects radiate at a frequency or something along those lines, and so like light somehow causes objects to be visible in the vision spectrum through some sort of type of like radiation or field or signal, rather than anything like traveling anywhere. I don't think it has to travel at all. I think it's just a matter of light causes it to be visible.
It's a resonance. It's a vibration, which is the underlying essence of light itself. Because resonance can be either portrayed as sound, or it can be portrayed as light, and that light is a frequency. Yeah, it's there where you see it. It's not being pulled to your eyeball by some magical. That's why your example of the mirror is so good. It would be good if you could investigate like more into this mirror thing, because that would just be such a blurry mess if that was true. If what they say is true, yeah.
Mic check, mic check.
Hello. Yeah, once Jeremy gets back, I'll keep trying to explain what I'm trying to say or whatever.
Mirrors are definitely interesting. I saw like a video on TikTok about like this strange effect. So I have this mirror in my room, in my closet door, and the mirror it doesn't go below my knees. So I got close to it and I looked in the mirror, but through the mirror I can see my knees, my feet, which is crazy when you think about it, because if it's a reflective thing, how is it reflecting something that it isn't seeing?
I was talking to Jeremy a while back about the idea of like something that isn't the light, the angle doesn't seem right for reflecting an object that you can see in the mirror. Like it doesn't seem like the angle would allow for something to bounce off of the object and hit the mirror and you see it the way that you see it. It doesn't seem like it works. Like it doesn't seem like it has the right angle for that to even be possible.
And I don't know if you've noticed, like every time I've seen a lot of like mirror experiments, like on the jungle and whatever. And every time animals like approach mirrors, they always look in the back part of the mirror. I mean, like they always go like around the mirror, because in their mind, I think like they think like they're looking at like some sort of portal.
What up?
Hello.
How you doing, bro?
Did any of you guys catch the fight the tight shirt and Howard debate on modern day debate today?
No.
Typical Glober bullshit. Typical tactics, interrupting. Very. I mean, it seems like a script at this point.
Really? Is there a YouTube link?
What was that?
Is there a YouTube link?
Oh, I can barely understand you. Your headphone, your mic sounds muffled a little bit.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, 100%, man.
Is there a YouTube link?
Nah. Just put in modern day debate. You'll probably see the latest video.
How long is it? I can't watch it right now, but I might check it out.
All right, let me see if I can locate a debate for you. Give me a second. A link.
I'm at work right now, so I'm just listening. Yeah. Yeah. Just by the thumbnail, this is just so telling of just another hit piece, man. I doubt that the person even arguing for FE is even a genuine believer or a genuine forward thinking person.
For light to be traveling and moving that image to your eye, it would have to be doing that at all times. Yeah.
Say that again. What did you say?
Yeah, I said for light to be reflecting the image into your eye, basically dragging the image into your eye, you would have to be doing that at all times because your eye doesn't have some special magic mechanism to drag that image to your eye on command. The reflected images with light moving would have to be reflecting all images in every direction at all times. And that's when the conundrum comes in, because it would just be a messy blur. So you think about what they say is that when you are looking at something, you're looking at that image because the image is being brought to your eye at the speed of light in a package. That image package is traveling to your eye so you can see it. That would have to be happening from every angle all around like a hologram at all times. Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Like, if you consider what has to be happening, like all objects have to be that you can see have to be bouncing light in every direction that it's visible from at all times, and that means how would we ever get a sharp image of anything ever with all of that bouncing in all different directions all at the same time? How is everything not just a blurry mess? Because like if you think you just have, even if you take just two objects that are in front of you, like 3 feet ahead of you at eye level, two objects, all of the degrees that they have to be bouncing just for you to see it from the angle that you're at, every possible direction within that set amount of degrees, they both have to be bouncing information, light information, in all of those directions at the same time, which means they have to be crossing paths at every single possible, like, whatever the smallest point is, every single one of them at all times. So how is any of it not blurry, muddy, like just a mess?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to render and register one particular object because it would be crossing over with another one.
Yeah.
Therefore, light's not traveling. You're just seeing the image where the fucking image is, right? You're looking at a painting, a live painting. It's fucking hell, what a nut job they've made out of it.
What an absurd idea.
Well, how does a projector work? Like, it's projecting the image onto a screen, yeah, and that's just light, yeah. So you're able to see the image on the wall. Have to think about that one. How can we explain away light not moving? Because I'm just trying to get to the truth. Yeah, how do we explain away light not moving when the light from a projector is being projected onto a wall, and then we see the moving image?
I would say it has to do with the signal. So the projector could be changing the signal of whatever frequency or radiation or whatever of the wall. So normally it would project, whatever color the wall is or whatever, whereas the projector can be whatever is coming out from the projector could be changing the signal that the wall is sending or whatever, or radiating.
So light inherently is holographic in nature, I would say.
Did you say your girlfriend is holographic in nature?
My blow-up doll girlfriend that I take to work every day in Japan.
So are you saying that when I watch this Tupac hologram, that I'm not perceiving Tupac as he was actually?
What we're saying is what you're actually seeing is that guy's girlfriend. That's what we're saying. Maybe not.
So now I'm wondering, you know, if Tupac got shot, did the light bend, and now we're just? I'm sorry.
Like I can look at my windowsill and I can see a water droplet, and I look very closely at the water droplet. I can see an inverted image of the trees in the background in that water droplet. Is it just a magnifying? Is it just a lens? So it's inverting the image and I can see the full image in that water droplet. How is the image being brought into that water droplet?
Are you asking how light works?
Yeah, I want to know because I think it's pretty fucked up, the explanation that they give to us.
I don't know. The explanation that they settled on 100 years ago led to most of the technology we use now. So I'd say it's pretty on point. What do I know? I was gonna well, I'll bring it up in hold on a second.
Was anybody here before when dude was going off about how geodesic lines represent the direction of objects' gravitational pull and shit? Y'all were there for that?
I wasn't here for that. Was that today or something? Or?
I was absolutely here for that. And now that we have Pocho in the house, Pocho, can geodesics be curved, or I'm sorry, can geodesics be straight, or do geodesics always have to be curved?
You understand a straight line is a geodesic, right?
It's straight, so geodesics are straight lines.
No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, no.
Geodesics curve in any axis.
Listen. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Here we go.
So I just want to see.
Yes.
You
First of all, hello.
wrong.
How you doing?
Yeah. Okay. Listen, dude. Yeah. So right. So a geodesic is the general term. Okay. Geodesic is a general term, and Euclidean surfaces, right, like a flat plane surface. A geodesic is a straight line. Okay. And on a sphere, a geodesic would represent a great circle. Do you understand now?
No word games. When we talk, you know what we're talking about when we mean straight lines. We mean curving in any axis. And a straight line doesn't curve in any axis. Okay.
I feel like you didn't listen to what I said. A straight line is a geodesic. In a specific.
So you're telling me geodesics don't curve in any axes? No axes.
No, what I'm telling you is that a geodesic is the general term, is the over-encompassing term in which a straight line is simply a subset, and a straight line.
Do straight lines curve in any axis?
In Euclidean space, no.
Which is 3D space, which is what we live in, right?
Oh, which is
in reality. Reality is 3D space,
flat
right?
surfaces and that kind of thing. We're talking about topology.
Anyways, I didn't want to take it over from where was this guy going with this? Nate was in here talking some wild shit earlier, bro, about geodesics being straight
No
line.
offense to Nate. Nate's my boy, and I won't want to say anything.
He's a liability, I know.
Sometimes no, he just misspeaks, maybe.
He's a
but
globe liability.
yeah,
We know it's fine. I know.
But he probably was misspeaking for all I know. He probably could have been saying it accurately. And I mean, geodesics strictly are curved on a curved surface. Like I said, a geodesic would represent a great circle, which is the shortest path between 2 points, but it's also obviously curved for this on curved surface.
We were talking about space-time and how things move through space in geodesics, right? So when something falls, he was distinctly talking about things falling.
Right. Well, that's in Einstein's general relativity. Space-time is curved because of mass being introduced to it, and because it's curved, it goes from being a Euclidean, geometry to non-Euclidean, in which the shortest path between 2 points ends up being curved path.
But if something was falling, wouldn't be a curved path. It would just be a straight line. Like if you just drop something, it just drops straight down, right? Things don't just drop in like curved paths for no reason.
Well, it may look like it's a straight line or whatever, but it's in the actual geometry of space-time, it's a curved path.
So plumb lines are curving then. That's what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, bro, you're saying plumb lines curve, bro. You're on some crazy shit today. Or did you have some bad Chinese food recently?
I'm trying to tell you the basics of general relativity.
Did you have some bad Chinese food recently?
Oh my god, no, dude. Listen, this is the whole point that Einstein had to come up with, was that space-time wasn't a straight, and it wasn't a straight construct. It was this construct that becomes curved, which is what gives the effect of mass attracting mass, things falling, all that stuff.
Things can fall in a straight line, right?
Things can fall in a straight line?
Yeah.
What are you asking now? Hold on a second, man.
Things fall. You pick something up and you drop it, and it falls straight now, right? Plumb lines. Yeah. You're all going. Plumb lines aren't curving, right? It's just falling in straight lines, right?
Yes. Shut up, my computer.
Like a real straight line, not your bullshit curving straight line, like straight. Listen, whenever we refer to a straight line, we're always talking about Euclidean geometry. We're never talking about your bullshit. If we're talking about your bullshit, we'll specify, okay, we're talking about your bullshit straight line that's actually curving. That's not straight.
You brought up space-time. Space-time is referencing curved geometry.
Okay, but I know, but when you drop something though, right? You just pick something up and drop it. That shit falls in a straight line, like really Euclidean straight, right?
I mean, it depends on what, like if you're talking about the way we observe it, then yeah, of course.
So that's not a geodesic. That's not a geodesic then, right? Because that's an actual straight line.
Okay, check this out, dude. If you're referring to what we see and what we see is through space, yes, that's a straight line. If you're referring to space-time, then that's not a straight line. It's a geodesic, which ends up being curved. It's still the shortest path, but it's not. It's not a straight line.
I know. I've heard it all before. All right, this bullshit GR, it's fucking crazy.
I have even more bullshit for you, dude.
It's a reification fallacy, honestly. This whole space-time thing.
Yes,
you know that, right?
That's what
they do say that. They do say that.
Gregory and what's it? You, I guess. A lot of people.
Well, I mean, you say space-time's bending. There has to be this physical thing that's actually bending. Like, this is a concept. Now you're giving it physical attributes in the real world. Like, you're the fucking ringleader of this shit, too. I know. You think fucking space-time is actually physical. Yeah, you're the fucking ringleader of all this.
It's got physical consequences, so in that aspect, I would consider it physical. I wouldn't consider it
Rumpus
tangible.
was in here saying, okay, listen to this. You should have heard the shit I was going through with Rumpus earlier. If something moves faster, right? If something moves faster, you say you have two objects, and I want to make one of them move faster. I need a force, and I need to have a greater force to make that happen, right? Like you're about to get all kinds of caught up right now.
If you apply
What's that?
some force, I mean, if you want to apply some acceleration, then you need to apply some force, sure.
Bro, we got two things moving. One of them things is moving faster than the other thing. Same identical objects. Right?
Okay.
You with me so far? We got two identical objects. One of them's moving faster.
Side
The one
by
that's
side.
moving faster has to have a greater force, right?
Neither of them need to have force. But keep going.
What? So objects can move without
You're
a force?
describing is called momentum.
Can we move objects without a force?
The objects are already moving in your example.
Yes, there's two objects moving. You need a force to move objects, right?
And not if they're already
Especially if
moving.
you want to move one object faster than the other object, you're definitely going to need a greater force, right?
Okay, you should rephrase what you're saying because you're
No,
you're
he
saying,
doesn't need to. You're
you
avoiding
you have
saying
two-
yes
if you have
because
two-
you know it
he
supports
knows
his
it,
argument, bro.
because I already
the
told him he's
answer is
about to get
no.
caught up.
The answer is no. So, yeah, and if you rephrase
Yeah, because
what
if you
you're
said
asking,
yes, that supports his argument. You're afraid of saying yes.
no, the answer is no. That the answer he's asking is no. But if you were to
good.
instead ask the question, if they were stationary and then you ended up with these two objects moving at two different speeds, then that would make more sense. And yeah, they would require a larger force. But if you just have two objects that are already moving at two different speeds, then there's no forces involved.
We're going to move two objects, right? Two of the same objects. One of them we're going to make go faster.
And they're both
We
stationary.
want this other one to go faster. Yeah, they're both stationary. We want this.
Okay.
We're going to make this other one go faster. Right? We need a greater force, right?
They're the same mass.
Identical objects, man. Bro, I know why you're tiptoeing.
I'm trying to make it clear, dude. The answer is yes.
Yeah, same exact object. Right?
Okay,
They're
the answer is yes.
not moving. They're not moving.
The
We
answer
want to
is
make
yes.
one of them. We want to make one of them go faster. We're going to need a greater force, right?
Yeah.
Why Rumpus was telling me we didn't need a greater force. In fact, if you had a grandfather clock, two grandfather clocks identical, one on the top of the Eiffel Tower and one on the bottom of the Eiffel Tower, one of them is going to be moving faster, right?
Wait, say it again.
We got two grandfather clocks, pendulum swinging, all that, right?
Okay. I'm listening, but not hearing anything.
My AirPod died. Relax. Two identical grandfather clocks. One's on the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. One's on the top of the Eiffel Tower. Pendulum swinging. The one on the top, on the top, is going to be swinging faster due to GR or SR, whatever one it is. I don't care. It doesn't matter. But one of them in your paradigm has to be swinging faster, right? Because time's moving faster at the top. Because you're moving faster.
Give me a second, sir.
Yeah, this is a tough one, boy. I had Rumpus stuttering earlier.
Tough one. It's not a tough one. There's just two. There's two.
Cough drop.
Okay, well that's
we had them
fine.
all up.
That's fine, man. It's not that it's a stumping question. It's just there's two things happening at once. So there's two things that are going to be making them different at once. So I'm trying to see which one would overpower the other, or if they would cancel each other out. But
the one at the top's moving faster. Earth's spinning. It's moving faster at the top. The clock on the top of the Eiffel Tower, and you can see them both. I'm a mile out with a telescope. I can see both the clocks. Same time for me, because I'm sitting there chilling, just watching this shit. Now we got something moving faster. A bigger force. What's the force?
Give me a second, dude.
I know this is a tough one. Take your time.
No, look, well, hold on, dude. I'm trying to tell you, there's two things happening at once. You have gravitational time. What? Excuse me? You have three things happening at once. You have gravitational time dilation, and then you have the special relativity time dilation, and then you have the fact that they're one's further from the gravitational. When there's less gravity for the higher, the lower one, and so the actual pendulum itself is going to be affected differently.
What?
But I'm trying to see if that's going to cancel out the other thing, or if they're going to, if one's much greater than the other. So hold on.
You lost me with that one.
Yeah, I'm catching the gist of this.
So, can you show the math, please? Just like in school.
Yeah, Rumpus's explanation for this was that time actually, what did he say? He said time actually slows down rather than the object. Or so, I don't know what he said. It was so absurd.
That's what they say, yeah. Time physically expands and slows down.
Yeah, like how do you even make sense of that? That doesn't make sense.
Well, just unfalsifiable nonsense.
Interesting stuff, guys.
Hey, Coach, so would you say that gravity pulls things down to the earth?
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm answering Jeremy's question.
No, you're good. I'm about to eat anyway. I'm not even going to set you up. Just so you know, gravity doesn't pull things down to the earth, according to relativity. You could say in layman's basically that it's like pushed down to the earth, like space-time pushes things down to the earth, but gravity doesn't pull things down to the earth, according to relativity. That's like a misnomer.
I'm not sure who misnomers that, but they were asking about that earlier. They were asking about things, gravity causing things to move along a geodesic in space-time, which is all that's happening. It's moving through a straight path through space-time, which, it's moving through a geodesic through space-time, which could end up being a curved path because of the distortion.
Oh yeah.
It's actually
I'm not trying to take away from y'all's combo. I was just saying, like, you said you're not sure who misnomers that. I don't actually know if that's a verb, but everyone in the world, basically, like everyone just says and believes that gravity pulls everything down to the earth. So I mean, it's somewhat pedantic, I suppose, but I think it's interesting because whenever you say what it really is and that it's supposedly pushed down to the earth, it really kind of shows how ridiculous the theory is. It's like, oh, this invisible fabric of concepts pushes things down to the earth. That seems weird. But when people think like there's this magical force from the center of the ball pulling everything to it, it's like easier for them to believe it. So that's why they say that to everyone, even though that's not what the theory says. I just thought that was interesting.
Actually, I think it's even weirder than that because there's no push either. It's just basically time dilation over time, which gives the appearance of the mass attracting mass, at least with the gravitational attraction.
Yeah, I agree in a sense like that. Technically speaking, pushing it down would be kind of crude, just more accurate than pulling it down. It's kind of like a railroad track that falls down a well. You know what I'm saying? That's but it's basically like the collapsing pressure of the warping of the fabric of space-time. So yeah, I mean, it's getting crazy out here, man. I think that if I was a glober, I would disavow relativity, right? And you don't have to go on a limb to do it because quantum and cosmological scales debunk it. So I would just say there's something else that we have to come up with, right? I wouldn't like cling on to that. I just don't really see why people do, because I'm sure you actually are one of the Globers that know they are coming up with all kinds of alternative theories like biometric gravity, like a neo-Newtonian dynamic approach. And there's probably like 30,
relativity.
40.
Relativity is on its way out. Even Veach used to tell me that.
Yeah, like it's dead.
Like Veach was hopelessly wrong. But we were talking about that last night about the Mon theory, Eric Verlander. He has an interesting thing that satisfies one aspect of one of the problems, it satisfies dark matter and that kind of thing, but doesn't address the many things that general relativity gets correct. So, and I think that that's one thing that he kind of he sort of admit, like it's something to be hopeful for because it's got a potential to explain things that we don't understand about it, but it's in no way coming close to answering the questions that general relativity answers. Actually, nothing is.
Well, there's a lot of different theories, right? It's not just one guy. Like, I have a list in the house, but there's like easily a couple dozen. One of them says that the variable of the speed of light is it changes. Like it isn't a constant speed. That's to explain things that lead us to believe light or things go faster than the speed of light. I'm just saying that in reality, there's a whole bunch of people, or a decent amount of people, trying to come up with a new theory for gravity, like a brand new theory for gravity, and let the anti-flat earthers say it. Relativity's been proven imperfect. And the truth is, or they say it's incomplete. That's their like weasel out way. Oh, it's not wrong. It's just incomplete. No, it's wrong. Some of its predictions are wrong, right? So it's like, it's not just incomplete, it's wrong. As in, if you wanted to complete it, you'd have to change it. You'd have to change what it predicts. So I just wanted to throw that out there in the ether. The truth of the matter is like, there's a lot of people, quote unquote experts, that are trying to come up with new theories of gravity, not complete relativity. They're trying to come up with a new one. And that's the actual situation that we're in. And then it should really make you think like, damn, bro, like maybe, just maybe, the Earth isn't this spinning globe, I assume, because the glue of the model is actually already falsified. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, the gravity glue, yeah.
It's like already been falsified. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was a glober, I promise that I would not be going around defending relativity. It seems very short-sighted, like, because in 5 to 10 years, it will be replaced at the least. And they may take the contraction aspect of it. They may integrate certain parts of relativity, but it will be an entirely new theory because it has to be. So why don't you guys get ahead of it? Why wouldn't you guys want to kind of get ahead of it and just be honest? And like, a lot of you guys are obviously interested in quote unquote science because you are in here talking about it every day. Like, I see Jason's in here. He's obviously interested in it. He does it, right? And it's like, why not stop why cling on to what can't actually be the answer? Why don't you try to go figure out something else? I would, of course, classify as a futile pursuit because the Earth's not a spinning ball. But anyway, there you go. I'll stop talking so much.
It's over, Coach. It's over. Give it up.
All right. Yeah,
I got a lot of respect for Kojo.
It's news that I appreciate that. It's news that general relativity is being
is dead.
People are coming up with counter theories, but it's actually not news, and it's been the case since general relativity was first thought of. People are always trying to find the new, more expanding idea. Even that Andrea Ghez or whatever, the lady who took the picture of the black hole. That's the whole reason she did that, was to see if she could find problems with Einstein's theory, general relativity.
Yeah, relativity can't explain singularities. That's like obvious and just everyone knows that. But so it can't explain a black hole at all. But that's not really the point. My point is, it can't mathematically explain a black hole because it can't work out singularity, and that is a well-known fact. But
it can't describe what's going on inside of a black hole.
Yeah, it can't even, not even mathematically. Like, relativity doesn't work to do that. It doesn't work with singularities, right? Like it is incompatible with singularity. So, but I think it's dishonest that you're saying that you're trying to paint it like, oh, well, people are always trying to come up with something new or add to, No, dude, it's 2022, and we have a lot of things that have blatantly contradicted relativity. So
like what?
Like what?
Hmm?
Yeah, like, well, again, for one, you can't even explain singularity. You can't even mathematically.
That doesn't contradict general relativity, though.
The entire quantum scale contradicts relativity.
How so?
Oh, you're saying it doesn't?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that. You're saying that these things contradict one another when they don't. They just don't explain
Address
one
it.
another. Yeah,
Well,
that's not contradicting it.
Well, that's a convenient claim, right? The claim requires you to say that quantum is like this totally different world where relativity just doesn't apply. So that's a cop-out because it should apply everywhere.
Quantum electrodynamics encompasses special relativity.
So relativity works perfectly fine with quantum mechanics. It's what quantum
No,
field
it doesn't.
Sorry, man. It does. It's what
Okay,
QFT is a relativistic quantum mechanical theory.
Okay, first of all, special relativity doesn't mean anything. No one cares about special relativity, okay? Because you don't need special relativity, you need general relativity, okay? So if you can say, oh, we can work out special relativity on the quantum scale, that doesn't mean anything. That is a worthless statement. You need GR. You don't need special relativity.
There's also quantum field theories that incorporate curved manifolds and whatnot.
But there's still a whole lot of things that can't really be explained with a relativistic approach. I mean, I can go into my house and cite Stanford. Will that change the subject at all, or is Stanford stupid and doesn't know as much about the heliocentric paradigm as you guys?
A million different things saying relativity works perfectly fine.
No, it says it's incompatible. It says it's incompatible with the quantum scale.
Quantum field theory is a fucking relativistic theory, dude.
That's right. It's an attempt to integrate quantum with relativity, but it is not accurate. You act as if it works perfectly. That's dishonest. I will just cite Stanford.
Accurate theory science has ever come up with.
So why are people trying to come up with replacements then?
Because scientists are always trying to come up with replacements. You're always trying to explain what hasn't been explained yet. That's what science is.
You mean it's trying to fix some of the problems with relativity?
Yes, exactly. Things aren't explained about gravity. Exactly.
Yeah, there's always a forefront of the field.
Like, have you heard of biometric gravity, Jace?
No, God, tell me about it.
No, I'm just asking. Biometric gravity, it breaks up into two primary sectors, and one of them is focusing on, basically it postulates a variable speed of light. This is a very popular...
I've heard of many different modified gravity theories and other hypotheses, but the issue is with all of them, most of them, they're adding new fields and new particles that haven't been observed, but the issue is they only explain a few effects and they don't explain all the other effects. They don't work with all the other effects that relativity explains, and that's why they're not accepted.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, that's the problem, because we can't merge the two because they are incompatible, right? We can't adequately merge the quantum scale with GR. We can do it somewhat, but when you act like it just, everything works perfect and quantum field is relativity, works perfect, that is just blatantly wrong, man. I think you know that, though.
Well, the issue with doing QFT and curved space-time as per se is that the energy scale that requires just can't be tested yet.
Okay, just I'm walking in the rain. I can't talk.
That's the primary issue with it, is you can come up with, like, Sean Carroll has a QFT that uses GR, but the energy scale required, there's nothing on Earth yet that can probe that energy scale to see if it's true or not. But the issue with all these other theories is, one, most of them add new fields and particles that we haven't observed, can't observe, etc. And they only explain limited effects. They explain like one or two things, but they don't work for everything else. So it makes no sense to accept those hypotheses that don't explain as much as general relativity does. But scientists are always going to keep coming up with hypotheses and trying to find new ones that explain more. That's like what our job is.
So you're convinced that there is nothing else to be had from theories about space-time?
Dude, did you miss the last
Yeah.
minute?
I think he just said the opposite.
All right, so then what's wrong with new ideas, bro?
There's nothing wrong with them.
But you're saying they're not suffice.
Yeah, the ones that are out there right now don't explain and predict as much as general relativity does. And that's why they're not accepted as a consensus of being the correct hypothesis. And nonetheless, like even if we do, find a hypothesis that explains more than general relativity, it's not going to change anything on the Earth scale and human scale. Like, it's not like all of a sudden, like, gravity is going to be gone and doesn't exist anymore. That's not going to happen. But
I'm trying
yeah,
to figure out. Go ahead.
Lakosha, go ahead.
Well, no, Jeremy was telling about this question he asked Rumpus earlier. It just got me thinking, trying to calculate.
So, Jace, let's ask Jace. Maybe he won't fucking tiptoe tap dance around his bullshit like Kosha was.
I may.
Jace,
Tiptoe.
you may. You've been getting gangster. I'm not gonna lie. You've been getting gangster recently, Jace. I've been listening. The streets is watching. All right. So, Jace, we got two identical objects. One of them's moving faster than the other one. Do we have to have a greater force to make the other one move faster?
Sure.
Yeah, it didn't sound too confident. We're not going forward. Are you sure or sure?
Yeah, sure.
Like, sure, you sound like sure, whatever. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't care.
Yes, you to accelerate.
Are you positive?
Yes, to accelerate an object, you need to apply a greater.
Okay, cool. Definitely, right, Kosha? Would you agree with that?
I already did agree with that, dude.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did agree with that. Okay, so we're looking at the. Yeah, we were already past this. I forgot. You were tap dancing around though. Anyway, so we're looking at the Eiffel Tower from a mile away. There's a grandfather clock on the top and a grandfather clock at the swinging. One of them's swinging faster though. It has to be, right? Because time's moving faster for the one above, the higher one. So what's the force making the pendulum swing faster?
Well, it's not a force. That's not what time dilation.
But you need a force. You need a force to make the one move faster, right? We just agreed to that.
Yeah, that's one case.
What's one case? So you're saying you don't need a force now? Because a minute ago you sounded like you were sure that you did need a force.
No, time dilation, the contraction and expansion of the actual time dimension. There's no force needed for that.
So now we don't need a force. Now you're not sure. Right? 5 seconds ago you
Because
were
it's
sure.
not me trying to accelerate an object. That's silly.
Yeah, it's silly. All right, the fucking games and lengths you guys are willing to go for this shit. Unbelievable. Fuck
What
out of here.
you're trying to do is just
Nah,
silly.
we're done, dude. We're done. A minute ago, you needed a force to make an object move faster. Now you don't. Fuck off.
It's not that hard
Dude.
to understand, dude. Like a kid can understand.
You're talking about time dilation, dude. If you're talking about
No,
time
I'm
dilation,
talking about making an object move. I'm talking about making an object move faster. And you're definitely going to need a force for that.
Anytime you talk about time dilation, they're going to think it has to do with special relativity. So, fuck that.
It does have to do with special relativity. That's the freaking one of the predicted effects. And it's not
so anti-flat Earth. It's unbelievable. The lengths you guys are willing to go. Unreal.
No, you're just playing a little silly game.
What game, bro? You got something moving faster than another thing. Identical objects. You agreed a minute ago that you were definitely going to need a force to make the one go faster. Now you're saying you don't. Like I said, fuck off.
That's the only thing that can make an object go faster.
So you're definitely not going to need a force then. So you're definitely not going to need a force. Now you're changing your position from 2 minutes ago. I know.
That's why I said it depends on the situation.
You didn't say depends shit. You said, yeah, of course we're
to
going to need a force.
accelerate. If I'm trying to
You said, of
throw a
course we're
ball
going to need a force.
faster, I'm going to need to apply more force to it.
Yeah,
But
you're definitely going to need more force. Yeah.
The situation as time dilation is, and it's absurd to try to.
So you don't need more force now. I know you're double speaking fundamental. Oh, it's sickening, honestly. But like I said,
dude, you're just playing a word game.
Beat it, bro. I'm talking about forces. I'm not playing word games. I'm talking about physics and what forces
time
we need to move. I'm talking about physics and forces
you're
we need to move objects. And here you are. I can't. Nobody can probably hear either one. People probably can't hear either one of us because I was talking and then you started talking. Anyways, have fun. I'm not even interested in talking with people like this. Have fun, Jace.
Yeah, you too, man. Time dilation isn't a force.
What causes the dilation? Hello? You don't got to answer.
According to Einstein's theory, the mass itself in the curved space-time distorts it. So there's two.
So mass is causing the dilation.
No. It depends on No. There's two different theories. The one that Jeremy was asking about was actually.
So what is it, like a 50-50 chance that it's one or the other?
No. You're smarter than this. You can kind of conceptualize that it's not about probability. It's about one of them is.
If you're gonna say things like I'm smarter than this, then why don't you pause and let me finish what the fuck I was asking, bro? You didn't even let me finish my question. You just start stating stuff.
I did.
That's like not even like real. Okay, my question was, what is causing the dilation?
And I was in the middle of telling you that in one case the speed can be causing it, so something's traveling faster than another object.
And then you said the mass, right?
You'll get time dilation due to the
just make the bro summarize.
And if and in the other case,
mass and speed, mass and velocity. That's all you gotta say.
In the other case, if you're in two different near two different massive objects, two different gravitational forces, you're gonna have two different rates of time for that as well. So there's two different types of time dilation.
So now you're saying there's two causes for the dilation. Okay, so are they both happening at the same time, causing two different variables?
If those two things are different in both cases, and yeah, if you have two objects and one of them is in a different gravitational field and moving at a different speed, then yeah, it's going to be, you're going to have to calculate both those time dilation, which is what I'm in the middle of doing.
Hey,
Yo, Coach, this is unrelated, but bro, a lot of the stuff you be saying, bro, it sounds like you're.
hey, am I coming through clear?
You are, yeah.
So check it, Coach. Some alternative theories: modified Newtonian dynamics, entropic gravity, modified gravity, theories of large-scale variations in the mass density of the universe, bimetric gravity, scale invariance of empty space, and decaying dark matter. Yeah.
Entropic gravity and Mond, that's what I was discussing with Eric Berlin. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's these things that, are answering these questions that general relativity seems to, where there might be holes in it might be wrong, and so they look promising for that in that respect. But when you compare either one of these with general relativity, they in no way have the same explanatory capabilities. They're just explaining things that
on what scale?
Be getting wrong on the entire scale, on the scale of all things. General relativity is answering more questions and correct about more things than any one of these theories currently. I mean, they could be being adapted.
On the quantum scale?
Well, these were all. These sound like these were all gravitational.
Yeah, typically cosmological replacements here, because of course relativity has problems on the cosmological scales too. But anyway, just so you guys know, bimetric gravity, it's also called bigravity, which is pretty gay. The first class of theories relies on modified mathematical theories of gravity, in which two metric tensors are used instead of one. The second metric may be introduced at high energies, with the implication that the speed of light could be energy dependent, enabling models with a variable speed of light.
It's interesting to see what comes from that. Same with all the other ones. But as I'm saying, they're promising and interesting until they're either, we find out that they are actually have more explanatory power than general relativity, or until they're found out to be flawed in some way. Like entropic gravity was promising, but it's already been found that they took observations or whatever, or did tests, and it had more holes than they originally thought. But he's rewriting his theory. He's rewriting.
Yeah, because what they're trying to do, they're trying to find one that actually works, right? So it's like, that's because relativity doesn't actually work. That's why they're trying to find one that works.
When you say it doesn't work, you just mean it doesn't answer every question. But that's
You're damn right. So why are you falling back on it to explain everything?
As I just said, it's the best theory that we have, and if you'd be foolish to not go with,
if it doesn't apply to everything, it's not a good theory, bro.
Offer up a better one
Not
then.
a
better one. So it's the one that makes sense to go with until we have a better one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it nonetheless it explains everything on the human and Earth scale, and any theory in the future is going to have to incorporate that.
Yeah, but so does Newtonian mechanics. It explains stuff on the earthly scale. So
Yeah.
who cares?
And
yeah, but we know it's stupid and wrong.
It didn't explain things on the galactic scale. So Einstein made a theory that incorporated Newtonian mechanics, meaning in the weak field limit. His theory breaks down exactly into Newtonian mechanics, but it also explains things Newtonian mechanics did not. And that's how any future scientific theory is going to be as well. It's going to explain all the things general relativity explained, plus what it doesn't.
Very exciting. So let's talk about some of the stuff that it can't explain. How about that? So I got a list here. The existence and structure of the cosmic microwave background, the large-scale structure and the distribution of galaxies, the observed abundance of hydrogen, including deuterium, might have said that wrong, helium, and lithium, the accelerating expansion of the universe observed in light from distant galaxies and supernova. Uh-oh.
So those first three things are all explained by quantum mechanics. They don't need relativity or general relativity to explain that.
What?
The first three things you said, the CMB, the relative abundance of elements, those are all explained by quantum mechanics or quantum field theory. They don't need general relativity to explain those.
Oh, so we're going to apply quantum field theory to the universal scale.
For those things that you're talking about, yes.
So we just get to pick and choose?
No. Objects that are quantum apply to quantum mechanics. The CMB is of photons, which are quantum. The relative abundance of atoms are quantum. So they're explained by quantum mechanics.
The large-scale structure in the distribution of galaxies is quantum?
No, that's not what I was talking about. You said the CMB.
The first three. That was the second one I said.
No, you said the CMB, then you said the relative abundance of elements. Those two.
No, I'll read the list. I'll read the list again. You said the first three. I said it's okay, man.
All right,
it's not a big deal. Like it's understandably
specified.
hard to remember everything I said. It's not a big deal.
The
anyway,
two
the list is
specified.